as an reading is really the foundation of all of it. That's such a great lesson for people listening that you can apply to almost anything in life. Just focus on something, be super dedicated to it, cover all the bases, and then go for it. And you nailed it. If the Terminal is your first book, that's crazy. Yeah, but it was how many rewrites were there? Or edits?
I thought there was going to be a lot because you're sitting next to Simon & Schuster, it's a publisher of all these books that I've read growing up, and I thought, oh, they know what they're doing back there, so they're going to make all these changes. Very few. The questions that I got back are still the ones that I get content edits today, which are like, explain this for somebody who wasn't in the military, or now explain this for someone who hasn't read the previous 6 books. Put another sentence in there or two just to explain who this person is and why they're here. So those are the kind of edits that I get, but no real big content edits at all. And I didn't know. I was discovering this for the first time back then. I didn't know if it was going to be like, hey, you know what, you should lay off on the violence, or do you have to have so many guns in there, or do you have to describe them? Nothing. There's zero.
See, the thing is about books, you can kind of go ham in a book. Like, if people don't really cancel books, you know? They don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, you can, with written fiction, you can get pretty fucking crazy.
Oh, yeah.
To the point where if that was in a movie, people would be like, what kind of asshole made this movie? Because we think about movies as movies shaping our narrative of reality in a good way.
No
like,
one's
the good guy always wins. You know, bad guy always dies. Like, it's kind of predictable. Yeah, that's why we like superhero movies, right? Work of fiction, like a novel, you can get pretty dark.
Yeah, there's 100% complete creative control. No, and I love that my agent or my publisher never suggests anything. And I love that. I know that was how it was going to be going in, because I saw, you're watching Californication, you know, and you see David Duchovny and his relationship with his agent, or you're watching
Gangster.
agent in LA was already yeah, that one. Entourage. That's kind of about agents work.
That's Hollywood. I think literature agents understand creativity a little bit better.
Yeah.
Also, Hollywood agents can, you know, it's a different animal.
Yeah,
kind of human.
I haven't experienced those ones that are kind of like caricature agent. I haven't experienced that yet.
Yeah, just those guys don't
they're doing their thing.
Everybody was like, hey, everybody look at this athleticism. Everybody was like, hey, look at this athleticism.
Literary agent,
adaptation agent. Look at this athleticism. Hey,
so there's just a line out give me advice on what to do. So that's very good. Having complete creative control. I absolutely love that. And then there's no one to blame. Yeah. People hate this. It's all on me. It's not like, my agent, I knew I shouldn't have done that because she said I needed to put this other character in or something. There's none of that. Zero.
Yeah, it has. I mean, unfortunately, I think it has to come from you. Like, I think that's what makes work of fiction and really good books makes it so unique, is that you know it's coming from one person's mind. That this thought, these ideas they had, they wrote it out, and they sat there and they summoned the muse and they put it all together, and then I know it's coming out of you, so it's like part of the buzz of it.
Yeah,
is that this person that's one thing that I think is always going to exist, even when AI starts writing insane books. You're always going to want a book that came from a person's mind.
Yeah.
It's like you want a pair of handmade boots.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah,
no, very good point. Hollywood's different, though. Screenwriting. So I just sent off episode 107. Right before I came over from the hotel, I just hit the button on send for episode 107 for this new, it's not really a spin-off, it's its own series, but a prequel origin story. Taylor Kitsch playing Ben Edwards, his origin story gets him to a place, shows his journey to get into a place where he can do the things that he did in the Terminal List in the book and in the show, because he was so good. And that's writing those things is a team effort for sure. As you know from writing scripts, there are constraints, budgetary constraints, there are location constraints. Yeah. There's a story arc within that episode, and then an overarching story arc for the whole, whether it's 7, 8, or however many episodes there are. So there's all those things to consider, and then there's notes from senior level executives all the way back down. It's very collaborative. So it's
well, that's good though that you're collaborating, because the other option is you just sell it and they do it. and that's never fun. Like everyone that I've ever talked to that ever sold a script or sold a book idea and they turned it into a movie and they didn't have anything to do with it, they fucking hated it.
Yeah, I mean, you have buy-in, and it's good and bad because it's not going to be a strict adaptation. There's going to be changes.
Like The Gray Man, like the movie The Gray Man.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you read the book The Gray Man and then you watch the movie The Gray Man, you're like, what is this?
Yeah.
This is not the same thing. It's a totally different movie.
Yeah.
There's like all these people that don't exist. There's all these things that don't exist.
Yeah.
Like the character's not as complex.
Yeah. I mean, it's a thing. It's a thing. And there's going to be changes. Obviously, the book First Blood, very different than the movie First Blood.
I never read that book.
It's great. It's so different. I mean, you get Sheriff Kiesel's perspective. There's no knife in it yet.
No knife?
Sylvester Stallone brought that to the, he knew the importance of props. Yeah, he brought it because he knew the importance of props. Which is why I gave James Reese the tomahawks, because I knew the importance of props as well from that. And actually, Stallone this was so cool. I got to talk to Stallone. He was fantastic. He was awesome. He wanted to jump on a Zoom with me, and I was like, "Oh my god, it's a child of the '80s." I was so fired up. So I was just like trying to play it cool, right? Trying to play it cool. I had my phone down in the corner, I'm taking some pictures, just to commemorate this moment. But he was funny. He was wise, and he passed along some lessons, and we just got to hang out and talk and see if there was something that we could do together. So I wrote up a little treatment for him specifically.
Oh, wow.
Probably nothing will ever come of it because you know how Hollywood works and you never know. But
greatest motherfucker of all time.
That's very cool.
Nice.
Yeah, that guy was fucking doing stunts deep into his 60s.
Oh yeah.
He broke his neck.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah. Like literally broke his neck. His neck.
Everybody knows
like
that
when he
kid
moves,
sucks.
he's kind of stiff.
Yes.
And then that's why his neck is fused.
Oh yeah.
Everybody knows that kid sucks. What
He's doing stunts.
Yeah.
And now late 70s still
Everybody
fucking
hates
Jean-Claude
that
Van
kid.
Damme.
Yeah.
Everybody thinks that kid sucks.
Yeah, man. That's how dedicated that guy is. Such a great writer. People understand just what a great writer he is. What a great mind that is. All those films coming from that mind. Yeah. What a great guy.
It's funny that people assume that a certain one time someone's doing something awesome is going to want to
kid
stop.
sucks. Scale of 1 to 10. How much does that kid
Why is
suck?
he still working?
He
Yeah,
sucks
doesn't he have
like a
all the
10.
money in the world? What the fuck are you doing?
I think he just loves it.
He must. I mean, that's what you get off on. Now it's not a thing.
Dog.
It's like most people think about work as like a thing
I
you
don't
do for
even
money,
know
and then you
what
get
to do
eventually get enough
anymore.
money, you don't work.
West
So if you
side,
actually
west
do something
side.
you love, like
The gangster,
why do you stop?
There's a
gangster,
difference between thinking of something in terms of a career and thinking of it in terms of a profession. Yeah, there's a difference. There's precision language reflects precision in thought. Someone told me a long
You
time
say
ago.
you a gangster,
And,
but
that's a
you never
different thing. A
popping
career
nothing. Boy,
is
you was a
something.
gangster.
Let's say you
Why
walk
you
in
gotta
and
stop,
you're working your way up that ladder and you
Right.
plan, and profession is something that's
Well,
a calling,
yes,
it seems. So the profession of arms, there's a reason we call it a profession of arms, not the career of arms.
Mm.
Although a lot of careers in the military,
This
they're
shit
all working
sucks.
their way up that ladder.
And you cover that.
I do cover that, and I get to take them
That
out
this
in all
shit
sorts of creative ways. So it's very therapeutic for me to write these things.
There's a lot of grossness. That's what's really sad, is that you would think that the military would be like the most pure of all institutions, because it has to be, because you're literally taking the strongest amongst us and having them go and fight for our country, and fight for our interests. And you would think that there's no room for bullshit. But apparently there's a lot of room for bullshit.
Well, there's a lot of room for advancement, I guess. If you simply don't pop positive on a piss test, don't get too many DUIs, or don't get arrested for, let's say, domestic violence or something like that, you can stay in the military for a long time. So you don't need to excel when you hit a certain rank. And I think that's what we see it play out in Afghanistan, August of 2021. That's 20 years of being able to plan for that withdrawal. And that's the best that our military leaders could do. 20 years to prepare for that. So somebody can look at that who never had any type of military and apply common sense and logic to that problem set and have a much better plan to extract forces from Afghanistan.
That whole thing seems insane.
Ridiculous.
It seemed insane, and it's, for whatever reason, it's not being discussed. People are talking about this presidential race.
Yeah.
That was one of the more insane things of our time.
In the
and then we talked to
membrane,
people
in
that
the
were
west
there,
side
like
with
Tim
the
Kennedy.
gangsters.
He's told me some horror stories.
Yo, this shit
about what was
sucks.
going on there.
All those babies thrown over the fence and
Time that involves tours.
jeez.
They were Taliban just killed a woman in front of them, just openly, like put her head on a truck and shot her in the head in front of everybody.
And it was unnecessary. That's the whole thing. It was unnecessary. If you
I just don't
plan a little better.
understand. how you can do that. I don't know. I don't understand. Like, I mean, if you're going to execute something that's as complex as removing all the troops from a place that we've occupied for 20 years, like it seems like that would involve a very thoroughly reviewed plan by many experts and come up with what's going to cause the least likelihood of casualties.
Yeah, no, I thought about it in the early days. So in 2003 in Afghanistan, I thought it was actually the tail end of it then, because the flashpoints before that, we had Mogadishu, we had Panama, Grenada, Desert One. So after Vietnam, you had these flashpoints, and this was now we're moving into extended combat operations. But in the end of Vietnam, up to then, our model is a flashpoint essentially. So what I thought was we weren't there essentially right after 9/11, that we were going to miss it, and then we have essentially 20 years. But I remember being in the back of a Hilux pickup truck with an Afghan guy, and I was asking if they were back then. I could ask them if they were Rouge, if they fought the Soviets, because I was always interested in that history and their backstories and what life was like in the late 70s through the 80s into the 90s. And so I was always essentially collecting information just because I was curious. But as I'm talking to this guy, I distinctly remember thinking, man, one day we're going to leave this place. And this guy is helping us right now. What's going to happen to his family when we leave this place? And yeah, we saw that all play out 20 years later. But
and we didn't, there was no reporting on it.
No, it just disappeared.
Yeah, we hear about it from soldiers. We hear about it from people that are deeply embedded journalists that are there. But most people that know about that story don't know about all the people that worked with the United States over there. They're fucked. They don't even know what happened.
No, it's awful. We have a history doing that, though. I mean, we did it in Vietnam with the Kurds after the first Gulf War, so we don't have a very good track record as far as taking care of those and their families who help us when they're there. And they get left behind typically, and then family slaughtered.
It's just hard to imagine that that's how we approach things.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to think that the people that are in charge are that incompetent, or that are that callous, or that are that they just look at a numbers thing instead of looking at bodies and human lives.
Yeah. Well, all that stuff. I get to write about these guys meeting their ends in horrible ways in the pages of the novel. So it's I guess that's my way to do my part to kind of keep that history alive, because you can go back to fiction. Let's say you can go back, Ian Fleming, we talked about him earlier. You can go back and read those books from the 50s. That really is a portal back to post-World War II Great Britain and their changing place in the world. I mean, Empire Decline, and that's Ian Fleming's way to keep that old empire alive is through James Bond and his creation. So it's they're time capsules back to the time in which they were written. You go books in the 70s, books in the 80s, go back the Tom Clancy, there's some for October, games, whatever it is. It's a snapshot of what's going on there geopolitically, and also things like searching for a phone booth, looking for a quarter, that sort of thing. So all of those things, I like to weave pop culture and history into the pages of the novels as well, because they are their time capsules for the time in which they're written. But it's also a constraint, because now you have to think about Teslas and GPSs in cars and GPSs in phones and video cameras everywhere. So you have to think about that, especially when you're writing a espionage type of a thriller. You have to think about all that stuff and weave it into every chapter. Same thing with film and screenplays. You have to be like, and the script, why wouldn't he just pick up his phone and call this guy and tell him to like wave off or something like that? Whereas in the 80s or 70s, that guy's gone. How are you going to contact this guy? So it's just a different dynamic. And you think about that as you're writing these things. So it's just another interesting thing that you need to think through and creatively solve for.
I was thinking about this the other day when I knew we were going to talk. How complicated is it to try to make a reasonable storyline where someone evades capture today?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Because if someone is using a phone, they know where you are.
Yeah.
If you are running around in a city, they're going to have access to security cameras. They're going to have street cameras in some countries. And, you could be tracked so easily.
Yeah. No,
To
it's
be
a thing.
tracked from fucking space.
Yep. It's a whole thing.
You
So
ever seen those photos that they take? Satellite photos from space?
I've seen a lot, but I don't know if I've seen the ones you're thinking.
License plate. Read a license plate from space.
Gotta think about all this stuff. And
This is like from years ago.
oh yeah, you can do license plates like a while back.
It's probably full-scale video
Check
now.
them
Or
links on the
facial
fucking
recognition
website.
technology. Folks,
Yes,
back in the
yes,
60s or
yes,
something
yes,
like
yes.
that, forging passports and all that sort of thing. That's a no-go right now.
I saw the fucking craziest story about this guy who got a bunch of plastic surgery and changed his appearance and changed his name so that he could try to date his girlfriend who had a restraining order on him.
What?
Yeah.
What?
This fucking psycho changed his face, bleached blonde,
And then I was
dyed his hair, lost a ton of weight, looked like a totally different guy,
I don't know
so
what
he could date his girlfriend
the
that put a restraining order on.
That's a little creepy. It sounds like it should be a movie or some sort, or a Law and Order.
Yeah, that should be a whole desert. That's the guy.
What?
Yeah.
That is crazy. What year is this? This recent?
Don't remember sister, ba, 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 ba.
Bring it up. It wasn't recently, but
2020, 4 years ago.
he got kids plastic surgery and name change to date his ex-girlfriend after she obtained a restraining
Did it
order.
work? How far did it get?
That's a good question.
Did she find
That's a
out?
good question.
It seems like there'd be a tell. Or it seems like he'd just be too creepy to even re-engage with anyone, actually.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he knew like what creeped her out, so he like started slowly.
Did the
And,
opposite.
yeah,
And just do the opposite of what my real personality would do.
it might be a little story. Yeah.
Oh,
It says
that does
no,
sound like
this
a movie.
man did not. Look up there. It says
Yeah.
no, this man did not.
Was not successful or he didn't do that?
Said he didn't get it. It's bullshit.
Two
Aha, these
trains.
sons of bitches. What's the
Yeah.
actual truth?
Should
That's the thing. How do you even figure
It
this
could just
out
be
now?
one of those urban legends.
tradition
Someone just
error.
took it too far. We found disclaimer, World News Daily. Oh, that's a silly
The
newspaper.
word
Oh, that's a silly newspaper.
Satire.
Okay, they got us. Sons of bitches.
Still, it's a good idea for a script. What was the script you were working on back then?
It was a werewolf. Yeah.
What happened to it?
I just have it sitting around on my computer. I should do something with it eventually.
Yeah. Yeah. Should be something.
Speaking of which, Patrick Bet David was there was some video where he was showing Obama, and he thinks Obama has a mask on. Not
He does. Yeah.
Biden. He thinks Biden is not really Biden. That it's someone pretending to be Biden that has a mask on.
Yeah.
Because he was like talking very clearly.
Huh.
They were just reviewing it.
Does that technology exist yet? Does that technology exist? Is that
I
prosthetic
think
or
it's
pop up as well?
I think it's makeup.
It's makeup.
I
It's kind
think
of like
they use prosthetic masks and they can do an insane job of changing your appearance. But these guys are like accusing Biden of having this on, which I think like, boy, that's a loose end. If that's true, like there's too many people out there that would know.
I know, like, oh, like that.
So
Sometimes
look,
Biden can look weird. I mean, I see it looks
so
like.
there's people now claiming that Joe Biden has different skin color on his face than his neck.
Yeah, they do the makeup.
Let me see what it looks like.
Yeah.
Well, there's the collar. Okay, there's a shadow in the collar.
Yeah.
No, see, that's just the shadow.
I think that was, wait, I see that clip at the end.
Right, but that's
That does
just
look weird.
but that's a bunch of different lights. That's all that is.
Lighting,
It
makeup.
looks bad, but that's also low resolution video.
Yeah.
If they were gonna
That would
do
be
that,
tough.
do you think they would keep the fucking neck color different?
I would think that they would be smarter than this. And can you even do that?
But if you can get that good, where you can make the face look that good, and they keep comparing his old face to his new face. First of all, the guy got plastic surgery. Clearly, he got a facelift. He's got his face pulled back to try to look younger, which never works. Just makes you look weird.
It does look weird.
It just makes you look like a lizard.
Yeah.
But the shadows to me look like studio lighting. You have multiple lights coming from a bunch of different angles. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
Like he's moving around, but it's because he has a collar, and the collar is catching the light. So there's light down here, there's light above. That's why it looks weird.
Yeah.
That's why it looks like two-tone, because it's essentially getting a shadow, but then the shadow is also getting light from the upper light, from the upper camera.
Yeah.
See, it looks fake right there, but that's just shadows. It's because he's being lit from below.
Right. Yeah, it does look odd.
Yeah,
You think
it's
you could
probably
pass?
being lit from a couple different spots.
Yeah.
I don't think you can. I mean, I definitely think you can get a face like mask and make you look like him, but how are you going to talk like him? Yeah, they probably just gave him a solid dose of Adderall. That's
I
all.
remember seeing this clip. I saw the very end of it where they have an expert sometimes, this guy,
Everybody
he
loves
says that like they've been using body doubles since
Yes, they have.
Reagan. It's like it's plausible that they could maybe have figured
Well,
out ways around, but
Yeah, I doubt you would have to. So what you would have to do is you'd have to have the person in the mask, and they'd have to talk in their voice. And then what you could do with AI is change the voice to be exactly like Biden's voice. You could do that, but that requires so many people to be in on it, including the person being interviewed, or the person interviewing Biden, all the people that are watching.
right.
There's a lot of loose ends there.
Yeah, that's where a lot of these things I think fall apart.
Yeah, in that case, that's a lot of loose ends, especially like camera guys and a lot of hardworking folks, a lot of fucking probably Republicans that are involved in,
normal people. That sort of thing.
you know, they'd have to sign NDAs, but people talk. Yeah, it's like especially something like that, like oh my god, they had a fake president give a conversation, and that's what you're seeing. You're seeing a fake president. This is crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot. Benjamin Franklin said 3 people can keep a secret if 2 of them are dead. So there's something to that. There's certainly something to that. And yeah, like you're right. All the people that actually do the work, the tactical level work. Yeah, because I think about it for Hollywood now. When you see, let's say, a star of a show say something on social media that makes everybody crazy and never watch that person's show again, or see that movie, or never watch another movie by that person. That's one person. Like, that's the one person who goes up and accepts the award. But there's 300 other people, 400 other people, even more than that, doing all that tactical base level work. The hair and makeup people, the stunt people, all of those people are part of this project. And that's their jobs too. So I think about that now when you see someone say something kind of off the wall. Okay, that person is essentially the spokesperson for that show. They're a star. But there's so many other people that help bring that and put in so much work.
And then that person can go spout out some political opinion, and then. I mean, like, look what's going on right now with Robert De Niro. Robert De Niro, because, like, there's something about being a star where you think your opinion's more important than anybody else's, and you can go give a press conference. And he obviously has been very vocal from 2016 that he hates Trump for whatever reason. Maybe that's a personal thing, whatever it is. But now he's like holding press conferences. So now everyone's heckling him everywhere he goes. Like you've opened up this, instead of just being this cranky old liberal, which I know a lot of, you know, instead of that, now you're this guy that is yelling at other people that are Trump supporters, and they're yelling at you. Like you've opened yourself up to this nonsense. Right? Like why do that? Why? Why? Now every movie you go to, 50% of the population is going to not want to go see that movie. Yeah. Instead of just, you know, I think there's a certain thing involved in being an actor at a very high level, and I think that's one of the reasons why you never see like Daniel Day-Lewis do conversations. You know, like he's very rarely talking about things that are in the news. He's not doing one of those fucking imagine there's no heaven videos and everybody's getting COVID. Remember those? You know those? And there's a bunch of celebrities who are telling you how important it is to not vote for Trump. There's all these videos from 2016. You're not going to see Daniel Day-Lewis because for Daniel Day-Lewis, for the master of masters, to be able to embody these completely different human beings, you kind of don't want to know much about him as a person. Yeah, we don't. Yeah, he became a cobbler. I think he stopped doing that. I don't think he acts anymore, though. The West Side. I don't know. He became a boxer for 4 years. Yeah. He did that movie, and it's called Boxer. It's about the IRA. It's about a guy who was in prison and he comes out, and he looks like a legitimate boxer. Like, better than anybody else who's ever been in a movie. Really? The guys in other movies, they box like no one's punched in the face. You know, or no one's going to punch. Maybe somebody has, but no one's going to punch in the face. So they're throwing punches, and it's not. It doesn't look real to me. Yeah, it's like a hard time to rock. I mean, it's a great movie. I loved it when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I drank raw eggs and I ran around the block. Yeah, I saw it. Oh, it's fantastic. It was awesome. And so that's what I miss. I mean, I miss those days. I miss the feeling of watching those movies and getting just fired up and then going out doing pull-ups, sprinting hills. It's just hard when you know something. When you know something, like if you were watching a movie about the military and you were doing shit that's just absolutely never going to happen and not real. Yeah, it takes you out of it. Let me talk out of here. I know. And that's what was important to Antoine Fuqua, Chris Pratt, David DiGilio to me was doing something that
somebody who served in the military, law enforcement, firefighter, intelligence officer, somebody that did these things for real. That fear and sit on their couch and watch the show. I want them to know we tried. Right. Tried to get it right. Hollywood hot sauce is what Chris talks about it in terms of 80% authenticity and 20% Hollywood hot sauce. You gotta move that story forward. You gotta move it forward.
That's a great term, Hollywood hot sauce. Yeah. But the problem is sometimes it's too much hot sauce. It overwhelms the meal.
Well, they don't know. And it does take another breath. You have to take a moment to try to get these things right. It's easy. It's still hard to make any show. And that's why I appreciate all shows out there now, because I know how much work goes into making even the bad ones and how easy it is for things to go off the rails. So it's a shocker that anything gets made or anything good gets made, certainly. But it's so you do have to take that extra moment to think about, hey, how is this going to look to somebody who does this for real?
Yeah, you have to respect that. As soon as you make a film about something, and the people in the film, like you have a movie about dancing, and they dance like shit. Like, this is stupid. This movie sucks. If you're a professional dancer, you'd be mad. You'd be like, this is horrible. And like they do that in some karate movies, but there's a suspension of disbelief aspect of those movies where you jump up and kick two people at the same time. Yeah, it's kind of fun.
Yeah, no, there's the fun aspect, but you're trying to make a serious film and try to do this. Like, that's why Daniel Day-Lewis is so great, because he becomes that character. I think you have to talk to him on set like he's that character. Is that
exactly.
right?
Yeah. He was Abraham Lincoln for like a year.
Right. Right. It's so interesting because I don't see that. I have not seen that yet.
Well, that's fucked up because nobody even watched that movie. Like, you waste your time being Abraham Lincoln for a year and nobody even talks about the movie.
I know, that's tough. That's why I write this one-page executive summary when I start these things, and I ask myself, is this worth the next year and a half of my life? And if it's yes, then I go all in. But I read it again and I say, is this worth someone's walking by Hudson News and grabs this off the shelf and reads the back of his paperback, whatever. Is it interesting enough for them to be okay, I'm never going to get back to this?
I have a hard time with those movies about real people where you don't know what they said to their wife behind closed doors. Like Abraham Lincoln. Like, how the fuck do you know what he said? What are you doing? You just put a bunch of words in his mouth.
A little historical fiction, a little literary license, and like that.
Either all fake or all documentary. We're making it up.
Everybody knows him. Everybody shows this the one.
Unfortunately, no recordings of Lincoln's voice exist since he died 12 years before Thomas Edison invented the first device to record and playback sound. If anyone had an educated guess as to how it sounded, though, it would be Holzer, who's written 40 books on Lincoln. 40 books on Lincoln, the Civil War. What a psycho that guy must be.
Wow.
You know that guy's out there reenacting the Civil War?
That's one of those wild. That is wild.
40 books on Lincoln in the Civil War. That seems a little crazy.
His people at least I like that. Like, I love IRA movies. Like 80s IRA, 70s like IRA movies. Those are good.
Yes.
Even the bad ones are good.
I started watching Peaky Blinders.
I have not watched it yet. I need to watch it.
It's great. It's fucking great. I burned through The Gentleman, which is Guy Ritchie's new show on Netflix, which is amazing. It's fucking great. It's prime Guy Ritchie. It's great. And then a lot of friends have been telling me, like, you gotta watch Peaky Blinders. And Jamie keeps telling me I gotta watch The Wire. That's fine. The Wire's next. But I gotta get through Peaky Blinders.
Yeah, I gotta watch that.
Peaky Blinders is fucking great.
What do they say? There are two people, types of people in this world, those who have watched Peaky Blinders and those who have not. That's human being.
That's someone in Africa. Bro, you haven't watched Peaky Blinders?
I know what's going on. Not even like there's so many things I want to watch, but I haven't had the time.
Today is the craziest time ever.
So much
for television and films, and so many of these incredible series. You know, like these things where they take, like Ozark, where you follow the entire storyline for years. And you know, like The Sopranos started that, which is still like one of the greats. Tony Hinchcliffe just started watching The Sopranos again.
I know, I missed that too, because that came out right around when did it come out? When right around September 11th. So as soon as that, I remember it was starting up.
I was at peak. Yeah, it was like first season. I think it was 2000, the end of '99 or something like that. And I lost it to 2009.
Yeah, I kind of lost a lot of that during that time frame because right, 9/11, going down range, focused on that, starting a family, all that stuff. So we kind of missed a little bit.
Okay, well, how about you shut the fuck up? You're the boringest fucking person ever.
I see scenes all the time. I see scenes all the time. They pop up on your feed and all that stuff. It's fantastic.
It's hard to believe that you root for a guy who's a criminal and a murderer. Like, he's your hero.
Yeah.
Like,
But like I'm right about that here. My guy goes off the, kind of little.
But his is understandable.
Yeah.
Tony Soprano's a criminal.
Yeah,
His lifelong mafia guy who's robbing people and stealing things.
Yeah, Reservoir Dogs here, watching Reservoir Dogs, and you're loving all those guys' conversations and all the rest of it.
They're all bad guys.
Yeah, a lot of those, a lot of Tarantino stuff.
Oh yeah, well, I like that. I like a complicated movie. Where people are complicated.
Yeah, exactly.
Like real
interesting. Yeah, interesting people. And I like. You ought to like somebody too, so you can even like. That's what you're saying. You're saying that you like these guys who happen to be criminals or doing bad things or whatever because of the way they're written, the way they come. You get to know them. Through these things.
I mean, it was crazy. Everybody wanted to be in the mob.
Hey.
The mob probably recruited quite a few people during those days.
Well, there's the whole story behind Godfather and all that stuff too.
Oh, I bet. I bet. I mean, that was an amazing movie.
Yeah.
I bet that made a lot of people want to become mobsters.
Probably. Have you heard Danny Trejo talk about doing? There's a couple movies that came out about gangs and his affiliation there with those, but he's acting in the same things and having to go and actually get like permission from the different gangs to do them.
It's the way.
It's pretty interesting stuff, but similar type of a deal.
Wasn't that a deal also with Edward James Olmos when
One of those
what was it, American Me?
There's American Me, and then there was Blood In, Blood Out. It came out about the same time.
Was it the same thing?
I think
I don't think that's Edward James Olmos though, right?
No, there were two separate ones.
Right. American Me, I think he got into trouble with some of the Mexican gangs, the way things are depicted.
Yeah.
You have to have permission for stuff.
Yeah. Well, I was going to go to Macau for this one, so we're going to China, and I don't think I can go there now. I think I needed to do it before I wrote this book. Yeah, so I think luckily I went to Russia before for my third novel for Savage Son. I went over to Kamchatka Peninsula, did a hunt over there, and had a crazy experience with a bear over there. But I don't know if I should go back.
I don't think you should go back. Look what they did to Brittany Griner.
I know, exactly.
Yeah, if you,
exactly.
American Patriot, actor Danny Trejo said in an interview he was aware of 10 people having been murdered for their involvement in the film. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. The first killing occurred 12 days after the film's premiere when one of the film's consultants, Charlie Brown Manriquez, a member of La M, was killed in Ramona Gardens, LA's oldest public housing project. Another consultant of the film, 49-year-old grandmother Ana Lizarga, commonly known as the Gang Lady, was murdered when she was gunned down her East Los Angeles driveway while loading luggage into her car the day of her mother's funeral. Wow. Wow. Yeah, they were careful. Yeah. It's like dangerous people you're making movies about.
Did you ever worry about that one? Nothing to talk about on here?
Yeah, you could always worry about that. I mean, if you're going to talk about things that are consequential, right? You know, I mean, we live in a weird fucking world right now. Yeah, we live in a weird world of all kinds of insane things happening simultaneously. You know? Yeah.
It's pretty wild. I got off the plane yesterday and I hear this Jack. And it was a guy walks up and he ended up being an Austin detective. So first I thought it was in trouble. And then he's just he liked the books and everything. We apparently have some mutual friends. But yeah, it's crazy out there. People can find you so much easier now. Like that.
It's definitely not a safer time to be alive. But it's interesting that we're moving towards some, I mean, people can find we're moving towards some very weird things. There's not going to be any secrets anymore. Yeah. And I don't think it's that far from now.
No.
And I think it might be the only way human beings ever truly understand each other.
No, really.
I think it's going to happen through technology. And I think it's going to happen in our lifetimes. That our relationship to each other is going to be incredibly different than what it is now. So that's part of it.
That was this character I introduced two weeks ago for on an AI quantum computer. People really liked this character, but I didn't want to sideline her for the next one for the last book because I didn't want to rely on her like Michael Knight in the 80s calling Kid Car on his watch and then jump in and Trans Am and zip off. So I sidelined her last book, but I knew I couldn't introduce a character like that and just ignore her forever. So she comes back in this, and even since I did the research for the last book, in less than 2 years, things have increased at such an exponential rate as far as AI, quantum computing, and in the military side of that, autonomous control of platforms. So all these new things that are coming out, whether it's submarines or it's aircraft or surface ships, whatever it might be, they're all being built so that they can be autonomously controlled. They may not be yet, but they have that ability.
Have you seen that insane new ship that's autonomous? That's all controlled. It looks like a manta ray.
Oh yeah, yeah, I've seen that one.
That one's no passengers, no crew, no one on it at all. It's just a machine. It looks like a damn spaceship.
Yeah.
See, yeah,
It's crazy looking. Yeah.
you look at it, you're like, if this was not ours, if you were living in like 1970 and someone saw something like this, look at that.
That's crazy.
That's wild. No windows. You'd be like, oh my god, it's a spaceship. It's from another planet.
All the stealth bombers, the speed that these things go, the altitudes that they travel.
Yeah.
It's wild.
I also think there's new ones that operate on geothermal energy, and they can make hydrogen out of water. They can do wild shit with some of these new devices that they're creating.
And this is the future. This is the future right here. So that's why I'm exploring this. And this thing is like, what happens if you turn over autonomous control or have one of these things just take control?
Right. That is a real problem. That's a real problem that people are terrified of when it comes to weapon systems.
And if you're doing it, what is China doing? So if you're doing it, China's doing it, and you have to get inside your enemy's decision-making process, and they're making decisions so fast. AI to make them have missile training down on the West Coast before our generals and elected leaders or elected leaders, elected representatives, elected representatives are supposed to represent us.
Yeah. And not only that, but these supersonic ones can change directions, so you can't even picture where they're going.
Hypersonic ones, hypersonic missiles, passive targeting. So you have all of these things. I guess that's probably what took so long. Because I was doing that research, and it's just new things coming into like every single day. And then when you're talking to space, giving you little hints about what's really out there.
It's the west side, west side.
I think
it's the west side.
Already way past it as far as quantum computing, AI, and what the ability of those platforms.
Upper West Side, gangster, gangster.
I think what we know is probably really the tip of the iceberg.
It's the gangster, gangster.
Far more advanced than we think they
It's
are
the
right now. I think that's what a lot of
gangster,
the stuff is. Yeah, I've been thinking that for a long time.
It's
I think
the
it's very possible that we are visited. It's very like across and seems to think they're spiritual beings that they've always been like they're angels. That might be true too. I don't know.
Greatest
I mean,
motherfucker in the history of the
but also
world.
but
This
also
sucks
probably
cock.
some of those are ours. Probably there's something
Worst
about
shit
the
of
government
all
telling
time.
you that
West
these are all
Side.
world
Hey,
crafts, and we go,
worst
oh,
shit of all time.
instantly,
It's
My
the
brain goes,
West
"You're
Side
not swear
gangster.
about anything.
Right.
It's the West Side gangster. Everybody loves the rabbi. West Side, West Side. West Side.
So
Gangster, gangster.
My fear is that they're not ours.
It's
The
a
big fear is that not only do they exist, but maybe some of them are not ours. And so some other countries have the ability to have these things that move in ways that we can't quite do. Yeah, that might be possible too. But if they're telling you that they're from another planet, they're not from another planet. That's my feeling. They're not. They spent 3 years lying about the Russia collusion story.
Go
They
where?
got mainstream media to repeat it all. They spent all these years lying about everything, pretty much everything.
Hey,
Why the
hey,
fuck
it's the
would we tell us
West
the truth about
Side.
UFOs? Exactly. I just think the whole thing seems
As you suspect.
it just seems too obvious. You know, I don't believe that they would just start telling you that there's off-world crafts. I was like, I don't think so. Right? And all these years, and now you guys are just going to say, oh, it's these brave whistleblowers. Are you sure? Are you sure? Because I smell bullshit. I smell at least some of this is bullshit. I don't know how much of it's bullshit, though. I think there's too many stories from the past when this technology was impossible. The Kenneth Arnold sightings, when they first started calling them flying saucers. They saw them, was it Washington State?
Is that a long time ago?
Yeah, it was in the 1950s. Most of them started happening after we dropped the bombs. That's why my comic club, the rooms are named after the nuclear bombs. Yeah, it's Batman and Little Boy.
Oh, yeah.
Because in UFO folklore, it's obviously the comedy Mothership, and the UFO, and you walk in the front doors of the UFO.
Fantastic.
In UFO lore, they all started appearing shortly after the UFO, the bombs were dropped. See,
1947. That's when we reorganized the military and intelligence agencies. Right there, we changed the Department of War to the Department of Defense, and Secretary of War to the Secretary of Defense, and everything gets reorganized. Right, 1947, very pivotal year.
So look at what it says here. Kenneth Arnold UFO sighting occurred on June 24th, 1947, when private pilot Kenneth Arnold claimed that he saw a string of 9 shiny, unidentified flying objects flying past Mount Rainier at speeds that Arnold estimated at a minimum of 1,200 miles an hour. So he saw these things flying at a rate, in 47, there's no color planes. There's no way anything we had to move like that. And he's watching these things go at an insane rate of speed. And so he said they skipped across the sky like flying saucers on a lake. And so it became flying saucers. Yeah. And so people back then that saw those things, there's no way that was the Soviets. There's no way that was the Germans. There's no. That's not ours. So whatever the fuck that is, if that was real, if the guy really did see those things. And then there was a string of them that were over the White House in 1950 something. Yeah, there was photograph ones that were over the White House. There's actually like a news story about it, that these things flew over the White House. Okay. I think they moved at a bizarre rate of speed too. So those ones give me pause. Yeah, because look, the universe, that's honestly a drawing. That's a drawing. But I think there is a photograph of it. Yeah. I think is that the photograph? There might not be. Okay. Saucers over Washington, D.C. So what does the story say?
Looks like a comic book.
Senior Air Route Traffic Controller for the Civil Aeronautics Administration was in charge of the National Airport, Washington, D.C. ART Control Center on the night of July 19th, 1952. Briefly, he states in the newspaper article, our job is to constantly monitor the skies around the nation's capital with electronic eye of radar. Shortly after midnight of that day, 7 tips appeared suddenly on our control center scopes. Ed Nugent, Jim Copeland, and Jim Ritchie all experienced radar controllers checked the observations. The airport control tower radar operator verified the same sightings. They were over the restricted areas of Washington, including the White House and the Capitol. So those kind of things. You gotta go, well, what is that? Look, the universe is big beyond our wildest imagination. There's no way we can even fathom how big it is. It's not possible. They move at such sudden bursts of intense speed that radar does not track them simultaneously. Those objects seem to head for the White House, the Capitol building, and the White House in triangular formations. The lighting made the front page. The sighting rather made the front page headlines in all newspapers. Yeah. So those kind of things, you go, okay, well, what is that? Right. The universe it's impossible for us to even get our heads around how big it is. So if there is some planet out there that's in the Goldilocks zone that's gone through what we're going through currently, but is 10,000 years ahead of us, and finds the signature of nuclear bombs on this planet, and they realize, oh, these crazy fuckers come into this new age, they can split the atom. And so we should probably take a visit.
Yeah, it was interesting hearing Tucker talk about that part on here, like where that technology came from. Yeah, I hadn't really thought about that before.
Well, that's Diana Pasulka's work. Diana Pasulka and Gary Nolan, who is a legitimate professor at Cleveland, Stanford. And Diana Pasulka is also a professor. She's a professor of religion, and they have investigated a lot of these crash sites. And the way they describe them, the people that are investigating the crash sites, the actual scientists, they call them donations. That's how they think this. They don't even think they're crashing like as magazines. They think some of them are just sending down here, like, hey, figure that out, stupid. Send them to some remote place, slam it down there, and then the government has to rope off the area. And you can still find parts in this one area of New Mexico where this one crash site was. They didn't tell them where it was. They blindfolded them, took them out to this crash site, let them investigate it. You can still find these pieces of this, some kind of metal that you can take, you can crumple it in your hand like tinfoil, and then it goes right back to the original shape. It was the same thing that was described in Roswell, New Mexico. The people that The Roswell thing is very hard because
the
there's
West
so many people involved and there's so many similar stories. But the problem is, the stories been told for so long. People repeat a story. They're told in towns when there's no recording devices. There's no, no one has phones. It's a long time ago. They have, regular phones, but no cell phones obviously. And what they're doing with all this stuff is they're all talking about it, and then a narrative gets established, and then people tend to repeat narratives that are established. It's hard because you're talking about something that happened in 1947, but there's a lot of things that come almost right after Roswell. One of them is a transistor, and the other one is fiber optics. After that, it's one of the things that's described in the crash. Yeah. The people that have described it. But the thing is, again, you're hearing these things decades later, you're hearing it's very difficult to figure out what the fuck actually happened, but something seems to have happened because the Roswell Daily Record, I have a framed cover of the front page of the Roswell Daily Record from 1947, which says there's a crashed UFO, that the government flew to the base, and that, it's in the news, which doesn't seem like something back then that you would just make up.
Yeah. I don't know unless there's a reason behind it, distraction. I mean, who knows? It's
who knows? It could be something that the United States was working on. It seems like they were trying to cover it up so much so that they flew the wreckage in two separate planes to Wright Patterson Air Force Base, and Truman met them there.
47 is a big year. 63, obviously, a big year. The Kennedy assassination, 59 is a huge year. A lot of things happening in 59. There's a book.
Was it Truman or Eisenhower? I forget, but all that time is so filled with deception and weirdness, right? It's also when Operation Paperclip was going on. So they took all these Nazi scientists from Germany and they brought them over and integrated them into NASA.
Isn't that wild? All those people have the backgrounds, did the things that they did back there.
Yeah.
Bring it over.
And they all had those dueling scars on their faces. So they look sinister.
No.
Do you know about the dueling scars? So Nazis, I guess, when they were going through this rite of passage, when they were in whatever university they were going to, they would have duels with real rapiers, like real swords, and they would slice their faces up. Wow. They would wear goggles, and they would have sword fights.
I feel like I should know this.
These guys got their faces all cut to shit, and that was like part of the pride of being a Nazi, was you had these dueling scars on your face, that you had done this. And a lot of the guys we brought over from Operation Paperclip had these dueling scars on their face. That's one of the ways that future historians identified them as clearly being Nazis.
Okay.
Like these weren't just like freak accidents. These guys all had them. They all like crazy slices in their cheekbones. Show me some pictures because it's fucking crazy to see. I can't believe you don't know about that. They don't teach you.
I know.
Just for friends.
I forget who told
Everybody
me
thinks
about
your
it.
shit sucks.
Make it into a book. It's a
Everyone thinks
weird
that your
thing
shit
that they all
sucks.
did, and there's photos of them all sliced up. Like, see, they all have these cuts on their faces. Like, look at that. That's what it looked like after the fact. And they wear these goggles on and nose protectors, and slice each other's fucking faces apart.
Looks like a bad
Everyone
idea.
thinks your shit sucks. Everyone
Isn't that
thinks your
nuts?
shit
That's a
sucks.
terrible idea, but it was a sign of being a badass. Just like a lot of jiu-jitsu guys today, they like to have collars while
Your
you're
head sucks.
back
Everyone
then,
thinks
your
your shit
face
sucks.
sliced up,
Hey,
you're a psycho.
Everyone thinks your shit
That's
sucks.
crazy.
Yeah.
It seems like
fucking
they
nuts.
could wear like fencing helmets or
Everyone
something.
thinks your shit
No,
sucks.
they didn't want to.
They
Everyone
They don't want to
thinks
get
your
cut
shit
up. That's
sucks.
part of the thing.
Shop like
Yeah.
a billionaire.
Weird.
Suck my
That's why
balls,
it
you
feels like that
fucking
needs to make it
cunt.
into a
West side,
novel.
west
Yeah,
side,
you probably want to dive into it deeper than I have,
Twitch sucks.
but it is. The point is, there was a lot of deception that was happening in the world back then.
Yeah.
So who
Remember
knows
these
what the
motherfuckers?
real story was about
Yep.
Roswell?
They
I
banned
like
me.
to think
He
that there's
hates me.
something going on that's real,
He hates
but I
me.
also like to think that
Pepper, go fuck
if the
yourself.
donation thing is
Go
true,
fuck
and
yourself.
that's been going
Everyone
on
go
since
fuck
who knows how
yourself.
long,
Gangster,
Bob
gangster,
Lazar claimed in the
gangster,
late
gangster,
1980s that
gangster,
he had been working back
gangster,
engineering all these
gangster,
things.
gangster, gangster,
And the way he described it is exactly how we see them move today. Exactly how there's video of these things moving in bizarre ways. No heat signature. They seem to be like shooting across the sky. They can hold still and are pointing out.
It's like a Terminator 2 hand. going back to C2 and reverse engineering that technology. Right, it's interesting how movies and books eventually become reality.
If you travel back and forth through time,
Sign up.
and you realize that human beings are going to take X amount of steps to get somewhere, but if you can inject some technology into the equation, you could speed up the process considerably. Let them do it on their own. Let them figure this out. Like, oh, transistor. And all of a sudden, electronics get far smaller. Yeah, fiber optics. Oh, okay. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Bam. Everything gets way quicker. And the other thing that Lazar said about the crafts that was baffling to him in the 1980s, he said there's no seams. He said there was no welds, there's no rivets, there's no seams. But now we know about 3D printing. Now they can 3D print anything. And if you conceivably have a machine that's large enough, you can 3D print a spacecraft.
I'm going live.
And it wouldn't have any seams.
I mean,
live. Join me.
Go back to 1963. Did you hear Trump saying he's actually going to release all the JFK documents? He said that's the first time. Yeah, he said it was the first time.
He also said that if you knew what they told me, you wouldn't tell people. What could that be?
Remember that time?
The CIA killed Kennedy.
Sorry.
But that seems like
Sick of shit of
Yeah,
all
but it's not clear.
Nobody
There's a lot of
cares.
books that are saying that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone that are still pretty good books.
Yeah.
You know, you
Gerald
this,
Butler.
yeah,
Sick of
people
shit
read
about
them and they believe it.
crime.
I don't believe it. I think
Sick of
Lee
shit
Harvey
about
Oswald was
crime.
involved, and I think that's the thing is people think it's either one or the other. Either Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone, or you know someone else was involved, and Lee Harvey Oswald was a patsy. Lee Harvey Oswald went to Russia. Like during the height of the Cold War, yeah, real odd. They let him come back over here. Lee Harvey Oswald was clearly involved in some sort of shady espionage type shit, and you know, married a Russian woman. Like,
go to my Discord. It's discord.me/rabbi.
The odds that he was completely
Discord.me/rabbi.
innocent very low. It seems like he was over here doing some shady shit. He'd always been involved in some shady intelligence type shit.
You're amazing.
But I think there's a lot
You
of
can
people.
follow
I think
me
they wanted to really
at
make sure that Kennedy got killed. And I think there's probably a lot of people involved, and I think Lee Harvey Oswald probably was a patsy, and I think that's probably why Jack Ruby shot him.
Yeah. And all you have to think about as far as mob involvement goes in that is look at Jackson's
Everybody check
his
out.
background.
Yeah, fully mobbed up.
Real funny.
Yeah, fully mobbed up.
Hey,
There's also E. Howard
Shout
Hunt,
to
who
Chiquillas.
confessed to killing on his deathbed. Said they were the grassy knoll. There's other people that, like Woody Harrelson's father apparently was supposedly involved.
Discord.me/rabbi. Discord.me/rabbi.
Yeah, no murders.
Discord.me/rabbi.
And so I think there was a lot of people that wanted JFK dead. You know, after the Bay of Pigs, there was a lot of people that wanted JFK dead. You know, he wanted to get rid of the NSA, he wanted to get rid of the CIA, he wanted to get rid of the federal bank, he wanted to get rid of everything. Yeah, the Federal Reserve, he wanted to get rid of the Federal Reserve. It's like the whole thing's crazy.
Yeah.
Like
War
they
Addiction Report should have been called the Dulles Commission.
Yeah, right.
The guy you essentially fire.
Discord.me/rabbi.
You fire the guy, now he's in charge of investigating who assassinated you. And, you know, the best book that I ever read about it was David Lifton's book, Best Evidence. And David Lifton was an accountant, and they hired him to go over the Warren report. And so he goes over the Warren Commission report, and he finds he read the entire thing, which is like insanely long, and he finds all these inconsistencies and all these things that don't make any sense. The difference between the way they viewed the body at Dallas versus the way they saw it at Bethesda, Maryland, when they brought the body there. And then there's the magic bullet, which anybody who's ever shot anything with a gun knows that's horseshit.
I know. There's so much. 1963 was a very pivotal year. I would nothing but the same sense. Not that things are going to always stay the same, things are always going to evolve, but that was a turning point. No doubt about it when it comes to the power of federal government.
No doubt about it. And, you know, I didn't know until Tucker explained it on the show about Nixon, about how they forced Nixon, who was the most popular president in history. There was a government orchestrated coup to get him out.
That was super interesting. I had not heard that until I listened to Tucker on your show and having him talk about Bob Woodward and where he came from.
Crazy.
Isn't that wild?
Crazy. Naval intelligence.
Yeah, I listened to that right before I went back to
all of a sudden it's the number one story.
Yeah, a brand new guy.
Brand new guy. Number one story.
It's a great story. It's a great story to tell it, right? But it is now when you hear it in those terms, like Tucker talked about it, that it is suspect.
Everybody thought it was amazing.
When Tucker explains it, the whole thing makes
Chiquillas.
what?
Yeah. It was interesting. I listened to that show right before I went back to New York for the Simon & Schuster 100th anniversary celebration event, and I was speaking there, and so was Bob Woodward. I was sitting next to him.
Discord got me.
Yeah, it's wild. No, I didn't feel appropriate to bring that up.
Discord
But
got me.
just thinking about it, not really.
Discord
It was more like a nice to meet you type thing.
Nice to meet you, suspect
Discord
person.
got me.
I was looking.
Rabbi.
I was looking.
Discord
It was wild,
got
but,
me.
How's Bernstein? What's his
Rabbi.
deal?
I don't know,
Discord
that's a good
got
question.
me.
Yeah, did he get dragged along and be a part of it?
Discord got me. Forward
I don't know. Unless those guys were alive. But everybody looks at that as like seminal work of investigative journalism, right? Seminal, like what they developed, the story they put out there. Oh my God, the president of the United States is a crook. I'm not a crook.
Discord.
I know.
And so he has to resign. And then Gerald Ford, the only unelected president ever, who also was on the Warren Commission report. What?
Exactly. I mean, it's all connected. It's all crazy. It's like be a great script, be a great movie, if it was fiction. You know, I might even believe it if it wasn't out there and you wrote it in a book. I'd say he wrote it in 1960 before all that stuff starts happening. Be like, get the fuck out of here. Exactly.
How the world works, son. The world is beautiful.
Exactly. That's why it's so hard to do these things, because
Forward
fact is stranger than fiction, and all these things that were conspiracy theories are being proved to have been true.
Yeah,
So it's hard.
and people that are in power have always manipulated the truth if they can get away with it. I think it's part of the fun of being in power, being able to get away with shit.
It's awful. It's awful. I can't imagine running for something.
I mean, it's very anti-American, which is shocking because they're the people that run America. That's what's weird. That's what's so weird about it.
Yeah, it sounds worse to me than being a politician.
It sounds horrible. That's why when I see a good person doing it, I'm like, wow, well, good luck.
Yeah.
Good luck to you, sir. You've decided. I mean, there's very few left. There's very few compelling leaders that step up to the political arena and you go, wow, that's someone who I really like. It's generally, in almost every regard, the lesser of two evils.
Yeah. It's amazing when you see. I mean, you see Tulsi get sidelined. What's great about her is that she has changed positions on things.
Yeah.
And she's, but she gets, because of that, she gets it from both sides now. So you get the people that say, oh, look, she once had this view of the Second Amendment or whatever, and now it's changed, so I don't trust her, type thing. Well, how are you going to ever convince someone or talk to someone or open somebody's aperture about how to think if you don't want them to change sides and don't bring them into the fold?
Yeah, it seems silly to make people stick to their original idea on something. If they don't, they're flip-flopping.
That was so
But
sick.
that seems silly.
Yeah,
Like,
you might
if you're a
Sickest
human being
stuff of
and
all
you see
time.
things, like there's a lot of people that were pretty hardcore leftist, liberal progressives that lived in California that were like, okay, these
And
policies are
everybody
insane.
thought this was
Like,
the
I'm getting the
sickest
fuck out of here.
video
Like, Jill
ever.
Michaels was just, she just did a
Rabbi
podcast
sent a
recently.
notification
She
to
discussed it.
everybody.
You know, and she was saying, like,
What
I
up, Silhouette
am
Sarah?
saying you're out of your fucking mind.
You're hot
Maybe
as
you're out of your fucking mind.
I'm
So
gonna
people change
mod
their
you,
perspective
and I'm
based
gonna
on
add
new
you as a
information.
friend.
The people that bury their head in the
Everybody
sand and pretend
loves
everything's
Rabbi.
amazing and we're eventually
Cheers
gonna
to everyone
pull out of this and our
participating.
philosophy's correct. Like, you're not course
Shout out to
correcting. You're
Rabbi.
not course correcting. You're
I
not
don't
listening.
even know
If you're
what
not
that means.
changing your opinion in light of
No, girl.
insane information.
You got JC in this
If you live in
beat.
California, you get insane
JC's
amounts of
in this
information
beat.
showing these policies are not
Fiddler,
working.
Sierra.
This approach to law
Everybody
enforcement,
loves
this approach to
you.
dealing with
Cheers
criminals,
to everyone
this is not working. This is not good. You can't do this.
Everybody knows
That was crazy.
the
That same
with
trip
the
back in New York,
NBC
I went to this
logo
place
is
for dinner
Rabbi.
called the
We're gonna fucking mod
Times
you,
Square Cafe.
and then we're
Yeah,
gonna
so
add
not
you
being
as a
from New York, not
friend.
really knowing the area that well. I
Everybody
assumed it was
knows
fairly
that
close to
you as
Times
a
Square.
friend.
Apparently,
Add
it was
you as a
once
friend,
near Times
and
Square.
then we
Not
mod
anymore.
you.
So went to dinner there,
Oh,
and
so
my
sick.
agent then walked her
Sickest shit of all
her apartment, and
time.
thought, oh, I'll just walk my hotel is close
Sickest
to
shit of
Times
all
Square. I'll just walk.
time.
Yeah,
Hold
Times
on,
Square
Mark.
Cafe is not anywhere near
G82?
Times Square.
You
So
sick
put it in the
ball.
phone, like all the buildings are kind of sending you in circles, you know. I'm like,
Everybody
oh
yeah,
loves
So I walk
Rabbi.
at night across New York. I
Everybody
go a long
loves
30
Rabbi.
minutes, maybe even 40.
Hey, dude,
And I'm like on E, you know, I'm like I'm on edge, and I'm making my move here across, and it was sketchy. So move forward another month. A couple weeks ago, I was in Budapest. We're filming the show over in Budapest. Budapest is amazing. It's going to make its way into one of my future novels. There's so much Russian money there, Ukrainian money there, which is probably money. Chinese money there. There's 2 Bentleys in front of the hotel every day, 2 Ferraris, 2 Lamborghinis, Porsches everywhere. But I had to walk across the city to watch the first episode, the director's cut of the first episode of this new series. So watching everybody's apartment because everyone's been over there for the last few months filming the show. So some are living in hotels, some are living on the economy in town in apartments. So we watched it, and it was awesome. And I decided to walk across.
Everybody loves
totally
Rabbi.
late at night, past midnight, walking across, totally safe. I felt so safe walking across. That city was clean. There was nobody hiding.
What's the population there?
I don't know. It's pretty, like any city.
But it's not like the size of New York, right?
No, New York's its own animal as far as that stuff goes.
Yeah, what is the population of Budapest?
I don't know if anybody
Let's guess.
is actually real.
I'll say 2 million.
Look at that.
Oh,
I don't
what's
think
that?
anybody's
Look at that.
real.
Nice.
Yes.
Yo, Ashley,
Yeah.
are you
So
real?
that's kind of like Austin.
Ashley,
You know,
right?
Austin's about
I
1
am
million,
real.
and then
If
the
you're real,
surrounding outside
right,
area
I
of
am real.
Austin's like 1 million.
Because
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's
And
real
there's
on
not,
here.
you know, it's a lot safer here
Ashley,
than LA.
said-
I
Ashley
think there's
Shaw.
just something happens when you have
I
large
just moderated
corporations,
Yeah.
and then also,
Ashley
New
Shaw,
York
Shaw.
is
Right? I am
they're
real.
doing this
If you're
no
real.
cash bail
Somebody
thing, just letting people out
on
of
here,
jail.
right? I
including
am
people that
real.
assault police
Because
officers,
I don't think
including illegal
anybody's real on
immigrants
here.
that
This is my
assault
first
police
time on
officers
here.
on video. And they just let them
Matthew
out.
How do we come
Cowley,
back from
right?
this?
I
You come back,
am real.
unfortunately, by going too far in the other direction
Someone
until
write,
you want
I
to
am
bounce
real.
back
If
and be
anyone
liberal
is
again.
real.
But unfortunately, this is what happens when people
On
get
this
unreasonable.
website.
When they go that far,
Right?
then you usher
Yo,
in some
what's up?
totalitarian,
How are you?
hard-nosed,
Hi,
sort of
Ashley. Are you a
right-wing
real person?
who also
I've
comes
been
with
on
a
here
stripping of certain civil liberties.
For
You know, like
approximately
being,
10
and
minutes.
also
And I don't
has
know if
a
anyone on
more
here is real.
cruel approach to certain social issues.
But I can tell you I'm the
And
biggest
then
event
people
in
go,
global
we need more
history,
kindness,
so that's
we need
tight.
more this, then we, you know, it's, but generally it's like,
Thanks for the
it
gift,
used to
bro.
be at least, that you would get
Ashley
the
Shaw.
right wing that were
Right?
pushing for
I am
war.
real.
The most bizarre
Ashley
thing
Shaw.
about our time
Right?
is that the
I am
left
real.
is calling for
Or someone,
aid
right?
to
I am
Ukraine,
real.
and that, you know, I
Anyone,
think they
right?
just
I am
signed a
real, or I'm not
commitment
going to pick anyone
to
to
help
on this
Ukraine for the
website.
next 10 years.
Oh wow.
Was that
Somebody,
true?
I don't
right?
know.
I am
I
real.
think I think there's
You
just
have to
something
write
that Biden
I
just signed,
space
and I think they're
space
promising like
REAL.
$800 billion.
Just write, I am
We're
real.
going to need $800 billion.
That's all you have to do.
$800
I don't think
billion
anybody's real on this website.
of our
Don't worry about it.
Yo,
Don't worry about it, bro. You have plenty of money.
Tad stuff. Are
You
you
have a lot of
real?
money we spent on Cheetos. Just
Yo,
send a little of that to
Tad
our
stuff,
friends.
right? I am
Like, the whole
real.
thing is not.
Somebody, right? I am
Oh, look
real.
at that. It passed on a Friday.
Anyone, right? I am real.
Don't pay that back.
Hey,
We're
guys.
just talking
I
about
am
the
real.
Why do they call it
I
low?
am real. You can be
Yeah,
like,
it's fine.
hey,
A series of
I'm real.
pledges of military and financial aid made by Western allies this week, including a 10-year security agreement with the United States
I'm real.
and a $50 billion
I am real.
loan issued by Washington.
Everybody knows it. I
So
am
interesting.
real.
I was in
Somebody write, I am real.
Normandy 50-day commemoration
anyone
events
real?
a couple weeks ago.
Yo,
Well, a few days last week, I
anyone
guess.
real
But
on
it's
this
not
beat?
just one day. It's not just June 6th.
Yo,
It's
dog,
like
is
2
anyone
weeks
real
of
on this
events.
beat?
Went back there with
Yo,
the Best Events
dog.
Foundation. I went right from
No
Budapest
one
over
is
there.
real
48 World War
on
II
this
veterans.
beat.
So they're all
Somebody
grouped up on 100,
write,
at 100 or over
I
100
am
years old.
real.
And
Somebody
cool events.
write,
So I'm
I
volunteering,
am
helping them
real.
get in other wheelchairs,
Because I
make sure they're
don't
taking their
think
medicines,
anyone
eating, getting
is
into the events,
real.
all that sort of thing.
Someone write, I am
Totally
real.
inappropriate
Someone
during
write,
the
I
speech
am real.
is
Someone
during the
write,
benediction,
I
the,
am real.
the prayer
All
at
you
the
have to
beginning
do is say,
mentioned
I
like
am
Ukraine by
real.
name, but
I
like the
don't
storm
think
clouds are coming. So you have
anyone
these all
on
these
this
veterans of World War
website is
II.
real.
D-Day on this
Someone
stage at
write,
the
I
American
am
Cemetery. They're overlooking Omaha Beach,
Yo,
and these politicians get up there to give speeches
and
can't
then write, I
help
am real.
themselves. They have to mention
Denise
storm clouds coming. Mention it.
Oh,
They
God.
have to mention it. They didn't mention it by name. I think the French president did, but he was speaking in French, so I'm not 100% sure. I think he mentioned it by name. Biden, Austin.
All right, Denise, are you
So
real?
they use it as a
Denise,
political
right, I am
tool.
They
real.
did. They couldn't help
Yo,
themselves. It was disgusting
Denise,
to
if you're
be
real,
there
right,
and
I am
hear
real.
that. And you
I
know, these
don't
guys
think
on
anybody on
stage
here is
and
real.
did so much for our nation, giving us all these freedoms that we have today, freedoms and opportunities.
All right.
First out of their landing
we
crafts coming over the beach at
And
Normandy,
in
across
that
that beach,
live,
machine gun positions up high.
72 viewers,
Now you're
0
using that
likes,
essentially as a
total
political
income.
prop. It was that part. That part
I
was
just
hard
made
to study.
35 cents.
But interestingly enough, we went from there to the international ceremony down on Omaha Beach. So from the cemetery down to the beach. And the National Cemetery has all these different world
Holy
leaders
shit.
there. And Zelensky's there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's a visual type of a thing, and trying to equate what happened in World War II on D-Day to what's going on with Ukraine. Yeah, not appropriate for the 80th anniversary of D-Day. For these guys that jumped out of planes, landed gliders back then. Imagine landing a glider at night on June 6th in these fields where the Germans have put these poles up so that if you land, you can just get crushed in your glider. A guy I was talking to, his glider came in, he went right between two of these poles that ripped off the wings.
Holy shit.
And then you have to figure out where your guys are, because obviously there's no GPSs. You just landed somewhere in northern France. You're alive now. And now you got to link up with people and figure out how to get to the town or the bridge that you're supposed to defend or take. So those guys did that. And then you have the audacity to bring up current politics.
They can't help themselves. Every opportunity they have to do it.
Yeah, Biden did it. The person doing the prayer, it was a great prayer to start everything off. I was like, wow, this is amazing. And then she had to bring up these storm clouds on the horizon type of a thing. And certainly Austin went up there and did it. Biden did it. And then they have Zelensky sitting there.
It's just very disturbing. It's very disturbing that we don't learn. It really is. All the way back to Smedley Butler's Wars of Racket.
Yeah.
We don't learn. And money always motivates everything. And there's always some way to make some sort of a moral argument why we need to do certain things, and why we need to act, and why we need to fund this and fund that. But ultimately, there's a lot of money being moved around. And we know that once it gets over there, we really don't know where the fuck it's going.
Yeah.
We really don't.
There's a lot of nice cars and
a lot. Yeah.
And other places in Europe too. I've talked to people in the intelligence services.
Money.
Yeah.
There's a lot of money rolling around over there, and it's not easy to track, and it's not really something that anybody's trying really hard to document.
No.
It seems also very dangerous to point out if you were an official person and you started pointing out the fact that this money is moving around in a certain way.
Yeah.
Like Tucker Carlson said they tried to kill him. So that there was an assassination attempt on him when he was there. Yeah, there's something was set up. What was it? It was like a bomb someone set up in the basement or something.
He talked about it on the show?
Yeah. Yeah, and he kind of had a feeling that something was going to happen, and he had this intuition to stay in his room.
No way.
Yeah.
I'm going to ask him about that. I was just texting him the other day. I'm going to ask him about that. That's crazy.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
Wild time. That the left is the one that the left side, the Democrats, the progressives are the ones that are calling for this crazy war.
I know, because when we grew up back in the day, it was the exact opposite.
They were trying to get us out of everything. Yeah, they didn't want to have anything to do with anything. They wanted no wars. And everybody's like, great, because this was after Vietnam. And if you wanted to be a Democrat, you wanted to win back then, you had to be anti-war. You had to be anti-anything remotely close to what's going on right now. Yeah, especially when you know the history of NATO and moving arms closer to Russia's border, and saying that Kamala Harris saying that that Ukraine's going to join NATO. Like, what?
That's pretty wild.
That's a crazy thing to say openly in the world.
You gotta put yourselves in the other person's shoes. There's something looking at things from their perspective, and that's what we do in the military, trying to put ourselves in the enemy's shoes, figuring out how they're going to adapt to what we're doing right now. And you have to do that at the strategic levels too. But unfortunately, you get people at these levels who just stuck with it, and they've never created anything in their life, and they don't understand the history. But guess what they can do? They know how to manipulate a population. Through their words and through all these things, all these different verticals and institutions that support them to get them into these positions in office. And it's tough. I mean, it's a machine, and that machine is hungry.
What do you think about what's going on right now in Cuba, off the coast of Cuba?
I saw that the other day. I mean, so we have Russian submarines.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Russian submarines that are like, how many miles?
They're living like a
at some point in time, they're like 30 miles away from Miami.
Right there. It's wild.
What's the closest they got to Miami? I think that, Cuba is what, 90 miles?
I think so.
90 miles from the furthest south point of Florida.
That's close.
That's nuts.
Mm-hmm.
That's like here to San Antonio.
So that's sending a message. And of course, I think I saw one of our spokespeople came out and said something about
I gotta take a whiz. I know.
All right, exactly. Okay.
Warships.
Yeah, right there.
Russian
so obviously
warships.
sending a message.
Yeah,
obviously.
I mean, especially with this new thing where we're sending more money and committing to it for 10 years. Like, Holy shit.
Yeah. I mean,
What are we getting into?
the bad part of all this is that if you're the enemy, you almost just want to let us like not do anything because we're doing such a good job at destroying ourselves.
We are, but they're helping us too.
Oh, they can help. They can just give a nudge here or there.
Hell
Helping
yeah.
us a lot on social media.
Yeah, exactly. They can just-
There's a lot of that on social media.
Yeah.
One of the FBI analysts said that he thinks that, former FBI analyst said that he thinks it's 80% of Twitter's trolls.
Really?
U.S. submarine pulls into Guantanamo Bay a day after Russian warships arrive in Cuba. Oh, great.
Just, I mean,
Oh, wonderful. Oh, Jesus Christ.
look at that.
U.S. Navy submarines arrived in Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, in a show of force as a fleet of Russian warships gathered for planned military exercises in the Caribbean. U.S. Southern Command said that USS Helena, a nuclear-powered fast attack submarine, pulled into the waters near the U.S. base in Cuba on Thursday, just a day after a Russian frigate, a nuclear-powered submarine, an oil tanker, and a rescue tug crossed into Havana Bay after drills in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Is it also or something else? Russian submarine spotted near west coast of Scotland. Oh, great.
Yeah.
What are they doing?
We have, I mean,
None of this is good, guys.
and this is to say nothing about what China is doing.
Oh, it was spotted there before it arrived in Havana.
Yeah.
Yeah, all this terrifying. And terrifying, and we're, in the middle of this, we're also in a war with them to develop AI. Like, who's going to get to it fast enough?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And that's this book right here was all about that, but from the China-U.S. perspective, those geopolitics, who's doing what, Taiwan, so the Taiwan issue in there as well. So it's it's fascinating to have done that research now and see where China is compared to where they were a few years ago, and then think about where we're going in the future. But it's tough to do all that research and remain hopeful. So I try to, you know what I mean? That's what I love about you. You remain hopeful. You talk to all these different people and interested in so many things, but you remain so hopeful in all these conversations that you have with people.
Yeah, I'm hopeful, but I'm not sure if I'm right. I started getting nervous about China when they banned the Huawei devices.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, what? What's going on?
Yeah.
Because as a phone nerd, Huawei had some insane phones. Their phones were like more advanced than U.S. phones.
Okay.
And they banned their devices when one of their newer phones was coming out. And apparently, it's not just phones. It was a bunch of different routers and different technologies they had. They believed China would be able to access information through.
Oh yeah. It's embedded in almost everything that we have, that we rely upon, not just on the civilian side, but on the military side, the intelligence side.
Nuts.
And they think long term. I know
Admiral Rachel Levine is on the case. Don't you worry. We have competent members of our military.
Lord, it's so bad, and that's why we have these recruiting issues. I mean, if you're going to encourage one of your kids to join the military right now, I mean, I don't know how that. I don't know how you can, but
Well, that's why they're bringing
make their own
back the
decisions.
registration for the draft.
That's all that.
Yeah, which is nuts. Like, what are you saying? In the age of AI, you're going to force people to go into war. And what is going on? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Why are you doing this? It's because of lack of recruitment. You're going to force them to go in now, and then when you're there, you indoctrinate them with all this bullshit. So instead of getting people that want to serve, which is the people that you want, the people that are dedicated to it, that are driven towards this life, instead of that, you're forcing people to do it. And then once you get them in there, you can kind of force your ideology on them. There would be the type of people that sign up for the military, they would be way less likely to buy into that horseshit.
Health passes defense bill service is already mandatory for male ages 18 to 24. Yeah. And so
It's already a thing. Just it's automatic now. You still have to do it.
so you don't have to go down there and to the post office and do it. That was kind of a cool rite of passage, though. Do you remember doing that?
They gave me a free razor in the mail, I think.
Did they? Wow, that's fantastic. You still have it.
I don't remember doing that.
You don't remember doing that?
Free razor.
So you had to go down at 18, right?
Yeah.
And you
What
had to go
year
down.
was this? You had to do that.
I did it when I was in the. What year was that? 90, something like that. You had to go down and do it.
So
Post
for me,
office,
that
fill
was
something
in
out.
85. I don't remember that at all.
Yeah.
Was that
legal?
something you had to do back then?
Yeah.
I don't know. I might be breaking the law.
You might be breaking.
Yeah,
Like,
it was just a legal thing. It was one of those things.
I must have did it. I probably don't remember.
yeah,
But I remember when the when Desert Storm broke out, I was living with a buddy of mine, and we were watching on TV, and I was like, what?
Right.
A war?
Because
I thought we were
past this.
done.
Right.
Yeah.
I
Dude,
remember.
I was alive during Vietnam in San Francisco. I was a kid, and when Vietnam ended, I remember thinking, as a kid, I guess I was like 10 or something, I remember thinking, phew, glad we got over that. No more wars. Like, we figured that out.
Yeah.
But we haven't figured out shit.
Nope.
And now it's even more complicated with all this artificial intelligence stuff. And, Mike Baker was in here, and he was showing us these videos of these fighter jets that are using AI now. They're winning dogfights 100%. 100% of the time over actual human pilots.
Yeah.
So human pilots can't beat the AI system. They just can't. They lose 100% of the time. That's nuts.
So take that 10 years from now.
Right. Then put a jet out there that can do maneuvers at insane G-forces because it doesn't have any humans in it.
Right.
So it doesn't have to think about that. And so now you add that.
I know, you got that. And China's doing the same.
Yeah.
And but they're also smart because they're buying up property next to military bases. They tried to buy the Hotel Del Coronado right by the SEAL base down there. So that got blocked. But there's also these.
That's so crazy.
They're called the Shores, and they're these apartments that I think they're built in like the 70s. They're so ugly, but they are super high, like sky rises. And what they look down on, they look down right on the SEAL training compound and Warcom, which is our admiral and everybody else.
China owns it?
And they don't own that. They tried to buy the Hotel Del next door, but I would be shocked if they don't own a few floors of that building. And looking right down, I did some research for this book on it, and a book called Dragons and the Snakes by David Kilcullen, and he talks about them buying up hotels in Scotland that watch submarines head out there, a few other places in Italy. So they're buying up properties next to these bases where they can essentially observe and put listening devices out and do all those sorts of things that they need a base of operations. And you don't even need a base of operations for a lot of this stuff anymore because it's all virtual. And where are all these things made? Well, China and Taiwan.
It's just crazy that in Taiwan you can't buy anything. Like, Americans wanted to go over and buy land next to military bases. They'd be like, go fuck yourself. But us being an open country, it's almost to our,
Welcome.
it's almost detrimental. Our openness, our strength is almost a weakness.
And they can exploit it. So they're very aware of that. So you're looking at your enemy and you're looking at those things that you can do to exploit those weaknesses. And that's what they're doing. That's what we would do.
Yeah, Tim Dillon was explaining the real estate hustle, that so many foreign countries use our real estate as money laundering. So, like, there's so many different apartment buildings in New York City that are just empty. There's no one in them.
Yeah.
But they're all bought out.
Right.
Because, like, Russia buys them.
Yeah.
Russian oligarchs buy them. It's a nice way to funnel your money around.
Yep.
You got real estate holdings here and there. You own $1 billion here and there.
All around the world. Yeah, they do that all around.
Yeah.
All around the world they do that stuff. So, I mean.
Well, then that was weird during the Ukraine invasion when they started stealing their yachts.
I know.
They confiscated their yachts. I was like,
what happened to that? That kind of went away too.
I don't know. And also, like,
One of those things.
you gotta fucking maintain those things.
Yeah, they just
like, if you have like a Mark Zuckerberg type yacht, like he just had some fucking $300 million yacht built.
Nice.
I think it's more than that. I think it's $500 million for this fucking yacht.
Yeah.
And how much does that cost a year to maintain?
Yeah.
Oh, here it is. U.S. government said it's spending more than $7 million a year to maintain a super yacht it seized from a sanctioned Russian oligarch, and urged a judge to let it auction the vessel before a dispute over its ownership is resolved. Authorities in Fiji seized the 348-foot, $300 million Almeida in May of 2022, pursuant to a U.S. warrant alleging it's owned by Suleiman Kerimov, a multi-billionaire sanctioned by the U.S. Treasury Department in 2014 and 2018 in response to Russia's activities in Syria and Ukraine. Jesus.
Dang. Look at that.
Wow. Man. Wow. That's crazy. So that's just one.
We're paying for that.
Here are the super yachts seized from Russian oligarchs.
And we're paying to maintain those.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so brutal.
How many of them are there?
But
boy, there's a lot of fucking clicks. You gotta go through these things.
I am not. Yeah.
How many of them are there? How many did they get? So that's the one that we just talked about. This is the Tango, the Lady M, these fucking massive things.
Yeah.
And so these Russian oligarchs, a lot of them, they rush to get their yachts to different countries that are more sympathetic.
Yeah.
That let them get away with it.
Yeah.
But I don't even know how that works. Like, if they go out to the sea,
Many,
can they
many.
get hijacked?
International waters.
Yeah. How does that work?
I don't know. I just was concentrating on the $7 million a year to maintain.
Yeah, our money.
Yeah.
Our tax policy. Our tax dollars
Well
to maintain a
spent.
yacht.
Well spent.
But I don't understand. Like, what is So are they saying that these Russian oligarchs were a part of the invasion of Ukraine, so they're allowed to steal their yachts?
I think they're they're saying it's Putin's, I guess,
Inner circle,
something like that.
Yeah, so they're connected to Putin, so they're going to snatch their yachts.
Yeah, whoever. I mean, we all know that he's one of the richest guys in the world.
He might be the richest guy, they say. Yeah, so. He might be worth like some insane amount.
Isn't that wild? Going from the KGB
really
to the richest guy in the world.
Well, have you seen that house that they're allegedly building for him?
That is it. The one on the it's on the coast.
Yeah,
on the cliffs. I put it in the last book, I think, and it's the same one.
I think so.
Underground bunkers.
Yeah, I don't even.
All sorts of stuff.
They haven't even proven that it's his, and he's like, "That's not my house."
Right. Yeah. No, I put it in the last book. Yeah, it's wild. You can zoom in on it. You can zoom in on it and check it out and see.
It's a multi-billion-dollar house.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. Whatever this thing is, whether it's his or not.
Yeah.
But
the $500 million yacht from Zuckerberg, he's not missing that though. Isn't that crazy?
That's nuts.
You don't even miss $500 million.
Yeah, that's when you should get a yacht. You got that kind of money. You got so much money that you don't even notice if you're missing $500 million.
No.
There's levels.
Yeah.
There's levels to this world. Facebook billionaire Zuckerberg takes out his $300 million super yacht and $30 million support boat, complete with helipad.
Yeah.
In Mallorca, as he celebrates Father's Day with his dad, Ed.
I think they used to call them like shadow yachts or something like that. They carry all the toys. So you have the main yacht, and then you have the shadow yacht that has all the toys on it. Look at that thing.
Imagine your kid buys one of those and like, man, I'm ready to fucking kill her.
Look at that. Yeah.
That is ridiculous.
Is that a sport yacht? What's that?
That's like a helipad. That's a different one, right?
Man. That's a sport boat.
That's a support boat? That fucking thing?
Got an extra boat, helicopter.
That's insane. That support boat is fucking huge.
It probably has underneath, it probably has a submarine. Some of these things have 2 submarines. I was on one that had 2 submarines once, one that just goes straight down and one that goes in the water, and then you can move around in it and explore reefs and stuff like so. 2 submarines, a plane that comes out and the wings fold down.
I've seen that. I've seen that with helicopters too.
Yeah.
The helicopters that land and the wings fold and you drop it down. What the fuck?
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
Yeah. So there's levels.
Yeah, it's all relative.
It is all relative, I guess. It's just like at a certain point in time, like if you're a Russian oligarch and you have a $300 million yacht and someone steals it, can you even get another one? Are you allowed to get a new one?
Probably. Let's get another one.
If you have all that money,
right?
Like, where the fuck are you getting all that money? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's such an interesting time into the Cold War. That whole period in the '90s for those guys, where really those criminal enterprises really become like government. And not to say it's that much different here. We have our own oligarchy here.
Well, that's the thing too. Is like how are they governing? Like what's the experience for the people they're governing? And that's the thing that Tucker said when he went over to Moscow. It's like, it's beautiful. It's like real clean, safe.
Yeah.
It's just weird.
Yeah. I want to go and do some research there, but once again, I'm probably not. But I was lucky enough to have gone there.
I would advise you.
I know. But luckily, I was there. So I was in Moscow and before I joined the military, just traveling. So I was there, so I could write about it. I remember the architecture. I remember the feeling there. So it was early '90s, and then I also went to Odessa, Ukraine, back then.
Oh wow!
So I went to the catacombs under the city, which allowed me to then put it in the second book, True Believer. So I can move back to some of those places that I've been and get to weave those in, and places that I probably shouldn't go anymore.
Yeah, you're too on the nose with a lot of your work, and it's influential, and it's just, you should do the same thing that you're thinking about doing with your cell phone. Just farm that out. Yeah, have somebody go that you really trust. Right. Tell them exactly what you saw and tell me what it was like. Yeah. Have them film things. Have them explain it. Just tell them like I want you to get like an hour of footage every day of you just filming things so I can absorb it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. But it's still different. You get the smell.
It is different, but it'll keep you alive.
Yeah.
Keep you getting out of cell.
My publicist might like it. Good publicity. Any publicity is good publicity type thing. But
if they get you out. Yeah, it's a good thing is if they leave you in there, they're missing out on a lot of loot.
Yeah. Well,
you really write good books from inside. Putin's palace, pole dancing room.
Hey, that's it. That's the one.
To a church.
Yeah.
They said once they publish the photos of the inside at the bottom here, they got to change it.
Yeah,
They don't want people know what it looks like.
Yeah, put that in the last
Now that they
book.
put these out, they have to redo it again, I think.
Yeah, I put in the pole dancing. Put in the pole dancing thing.
Right here.
What?
Isn't that wild?
Putin does not use other people's dishes, doesn't go without an army of guards, rather, does not go to the toilet in public places.
That's understandable.
She said on Monday, by publishing footage from inside his palace and floor plans who make it impossible to use the palace. Wow. Perhaps he will say, demolish everything again, and the palace was rebuilt for the third time. But this iteration is definitely over. There was a palace. There is no palace.
Yeah.
We have once again shown not only that he is a luxury-obsessed psychopath, their words, but also his security system is complete crap.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Pevchik, how do you say that guy's name?
That's good.
Chik
The names are tough.
added.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow. So now he's got to demolish it and start from scratch because people saw the inside of it.
That's why I certainly did. I think that's what allowed me to describe it for that last book.
Yeah, how did anybody fucking take pictures of that? How did that security breach get through?
Seriously. Yeah.
Photo was published by Alexei Navalny.
The late.
Yeah, the late Anti-Corruption Foundation. That was the guy that died in jail, right?
And that's a good reason why I shouldn't go to Moscow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Someone actually warned me not to go to China. They didn't warn me. They just said, hey,
They stole one of our basketball players.
Seriously.
And not even a male.
And actually, someone had a bit about that last night. They did a bit on that last night and talked about how, from the Russian perspective, us trading, who we traded for, what, the arms dealer or terrorist or whoever we exchanged this for. And he did a bit about them being like, wait, what? They're actually
What
going to
did
go for
they
this?
call him? What did they call? They had some crazy name for the guy that traded.
Right. But they're
It
like,
was
how
an
did they?
international arms dealer was responsible for thousands of deaths. I forget what his name is.
Yeah, we traded people. We traded Taliban. We traded all sorts of. I know he has a nickname.
Yeah, like Merchant of Death.
Merchant of Death. Boy, pretty solid.
That's a solid nickname.
Yeah.
That seems like it would be in your book.
Yeah. No, seriously. There it is, right?
That's
It
the
looks
guy.
like it. I mean, that's out of central casting right there.
And so we let that guy go.
He wore Breitling. Sketchy people wear Breitling.
Really?
Yeah. It's a thing.
Breitlings are sketchy?
Yeah, it's a thing.
Really?
Uh-huh.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yep.
Now I know.
Yeah. Watches espionage as a little thing.
He kept that sharp mustache inside the joint. Respect.
Seriously, look at that.
Yeah. So they traded him. And there's also U.S. citizens, including there's a Marine that's over there that was accused of espionage. They offered the chance to trade him. And they went with Brittany Griner instead. They could take one for one.
Yeah, I don't watch basketball, but I heard that league needs all help it can get.
I don't know if that's the help that it needs.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's just basketball
Man.
and not the best basketball. The best basketball is the NBA, you know?
Yeah, there it is. Ah, look at that. Watching espionage right there. Yep. Sketchy people wear Breitling.
What is that about?
I don't know. It just became a thing.
I like Breitlings.
Yeah.
Does
I
it
put
make me sketchy?
put one in a sketchy person in this.
Damn, they make a nice watch. They make some cool watches.
Yeah.
Now, all of a sudden, I'll be thinking about them. Like, fuck.
Yeah, I think in the Blood Diamond, I think Leonardo DiCaprio wears one as his character. Yeah.
Oh, sketchy.
Yeah, he's a mercenary.
Sketchy.
Yeah.
Why Breitling?
I don't know. I read that where that originated. I think it just started as a thing, and then it became what it is, and it's just kind of.
Do you think sketchy people know? Are they doing it on purpose?
I think they do. Real, it's kind of a thing.
Typed it in. That's a quote that pops up.
Sketchy dudes wear.
There it is, right there.
Wow.
Look at that. Oh, and look on the side there. It's a Winkler blade.
No kidding.
There it is.
There are a lot of misconceptions about this saying. Phrase is not a dig on Breitling at all. I'm a big fan of the brand, own a few of them, and wear it regularly. Sketchy is not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, no, this is my world, bro.
There it is.
It's really in the 90s and 2000s, Breitling was worn by a lot of gray area operators, both good and bad, subjective terms. With strong roots in aviation, Breitling is a signal the wearer is adventurous, but also appreciates fine craftsmanship and utilitarian tools.
Mm-hmm.
Blackwater Breitling Emergency, former Soviet arms dealer, there he is. Victor Bout's Breitling B1, British SAS officer turned mercenary, Simon Mann's Breitling Emergency, and Director of CIA George Tenet's Breitling Aerospace.
Oh,
Mhm.
oh, George Tenet wearing one too.
Which one's the aerospace? They got that dope one, that's part digital.
Right there. So that's the Blackwater symbol. See that Blackwater symbol on the side right
Is that
there?
what that is?
Yeah. So I put this exact watch in the book, and I put the bad guy's company symbol on the watch, just like that one.
So that's a compass watch, which I've never been able to figure out. I watched a video on one of them because I think I have a Seiko that's a compass watch, and I was like, what does that mean? How does it work as a compass? You have to align the fucking hour hand with the sun or some shit like that. Like,
I don't know, but that one has the emergency beacon on it. Right there.
oh,
see that
right.
big thing
So
on
if
the
you get in
bottom, right?
trouble,
Yeah.
you pull that sucker out,
Right.
right?
You have to sign something. It says
Right.
It says something you like pay for the rescue if you do it.
Yeah.
So
And then they find you.
Yeah.
If you're in the Alps.
Yeah, I think an antenna comes out of it.
Yeah, the bottom thing.
Yeah.
The bottom thing, lower right hand corner.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's a serious fucking watch.
Yeah, that's pretty serious.
So those are all sketchy people.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
How the fuck does the compass thing work?
I don't know. Something about GPS, dude. That's not what you're talking about.
No. I mean, my watch is a Garmin, and it has a compass feature, but that's like it's digital, it's electronics. That thing is a mechanical compass feature. Like somehow or another, like when the sun rises, the sun rises in the east, you point it up. Mm-hmm. You point the thing at the sun wants to eat. Right?
I don't know. I had a little compass on mine. We're racking.
But a real compass.
Yeah. The band right there. It's like a backup to the backup. So I had the GPS on my rifle stocked right here, so I could check my point man just to make so I didn't have to ask, and I always knew where we were. Mm-hmm. So I had that there, and then I had another one on my belt, and then another one right here, and then one here for calling air, so I could look right here and talk to aircraft and call air off that one. So I had a few backups, but nowadays. I got one of the first ones. We got them issued in the SEAL teams. It was the Garmin or the Cinto, whatever it was. But the early ones, they just ran out of batteries so fast.
Oh, yeah.
It was one other thing that I had to plug in back then. So
this one's incredible. This one is at 74%, and I think I charged it 3 weeks ago.
Really?
Yeah, it's nuts.
I can't do it, though. One more thing to plug in, like we talked about. It's all these
But it lasts
things.
like a month and a half, and this is solar. This is the Phoenix 7 Sapphire solar. Okay. So this thing stays charged in the sun.
Really?
Yeah. So if you're wearing it outdoors, it like keeps a certain percentage of its charge just by solar power.
Oh man! Well, I was locked up for the last 4 months writing, so that wasn't going to help me too much.
Yeah.
I was going to need to plug it in. The sun wasn't really going to help.
Even if you don't plug it in, if it's fully charged, it'll last at least a month.
Do you like the Apple Watches and stuff?
I haven't fucked with those because I don't want email. I don't have this set up to text message. You could do it. I could get text messages on this. What I like with this is I like the timer. I like the heartbeat monitor, which doesn't work that good because I have tattoos.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it doesn't work that good. Huh. Yeah, the only thing that really works, the things that work the most accurate are chest straps. Yeah. Those are the most accurate. Mm-hmm. So I have one of those Morpheus chest straps I like a lot. I have a Garmin I like too. Those are great. They give you an accurate reading of what is actually going on.
Your sleep? Do you do the sleep stuff?
No. I know how it feels.
I
used to do that. I think a Whoop is it's a very good tool. It's a very good tool to assess your recovery, and I might go back to wearing one of those. But like the Aura rings and all that jazz, leave me alone.
Those are the ones people wear that look like a band and have like a rectangular.
The Aura, that's the Whoop. The Whoop is there's a bunch of different colors, but I have a black one. It's just like a wristband.
I can't do it. I already know I need more sleep. I already know I need to eat better. I already know I need to do a little more exercise.
When you look at your recovery, it says 60% is depressing.
I don't need another thing telling me that I need more sleep.
But you definitely notice the difference between drinking and not drinking. So even a couple of drinks, if I go out to dinner with some friends and I have a couple glasses of wine, I would notice my recovery score would suck in the morning from just 2 glasses of wine.
Really?
Thing where you're not even drunk. Yeah. And the next day you feel fine. You don't feel hungover.
Did that make you stop doing that at dinners? Or?
No, I want to live. Yeah. But it made me aware of it. And I'm certainly good at not doing it all the time. Yeah. Unlike some of my friends.
I don't want these things to keep controlling. They already manipulate enough. You have to be aware that these things are manipulating you. Yeah. So I'm aware of that, but I don't want another thing that I am hooked up to that's dictating how I live my life.
There's also an addictive factor too. Yeah. You start getting addicted to checking it, and you start getting addicted to, which I think would be probably a good thing to be addicted to, a self-improvement aspect of it, trying to achieve a good score.
Right. If you're like heroin on this side, good score on this side, and you're fine.
Good scores, probably better. It's a better addiction. Yeah. But trying to get that elusive, 97% recovery rate when you go to sleep.
Yeah. I know I need more of it and all that with all
we
these,
all do.
All these projects.
Well, especially if you're working 10 a.m. to 2 a.m.
It's not good. I need to change that.
That's crazy.
I need to change that up. I thought this last winter that I would be able to take my wife to dinners, do a little traveling. And our little guy went over to overseas. He actually went to Switzerland to do a ski program over there. So he's gone for 3 months. No phones, no iPads, no computers.
Wow.
Total old school. Milking cows, doing chores. Total old school.
That's a great experience.
Amazing.
For sure.
Amazing for him. But during that time, I thought we would go out to dinners and travel and do all this stuff. Instead, I was just locked down writing. Yeah. So I had to make up for that next year.
You got to live too, right? But the thing is, you got to make hay while the sun shines. And, I remember you when you just released your book.
Yeah.
And, we really didn't know how good it was going to do. Yeah. That's when I met you. It was it was all just happening. And people introduced me to you. Yeah. I was like, oh, that's cool. I hadn't read it. I hadn't met anybody read it yet. Yeah. And then over the years, it just got this snowball effect. Yeah. And now it's insane. I get so many people tell me all the time that they love your books.
Oh man, I appreciate that.
There's you're a guy that gets brought up a lot. Especially amongst military guys, amongst law enforcement guys, they love your books.
Well, I certainly appreciate that, and that's why I put so much into them. But I love it. It's like you. I love doing what I'm doing, so it doesn't feel like work. I love writing. I love this chapter in life. I love creating things. I love not working for anyone. I love all that. Because in the military, you feel like you have people above you in the chain of command. And you're like, this guy. You're like,
you express that very well in the book.
Thank you. Thank you. What's interesting though, for the nonfiction coming out, so very different communities as far as the fiction side of the house. Like I asked in my first book, no one knew me, and you have to ask people for blurbs, and it's tough because you're going to get people, and some people are going to say no. You put yourself out there to ask,
right?
And almost everyone said yes. That even though I was totally like the Lee Child, all these people I look up to, they were all about it, and
that's great.
So I always do it. So I always, because it's a subjective art form, so I try to get as many blurbs as I can for people, help as many people as I can. So interesting in the nonfiction space. My first time I have to go back now because I haven't asked for blurbs in a long time. You don't do it after a while. You just take some things from reviews and stuff like that. So you don't do it after a while. But I had to do it for this nonfiction. And interested in that nonfiction space, very reluctant to give any blurbs.
Interesting.
Yeah, even people that write about military history, and they are not about it.
Why do you think that is?
I think they feel a little bit elitist out there.
Interesting. Like you being a fiction author that's now venturing into nonfiction, they want to be a gatekeeper.
I don't know. Because I'm busy too, but I make time for it for sure.
Maybe they don't want you delving into their world.
I don't know. And some of these guys have made a lot of money writing about military stuff, which is interesting. So I noted. They might work its way into some fiction at some point.
Yeah.
And even some military, some senior level military officers, which is very interesting as well, all said no to the blurbs for the nonfiction as well. But that kind of feeds into my, maybe they listen to me on the podcast here. I talked about hear me critique their handling of our withdrawal from Afghanistan. So that's possible as well. But also interesting with the show. The military didn't help out with the show. Which is all great because sometimes they put constraints on what you can do or say if they help out with like a ship or a plane or a base or something like that. So they did not help out with the first show.
They didn't want to be a part of it?
Which I like because now there's no constraints. So I'm
that is good.
Typical. I'm glad.
Especially since you know what you're talking about. It's not like someone has to guess on their own without any military help.
Yeah, but I found that all very interesting. So, it's all noted.
Yeah, duly noted.
Exactly.
So was there a negative response by the historians or was it just no response?
Yeah, just busy. And someone got back and said no. It was very nice of them to get back and at least say no.
But could it also be that they just don't want to put themselves out there, that they don't want to be a personality, they just want to be the person relaying the information?
Possible.
Yeah, that if you do like sign off on someone's nonfiction who also writes fiction, you are in somehow or another connecting yourself to them.
Yeah, that's very possible. Very possible.
I would imagine, right?
But still noted.
Yeah, no.
But so we'll see. But a ton of people. What made me super excited about this book is the nonfiction. Is that the people who are there, the people who are digging their dead friends out of the rubble. That's what I really wanted to honor by writing this nonfiction, to keep those lessons learned and also tell their story, because it really hasn't been told yet. And you got people that are still alive, people who are alive who lost sons in that attack. So you want to do right by them and have, I think every single person who has read it, who is there, has said, thank you for writing. Thank you for telling the story.
Well, it's also great that it's coming from you because your fiction books are so popular. There's probably going to be a lot of people that read that wouldn't ordinarily read a book on real history.
Yeah. The people today, some people I've mentioned it to, and they say, what was that? I kind of remember that. But
I barely remembered it. Yeah. Barely remembered it. You started talking about it, I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. I remember that. I mean, I was in high school at the time.
Yeah, so 83, we had the embassy bombing in April of 83, and then you move into the spring, further into the spring, all through the summer. The attack happens in October. But all through that time frame, these guys are in combat, and the administration is saying peacekeeper over and over again, calling them peacekeepers. But you talk to these guys who were there, who were on patrol, they were in combat. And so I got to capture that and really put that into the book, because that part of the story, people don't really understand how many guys have died between the embassy bombing and the Marine barracks bombing, how many people were wounded during that time frame, how many people were just engaged in combat during that time period. So it's because there wasn't social media back then, and you're just relying on an administration and then their talking points. That story never really got told. So it's going to get told now.
That's one of the things that does keep me hopeful, that there is so much information available today. Whenever anything happens, you don't have to just rely on mainstream media's depictions of things. Everything that's been sanctioned down through the government, whatever narrative they're trying to push. Now you get just so many independent reporters and so many real journalists that are giving you the actual details of it in a very disturbing way, and you get angry. And you go, why am I not hearing about this in the news? Like, why is this perspective not being shared everywhere?
Yeah.
And then unfortunately for the mainstream media, it just makes people distrust them more and more.
Oh yeah. The trust with mainstream media and with our senior level elected officials is, I don't know if it's an all-time low, but it feels like it is.
It's about as low as I've ever experienced it. Obviously, I wasn't around during I wasn't aware, at least during the Vietnam War, but I would imagine back then, especially after like Kent State, it was probably a lot like that back then too.
Yeah.
A lot of distrust. Yeah, but I think even more so now. But there's also there's the influence of foreign governments where they create bullshit stories.
Yeah.
And they create bullshit rabbit holes for people to go down, and they suck people into these things and then reinforce it online with troll farms. And you just there's so much nonsense. It's so hard to know what's real and what's not real.
Yeah, that's the value of you doing this. That's why I appreciate what you do here with this podcast, because it's one of the few places people can go and get these honest conversations. They're long. They're not a 30-second soundbite, a 2-minute soundbite. But even if you have someone that knows what they're talking about on mainstream media, but you only get 2.5 minutes, 2 minutes, a minute, half of that is the host talking or asking the question. You don't really get a deep understanding of what's going on. You don't really get to conceptualize what's really happening and make it a part of you, so you can make informed decisions, whether it's in the voting when you go to vote, or it's in a conversation with friends or your family. So but you get to do that here.
Not only that, they usually have someone arguing.
I know.
They don't like it unless there's some sort of an argument that get people captivated. So you got someone on the left yelling at someone on the right. They're talking over each other, and you're like, "Good Lord, this is crazy."
I know. There's yelling and arguing all the time, so it's tough. I mean, I think about the kids growing up now. That's what I really think of, because we have kids, and our kids are pretty much the same ages. And when I think about them and what they're stepping into, and you remain hopeful on it, but man, I worry about it.
I think every generation feels that way.
Yeah.
I mean, I certainly remember when I was a kid in high school, we were terrified of being in a nuclear war with Russia. It was hovering over our heads.
Yeah.
When the fall of the Soviet Union happened, I remember this huge feeling of relief that swept through the entire country.
Yeah.
Because when we were kids, we really thought that we were going to go to war with Russia, and there was going to be a nuclear war and everyone was going to die. And that was something that hung in the air all throughout the 1980s. Yeah. We thought that.
The day after, remember that show?
Oh, yeah.
That was big. The day after was big. Then you also had Wolverines, it was kind of like inspirational. You knew your enemy, Yeah, exactly. Red Dawn out there. Yeah. So you had that stuff too. Mm-hmm. I know we've talked about this before, and I thought about it throughout the last year, but I haven't changed my position on it about going back in time. And in fact, I double down on it when I think about it. I go 1979 to 1991. Yeah, I think that's what I would do if I could go back in that time machine. Yeah, it was just so much fun.
Would you live then?
Yeah, I just keep doing it over and over again. 79, 91, 79.
Really?
91, yeah, or maybe 80, 91, 91.
Fuck that! I'd live right now.
I know you love it. That's why I love it. I love getting that perspective. I love that about you.
This is a wild time, man. This is a wild time of unprecedented change. And we're on the precipice of far more unprecedented change.
And you like that.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
It's exciting.
I would like it, I think, if it wasn't attached to all these things that I have to plug in and they're trying to manipulate me. I know I keep going back to that, but it makes me a little bit crazy.
It's also a thing that gives you this ability to recognize bullshit because it's coming at you from all these different angles. And I think people are a little bit more reluctant to buy into official stories now than they ever have been before, especially after the whole COVID fiasco happened. Yeah. I think people are a lot more interested in what the fuck is actually going on than ever before, because it actually can affect their life. You know, I mean, it's actually something that's consequential.
Oh yeah, and we all had touch points with it, and now, but that just like Afghanistan, I don't really talk about that stuff anymore. We don't really talk about all these businesses that got shuttered, which is why I try to support independent bookstores as much as I possibly can. Do things that are only for independent bookstores, to send people there. Started that during COVID, actually. Started signing book plates. You could only get through independent bookstores because it's harder to do that than just hit the easy button on Amazon. Right. So started doing that. Continue to do that today with shot through pages. So I try to do that to help them out, because I remember going to see you in LA, and I packed up and I drove out there and there was no one on the road. And then I got to LA on the 405 freeway driving up to where I was staying, and it was a ghost town. Wow. It was crazy. That was May or whatever, or April, May of 2020. And I came out to see it.
It's horrible, but I'm glad we got to experience it, because it's going to be something that we always remember. I think people are going to be if humans survive, we're going to be talking about these days, and especially the days of COVID. It's going to be a bizarre footnote in American history.
So bizarre. But I don't know, people have short memories and they get distracted by the squirrel or by the manipulation on the social channels or whatever else.
A lot of people do, but I think the overall perception, if you looked at it, has shifted in a way that people are a little bit more aware of horseshit now than ever before. I think.
Yeah, hopefully. I remember I went to get a physical for the first time in a long time. So I hadn't done it for like 6 years. So I was in the military. And so I was like, I should probably go down and do something. And it ended up being just kind of old school, hit your knee with the thing. And I thought it was going to be like an executive physical and they were going to do blood and do all that stuff. It wasn't. It was just like watch the finger and hit the thing.
You're good to go.
Yeah.
Get out of here.
Yeah. But then he asked me if I wanted to get my flu shot. And I was just like, I couldn't help myself. I just was like, I laughed out loud like that, which I don't usually do. Usually I keep things inside and just kind of make, my little notes. But I couldn't help but like, come on.
How'd they react?
He understood. He was like, I don't think I'm the first one.
It doesn't fucking work.
Yeah, I'm not the first one.
Yeah, people tell you you should get your flu shot every year. You won't get the flu. But yeah, also you don't get the flu if you're fucking healthy, or if you are, you get over it quick. Or if you get the flu, take IV vitamins. Yeah, take Tamiflu.
The 2 times I got my flu shot in the past like 20 years, I got the flu those years. That's the only time I've gotten the flu is that 2 years, and I'm like done, never doing it. And in the military, they make you do that stuff. Yeah. So I just had them annotate that it was done. It's called what do they call it? Gun decking, I think so. They just say that you did it, but you didn't really do it.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, very nice. My corpsman to do that. That's very nice. Arrest him now. I think he's out now. For anybody listening.
I hope he is. Well, hey, brother, thank you very much.
Thank you
for doing everything you do. Your books are fucking awesome. Red Sky Morning, the latest. And
I call this
you
one
have
the wet
7 of these now, and the nonfiction comes out when? September.
Yeah.
I'll be on that one too. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you very much, man. Thank you for being here. Tell everybody website, anything, social media.
Officialjackcar.com. You can find there, but usually, type it in the search bar. It'll pop right up. At Jack Carr exactly. At Jack Carr USA on the socials. And man, thank you so much for everything.
My pleasure, brother. Always good to see you.
You too.
Bye, everybody.
I remember. See? This much.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night. All day. What a day.
I mean, it's a joy to spend time with you.
We had a good fucking time today. We had a good time today. Got a nice workout in. Went to some Egyptian barbecue. Oof. It's KG barbecue.
KG barbecue, yeah.
God, I've seen YouTube videos about him. What an interesting story. Dude's living in Cairo.
No one gives a flying fuck. Yo,
investigation. They've made some progress at Charkovich and on its way, but they've got Caltrans there doing some cleanup, and that'll be closed for a while, at least the right 2 lanes there. Also out to West LA on the 10 westbound, got some heavy slowing waiting for you from Western to Robertson, and coming out of Inglewood on the 405 northbound in Culver, got 2 car crashes. We moved over to the right shoulder, slowing there starts at Century and heads for you around Venice. We had nice 405 southbound, got that slowing from Sherwood.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
During my day, Joe Rogan podcast my night. All day. Good to see you again, my friend.
It's been a long time.
It's been, like 9 years. Yeah, we were talking about it. It's been a while.
Yeah.
For people who don't know,
I've been waiting.
Check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. You get it.
I get it. I get the whole thing.
You see how powerful you feel?
Yeah, you feel like you can talk shit, like you're in another dimension.
In all the things that you do, like working out and succeeding, you don't need to really do a lot of that. If you put these on, you get a lot of the effects of like your, like being a trained fighter and all that crap. If you just put these on, you kind of get the idea of that. Until someone calls you out and kills you.
Yeah, you gotta avoid like actual conflict.
You gotta run away.
But you do feel superior to people.
Oh, for sure.
Like you have a suit on.
Yeah, it keeps you away. There's a distance between you and other people
What
now.
in the
That must be why celebrities wear them when they go out.
Probably.
Like we'll see like at concerts or UFC fights, you'll see celebrities with full-on sunglasses.
Interesting.
Yeah. They're like a cat hiding underneath a chair and the tail's hanging out. It's like, you can't see me, I can see you, stupid.
Yeah. No, people, they do give you some, and a lot of people, I guess, are on drugs.
Yeah, that's probably why.
And then their eyes are bugged out of their head.
I just think they're trying to avoid eye contact with people. Because then people try to give them a script.
Yeah, I think that's true. They just don't, they want to be left alone.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to be left alone in public, maybe that's the only way to do it.
You just got to put these. And they're getting bigger and bigger, and
these are so huge.
They're crazy.
This is like a rich lady who gets out of a car with a small dog.
They're crazy, and you wear them, and when I got them as a joke, but then you just keep doing it.
Because they're good.
Because they're good. They're actually fun. And people come up to you and say nice things about the sunglasses. Which is weird. They'll go, these sunglasses are really cool. And like cool people, like black people, like that, those, you know what I mean? Like a black guy will go, those shades are cool. And I'll go, that's great. Like if a guy like me says it, it means nothing. I would throw them out. But
well, it was for this is like a bad sunglasses from the 80s.
Yeah.
Like what Brian Bosworth used to wear. Do you remember the Boz?
I don't.
He was a guy who was famous for his sunglasses. He was a big-time football player.
Interesting.
He was one of those, every now and then one of those fellas like, what's his name? The one that's dating Taylor Swift?
Travis Kelce.
That guy. Like when one of those guys breaks through and becomes famous, that was the Boz.
Oh, wow.
See? Those are corny as shit in 2000. But here we are in 2024.
They're back.
Invest in bell bottoms.
They're
kids.
absolutely back. They're absolutely back.
Yeah. Yeah, he had a mullet too.
Everything comes back. Mullets are back.
Yeah, mullets are back. Theo probably helped.
Yeah,
and lesbians.
Theo
and lesbians.
There's not enough new ideas. You got to recycle certain ideas.
After a while, you go, the mohawk's not that bad.
Yeah, of course.
What's the problem?
Everything was baggy, and then everything was tight, and now everything's getting baggy again.
Yeah.
And then
the ladies wear baggy pants.
A lot of people want baggy stuff, but then that'll probably swing.
Yeah, I thought the whole idea of the tight pants was to show your body. That's what it's for, right?
For sure. Yeah.
What happened, ladies?
I don't know.
Why'd you go baggy?
Something happened.
I don't get it. Go back to the tight stuff.
Yeah.
That looks better.
Well, they feel no one can objectify them if they wear a bag.
Yet they'll go to the gym in yoga pants.
That's right.
That are so thin, you could literally like read Braille through them.
Right.
And you see your full vagina
just
outline.
hanging out.
And a lot of these gals are not wearing panties because they don't want the line. They don't want there to be a line. So they have just raw pussy covered by yoga pants out there in the wild.
We're kind of lucky as comedians to wear pretty much, we don't, like you dress up in a suit for UFC and for other stuff.
Yeah.
But most of us don't.
Yeah, I don't mind a suit. I like it. I wear, if I have to go somewhere special.
Yeah.
Throw a suit on.
Right.
I don't mind it. Sebastian's into it, boy, that guy.
They wear it. I saw Seinfeld at Gotham. He's in it.
Oh, yeah.
People wear them. Mulaney wears one.
I think, it gives you a certain, you feel like you're some sort of an expert.
For sure.
You're definitely better than the guy in the hoodie. Yeah, the guy
Yes,
in the hoodie.
I agree.
Fucking
But I'm
idiot.
the guy in the hoodie, and I agree with that.
Yeah, I agree.
Like
too.
when I see Seinfeld, I go, I agree that you are, and it's it's not even fashion. He's better in every way.
I
but
wear hoodies 3 days a week.
It's fun to wear a hoodie and jeans.
Yeah, it's casual.
It's a great,
loose,
comfortable.
it's a great thing to just, and to be able to make money in a hoodie's great.
Yes.
That's the cool thing about it.
Yes.
To have jeans on and go, I'm going to make money in a hoodie and jeans.
I think that's what John Fetterman was getting into when he went into the Congress.
That's what he was doing.
Look, if I'm going to be rich now,
Yeah.
I'm going to dress like what I would dress like if I was like Rick Rubin.
He's kind of an interesting guy now because now he's starting to make sense, which
Yeah,
is
what
strange.
the fuck is going on? Did the stroke knock some sense into
I
it?
don't know what happened, but he's like actually coming out of the gate with some like very rational things.
Yeah, hot, good takes on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, on everything.
And I'm like, if that's what Sweatpants does, let's do it.
I wonder if, like, when he was running, he was recovering from the stroke, and so that was why he would have those moments where his brain would sink off, and we
Yeah.
were like, "This guy's fucked. He can't be a senator."
Right.
But maybe what it really is it just takes a while for everything to come back, and now it's all back.
Right.
And now he's making sense because I haven't seen any of those videos since of him. You know, there was a few videos where it was like me if I eat like a 500 milligram edible.
He was out of it for
Yeah.
a period of time.
Yeah, he was gone. He was in this place where it just didn't make sense what he was saying.
Yeah. But now he's back, and it feels like, from my perspective, that the things he's saying are pretty logical.
What a crazy political move.
Yeah.
Recover from a stroke publicly
Right.
while in the middle of a campaign
In a sweatsuit.
against a guy who's famous
Right.
and still win.
And still win. And then get progressively better and make more sense. Because our guy, that's the president, is getting worse, and Fetterman's getting better.
I'm of the opinion, and I think you are too,
Yeah.
that Biden doesn't exist. I believe
It could be the first AI thing.
I think he's a living human being. Don't get me wrong, but there's nothing there. It doesn't exist. So
It's
I think
not there.
I don't think there's a question about this.
Right.
So everything around him is with supporting the country, which is kind of crazy.
Right.
Kind of shows you that the system kind of works.
Sure.
You know, when you got a guy like that, it's a great kind of stress test to see like what happens.
Yeah.
You get a guy that's just and also how much you can gaslight people into voting for him again.
Yes.
How much you can gaslight people into
Yeah.
voting for the people around him again. Is what it really is. People you don't even know. They're just mysterious cabal of humans that's actually running the country.
Well, it's such a weird thing because he came out at the State of the Union. He was pretty good, but he was heavily drugged. Like something, and you might know more than I know about, like certain types of things that you can do. Like what you have all these doctors on and stuff. Is there a way to make that guy like that for the debates? Is he going to be able to? Because now he wasn't great.
What I would recommend is I would time it correctly, right? So I'd recommend that he got lots of sleep. I would cut all the ice cream out of his diet for several days,
Right.
all the bullshit out of his diet. Then I would give him NAD infusions and IV vitamin infusions multiple days in a row, like 3 or 4 days in a row.
Yeah.
Then the day of, I would make sure that he eats really well, gets a lot of sleep, and then I would fill him up. I'd fill him up with Adderall, I'd give him testosterone, I would give him human growth hormone, I'd give him nootropics, I'd give him everything that we know that creatine.
Yeah.
Creatine helps with it. It actually does.
No,
help.
sure.
Creatine is a cognitive enhancer.
I'm thinking of him getting all these injections in that
Creatine
skin,
just supplement.
just that purple skin from all the marks.
Oh god.
That skin that's just wound so thin. It's spun so thin on his body. All of the bruising from all of these needles of stuff that they need to shoot him up with to just be coherent for an hour.
Isn't it crazy? Like when Obama was president,
Yeah.
the worst they could get on him was remember when he wore that tan suit?
Right.
Yeah. He never had a single moment publicly where he stumbled, where he said something really
this is
stupid.
like,
This is insane.
it's insane. It's much worse than even, remember George W. Bush? And he would, say
silly things.
Yeah, this is like so far down the road from that.
It's so far down the road. It's so far down the road that it's okay. I think it's elder abuse. I really do. I mean, if it was any other job, it would be elder abuse. If there was a guy who was running the corner grocery store, his family was making him run it, and he was that old, and they had money, you'd be like, "What the fuck are you doing, your dad? Why are you making your dad work? Your dad's
everybody
out
was
of it."
like,
Yeah, why? There was a guy in New York, this legendary guy Dom, who ran this pizzeria called DeFara's, which was like widely thought of as the best pizza in New York, and he was so old. And at the very end, he was just over the pie with the oil and cutting basil, and it was like you felt bad because the pie was amazing, but you're watching a guy at the end of his life making pizza, very old, and he would struggle. He'd put it in the thing. It was hard. It was like you kind of gasped, and that's what we have now, except it's with Russia.
However, if I went to a pizza place and there's a guy who loves making pizza so much, and here he's fucking dying.
Right.
It's his last days. He's still, "I'm gonna make you a nice pie.
Yes.
I'm gonna make you a
He's
nice pie."
And he fought.
He must love the fact that his pizza is awesome.
Yes, he loved it.
Yeah, if you make good food, it's probably a lot like killing.
Yeah, for sure.
You know,
for sure.
Like you kill on stage, everybody loved it. Great, we had a great time. Thank you. I'm so happy
You
you guys
gotta
had
wonder
fun.
what the reward is for Biden. Like, is it even fun? It can't be fun.
Can't be fun.
Why does he even want to do this?
That guy making that pizza, when someone folds a slice of that pie,
Yeah.
oh my God,
They're into
it. It's like they're killing.
That guy goes, "I've made all these people happy."
Yes.
But this guy, I mean, this just came out in the Wall Street Journal where they're saying that he's like showing signs like behind closed doors.
Wait, what are you saying?
I know, it's shocking.
This is crazy.
It's shocking.
It's what? When President Biden met with congressional leaders in the West Wing in January to negotiate Ukraine funding deal, he spoke so softly at times that some participants struggled to hear him. According to 5 people familiar with the meeting, he read from notes to make obvious points, paused for extended periods, and sometimes closed his eyes for so long that some in the room wondered whether he had tuned out
Or died.
But they can't change him out now, right? You and I both thought it was going to happen in May.
We were convinced. I remember texting you. I was convinced. I actually heard from people that were in kind of, around the Trump campaign that thought they were also preparing to run against somebody who wasn't Biden.
Right.
And they had believed that. They were like, it's going to do
feels
something.
like the first time.
And it hasn't been.
It
So
feels
why,
like the very
not to sound like
first
a nut, but why are
It
they
feels
so,
like the first time.
why are they so committed to this guy? There's something weird about it. There's something strange about it.
Do you think that's it? I think he's the sitting president. They gaslit everybody into thinking he was fine. So now they would have to change course radically
Feels like
to
the
justify
first
getting him
time.
out of office. If they just published an article, I think it was
Well,
the
like
Times,
every
that was talking about Biden saying that his age is his superpower. Did you see that?
Yes.
And then Seth, what's his name? The guy from fucking Family Guy?
And
Seth
nobody
That guy
Yeah.
retweeted it.
Right.
It was like, this is amazing. I couldn't have written this better.
turns up service,
Right. Right. Yeah. Why? His age is his
So
superpower.
you'd have to turn that back. So you'd have to get all these people. Do you remember when there was a whole list of a bunch of celebrities? They used to make videos where they would tell you what to do.
Right.
What we need to do.
Right.
The end of democracy. Remember the bunch of them did that
Yeah.
before the 2016 election?
Right.
Remember
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
Those people of all, you would have to do something like that
Yeah.
with Biden.
Well, what's interesting about Biden is they put him in kind of because they kind of stacked the Democratic primary.
It
They
feels like
killed the momentum of Sanders.
time.
And there was a lot of people. Biden was like very behind and then sprung out at the end.
They manipulated it,
They
just like they did with
manipulated it.
Hillary.
Yeah.
Just like Donna Brazile wrote
Yeah.
about in her book.
They manipulated it to get him in. And it's just weird to me that when everyone sees it so clearly and Trump is up in every poll, why they wouldn't just have him go out, give a very patriotic speech about, you know what? I thought I could do it, but now I can't. I thought I was okay.
Because there's no one other than her. So if you try to
Put her in again.
if you try to promote her as president against Trump, Democrats are going to vote for Trump.
She should lose one more time.
But she's going to lose in a way that's
No, I know. It's
It
crazy.
feels
No, they have
like
nobody else.
the
That's the other
first
thing.
the
time.
thing is, he should lose in a way that's crazy if you're looking at like competence because he's so old. But people will vote for him just because the machine behind him has kept the country. It's still relatively okay.
Yeah.
You're still going out to dinner. You're still
Right.
taking plane flights. For
For sure.
No
Yeah.
aliens
It
have landed.
feels
Not
like
yet.
the
You know,
first
Ukraine hasn't spilled over
time.
into America. It's all okay.
Yeah,
Kind of,
It
right?
feels
So you would
like
probably, especially if you're one of those celebrities that made that video about Trump, you
Right.
can't turn course now.
No.
Those people,
There he
that's
is.
out there forever. You know? Remember those?
Yo, dog, how are you? Yo, what's going on, Ollie? How you living, Tim?
Hey, how are you, man?
I'm well. How are you?
I'm Avery Truffleman, and I'm hosting a new podcast called Nice Try, our first season.
Hey, would you delete those messages you sent me, please?
Search for a perfect place. Nice Try from Curbed and the Vox Media Podcast Network. Listen and
I don't want anything regarding Hitler in my inbox.
Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Even that Don Pablo one?
I don't want anything. Just delete everything that you've ever sent me. Not that I don't understand why you sent it to me, but you have to understand that I scroll through my phone publicly, and if I go through my messages, I don't want somebody to be like, hey, here are my Hitler Telegram stickers, and, a bunch of messages about my Hitler coin.
Do you understand what I think to those?
Yeah, you have to understand. I told you what to do. You need to give up on that coin.
No, but you understand why I'm sending you those screenshots.
Dog, I don't want anything to have to do with that coin. We can literally talk about anything else on Earth. I don't want anything to do with that, though.
You know the name, no. But he founded Braintree and sold it for $800 million. He's known for that, but he's more popularly known as that crazy guy trying to
I see, but like,
That's self-described on his
literally, we could talk about anything. How was your day yesterday?
Self-experimentation to age as
Was it
little
good?
as possible. Dozens of daily powders and pills.
Okie doke. Please delete those. I appreciate it.
Kevin Spacey interview.
Life is dark. Oh, you just interviewed Spacey?
He did, yeah.
God damn it, we wanted Spacey. I wanted Spacey.
You can get Spacey.
I know, but then I'm the fifth person to have Spacey.
Listen, you'll be the most
I
fun.
know Weinstein's coming here first. I know you're going to have him as soon as he gets out of jail.
He's never getting out of jail.
I hope he does.
I don't think he's ever getting out.
By the way, he should.
Isn't he in jail for the rest of his life?
No, it's turning around, Joe.
What do you mean?
It's turning around.
What are you talking about?
Oh,
What?
you don't know?
What? What's going on?
They just overturned all of his convictions. What? Well, that's some of what I'm. What? But
Are you
I'm
fucking
telling
kidding me?
you, the prosecutors in the Harvey Weinstein case were encouraging the whatever you want to call them, right? The people, the victims. And yes, they are victims, but she was encouraging them to just. When I was a juror on a murder trial, and you're instructed as a juror, this was years ago, but you're instructed to only consider the facts of the case. You can only discuss the facts of the case. These victims were out there, and they were permitted and encouraged by a very overzealous prosecutor to share things that weren't related to the case. And the fact that the jury could have based their here it is.
Wednesday's hearing ahead of Weinstein's retrial comes just over a month after the New York Court of Appeals, by a 4-3 vote, ruled the testimony of prior bad acts witnesses should not have been allowed because it was unnecessary to establish defendant's intent and served only to establish defendant's propensity to commit the crimes charged. He was convicted in 2020 of first-degree criminal sexual assault and third-degree rape, and then he was sentenced to 23 years in prison. He has maintained his innocence. So what are they saying now? They have a retrial.
They're going to do a retrial.
How old is he? Because he was fucking terrible before he was going into jail. He was walking around with a cane.
He's in his early 70s, but this is when directors do their best work. No, truly.
But he's not a director.
Right, producers, whatever. I have confidence in him, is what I'm saying. I think
You
if he
think he's
gets
gonna
out,
get out and
well,
kick some ass?
I think he gets out. He's got a lot to prove.
They're not even letting
Hollywood believes in nothing. They will absolutely let him work. They will let him work, and he should work if the retrial happens and they let him and it doesn't work, it is what it is. You know.
Imagine if he gets out. Imagine if it was all bullshit.
Well, I don't know how. It's like
It couldn't be.
that time.
Well, they all
we
did.
lived through
Yeah.
was so. It was this moral panic. And
Oh, right.
I'm not
the
saying
time of, you mean
yeah,
the time of Me Too.
exactly.
Yeah.
Everything that got that happened there.
Was it
What happened is here, you have a separate 16-year sentence that is not affected by this.
Oh, so there's another case which he was also sentenced to.
So the New York trial has been.
So he'll be transferred to a California prison? Oh, he's fucked. No matter what, he's fucked.
Unless they do that one.
So those guys, that was what they did. But the crazy thing about him is he looked like that guy that would do that.
He looked exactly like the guy that behaved the way that he behaved.
Yes. Like Dave Chappelle had a bit about it. Yeah, he goes, oh, he raped.
Right. No,
Like
for
looking
sure.
at him, like you look at a guy. But it's the other thing about him it's so crazy is how many photographs of famous people were with him and how many people thanked him when they won the award.
Of course.
It's so, and how it was this open secret, but it's just like they accepted this deal with the devil. Like the devil's going to make you a star if you suck his dick. And apparently that's what he would do.
Yeah.
Whitney told me that there was girls that he knew, girls that she knew rather, that did the deal. And it was a deal. Like, you suck his dick, he's going to get you in this movie. And they sucked his dick and they got in the movie. Like, he would hold up his end of the bargain, which is one of the reasons why he was so powerful. He really could. He wasn't just banging everybody. He really was.
Well, let's say this, though, and maybe people think that's negative, but let's say him upholding his end of the deal is something. Like, if he puts you
Yo,
in a
dog,
movie,
this shit sucks.
I think a lot of these, by the way, all of the famous people he did it to,
not one
didn't
motherfucking
really
person
come
in that
out
fucking thing.
against him.
Oh,
because
shit.
then if they tell the truth.
Yeah, they were kind of, because that was kind of a deal that was made, not good, but that was a deal, and he made good on some of those promises.
He made good on a lot of them, apparently. This is just from what I heard.
Right.
But, you know, Tarantino was telling us about this old school Hollywood producer who had a bedroom in his office.
Sure.
So you would go into his office, and this is like, in the 60s or whatever. So he had his office, and then he had a whole bedroom in his studio.
Yeah.
Where he would bang all the starlets. Like, if you wanted to be a star, you had to bang that guy. Which is just the deal with the devil that has always been that business.
That's always been there. There's always been there. It's like why people start cults.
Yeah.
They always end up being sex cults, right? All these
100% of the time.
All of these guys on Netflix, it ends up being creepy and sexual.
Yep, all of them.
That's part of it. And I think if you have that kind of power and people, and you've got a steady stream of people walking in your door.
Yeah, and you are also doing this very specific thing where you're choosing the most beautiful people to be in these incredible films.
Right.
I mean, think about the movies that fucking guy made. Kill Bill.
Some of the best in the world.
Pulp Fiction. Like, you just go down the line.
Let him out.
So many times I've seen a movie. Oh, Miramax. Of course.
Yeah.
They made insane movies. And
they were like the Weinstein Company. They were the best.
Yeah.
And some of the best.
And they just did it with the devil.
They did it with the devil.
Yeah,
they did it with the devil.
The devil.
You watch an old Woody Allen movie, you go, I don't know if he's guilty. I don't know what happened. I go, I don't want to believe he's guilty, but can I still enjoy the movie or not? And then some of them, it is a little different. You watch it and you go, it is. I hope he's not guilty, but there's a good chance he's guilty. And there's a documentary that's
all of it's not good.
All of it's not good.
Even if it's like your neighbor's daughter, and you've known her since she was 2, and then you wind up marrying her, that's kind of crazy.
It's not
if
great.
you were an adult with children and your neighbor had a daughter. But then again, you know, part of your brain goes, okay, But like, what if you really were in love? Like, what if really, she really was the next door neighbor, and really you were 60 and she was 30 and she loved you?
Right. Or if
Is
your
that
wife
okay?
had adopted her from Cambodia.
That makes it more
And
complicated.
you raised her, but loved her still.
That's the next level.
That is
what I was going to say.
not
Like,
ideal.
that you can't.
Yeah, we'll say
You
that.
can't.
It's not ideal.
You can look at the neighbor and say,
Sure.
well, maybe you weren't close with the neighbor's daughter. Now she's
I
a
know.
grown woman. She has agency. She's a
I
woman.
know.
She loves you.
But you know what's funny
But you
about
can't say that about a kid
No.
that you fucking raised.
you can't marry a kid you raised.
No.
You can't marry a kid you raised.
But did he raise her? Did he see her like every couple of times?
I don't know. However, we can still watch Annie Hall. Is there any way to still watch Annie Hall?
No.
I don't know. Probably not. It's hard.
You can, but you're gonna know the whole time. It's
Well-
like watching House of Cards. You like what?
Yeah, but I can watch House of Cards because he's playing the guy he was.
Right.
That's perfect.
Right,
I
right,
like
right.
that. Kevin Spacey doesn't even exist. He's barely a person. He's such a good actor. He's become the thing. He always plays people kind of like that. Kaiser Soze, Frank Underwood. He's become the thing, and he's so good at it that it doesn't ruin it for me. I can watch House of Cards.
There's an arrogance that
Yeah.
some stars had, like particularly in the 90s. When I first came to Hollywood, and this was like really evident for me because I was not a star, but I was on a television show. So I got to be around a lot of stars. And there was a way that some of them would treat you. They would let you know that you are subhuman. You are below them. They would communicate with you in the most disrespectful and dismissive ways, like weird, fucking weird, like mousy guys that I could kill, like instantly, and they would just be rude to you in a really weird way because they had power. They had power, and then when an executive would come over, they would turn on the charm. They'd be smiling and laughing, and then you would talk to them at the craft service, and they would fucking dismiss you in the shittiest ways. I encountered a bunch of that.
Yeah.
It was commonplace, and it was, I think, a thing that they aspired to, especially a lot of the guys that came from Saturday Night Live. Like when Phil came over from Saturday Night Live, Phil Hartman, when he was on News Radio, that was the first thing he did after Saturday Night Live, and he had like his defenses up. Like I remember he was like a little like standoffish in the beginning, kind of shitty to us. Like he was the big star, and he was. And Dave Foley was a pretty big star too. And the rest of us were kind of, no one really knew who we were. And after a while, he relaxed and he would tell me about it. And he was like, it's great here. We all have fun, but God, it's our life. Everybody was stabbing everybody in the back. And it was all, everybody was, people were getting people fired that were like his assistants just because they wanted to fuck him over. They would steal people's things. And it was just like really shitty. And it took a while for him to chill out. And then I got to meet some of those people that he was talking about and interact with them. And they did the same thing to me.
Yeah.
There was some shitty fucking people out of that. This star culture.
Yeah.
And they would be the ones that were the royalty and everyone else was a peasant. It was really fucking creepy.
Interesting.
So I think if you're like an old school dick grabber and you're also a Hollywood icon,
Right.
you probably are doing that. You're probably doing that Hollywood thing where everybody else is just there for you. Everybody else is just.
Should we maybe wall off Hollywood and just go, listen,
let them go wild?
they're
It's
just
like
all sexual predators. Like
Jurassic Park.
It's Jurassic Park. Can we do that? Can we say, enter at your own risk? They make great movies, but occasionally they're going to goose you. They may throw you against a wall.
Yeah.
I mean, if you train for the Navy SEALs, some people drown. Can't we just do that? Because the other way isn't working, where everyone's nice and good.
Yeah.
Everyone can't be nice and good and have really good art. I don't think. I'm not saying everyone has to be killing everyone.
No, you don't. I mean, Ron Howard seems to be really nice and good.
But I
He
watched
makes
the
great
Spacey
movies.
documentary, by the way, and some of it is like, okay, he's clearly did the wrong thing. And then some of it, these guys are like, because they wanted things from him, they're like, we went to the movies and he started jerking off next to me. It's like, okay, dude, well then this is not a guy to hang with. And then the next thing they say is, and then he invited me to a party at his hotel and he said Bruce Willis would be there. So I went. And you go, well, we can't feel bad for you.
Right.
Because you're trying to climb on the basis of knowing this guy.
You are playing the game.
That's right.
You're playing the game.
You're playing the game.
You're dancing with the devil.
You're dancing with the devil.
You're going to lunch with Harvey.
You go to lunch with Harvey. You want it. You know, so to me, it's like they're not sympathetic in the way that, like, you know, other people are. Whether it's sexual assault in the military or in the workplace or whatever, where people are not actively trying to better their chances of being famous by knowing this guy.
Right. It's a complicated thing with Spacey, right? Because apparently some of the alleged people are like people that he worked, like, you know, like a grip on a set or a guy who has to drive him to, you know, it was just wild. Apparently.
Yes.
This is allegedly.
Right. And then some of those people died before they could testify.
Do you think you could play a guy like Frank Underwood if there's not a little bit of that inside you somewhere?
No. Probably not. Probably not. You know, he had a really rough life.
Did he?
And you know, his father was a Nazi pedophile.
Oh my God.
This is true.
Oh my God.
And his father was all of Twitter, but no, he was a Nazi pedophile. This is true. He would rape them and make them watch the Nazi stuff. This is, I know I sound like I'm lying a lot, and I am a lot, but this is true. You can look this up.
Oh God.
His brother is a Rod Stewart impersonator.
Oh God.
It wasn't great the way that it went for anybody over there.
Jesus Christ. According to Kevin Spacey, he was raised by a relentlessly abusive neo-Nazi father. Wow. Spent his dinners making anti-Semitic comments which terrified his children. Wow.
Yes, and worse than beating and raping them, he was anti-Semitic.
Wow.
So he was really bad.
Is that say that in here? The raping part?
I believe, from what I know,
that's his brother, the Rod Stewart impression?
That he was a very
Brother
abusive.
was fucking got it nailed.
The brother is really dialed.
Boy, if I saw that dude,
He's dialed.
Yeah, if I was like somewhere, I'd be like, holy shit, Rod Stewart.
Look at this. He alleges his father frequently raped and did it. I mean, I'm not making it up.
Oh my
It's
God,
terrible.
frequently raped and beat him. Oh, why didn't they put that in the title? Like, just the anti-Semitic comments, that seems like the least of the problem.
For the way they grew up, let's be charitable. They turned out good.
Right.
They
The
turned
guy
out
won
well.
multiple Academy Awards.
He's a very talented man, and his brother, I'm sure, does a great Maggie May.
Yeah.
For the way they were raised. Everybody has to be judged a little bit with the backstory.
I love that Lex Friedman has the courage to interview anybody.
Well,
Like
Lex
anybody.
is one of those guys who genuinely is like, you know, he knows what his intentions are.
Yes.
And he's very comfortable with himself. And that's why he can talk to all these people.
Yeah.
Because he's always coming from a good place. Always.
Even Kanye, in the heat of everything, Lex had him on.
Yeah. No,
Bill
because
Maher like did a whole
Yeah.
episode and said, I'm not releasing it.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy. I can't wait. Kanye, Spacey, can we do an election? Because there's going to be an election. I'm angling to get back in here with Kanye and Spacey and Weinstein from jail.
I would get
and
you in
maybe
here
Trump.
with Kanye, but it would probably turn bad because you talk too much.
I know.
With Kanye, you got to let him talk.
I know.
Because, like, there was moments where
I
I was
let him
talking.
talk.
There was moments where I was talking, Kanye was like, he has so much to say. I mean, listen, that madness inside of him is why his fucking songs are bangers. They're just banger after banger. His fucking new album is amazing. It's amazing, dude. We play in the green room all the time. And all my Spotify playlist, I think there's more Kanye songs than anything.
He's a genius. And what you have to realize with people that are incredibly gifted is a lot of that comes with some real downsides.
Yeah.
And they can't be judged maybe the same way you judge every other person.
Well,
I know
they
that
gotta
sounds
follow
bad.
the laws. You can't be out there murdering people.
You can't do it. They got to follow the laws. But if he says something crazy, it's also like you got to look at like what you've gotten from him and all this great music. Let him have a tirade every now and then.
Yeah.
Just let him have a little.
Well, it's like he's his own enemy.
Yeah.
It's just like you can't. The rants just go.
I know.
They just come flying out, and who knows how much of it he's really been committed to until he says it, and then once he's saying it, then he's really committed. And then he shows up statistics, like he held up this thing about it was showing on his phone all of the different people that are running all the different music companies and how many of them are Jewish.
Right.
He's like, they run the media, they run this, they run that. I'm like, okay.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, what are you going to say about that? If they are facts, if these people are all Jewish, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're doing something evil. Just, if you buy pizza, a lot of the people selling it are Italian.
I will say that the
business.
Jews seem to have made better choices than the Irish, my people.
Well, they're really good at running show business.
Yeah, I can't point to any list of people and go, and they're all Irish. There's not one group. And go, and look, and McDonough and O'Brien.
Right, like Italians, like my people. What other than food?
Someone said, a teacher I had in community college, you take it with a grain of salt, but said that Italians were very focused on the family, and they were skeptical of institutions. So they started small businesses, whereas Jewish people were more open to institutions, and that's why a lot of them are overrepresented in academia, politics, and media.
Well, the Italians are fleeing communism too.
Right. So Italians were skeptical of the government. They were skeptical, and they wanted to have their, little pork stores and stuff. And that's good.
And it's also Catholic, very family oriented. If you date an Italian girl, you got to meet everybody.
That's right.
You can't be just showing up at her house like some regular white guy.
And the Irish were drunks and sexually abused
a little bit,
and they did the best they could. They did the best they could. Everyone's doing the best they can.
Yeah. Well, we're all coming out of chaos.
Yeah.
The reality of human beings in this country is this fucking country is 3 people's old. That's it. 3 people.
That's crazy.
Yeah. 3 people. That's the reality of this country. China is 400 people old.
Right.
That's real.
Yeah.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
We don't have our shit together yet. And we started off with a really good idea that didn't anticipate technology. And then technology got involved in terms of like stock trading, and then influences of campaigns. Nobody anticipated the lobbyists, special interest groups. Nobody anticipated the military-industrial complex. So Eisenhower talked about it on TV. Just all these things got in the way of the original idea. That they had a great fucking idea of how to make sure that no one ever becomes a dictator and that the will of the people gets served. They had a great idea.
And now they have an idea where everyone can kind of be a dictator. So that's not the worst idea. You can be a little dictator.
Well, what they really didn't anticipate is the power that technology companies have.
Yeah.
That's what
they own your thoughts, dreams, hopes,
everything.
Fears. They have burrowed into your life more than any of the robber barons could, more than any of those guys, Morgan or Rockefeller, Carnegie.
They've gotten insanely wealthy just from your data.
Absolutely.
And then convincing you to buy a new phone every year.
And they're helping you. And that's the scary part, right? They're utopians, and they believe they're creating a truly better world.
And they're helping you.
It makes your life better. And they make your life better, and you do. And these are things that make your life more convenient and easier.
Man, how great is Google Maps or Waze?
So when they tell you it's more convenient to just not have this discussion or not be able to say a certain term or not be able to, then you just comply. You comply, and you go, okay.
I don't want to start any trouble.
I want to start an issue. I like Postmates or whatever it is.
I like Airbnb.
Well, sure. What's failing now? It's over now. It's all over now.
I met one of the guys.
Well, someone, I don't know if it was you, but someone said, and this is really nice, someone tried to get me back, and they were like, no. Someone met a big guy, and it might have been you. Someone was like,
I think it was me.
Yeah, somebody's like, what about getting like a guy like Tim Dillon back on? And they were like, no.
They're fucking up. They're making a big mistake.
Well, that issue that I had was all about the redundancy of cleaning fees. Why would I pay a fee and then clean?
Yeah.
This has now become a rallying call for millions of brave Americans to hold Airbnb accountable for what they've been doing. Forget the trafficking, people showing up to the house in the middle of the night trying to rip you out of it. This is true. Single women go on bachelorette parties all the time. Guys knock on the door at 3 a.m. It's not safe.
a lot of the people who host, like, have Airbnbs, have weird cameras set up. It's
Yeah, there's been a bunch of
voyeuristic.
that.
It is strange.
There's also someone had an interesting scam where they were renting a house and they were using that house as an Airbnb house. So they got in trouble. When they're probably making money off of the rental. Like,
That's right.
You think about how much a house costs to rent. It's like $2,000 a month.
Yeah.
And you could Airbnb it for $500 a night. Or
Yes.
what's Airbnb cost?
I
For
don't
a
know.
house.
It's been
Back in the
years.
day.
But it's by about 400.
Yeah, so you would probably make a lot of money.
Yeah, there's a
You
lot
could
of that.
Pay your mortgage
Yeah.
easy, and then you can do that with multiple houses. You got income constantly coming in.
And I think they interviewed the CEO recently. They interviewed him, and he was basically like, listen, we're trying to design your trips. Like, they're trying to figure out ways to get competitive again. Because they're like, we know people go back to hotels. We know it's gotten too expensive.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, it's gotten too expensive. People are like, we don't understand why we pay all of this money to have all of these rules when we could just go to a hotel. It's easy.
Right.
And we don't have to worry about you get a report card. Airbnb is a report card. Nobody wants that on a trip.
You get a report card for like how good you did or bad
Yeah,
you did.
you have people writing
made a mess.
reviews about you. Is that fun? You go on vacation, somebody's going to write a review, some psychopath.
Oh, so like you could like take a giant shit and forget to flush it, and then
It's
you get a bad
over.
review.
Then they trash it.
Just a simple mistake.
A simple mistake. And stay out of people's homes.
Yeah.
This is the real reality.
Yeah.
Stay out of people. If you're over 30, you can no longer stay with people. So put it this way. Let's give them till 35 or 40. You have to get a hotel. You can't get a hotel. You cannot stay with a friend, and you don't need to get an Airbnb with 7 people.
Yeah, I always get weirded out when people like to just stay with different friends and everything.
No.
Do you like being annoying?
Yeah, that's done now. You
You're
can't
annoying people.
stay with anyone anymore. You go to a hotel. That's nice.
Like an adult.
It's like an adult. You go, this was nice. Goodbye. You need to say the word goodbye, and then you got to go to a hotel. Otherwise, people are like, they feel uncomfortable in their own home. They do not want you there.
It's kind of crazy that Airbnb, that's another thing that popped up out of nowhere that nobody saw coming. That was a disruptor.
Yeah.
That and Uber, right?
Yeah.
Uber was a big one. Popped up, but no one would have thought that everybody would become a cab driver for extra money.
Well, it coincided with like this rise of the gig economy where people are like, I can work. I own a car. I can work, and I can make money through this app. And
you can not have a boss.
Exactly.
Like one of the things I loved about delivering newspapers when I was a kid was, I did it when I was in my teens and 20s. It's like you could just go to the place, pick up the paper. You did your work, but you could listen to the radio. No one's in your ear. No one's talking to you. You're by yourself. As long as you get your job done, you're good. And if you're an Uber guy, I don't have to go to a fucking office somewhere. I just pick this dude up and take him to the airport.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for the tip. Bye.
Easy.
Drive away. Be a nice guy. Try to keep your car clean.
That's right.
You can make money. And you don't have to listen to anybody.
And they're having fun. Some of those guys are having fun all day, listening to hateful podcasts, perhaps mine. Listening, smoking cigs in their
Listen to
car.
this right now.
Yeah, people listening to it right now, but I'm enjoying my life. I'm having fun.
Somewhere there's someone in the backseat going, "Fucking Tim Dillon, shut
up." I hate his
what he did
stupid
to Megan
voice.
McCain was so rude.
What he did to all of these people, all of these
So
innocent people, innocent,
so fucking rude.
innocent, good billionaire.
Speaking of innocent, did you see Fauci? Did you see the?
When he came out,
Did you see
the leaked tapes.
Oh, not just the leaked tapes, but him getting grilled. in
I didn't
Congress.
see it.
Oh my God.
Was it bad? Was it brutal?
It's horrible. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Jim Jordan got him lying under oath. He's just, no matter what they catch him with, he tries to find a way to weasel out of saying that he said that, including saying mandating masks, shutting down schools, locking everything down, closing businesses,
Right.
forcing people to get the vaccine. All of it is on tape. He
Well,
said
it's
all of it.
It seems to be, again, it's the gaslighting thing where people go, we can just now come out and say that we never actually said any of that.
It's crazy him saying that, though. And
Yeah.
not just saying that, but even when they catch him saying that, that's not what I was referring to.
Right.
But that's exactly what you're
No,
referring
it's
to.
exactly.
There's no ambiguity at all
Yeah.
about any of the things you're saying. And
Yeah.
then also the gain of function research. They deleted a bunch of emails. There's all these emails from his assistant talking about how to go in separate channels to talk about this stuff and how to skirt around the Freedom of Information Act.
Right.
And then fucking Peter Hotez talking about deleting emails.
Yeah.
They all knew what the fuck they were doing. They were all very aware that they were going to be investigated eventually.
There should be a commission on this whole thing, but just like the 9/11 commission would probably be set up to fail, and that's what the commissioner said. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, even if Trump gets into office, how could it be? Because he was the guy.
Right.
He put warp speed in place.
That's right.
Fauci was behind him at press conferences.
I think that's his biggest vulnerability, ironically, Trump, is that a lot of people don't trust him because of that period.
Well, he hasn't corrected course,
right?
Because it's very difficult for him to ever say that he's wrong, right?
He doesn't like saying he's wrong.
So for him to correct course, for him to look at the studies that are coming out of the UK and Europe about excess deaths and where they're a little bit more honest about what the fuck is going on, because they're socialized medicine, right? Like there's a lot more going on over there than what's going on over here.
There's so much about protecting pharma here.
Yeah, but so much money.
Right.
I mean, so much money invested in advertising. I mean, everything gets advertised by it, whether it's internet shows.
Yeah.
There's fucking so many television shows. I mean, that montage, I'm sure you've seen it, brought to you by Pfizer.
Right.
The CNN one. That's fucking nuts, man.
It's crazy.
It's nuts. It's so much. There's so much money involved in this that these people just keep their fucking mouth shut, because these people aren't real journalists on television.
No.
You see that when Chris Cuomo has to debate Dave Smith.
Right.
What they are is mouthpieces for whatever the fuck is the network.
They're actors.
Yeah. They're doing
like
what
actors.
and they think they're journalists, which is hilarious. Like when you see, like when Elon Musk sat down with Don Lemon.
Yeah.
And you realize, Don said it, or Elon said it best, rather. He said, Don's doing CNN outside of CNN.
Right.
Like that's like what he thinks
Right.
talking to people is.
Yeah. No, they're actors, they're showpieces, and they're mouthpieces for usually corporate America, and quite often whatever party makes corporate America feel cozy at the moment. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bizarre merging of commerce and the news.
Yeah.
That should have never. That's another thing no one saw coming, right? Founding fathers, they never saw that level of propaganda being possible. That you would have funded propaganda that was working step by step with the government.
It's gotten to be, but you know what? It's watching it fall apart over the last few years has been really interesting.
Yeah.
Because it is falling apart.
Oh, well, it has to.
You are watching these guys and you go, they are convincing nobody. I mean, I'm sure they're still convincing some people, but most free-thinking people, most people that don't have an investment in it are looking at it, it feels fake.
Yeah.
It all feels fake. I think people are starting to question it more than they ever have. I don't think the government will ever fully recover from the pandemic in terms of trust levels.
Right.
With all those kids who had to do proms in a car or wear masks jogging on a track.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think those kids ever look at the government the same way, and that's probably good.
It's good.
I think that's good.
It's good, and the thing is, like, young kids are paying attention to what is going on now in a way that they know that it's going to affect their life. They pay attention to the government like these fucking idiots. They're going to affect my life because they affected their lives.
That's right.
They did it to their parents. Like, how many of these young kids saw parents lose jobs, saw divorces happen, suicides in the family, breakups, drug addiction? So many fucking things happened that didn't have to happen that were brought on because of the lockdowns. And because of the pandemic and the government's mandating things. And how many people did they know that got health problems because of the vaccine? How many people did they know died young? Everybody knows something.
No, and I think they're more likely now to have a skeptical view of the government,
which is good.
And I think they understand more probably the value. Now, I don't know if they're going to understand this in every area, but what propaganda is, how it kind of functions, and how to be aware and cognizant of the fact that there are people that are shaping and sculpting the narrative, and shoving it down your throat.
Yeah.
I think there's more people now questioning things, especially young kids are questioning stuff about the war machine and the war economy more than they ever have before, going like, why are we involved here? And why are we funding this? And why are we doing that? And I
Yeah.
think people are, and that doesn't, and they're sloppy. Obviously, they're not getting everything right, but they're out there. And
They're also being heavily manipulated.
yeah,
Which is, something that's been discussed with a bunch of people on the show. Where we talked about, like, with GADSAT in particular, like who's behind all of these protests at the universities? Like, they're organized. And
Sure.
they're organized a lot of by Soros-funded groups and a bunch of different groups that they organize these things to get a narrative very popular.
yes,
And that it's all, the whole thing is just disruptive. That's the key. The key is to get people upset,
right,
to keep people disrupted,
Yeah.
and to further erode our idea that we have any kind of control whatsoever about what goes on.
I went to one of those protests at UCLA, and it was fun. It's young people. They're trying to enjoy themselves.
Is that what it was?
It kind of felt like that.
Like a little festive?
It didn't feel like Hamas had taken over the college. Like, I know that it felt like there were people there that were clearly probably pro-Hamas, right? As a, whatever you want to call them, as a group.
Right.
But then it felt like there was a lot of kids there that just saw what was going on in Gaza, and they were like, we are against America funding that. And they went out to do that, and they wanted to, in the best way that they knew how, express how upset they were. Now, you can't destroy property. You can't commandeer areas. These are all areas where in a civil society you can't do those things. But I think a lot of the people, their reaction to a lot of what was going on was probably manipulated, but some of it was organic. Some
It's
of them
also
were
they're just trying to be good people.
seeing it on TikTok, going like, we're
Genocide
seeing
is bad.
kids being killed,
Yeah.
and we're paying for it,
Yeah.
and we should do something. And the more people I spoke to, I was like, yeah, I didn't think that they were. I thought probably a lot of them were a little naive about certain things, but they're in college. Right. So that's okay.
Everybody's naive in college.
That's right.
Yeah, and it's a thing to be a good person. You want to go out and support the good thing. What's the good thing? Free Palestine. Yes.
That's right.
They should be free.
Yeah.
From the river to the sea. Which river, which sea?
No one knows.
Who
No one
cares?
knows.
That's
No
not
one
what's
knows.
important. What's important is I'm out here because, Debbie's really progressive and she's hot. Want some coffee?
Yeah, please.
Debbie's really progressive and she's hot.
Right. Well, that's and listen. There's a fun. I enjoyed it. They had it seemed fun. I took a few selfies with them. They were good people. And then they were like the cops.
Yeah, recognized.
Yeah, a few times. Yeah, and then the kids were like, you had Abby Martin. And I was like, thank you, whatever, thank you. And they were very nice. And then and then they were like, well, the cops are coming in. We think they're coming in with rubber bullets and hoses and everything. And I said, at the Beverly Hills Hotel, you have to put your breakfast order on the door by 1 a.m. And I explained that to the kids. I said, they'll know, they bring the egg and everything. I said, I can't be here during the onslaught of the police activity, but you guys should. I even said that. I go, you guys should lock arms, do that stuff, because you only live once and you're only a kid once, and make these cops work. Who cares? Lock arms, but I had to go. I can't be.
Did you see what happened in Philly when the Gay Pride Parade met Free Palestine? And then
there was a
clash?
Yeah, it was a clash.
They clashed.
Kurt Metzger would call that, the great Kurt Metzger would call that, I believe, an intersectional car crash.
It was funny. They were saying you can't march because Palestine's not free. You got to stop right here.
Yeah.
We're more important. This is more important.
It was weird watching it because they were like, there's no joy. No one should be happy. I think Pride is very silly that it's a whole month. That's very silly. If you look at what was done to black people and you look at what was done to gay people, it's insane that Pride is a full month. A couple of weekends, maybe one or two. The idea that it's a full month is nuts.
How about there's only Veterans Day?
Right, there's one day for veterans, and there's an entire month.
Day. There's Veterans Day and Memorial Day.
And what the month of Pride allows people to do is it allows corporations to just talk about, how down they are with fisting. That's really all it is. It's just Capital One going, we come. It's like we will. You can.
And I say that as an out gay guy who has no problem with people going to pride parades and having fun. I don't think 9-year-olds should be there.
How old do you think is the cutoff?
I mean, when your kids are in their teens, perhaps, if they're in their older teens, I just think kids should be...
Legal teens, you mean?
No, I mean, I don't
High
think a
school
13-year-old needs to be there either. I think
17?
it's 17.
17 and know he's gay.
17, or they could just 17 and they're like
Curious?
mature enough to handle what's going on.
Are they though?
I don't know, but I mean, it depends. Like again,
I'm not mature enough to handle what's going on in the pride parade.
Well, I don't know. The pride parades have gone off the chain. I mean, they've gone off the chain. But you know, the people dressing up like dogs and stuff is crazy.
Congressman.
But like to me, I've always felt that like if you're gonna go out and have a party where people are getting drunk and hooking up and dancing, anybody who's legally underage shouldn't be there. So 17 is right on the cusp, and then 18 and everything is fine. But to me, it's like I don't think it belongs for kids. That's clearly it doesn't belong for kids.
Well, people want to do it to show their kids tolerance and acceptance.
But you don't have. That's not. I
That's
think
not
people
what to do it. It's very sexualized. That's
It's
the thing
very
about
sexualized.
Pride is like, yeah, sure, you should celebrate the fact that gays are free to get married and have all the same rights as everybody else, as they should. But yeah, like it's sexual.
Yes,
it's like a lot of guys with thongs on.
Well, it's like spring break,
Yeah,
right?
it's wild.
It's like, would you take your 10-year-old to spring break to show, to teach them tolerance? No,
right.
You wouldn't do that. That's kind of straight pride. Spring break is a bunch of people going to get fucked up in Florida,
right?
And they're going to fight each other and have sex. And you wouldn't take your young children to see that. I don't see the reason to take your kids to a highly sexualized parade.
Yeah, no.
You want to take them to an event that's not as sexualized? Like maybe a mother would tell her kids, like, your father's getting an award. He's gay. He's getting an award. That's why it didn't work out with us. Your father's gay. He's a faggot, and we're watching him get an award tonight.
How many of those
because he wrote a book?
Poor bastards are out there in marriages right now.
Probably a lot. There's probably a lot of
just trapped. Just
but
can't
you know
be
what it
themselves.
is? Nothing's great. You probably have a fine wife. Nothing's great. Listen, continue to do things on the DL. Just don't give her AIDS. And this is not a popular thing to say it, during Pride, there's so many political attachments to being gay now. If you're a closeted guy, just fuck your wife once a month, cheat on her, don't give her AIDS, and just keep the family tight. And I know that that's probably not popular, but I mean, now's not. I mean, it's just, if you're 60, are you going to come out? I mean, do we really need people coming out in their 70s? Do we need this? To be very honest, there's a window of which you can get honest. If you don't, double down on the lie. I think that's a great strategy for all of life. I think there's a window to be honest.
Right.
It's not forever.
Right.
Nobody wants somebody coming out in their 50s, 60s. It's like enough
on their
already.
deathbed.
Yeah, it's on their deathbed. Oh, so that now you've lied the whole time.
Right.
Just keep it a secret. Just keep it a secret.
Not a bad piece of advice.
It's not a bad piece of advice. Happy Pride, but it is. I do feel that way. I think that
For
like
some people.
Yeah.
Some people probably can't handle a change.
Yeah, some people. It's
Big
like,
shift.
yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It's I mean,
Big shift.
it's also weird now because people. It's like, what are you coming out as? If you want to have sex with dudes, you want to have sex with women, and then you're like, okay, so then I'm gay or lesbian, but then you're like, what is the LGBTQIA2 thing? What is that flag?
You'd be a two-spirit.
Two-spirit, yeah.
That's what two is.
The fact that we allow that is what.
No, it's amazing.
It's amazing.
And the A, I like how A's in there. Like you're asexual.
Yeah.
You don't have a fucking dog in this race.
So you go, okay, so I have this, and then I have a flag I don't understand. Nobody understands the flag.
It keeps getting bigger.
Indigenous?
Keeps changing.
What do white gay people, and I'm not saying indigenous people don't have issues, but what do white gay people have anything to do with the indigenous community? Like,
They're just trying to develop a gang.
Yeah, it's right. It's like, why would they pretend to understand like what indigenous people do?
Right. How did the I get in there? It used to be we were making fun of putting the trans people and the lesbians in with the gays.
Yes.
Which are very different things.
Well, lesbians are going away. Barry Weiss is the final lesbian. Did you know that? She's the final one. That's it. The final countdown. That's it. Barry White. And do you know in Israel they canceled the Pride Parade this year?
Why?
Because their gay pride flag, they made the yellow, I think, bigger because of the hostages.
Oh, wow.
So they would not have a gay pride parade. And they're also using all the material that they would have used in the pride parade to carpet bomb civilian areas of Rafah. But here's the point. All of the fireworks and stuff are directly being shot at babies' faces who are homophobic and should go. Because, by the way, you know that's the whole thing they're doing over there.
Yeah.
Where they go, it's like they just bombed a school. And Israel's got to stop doing this all the time. Every now and then, when I grew up, Israel bombed school every now and then, and people would go, oh, it was not all the time. Now they're doing it too much. And it's making people upset. When I grew up, it was a nice thing. Every now and then, never a nice thing, but every now and then it would be like, you wouldn't know what Israel's doing. Israel just bombed a school. And you'd go, oh, it was rare. Now they're doing it so much. And if you go, this might be a lot, and I support them and their right to exist, but this seems to be every human rights organization in the world, every country, everybody's going, this is, guys, please. Even America, even Biden is going, guys, please. And the response to maybe let's not bomb these refugee camps is, do you know what Hamas does to gay people and women?
Yeah.
And it's like, guys, come on.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, but you're killing people.
You're killing children.
Yeah, and women.
Yeah,
a lot.
So,
a lot.
We got to figure out a
More
way.
than you're killing terrorists.
Yeah, we got to figure out a way to make this, a better situation.
That's another one that's so wild too, because the left has always been like kind of clear on where it would look at like conflicts.
Yeah.
You know, like with Ukraine, the left is all in for Ukraine, right? There's some people on the right that are in for Ukraine, but the left is pretty much all in.
They're all in.
Putin's bad.
The far left isn't,
Yeah.
but the mainstream left that we all know about is.
But with Israel, you have people on the left that are pro-Israel.
A lot. Hardcore.
Who just will find a way to rationalize the human shield argument, no matter what it is. And no one is like being straight up about it. Everyone's being ideological about it. No one is saying the whole thing is chaos. No one is saying, no one's talking about the history of the region, like the real history of the region, which is really complex.
It's very complex.
It goes back forever. And then no one is looking at this like there's any kind of fucking solution that makes any sense.
No.
So you're either there's no like clear path, like this guy's dead on and this is the way we have to treat this and this has to be handled. No, it's either Hamas is using human shields and Israel has a right to exist and they want to wipe Israel out, and if Israel laid down their arms they would slaughter them. If Hamas laid down their arms they would be fine. Like, fuck, man.
It's hard, and it's like there's definitely I think naivete on both sides. The people that think Hamas is like a high school theater group are insane.
Yeah.
But the people also that think that you can bomb your way to the peace over there, I don't know.
Yeah, you're not going to do that.
You're not going to do that.
What are they going to do with all those people that survive? I mean, imagine how many future Hamas people they've created.
They're going to build hotels in Gaza. They're going to turn it into because I think that's maybe the end game is to like eventually put a bunch of money into it. That's perhaps the end game.
Well, it is expensive real estate.
It's real estate by the sea. They're going to put hotels in it, and then white people, white chicks from America are going to go to trips.
But whenever there's like land, that something happens to that's close to water, people are like, hang on, before making decisions. This area of Maui is really valuable.
Yeah.
Like, we can do wild things here. We can figure out a way to appropriate it. We can hang on long enough for all these people to lose their mortgages. We can just like figure out a way to slow down construction.
They're gonna
slow down rebuilding.
They're going to hire.
I mean, look, it's a terrible tragedy that this happened, but look, we can't go back in time. So
what are we going to do?
I mean, what are you going to do? Let these people rebuild?
They're going to hire the people that are left to work at the hotels that the people who bombed them are going to visit. That is exactly what is going to happen. And there's going to be a woman, there's going to be a kid who goes, here's your eggs Benedict. And she's going to go, hi, are you from here? And he's going to go, yes. And she's going to go, does your family still live there? And he's going to go, no. And she's going to go, why did they move? And he's going to go, they were killed in the war. And she's going to go, oh, anyway, can we have some ice lattes too? Like that's what's going to happen. That's my guess, I guess.
Do you think that there's any? Is there a way that they could sell Israel taking over Gaza? Is there a way they could actually sell that?
Yes, the way you sell everything is by saying humanitarian reasons, and you're going to pump in a lot of money, and you're going to make things a lot better. I don't know. The last administration that truly tried to get a Palestinian state, people talk about Clinton, but it was really H.W. Bush. George H.W. Bush tried to curb a lot of the settlement building and try to say, listen, guys, we need to come to the table and have a Palestinian state. There was another attempt during Clinton. It didn't work for various reasons. People can argue about why. It does feel like no one's talked about it recently, and it's just kind of been a thing that everybody ignored. So the idea that it won't exist is more likely now, I think, than it was. I mean, and it should exist. People should have the right to have a home. But I feel like they would sell it in the sense that in order to provide economic and security guarantees, it has to be an occupied region forever. I think that. And then the idea is like, I mean, listen, they're preparing. I mean, look at Military Times just wrote an editorial. They want to bring back the draft. They want to bring it back in Germany. They're all preparing for some. There is a very big push right now to militarize certain areas of the world, to bring back the draft, to see this as a Cold War that could turn hot. Where Biden basically said to Ukraine, use American weapons in Russia. You can use American weapons for but not in a defensive capacity, for cross-border attacks into Russia. Russia is now doing war games in the Caribbean. We are ratcheting all of this stuff up at a time when we should be completely going the other way. We should be trying to figure out how to live on the planet with China, and we should not be getting involved we should not be encouraging countries to join NATO, to antagonize Russia, and getting involved in proxy wars. That's
Didn't
crazy.
Trump say that he was going to pull out of NATO?
He said that. He also said he would have bombed. At a fundraiser the other day, he said he would have bombed Russia and China. Like, what? He's very bellicose. No. Yes, he said that. Look at, yeah, absolutely. My God. So he's saying all kinds of wild stuff. Now, I don't think he would have, but I think it might also help to be that bellicose and say all those wild things.
Saying that you would bomb China and Russia?
I look like your ex-girlfriend.
Recently, and the people in the fundraiser were kind of shocked. He was basically like, yeah, we would have hit him, and we would have done it. Yeah, he's been,
I can't. No one.
No, he's right here.
Trump at fundraiser says we would have bombed Russia and China.
What? What? What did he say? Where did it say it?
What the fuck did he say? I believe that President Trump will be supportive of Taiwan when he becomes president. He's there the first term. So where does it say that he would bomb? What does this say here? During a rally in Bronx, referenced several authoritarian leaders, including Vladimir Putin, saying they were at the top of their game, whether you like it or not. The world is going to respect us again if he's reelected, he claims. The bomb revelation was made in the Washington Post report on Trump's recent fundraising tour, during which he tested the boundaries of federal campaign finance laws, according to experts. At a fundraiser in New York earlier this month, Mr. Trump told the attendees he wanted to hear what they had on their minds, hearing options on former UN ambassador and his final Republican primary opponent, Nikki Haley, and several issues connected to Israel. Mr. Trump is routinely, where does it say about the bomb? Where does it say that? I don't see any of this. That should be like front and center. If it's in the headline.
No, for sure.
Like, why you make me get all the, where does it say bombing?
The bomb revelation was made, but
but what does that mean?
Amongst the people talking.
Yeah, what does that mean? Like, they're not saying his quote. That's a real sneaky thing to do.
Yeah.
The bomb revelation was made in a Washington Post report on Trump's recent fundraising tour. But what was it? Yeah.
See if they have a quote.
Yeah, that seems Trump would bomb Moscow.
They said he would.
Allegedly.
Right.
Allegedly.
But he says a lot of stuff.
Right,
He
but-
might not have said this.
But that's a
But-
crazy Yahoo title.
Right.
Trump suggested a fundraiser he would have bombed. Like, that seems to me like, unless you have the fucking quote, you shouldn't be saying that.
It is kind of funny.
Don't that is
Yo,
how
what
crazy.
the fuck was that?
That's a great headline. Oh my god, the Hill said that. But this doesn't say he was going to bomb anybody.
It says,
What's it say?
according to the Kiev Independent, which is what Yahoo reposted, the formerly and possibly future
Okay,
president.
let me say this. In what Trump said a few days before, according to the Kiev Independent's retelling of a May 28th story in the Washington Post, the former and possibly future president suggested at a fundraising event that he would have bombed Moscow in response to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. But this is not saying his actual quote. He also said, in quotes, he would attack Beijing if China invaded Taiwan on his watch. But is that, it's got an asterisk? Is that, no, it's quote. So is that his quote? Did he say that though? Because it's weird. It's saying, the quote is that he said he would attack Beijing. And so, in quotes that way, is that his quote though? Attack Beijing if China invaded Taiwan on his watch. Did he actually say that? Or is this a retelling of what this person is saying and they're putting that in quotes? The whole thing is a little slippery.
It is slippery.
Because if you're not, it's suggested at a fundraising event, he would have bombed Moscow. Like, that seems like you should have that quote.
you would think.
Trump makes sweeping promises to donors on an audacious fundraising tour. It doesn't say anything in there about bombing, does it? In the Washington Post. Google will just do a find on this big-ass article and look for bomb. There it goes. Okay, for example, at one event, he suggested he would have bombed Moscow and Beijing if Russia invaded Ukraine and China, or
Yo,
China
what up,
invaded
Kyrie?
Taiwan, surprising some of the donors. But you don't have the quote.
He said before with John Daly with the golfer, he did say, I told Vladimir I'd hit Moscow. He did say that. And he did say that. He said, and you can get this, he did say to John Daly, he basically said, like, listen, I told him, I said, if you go in, we'll hit Moscow. And Trump said, I don't know if he believed me or not, but you just got to say these things. You know, he was kind of telegraphing it. But listen, I think that, you know, there's probably a value to some of that talk.
No, it's funny. It's funny how two didn't bother you either.
John Daly getting hammered, chatting it up with the president.
Guy's got an amazing line.
I gotta get that guy in here.
Yeah.
John Daly, if you're out there, let's get hammered.
Yeah, but so, I mean, who knows if he said it at the fundraiser or not. They are slippery and they do attribute things to him. And there's maybe
It's
more
real.
context to it.
Yeah, it's real hard to know. But just saying that's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you believe me, maybe 5%.
Yeah, but I think maybe that's good. There's something good about
A maniac.
when you have a maniac in there who is, you know, a guy that's unpredictable. I think maybe Kim Jong-un, you know, when he would do that, and then Trump was on the other end of that, maybe that was perhaps helpful. And that,
I don't know, but do you really want to be playing chicken with fucking Russia?
no, I think we got to chill.
Yeah.
I think we got to chill across the board. It doesn't feel like we're chilling. It feels like it feels like we're on this inevitable course towards World War III. It's like an article and headline. It's like, guys, let's pull it back. Let's have a summer here.
Yeah, let's relax.
You know?
But it's not going to relax because it's getting close to November.
And everybody's got to be terrified.
Oh my God, aren't you?
Well, depending on which you know, article I read or media I consume, I don't know. It feels like they're doing a lot to keep him from running.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, you have the Stormy Daniels thing, which was a misdemeanor. It was elevated to this felony. You know, it was like it would have never been prosecuted had he not been running for president.
And that scares the shit out of me.
That's terrible. And then
That stuff's crazy.
absolutely. And the Republicans are going to do it back.
Mm-hmm.
So now you're going to have, because they weaponized the government against, you know, when you had like the Steele dossier and Hillary Clinton, you had all of this. What ended up being, you know, faulty intelligence about him being controlled by Russia. And then they have all of these investigations and spent all of this time and energy trying to get him and couldn't. And then they tried to get him on like inflating the prices of the buildings he owns. And now they finally got him on paying hush money to someone, to a porn star.
Well, what they got him on was the inappropriate way they put it in the ledger.
Right, the way they put it in the ledger, the way they entered. Right.
Yeah,
exactly.
34 times. So
And-
34 different felons.
And I know people that hate Trump that go, they shouldn't have done that.
Well, that's scary. If someone,
It's scary.
if he gets into office, you don't think that judges and prosecutors that are sympathetic to him would do the same thing?
Absolutely.
That's probably what's scaring the Biden people more than anything, is the retribution. I mean, this guy he's a vindictive guy. He's always been a guy that goes after people who go after him. You know, he hits back harder than they hit him. And if they're doing this to him, and he knows all the people that did it,
well, you have all the guys now, his guys, right? Bannon, Stephen Miller, all these guys. They are all saying, hey, where are you? DAs all over the country, start bringing cases against prominent Democrats.
yeah, they're
Why not?
worried. They're worried. You know, they're worried because if Trump doesn't get in, then do you remember what happened when Trump lost? And then all these people were saying everybody who supported him, they should be on a list. Like,
Right.
whoa.
No, it's insane.
Whoa.
Are they willing to start a world war before this election? That's interesting. Are they willing to start a world war before this election? What are they willing to do? What are they not willing to do?
Well,
Are
maybe
they,
a world war gets started because they don't want Trump in office. Maybe someone else starts it.
I'm wondering how far they're willing to go. I'm also wondering how other countries, like you just said, might take advantage.
Maybe they would take advantage of it because they know that's the best way to keep Trump from being the president. If
Yeah.
Trump is promising all these embargoes, and all this different shit that he's going to do to China, and everything he's going to do around the world, if I was running another country, I'm like, yeah,
No.
that's going, you know, right around October and invade Taiwan, take
Yeah.
that over,
Yeah.
see what happens.
I mean, that's the thing. A lot of people are thinking that there is a possibility that you see somebody makes a move.
Yeah.
You know?
What better time to make a move than the chaos of us right now?
Right.
You got a choice between, what the Democrats keep calling convicted felon. Convicted felon. He's a convicted felon. And there's been all this talk about repeating that over and over again.
Right.
Like, make sure we get that
No one
message
cares.
out.
No one cares.
Convicted felon.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such a stupid thing.
Well, he's got a lot of people running for him now that wouldn't have run for him before. So.
There's a lot of people, I think, that are also seeing it would be one thing. I mean, listen, I have nothing to say about Gavin Newsom. But if you had a guy that was had his faculties, could speak, was of a reasonable age, whatever,
Could gaslight
better. But the fact that you have this guy who's so old that to me does suggest, for whatever reason, they're terrified of replacing him with someone else. I do not know why. I don't know why. But it feels like who's ever running things right now does not want anybody coming in and looking under the hood. That does feel like that. I could be wrong.
Business is someone that won't let you look at.
Why are they killing Assange every day? Why are they torturing and killing Julian Assange? What did Julian Assange unleash that has made them do this to him, where they're slowly and methodically killing him in front of everybody?
Well, they can't stop now, right? They've been doing it for so long. They can't stop now because then he becomes a martyr with no consequences.
And the same people go and talk about Alexei Navalny and try to get you to be upset that Vladimir Putin, which made no sense. Why would Putin kill a guy who was, now I'm not saying Putin's an angel, but Navalny was never a threat to Putin in any way. He was in a Siberian prison. And the week that we were having that vote about $60 billion for the Ukraine, Putin kills his biggest critic publicly. That's insane. That makes no sense to anybody. And
What do you think happened?
well, if I had to guess, there's two ways, and Alexei Navalny might have just died. People can't just die. But it seems like if there was any group of people that had a benefit from Alexei Navalny dying when he did, it's not Russia. It would be us. If we're trying to pass to a country that's a little war weary and a little tired, going, we don't really need. Why are we in this? What is the end game in Ukraine? What does it look like? How much money should we be kicking over there? We're trying to pass that bill, get that through Congress. We have to portray Vladimir Putin as a monster who's unwilling to negotiate. We have to do that. In order to fund that war, we have to present him as a guy who's hell-bent on taking over Europe, and that war is in our vital national security interest. And the more we can paint him as that person, the better it is, and the more likely we are to be able to pass that bill. And it's just very weird if you wanted to get rid of Alexei Navalny, then you would have done it then.
But wasn't that guy in a terrible prison? And wasn't he
was in a bad prison?
And obviously Putin hated him.
Putin hated him, but they had tried to poison him already. The FSB had already tried to poison Navalny.
So why wouldn't you think they just did it again?
Why? What would be the point? He's in that prison.
Because they want him dead. Because Putin just wants him dead.
The week that America, Alexei Navalny never had widespread support in Russia. By the way, this is not true. He had certain people that liked what he was doing. He never had widespread support in Russia. This is a Western narrative that's cooked up that's completely untrue. Alexei Navalny started his life as a guy who would criticize Jews. He had a lot of fascist tendencies. And then after a little trip to Europe and maybe a meeting with, I don't know, who knows who people meet with, he decided to go back to Russia with a very pro-Western attitude, and he changed course. I'm not saying why people do that. People see the light in all different ways. The point is, the guy's in a Siberian prison. America's about to pass a huge bill. If you're the president of Russia, are you killing him that week? That just, to me, is a question.
Well, how did he die?
What are they saying? But now they said something recently. They said they found that he wasn't killed. They came out with something they conducted. Now, I don't know. I don't know who's conducting this, whether it's a Human Rights Watch or an international.
You're dying slow in jail no matter what. If you're
yes,
in a
that's a bad jail.
Yeah, you're in a Russian jail. What are you eating?
And I'm not saying Navalny wasn't a patriot or whatever, but I'm just saying that the idea that killing him,
right?
Maybe the guy did love Russia. I don't know. Maybe the guy was an egomaniacal guy who just wanted to lead. He wanted to be the leader. Maybe he was working with us. I don't know. But if you just look at it from a logical standpoint, it's weird that they killed him that week. That's strange to me. Doesn't make any sense.
Interesting. I don't know enough about the comment.
Well,
I would imagine if you want the guy
that
dead.
should never limit any of us.
Sudden death syndrome. Giving notice of the death, Navalny's spokesperson Kira Yarmyish said the time of his death, notice at 2:17 p.m. local time, when Alexei's lawyer and mother arrived at the colony this morning, they were told that the cause of Navalny's death was sudden death syndrome. That's a vague term for different cardiac syndromes that cause sudden cardiac arrest and death. Yeah. Maybe they just killed him.
Listen, of course they might have killed him,
right?
I don't know.
Unwell for a walk, almost immediately losing consciousness.
He also just might have died in a jail.
He might. Wait, how old was he? Oh, that's pretty young. Just dropped out of a heart attack.
It's certainly possible that they killed him. It's just all of these events that we're told very little about. You have to then just rest on your own. You go, well, I don't know. It's very possible they killed him. I don't know. I don't live there. No one knows. It's very possible they killed him.
I like how you're thinking, though. You're thinking like 4D chess.
Well, no, I'm thinking like, the way when he dies, people go, he was a big threat. Putin had to vanquish him. Was he? I don't know. Does anyone consume Russian media or listen to Russian podcasts? I listen to Russian podcasts. I hear the way Russian talk. Like, I know people that live there. Like, it's not. We hear a lot of stuff, and then there's what we hear, and then what's happening. Doesn't mean that it's great. I'd rather live here, but it does mean that, like, this idea that there was a movement. Like, remember when the hot dog warlord guy Prigozhin was going through, and everybody was salivating on social media, being like, no, he's about to overthrow the Kremlin. It's going to happen. And it didn't happen.
No, yeah. If he's,
Yeah.
he's a fucking warlord.
He's a warlord. If he did, he's going to be worse. Yeah. But it didn't happen because nobody has a fucking clue what's going on over there. So it's just you have to. And then Assange, they're killing this guy in slow motion, and then telling us how outraged we should be about the moment. When Assange comes out, leaks a bunch of emails, we find out we're committing war crimes. We find out the CIA can remotely hijack your car. We find out that they can use all kinds of smartphone features to record you, all that stuff. He releases, I forget what it's called, Vault 7 or Vault 5. I think it's 7, but I don't know. I forget the name of the vault, but he releases all of these things. Troves of Clinton emails, and I'm not saying
Seth Rich gets murdered.
I'm not saying Pizzagate was real, but I've never in my life been like, have 50 hot dogs ready for the guy when he comes. Like, no one talks. Like, I don't know what they were talking about, but no one has ever communicated like that. No, ever once. Those emails.
The most bizarre.
Read those emails. Nobody has ever communicated like that ever. And go, well, I hope there's 50 hot dogs or something. The president's going to love some of these good hot dogs. Like, maybe we shouldn't have our hot dog parties at the White House. Like, things that are so crazy when you read them, you don't know. You go, this doesn't seem to be. Yeah, it doesn't seem to make any sense.
And they're talking about kids.
And they're talking about weird shit.
It seems coded.
It seems weirdly coded.
It's like it seems so coded that I would assume that it's misinformation, that it's fake, that it's proper, that someone released it. It's like,
who knows?
Some sort of a fake. But I don't think it is. I don't think it's ever been claimed. I don't think it's ever been claimed to not have been actual emails.
It's very strange, and they have these emails that are all very weird and strange. Seth Rich gets killed.
And anybody who thinks that Seth Rich might have got murdered because of leaking to WikiLeaks, even though Assange alluded to it.
Right.
You're a conspiracy theorist.
You're a nut.
Well, wait a minute. Do you or do you not think that sometimes people kill people?
Yeah. I mean, like, these people are crazy.
And you see a clear motive here. You see a thing here. It's
Absolutely.
a real big thing, and if you pursue that at all, if you even question that at all, if you look into it at all, they left his wallet, they left his phone, they didn't steal anything from him.
He's not a mugging.
Just murdered him.
It was not a mugging. It was a murder.
You don't think that's weird?
It's very strange. It was always a bad area. It was whatever. Yes, but there was no economic crime happening.
Not only that, they left his stuff.
That's right.
They shot him and just left whatever he had.
They left all
Even
that.
if it wasn't a robbery.
Yeah.
If you get that person's going to shoot someone, you're going to leave their money with them.
You had all of that happening at the same time that high-up members of the national security apparatus in this country were coming out going, we have information that the President of the United States is either working for Russia, conspiring, has conspired with Russia, had girls pee on him. They were accusing him of treason. And remember that. They were accusing the guy of treason. This was not like he got a blowjob in the Oval Office. This is treason. And his supporters enabled a coup in our country backed by Russia. None of that. 2 years, 3 years on TV.
And everybody repeated it.
Everyone repeated it. No one has since apologized. Nobody has said we were wrong. Nobody has shown any interest in getting to the bottom of how that happened. They cook up this fake Steele dossier, claiming all these things, P-tape, all of that stuff. All of this intelligence ends up being, for lack of a better word, pretty unsourced. And the Clinton campaign paid for that dossier. And so all of that stuff, unreal how correct. Now when you zoom out and you look, and then you go with this old guy with dementia that they don't want to give up on, and then you zoom out, and you go, oh, maybe there is something else. I don't know. You can only say this if you have these glasses.
Yeah, you feel
if you take them off, you immediately become a normie, and you can't.
And you feel nervous.
You feel nervous. You start going, I like Biden. I like that he's a family man, which someone said the other day. A family man. The family. The son right now, our president's son right now is in court trying to convince a judge that he was not smoking crack when he bought a gun.
Is he the first guy to ever get arrested for that?
I don't know. But that's such a funny thing that's literally what the son of the president's doing right now. Is they've got his ex-wife testifying, ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, not just like smoking. He was smoking crack every hour on the hour.
Yeah, and then one of them, I think his ex-wife or ex-girlfriend, said she was witnessing him do it every 20 minutes, which is kind of impressive.
Yeah, but all the people who died of overdoses, that guy's out there keep on trucking.
That's right.
Dropping accidental packages in the White House.
Well, he's fit. He's kind of built for it. He's built to smoke crack. You know what I mean? He has fun sex. He can handle it.
Like Shane Gillis can handle beer.
Yeah, absolutely. Some people can just handle stuff. And, you know, I don't even want him to stop smoking crack. I don't want it. Sure. And I hope he's no, sure. I mean, listen, that's great. He's great. They're all great. They found coke in the White House.
You know, I had a chance to get him on the podcast.
Oh, Joe.
I know. Early on, when he was releasing his book, before the laptop stuff, all the shit at the fan.
Oh, well, then that might have sucked.
I don't know. I think I could have.
You could have opened the
whenever he was going to go, and I think they canceled all of it though.
Yeah.
I think when the shit, it probably never would have happened because I think once things started going sideways, I think he did a couple of interviews before things went completely sideways. I think it was because of the book. It was before he was selling those paintings.
Yeah, it's an artist.
For like $500
He's a sensitive soul. He's a sensitive soul. He lives in Malibu. He's an artist.
Paintings are crazy.
Absolutely. It's a great money laundering scheme.
It really is.
It's the best.
It's a great way to do it. And, you know, it's interesting. It's like the CIA, there's real evidence now. The CIA was involved in Jackson Pollock.
Oh, yeah.
You know that, right?
Which makes sense.
Those paintings were terrible.
Not only were they bad, but all of that whole era of art, they were kind of, and it was also like, it also fucked with people's heads because people looked at those paintings going, I could do that. Right? Easily. And capitalism only works if you have respect for the accomplishments of other people. Like, you got to be able to look at people and go, I can't do that.
Bro, there's some work like that is insanely expensive.
Yeah.
And it's just splatters. And you're like, what is this?
Well, it's a great way to get over it. People think rich people always get over it. It's not true. Rich people get beat all the time by other rich people because they all agree that there's certain kinds of bullshit that they tolerate. And one of them is like they buy this crap art that is like this modern art that, you know, one was a blank canvas once that sold for $200 grand, like all this stuff like that.
How much do you think that one for? $5 million.
What is this, a Pollock?
Yeah.
An original?
It's not Pollock? Someone else?
I'll show you the answer.
I say $5 million.
I'll say 2 million.
300 million.
2 weeks of the Ukraine war. That's 2 weeks of the Ukraine war, that painting.
Oh, that is so crazy.
Can we just give the Ukraine that and have them suck? Can we just give them art like that and have them repurpose?
What is it?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it's 55. It's the head of in the middle of the CIA.
Yeah, this is when they were doing it.
So was this an American guy? Oh my God! What a fucking.
You made a great point about chaos. You just need a certain amount of chaos, and all of this crap, it just starts driving people crazy.
Yeah.
And I think that chaos ends up becoming the point.
Yeah. It's a factor. You know, it's like noise. Like if you want to kill somebody, turn off the music so no one hears them scream.
That's right.
Yeah.
So that's interesting when you see them really get involved in culture in the 60s. And they are in Laurel Canyon, they're in Haight-Ashbury. Oh, they're involved in everything. They're working with everybody. You had that guy in your show, wrote that great book about Manson and all that stuff. And they're involved with cults. They're involved with everybody.
Oh, this is the one? That one still sucks. That's 300 million? That's even less impressive.
Dude, that's worse.
That one's less good. If I bought the other one for $400, I'd feel better.
That's like something a guy like me picks up. Jesus, that's reasonable.
Yeah. Good Lord. Is it the same artist?
I don't think so.
So this guy, what is the big deal about this guy?
I don't know. I was looking for another
God,
article.
this is garbage. This is garbage painting.
The top 15 from 2020, and the very first one shows was the one I just showed you.
Oh, but that's number 15. Yeah, and that's 27 million. So this is the most expensive works of art. Oh, look at this one. How much is that piece of shit? Bro, that's something my daughter would have done when she was 4. 28 points.
Yeah.
What?
It's fake.
What?
Yeah.
So this is money laundering.
This is money laundering.
Well, then there's Picasso. But Picasso's actually kind of cool, though. Look at that one. Let me see the Picasso one. Look at this one.
That's
The
the
Picasso one's kind of cool.
But it's destroying the difference. Like by elevating a lot of the other stuff, they're also muddying the water.
See this one? It's all blue.
Except that one line.
There's a little line down the middle. How much is that one?
That's the thin blue line.
$30 million. This one's a black, red with a black square at the bottom. $21 million. This is insane. Oh, that's a dinosaur though. That's pretty dope.
Well, that's fun.
That's pretty dope.
That belongs in a Miami penthouse first floor.
I looked at a house in Beverly Hills when I was thinking about living in Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
It had a dinosaur.
See, that's
You
cool.
could buy the dinosaur for like an extra $1 million.
The Persians are fun.
Yes.
Because they own those places.
I have a dinosaur.
There's one guy.
You have a dinosaur?
There's one guy there that has white tigers in the backyard.
What?
He has like a white tiger thing in his backyard.
Actual white tigers?
Yes.
You're allowed to do that?
No.
So
It's not allowed.
he's just balling.
He doesn't care.
He doesn't give a fuck.
But
He's
it's
a diplomat.
kind of well known that
He's
he
well known
does.
that he has tigers?
Maybe not amongst the people that would.
It is now.
Yeah, for sure. Now people are going.
What's the address?
Oh, I don't know. I've never done it. I'm gonna be standing there with the tiger.
Did you ever see that show, The Shaws of Sunset?
Yes.
It's all the rich Persians.
Yes. Erangelus. They call LA. Erangelus. Which is fun. There is something fun about those people. I like the gold and the gaudy and the glitter. The wasps, to me, they're like the fading wasp empire where they're loaded, but they drive like a shitty beater car.
I don't know.
And they wear loafers.
I like how you do it.
I like how I do it, which is disgusting and vulgar. And it shows people that money isn't even good.
Right.
The way I live proves that money isn't even good. That's I buy things at Dior. When I walk in these stores, I buy a dumb hoodie or something that looks crazy or a feathered coat or whatever. And people see me in it, they go, you know what? So what? So what? We don't have a lot. Look at this idiot. Capitalism needs people like me to go out and do things that are so buffoonish. It makes people go, you know what? This whole thing, money ain't it.
Right.
Money ain't it. Let's just go to the lake. But it is something gross about, I like when people that don't have money, because I never had money. When at 37, I had money at 36. And then you do dumb shit. No one, my parents have no money.
Yeah.
No one smart that does what I do. But that's okay. The only smart thing I've done is I have some houses where I can't pick them up and, snort them or whatever.
Right.
But nobody buys the kind of dumb sunglasses or dumb Bentleys. Nobody does that if they have a clue.
Right.
But my parents, my mother was a swim teacher and my father was a wine salesman. They were good people, but we didn't know anything about money. We never learned about money. We had no idea about money. So when you get money, you go, I should do things like go to Beverly Hills and get a very shiny, gross, grotesque car. Because that's what it is. That's also what Beverly Hills is. You get a nice car. You drive up to one of these restaurants. The valets park it. They go, that's a nice car. And then you just go, thank you. That's the whole interaction. Thank you so much. Thank you.
You
Thanks
want
so
to get
much.
that thank you. You want to get the
What you should tell them
admiring
is you
look.
should tell them you should go, I live in hell, and then just walk in. Just go, I'm owned. Because a lot of those people are. You should just go.
Especially if you're at the margins.
Oh, yeah.
We really shouldn't have that car.
That's right.
There's a lot
That's
of people out there living like that.
Well, a real estate agent told me once that New York was a $50 million house cash, and LA was a $50 million house with a $48 million mortgage. She said, people on the West Coast are just leveraged. The money's newer. It's different. It's not, it's old, I guess, so that people just, there's more keeping up with the Joneses attitude, perhaps.
Well, LA's filled with that.
Filled with that.
That's the whole thing. It's fake it till you make it.
Right.
It's the influencer culture.
Right.
People are renting houses and cars.
That's right.
And taking pictures in front of them. Blessed.
Yeah. And now I think it's just not even fake it till you make it. It's just fake it till you fake it.
Yeah,
You
just
gotta
keep faking it. Yeah, just keep faking it.
You gotta keep
As you
faking
make it, fake it harder.
That's right.
Yeah, and we were just talking about the average price of a home in LA. Is it California itself or LA? California itself. The average price of a home is $1 million, which is absurd. So crazy. It's so crazy. That's so much money. And then the average income is $60,000, right? 62 is the average income. 1 million is the average home.
It's unsustainable. The
That-
whole,
but that's
that whole
beyond.
thing. Yes.
Could you imagine the fucking fear that you would have if you had a $1 million mortgage and you made $60,000 a year?
What's worse about this whole thing? Go look at big houses for $1 million. They're dumps.
Yeah.
They're not even nice.
No.
Like, it's crazy what you don't get.
Right. You'd have to live in like Palmdale to get a nice house for $1 million.
They're just, you know what it is? It's pretty. California is the girl that's just hot and forever has been hot.
But ruins your life.
Right. I mean, it's just pretty. It's stunningly beautiful. There are parts of it, like Montecito or Santa Barbara.
Oh,
up
yeah.
there. I mean, this is so pretty. But everybody there's houses burned out 4 times. They're on their 3rd divorce. There's been mudslides. Their kids in rehab. But it's pretty.
A lady I looked at with a house up there, she died outside. The real estate lady that showed us the house.
This is what happens. But they'll tell you that the way they talk.
Yeah.
Santa Barbara, it's always sunset and it has this voice. And they tell you the worst things about something and they're nice, calm way, and they go, this is beautiful. It's a remodel because it burned down and the family was in it. That was sad. But it burned down and it's a remodel and they did a great job and the finishes are beautiful. And you're not in the path of mudslide. You're not in the direct path. But you're in an area that can have seismic activity. We don't love that. The fire department, and they got hold of it. Did the vegetation or something so that when the floods hit, Montecito was kind of spared. They tried, and they got pulled out of this. The LA Fire Department or whatever was they had to do certain things where they prioritize that area over the other.
Well, the problem is the fire hits, the vegetation gets burned down, and then they get the mudslides because they don't have anything protecting the erosion anymore. Right. And that's what happened. They had a big ass fire up there, which they have all the time. I mean, when I lived in LA, where I lived, we were evacuated 3 times. 3 times. One time, maybe it burnt the fucking next door neighbor's house. 2 of them. 23rd, but it's still
Millions.
900,000. Oh, okay. Only 900 grand. It's a bargain. That's crazy. It's a bargain for someone to make $62,000 a year.
Yeah.
Just imagine being in the hole like that.
This is the whole problem.
Because you can't make, even if you made $62,000 a year and had 0 expenses, right, and didn't have to pay taxes, it still is going to take you fucking forever to pay that off. You're never going to be able to pay it off.
Before we engineered this crisis. We allowed this to happen. We let foreign billionaires buy stuff. We let our own companies buy residential real estate. We let it all happen. And it's right before, we could enact laws, we could stop it. Anything that's happening, we can stop. But it's right before they start telling people, okay, live in a pod. Live in this pod. This is right before they start introducing okay, you know what's too expensive for you? Guess what? Here's the good news. And they're just going to 3D printed housing everywhere in the middle of the desert.
The wise was funds, right? Funds buying up houses, residential houses. They do it all the time. They're doing a lot now.
They do it all the time. But I do feel like we are right there where it's going to get so bad where they're just going to start with this 3D printing, whatever they're doing, where they're just going to have houses and go, here we go. Here we go. They're all together. They're all,
You're
not
15-minute city. There's no reason for you to go outside of your
15-minute
15-minute city.
You have it.
You have a little park over here. Go to your park.
And you're going to live in that, and they're going to have an app, and your whole life will be an app. There'll be an app with your city.
Yeah.
Everything will be on the app.
Check in when you get outside there.
You won't need to own a car. You won't need to own a house.
It'll
You
give you
won't
a countdown.
That's right.
When you leave the 15 minutes.
That's right.
You have 40 hours.
That's right.
to return.
And then climate change is going to be the big reason they'll use. They'll say because of climate, we're limiting automobile ownership, we're limiting this, we're limiting that, and that seems to be the next step.
Yeah, that's a scary one. The climate thing's a scary one because they're using it just like they use everything else. And you have to be a good person, so you want to support climate change. You want to support those measures. You want to do your part.
You don't want to be a psychopath.
We got to kill these cows. They're making methane.
These people are bad people, that are doing these things like leaving their home. They're sick. You want to be sick? That's inevitably, I think, what happens is all of these things are, it's a crisis that's not, this is not organic.
Right.
It's not organic that all of these cities are being bought up. None of this was inevitable. All of this could have been stopped. and it is right now not being stopped.
Yeah.
Average income 62,000, average house 900,000, and they respond to that as,
And then what happens when automation takes over 80% of the jobs?
then they got to do the world work. Then they got to get rid of everything.
What do you think?
For a lot of people.
Do you think when automation takes over, there's some sort of a massive decrease in population? Do you think they provide universal basic income? What do you think they do?
I don't know what they do. I think that it seems like right now they're preparing for a world war. That genuinely, if you were to zoom out and read the news dispassionately, like without wanting any answer to come float to the surface, it seems like they are preparing for a world war. Every article is like, conflict with China inevitable within 5 years, say many generals.
Yeah.
Every article, every national scale, every leak, Pentagon leak is U.S. readiness needs to be, within 5 years, a conflict is inevitable, The draft, military time, we should bring the draft back. Like, Europe, the future of Europe is in doubt.
So the military times said that?
Yeah, certainly. Recently, they had a article arguing, I believe, for the return of selective service for the draft. And it's definitely something that it's being talked about. Germany talked about it recently because of the Ukraine-Russia thing. And there's this idea now that,
lawmakers need to automate selective service registration for all men. New plan from House lawmakers will automatically register men for potential military draft in 18, avoiding potential legal consequences connected to failing to file paperwork at the proper time. Jesus Christ. Mandate automatic registration of all males between 18 and 26 living in America in a selective service system. Federal database used for military draft in case of national emergency.
What would that be?
It's fun with the male part. Yeah, male. What about trans men?
What about them?
Trans men are men.
Get them in.
Yeah.
Time to be men now.
That's what I'm saying. Let's go.
So it does seem like they're preparing for something. Fuck. And it does seem like it's weird. It's weird. There's a weirdness in the air.
100%.
There's a weirdness in the air.
Yeah. This is late stage civilization vibes. For sure. What it is. We got late stage civilization vibes, no matter how we slice it. We might make it through this. We might look back at this. God, Tim and Joe were so crazy. Yeah. They're making a big deal out of it. Nothing happened. Or this could be one of those things that people play. You can find a power source. I saved it on my phone.
Yeah.
Let's watch. They were talking about it.
Well, it's also like what scares me more than anything is the people who aren't feeling this way.
Did you see what they did where they gave Starlink internet to this tribe in the Amazon and they all started jerking off?
I talked about it on my show this week. They're addicted to porn and social media.
Instantly. And the elders, tribe elders, are freaking out.
They're losing control.
Yeah, they thought it was going to be great at first. But now everyone's lazy. No one wants to work. They're all just flipping through their phones all day. They're in the jungle. They're going through their phones.
Because at first it's great. They're like, look, a picture of a flower. And then 3 days later, it's like there's guys watching women get choked and, kicked and whatever. And now they're like losing control.
Yeah, they're on TikTok all day.
And that's what you look at, all of that's why it's so important that the tech people will be on the same page for the most part, because that's the way you lose control the quickest. And it seems to be very important and somewhat engineered. Maybe not top down, but somewhat coincidental that 90% of the tech people are all on the same page. Well, about most things.
Those are the type of people, though. They're all ideologically captured. That's all the left. The tech is all the left.
There's some libertarians, but very few.
Very few. Those are the rebels. To have those people in charge of everything is just so.
But it was weird because we had Republicans and Democratic bankers for a long time, and no one really cared. But there's something with the tech people where it's like, we can't. It seems like they don't want to let there be any diversity in thought with that group because the levers they hold are too consequential.
But they were that way before the levers were consequential.
Sure.
Except for Microsoft, right? If you think about Microsoft, they were like liberal, but not financially. Like they were very, very shrewd,
right?
Financially.
They're all liberal if you can be liberal and have a $25 million house in Atherton, California. If that's part of it, then I think that's part of the way we've designed liberal in America, then
they're just so removed. They're very removed from the consequences of what they're interested in.
And when you talk to them, you do get the feeling that they are they fully believe, and for good reason, that they control the country now.
Yeah, and they think they should. That's because they're the smart ones, and they're on the right side.
That's correct.
And we have to do everything we can.
Yeah.
And so when they complied with the government, when they eliminated things from social media that were problematic to the narrative, whether it was on YouTube or Twitter or whatever they did, like they thought they were doing the right thing, and that they should be doing this. These people are stupid.
I think everyone thinks they're doing the right thing, and I think the thing that surprises me the most is how a lot of those people in those positions of power aren't cynical. They aren't, you really would like them to just go, yeah, it's all bullshit. We're doing what we have to do. You'd almost rather that, right? But they truly believe.
They believe in what they're saying. They really do.
They do. I think that's if you're a deep cover CIA agent, you believe. I think if you're high in the military, you believe. I think if you're in the tech industry, you believe. I think no matter where you are, you believe, because so much of your identity becomes dependent on that.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Also, like I experienced that when I was working on a television show, when people used to try to tell me, oh, the government is programming it, and they're programming these shows to make these shows so that we're stupid.
Right.
And people would believe that. I'm like, you don't understand. The people making these shows like these shows and watch these shows. They try to make these shows. There's no one telling them to make these shows this way, other than the people that are saying this would make us money. Right. That's all they're doing. That's right. Like you've got this idea that like this is like like Fear Factor's designed to make people stupid.
Right.
No, everybody had a good time. The people making it had a good time. The people making it watch those shows.
Yeah.
They're like, have you seen Survivor? They're all watching them.
Well,
they're all in the culture.
Every time Sam Smith, or somebody dresses up like a devil or tries to do something edgy, everyone talks about, well, this is like this engineered thing. And I'm like, listen, a lot of it is people are trying to get attention. 100% what they're trying to do. Focus on
Smith.
Right. And you can't be, and I talked about it when people were like really enraged about it. And I'm like, if you are like going to be a non-binary, different, I'm going to sell sex, you can't look like my uncle. And that's what Sam Smith looked. And they were like, well, no, he's a Satanist. I go, if Satan saw him and said, that's who's my representative on it, Sam Smith looks like my uncle. He's drunk. That's what he looked like. It really does. He looks like a guy like me or somebody like a rock star. No. So he doesn't have that Bowie thing. He doesn't have that sexy thing. I think it's far less they're putting messages in to corrupt people. I think maybe there's people that certainly do that. I think overall, it's that people are lazy and want attention. And it's a lot easier to get attention that way than to keep being good at something.
Oh, dressing up like the devil is one of the best ways to get attention.
That's right. It's one of the oldest ways.
You remember the outrage for the Little Nas X video?
Of course.
Satan the lap dance?
Yes. Yeah, they're the same honey on the blood. And I'm not saying it's great for a 5-year-old, but it's like, focus more on the houses being $1 million. Focus more on all that stuff, because that's the stuff I think that in the long term. Focus more on the potential draft. In the long term, that's what seems to matter.
Yeah, but nobody is, people are just so easily distracted by a good Drake and Kendrick Lamar beef.
Sure.
It's so easy. It's so exciting to have all these things happening all the time.
It's fun. It's fun.
It's just a weird fucking time. It doesn't seem like it has there's no patterns that I can see from the past, because everything's so accelerated by technology. Like you can look at the chaos of the 1960s I know they threw water on that in the 70s. The 80s was all cocaine, and the 90s. It took till like the 2000s, the internet comes around, for people started exploring some of the ideas that people were, really connected to in the 60s.
Yeah.
But now here we are, no roadmap, and everything is fucking chaotic.
Everything's chaotic. But also maybe we'll get like a nice abatement. Like maybe for whatever reason it doesn't go in the direction that it seems like it's going.
Yeah.
And that it has like a dead cat bounce where it says, you know what I mean? Like, we're like, you get 20 or 30 years out of this place or more.
Right.
Before, because you don't want a war, you don't want nukes to fly, and you don't want all this stuff happening.
No, and you're doing all this while they can AI operate weapons now.
Yes.
Including jets. Fighter jets that are using AI. We have drones now that are insanely competent. And we probably have UFOs.
Sure.
I think a good percentage of that shit these people are seeing.
When can you charter a UFO? That'll be fun. You can charter a private jet. You're still able to charter a UFO.
Yeah. There's already people that are doing SpaceX flights, right?
Yeah, you can leave our flat Earth.
You can see the firmosphere.
The firmament. There should be a flat Earth tour that will take you to space and only show you part of it.
Yeah. They should just give you special glasses where it looks flat.
My friend's mother's a flat earther. He goes, what does she do? I go, how do we help? I go, I don't know.
One of my friends, Eddie Bravo, thinks it's flat.
Yeah.
I love him to death.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
You watch too many YouTube videos. There's quite a few people that think it's flat. The
Yeah.
problem is, it's a biblical thing. A lot of it is based on the depictions of Earth and the firmament and all these different things in the Bible, which, by the way, was written by people. This idea that people back then had it all laid out perfectly, and that the Word of God was translated absolutely perfectly, and nobody ever added their own special sauce to the mix, like they do with everything.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Everything ever.
No, it's definitely interesting. I think seeing the battle between these ancient texts and the most modern technology, and seeing how they fuse together is going to make the planet very interesting.
Sure, ancient texts fused together with YouTube.
That's right.
What is this? Japanese billionaire pulls plug on private near moon lunar starship mission. Huh.
Why?
This week.
Well, how much money would it cost? You could go to the moon? Is that what the idea was?
Yeah, they remember like Steve Aoki was going to be on this.
Oh, I was trying to tell Steve, don't do that.
Yeah, it's this plan.
Can't we go to the moon?
No one's ever been, so how can we go?
Well, there's got to be first person.
Do you think people went to the moon?
I have no idea.
I have Bart Sabro on podcast.
And do you think
Do you know who he is?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course you do. You're deep in the conspiracy world.
Well, I'm keeping the truth.
That guy's been on that forever. I had dinner with him like 20 years ago.
Right.
At least.
Yeah.
Somewhere around 20 years ago. I met with him in an Italian restaurant in Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
And he was just laying out his case.
Yeah.
Wanted the moon landing.
I mean, dude, there was a book called Penetration by this guy Ignacio Swan. It's one of these remote viewing guys. And that's what got me into that stuff, like some of that more stuff. He wrote this book, and it was about remote viewing and how like the government was using remote viewing.
They definitely were trying to use it.
They were trying to use it, whether they succeeded or not. But I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Is it pretty accepted that we didn't go?
No. I mean,
it's controversial still.
It's amongst conspiracy theorists, amongst those folks, none of those folks think we went to the moon. They think it was all horseshit. Some people think we went to the moon, but we faked the footage,
right?
Because
that's so us.
Radiation of space.
So us.
Yeah, and also
such an us thing to do it, and then actually, fuck it, we gotta film something.
There's also there is precedent that they did use certain photos that were obviously from training missions,
right?
And then they blacked out the background and tried to pretend these are photos of spacewalks. Right. Because if someone's like doing a spacewalk, like there's one of what's his name? Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin. Who's the other guy? Michael Collins. There's Michael Collins in the Gemini 15. And what they did was, but this could be overzealous PR people that are doing this, right?
Sure.
At NASA. They took a photograph of a mission where he was in a training mission, and he's suspended by cables and they're teaching him how to use the spacewalk stuff. And then they reversed the image and blacked out the background. See if you can find that.
So those types of things give people an indication that there's a problem.
Well, they give you an indication that there's a pattern of deception.
They're willing to lie.
They're willing to at least fuck with the truth for publicity purposes.
Sure.
They want good photographs of something.
Is
And
there
if
ever
you're
been
gonna
like
spend-
a NASA whistleblower?
Yeah, I'm sure. So that's it. So they took the photo on the left, and then they just reversed it to the photo on the right and blacked out the screen. So the one on the left, obviously, they're in training mission. The one on the right, they're pretending it's space. It's pretty wild. I mean, really pretty fucking wild that they did that.
That is wild.
It's wild.
But it's
It's wild.
Boeing, more whistleblowers came out.
More, yeah. There's
2 more whistleblowers.
2 of them were murdered, right?
Well, yeah, but I love.
You think they were murdered? Or did they commit suicide? What happened to those folks?
I think they were murdered.
What's the story? It's the official story about the 2 Boeing whistleblowers who got whacked.
Boeing's a national security company. It's an American defense contractor. You're working for Boeing, you're working for the government. You come out and whistleblow, how does the fucking FBI like that? They'll get rid of you too if you started whistleblowing.
What's the official cause of death for the 2 folks?
I don't know. The guy was sitting in his car. He shot himself. One was suicide. He was sad.
I would be sad too if I disparage a great company like Boeing.
I love Boeing.
I probably realized what have I done to this
He also
disparage
probably
this great
sucked.
company.
He probably sucked as a guy. No,
Might have
whistleblowers
sucked.
aren't fun.
Right.
There's
Maybe-
never been a whistleblower that's fun.
Maybe he's a fake whistleblower. He knew the house of cards was coming
He was
down.
coming.
No pun intended.
You probably went out with him when he always talked about how unsafe these planes were. And you're like, dude, shut up.
Right.
Shut up. I fly all the time. A lot of people do.
He's basically like a flat earther.
Yeah, right. I don't want to know how bad the planes are. Let them crash. Let one of them. Here's the deal. No one's going to fix it, so just don't bother me.
50 Boeing whistleblowers still want to talk safety fears despite 2 informants dying after speaking out.
They'll kill 50 of them, too. Don't think they won't.
50 people can commit suicide.
Like 50 people can absolutely
Especially
commit
if they're
suicide.
disparaging a great company like Boeing. What does it say here? John Barnett, 62, quality control engineer, had just begun testimony in a lawsuit against Boeing in March when he was found in his truck at a South Carolina motel with a fatal self-inflicted gunshot wound. Yeah, that's a little fishy. Joshua Dean, 45, died unexpectedly in early May. The quality auditor at Spirit Aerosystems, one of Boeing's biggest suppliers, passed away in the hospital following the onset of a fast-moving infection. Yeah, they can do that to you. Sure. They can do that to you. They can give you an infection.
Absolutely.
They certainly can shoot you in the head.
They can do all of that.
They can definitely shoot you in the head.
And their attitude is like, hey, can you not fuck up our thing?
Yeah, we're trying to fix it. We don't need you whistleblowing.
We're trying to fix it. You're not helping.
Yeah, what are you doing? You killing yourself?
You want attention.
Do you think James Lindsay has a very interesting take on this? He thinks that China they own a competitor to the Boeing planes. I think the strategy is to destabilize Boeing and have the Chinese planes take over.
So they're killing the whistleblowers?
No, that there's some sort of a push to get this Chinese jet company to get their products. They're more safe. They're better. Let's just take those.
Maybe, but Boeing is so deeply enmeshed in the national security apparatus, I can't see that ever happen.
Right.
There's no way that we.
But if you wanted to do something like that,
then you
how
would
would
try.
you do it? You would
like this.
You would fuck with the safety protocols.
I mean, we do depend on too much for national security. We do depend on too many things from China already.
Oh yeah, it was medicine.
Like all of it. Like not only medicine, but like chips. What's that thing? What are they doing? Is it reactors or what do they buy? What do we? They basically said we're not selling you these anymore.
They're doing charge of so many of the mines.
That's right.
So many of the mines like Congo are being run by China.
So I don't know if we'd be so stupid to just start buying all of their stuff, but maybe. Possibility.
China's homegrown 737 competitor has to wait a while to fill the vacuum left by Boeing. Europe says the COMAC C19 is too new to approve by 2026. 2026. So they have their own version. So if they're playing a long game, what better way to destabilize the competitor than just, listen, we need to save money. Let's cut back on some of these safety inspectors. Now the mechanics do their own safety inspections.
Absolutely.
Done. We're done. If you just put that little piece in place, if you just did that, and you just take into account people's laziness and how people suck at their job already, and then there's no oversight for the mechanics, what's the possibility that mistakes are going to be made? 100%.
Yeah. Well, corporate espionage is probably one of the strongest talents. And one of the things that excel at.
That's how they do it, though. Yeah. Lindsay's right. And he said that to me. I was like, Jesus
He
Christ.
might be right. He might be right. I just don't want to sit in a plane and be fucking nervous for no reason.
Yeah,
so
but you don't have to ask.
I want the Boeing people to shut their fucking mouths. Let this thing go down the runway. Let me feel like it's okay. And if it happens, it happens.
You know what the ultimate conspiracy theory is?
Yeah.
That Trump has a Boeing plane, and that's why they're doing this.
Whoa.
I got you with that one.
That's something like that is interesting. Imagine that. Imagine that's what they did.
What happened if he dies?
Imagine that. I don't know.
How easy is it going to be if he gets whacked?
I don't know if they're going to do that. I think they're going to try to go to war with China. I think they're going to go to war with them.
Yeah.
I think they're going to, if they are going to do anything, I think they just fucking try to do something that either delays an election or makes an election harder to have or something. I don't know. But if they were going to do something, it might be that. And I don't know. And they may do nothing. They may just, have a fair election. I don't know.
But this is the question. This is what we were talking about earlier. If they're willing to deceive us with the Steele dossier,
That's right.
They're willing to deceive us with what they did with Bernie and what they did with RFK Jr.
Yes.
If they're willing to do all that, why would we think that they wouldn't fuck with the election? Like, this is the one thing that they wouldn't fuck with. And then if you question it at all, especially Trump, because nobody really cared when everybody else questioned the election. Right. Nobody cared when Hillary went around forever questioning the elections. Nobody cared.
Everybody has questioned elections in this country for a very long time.
Standard move.
Bush v. Gore. Remember the court case?
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
It's kind of a standard move.
Standard move.
It's been getting more and more malevolent in the sense that, people, after Trump won, it was a whole thing, Russia.
Yeah.
And then, I don't know, I haven't looked at any specific evidence for the fuckery, but I think there's probably fuckery all over the place. There's probably fuckery in every election.
There's gotta be some. It's not zero. The
But I
amount
think-
of election fraud isn't zero.
This one, they have to do something big. This one will have to be, if something's going to happen, it's probably going to have to be something big. They're going to have to wag the dog on such a, in such a way that America's like, whoa. And there's some articles coming out being like, could a foreign government perhaps take advantage of
Yeah.
So who knows what they're planning? I just know that they don't want him in a way that I've never seen. Never been more transparent. Never been more transparent how much they do not want him in. And I'm not even saying that you can't criticize him or you have to love him or anything. I'm just speaking simply, again, from looking at the measures taken since he announced the candidacy.
And here's what's really crazy.
Yeah.
I think they thought they did enough propaganda-wise before 2016 for him to lose.
Yes.
So when you watch all the news reports and all their coverage, it was like 90% Hillary was going to win.
That's right.
And then as the night went on, everyone was like, holy shit, he won. So they went through the egg on their face. They went through all that. They're not going to let that happen again. And now he's an overwhelming favorite.
Yes.
Like, he's a favorite. If the election happened now and the election was fair, he would win. Right?
Yes.
Like, he's several points ahead of Biden, right?
That's right.
What's the latest polls? Because he went up in the polls after the conviction.
Which was such a mistake for them to try to do that because he raised $40 million, something like that.
No, it's way more than that.
Maybe more.
I think it's like $100 million.
He crashed his campaign website.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do they like question everybody real quick? Like some news breaks. Like, what do you think now?
Right, who are they questioning?
6 p.m. How do they get a new?
Well, I always say this: they're only getting results from people dumb enough to answer polls. So that, by the way, is a skewed response for sure. Polls in today's day and age, there's no reason to answer them.
There's
Why are you
also
doing
a
that?
social stigma to saying Trump.
Oh yeah.
So I think that you have to weigh the numbers like that.
Right.
So there is a little bit of a social stigma to saying Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Or certainly there was. Maybe it's going away, but there was. So you might want to weight the poll to that as well.
That's 100% true.
And go, there's a certain percentage of people that are lying and saying Biden who aren't going to vote for Biden.
Right.
So a close race might really mean that Trump is up a few percentage points.
I think he's up a few percentage points already. I think
for
he's
sure.
up like 6
And I
points.
think I talked to a lot of hardcore leftists that are like really resigned to him winning and don't care because they say
Maybe it'll be better for the
we
economy.
did not. Well, they said we did not vote for Biden to go to war with Ukraine. To go to war with Russia through Ukraine. We didn't vote for
Jack up inflation.
We didn't vote for an unending commitment to whatever Israel wants to do in Gaza. We didn't vote for house prices being higher than they've ever been, interest rates being higher than they've ever been. We didn't vote for any of that. He's done a lot for the environment, Biden, supposedly, but also a lot of people didn't vote for all the taxes that come along with that.
What is the new one they're doing? They're going after the guy from the Epoch Times
For embezzlement or something?
Epoch Times
Yes.
has hardcore
The
right-wing
side.
which is hilarious. Epoch Times is hilarious.
That is very
Like,
This is the end. Welcome to the end. Money laundering.
yeah, charges alleged $67 million global money laundering scheme. So this is the headline, right? What's the actual story? What's a good place to go? Probably AP is probably a bit more balanced. Go to AP. All right. What will become of Epoch Times as chief financial officer accused of money laundering? Okay. What is the accusation? What is Epoch Times? Dude. Federal prosecutors in New York charge. Boy, say that dude's name. Wei Dong Guan of Secaucus, New Jersey, chief financial officer of the Epoch Times, of steering at least $67 million in criminal proceeds, much from fraudulently obtained unemployment insurance benefits to the company, its affiliates, and himself. Guan pleaded not guilty, but was suspended by the Epoch Times, which agreed to cooperate with the prosecutors. The case falls into question the future of a company that was a key online supporter of Trump and a spreader of conspiracy theories. So what is $67 million of unemployment? That's what it's saying? How do they do it? How do they do that? This is all just like, what does it mean for the Epoch Times? But what is how did he do it? They don't say what they're accusing him of? They're accusing him of stealing money.
Laundering money, I guess. And that's
the top executive of the Epoch Times. So he's just a guy that worked there. A right-wing media company has been arrested and charged with laundering at least $67 million in stolen. So he might have actually done it. And they might just, they're not trying to close the company, right? He's just the chief financial officer. Right? So he might have actually done it. I don't know. Chief financial officer was arrested Monday in the indictment headed up on May 23rd. It's unsealed. He entered a plea of not guilty. His lawyer, federal public defender. Why does he have a public defender?
I guess he lost all his money.
That
seems crazy.
Is that how it works? That seems crazy. Declined to comment. If convicted, Mr. Juan faces a maximum sentence of 20 years for the money laundering charge and 30 years for each bank fraud. Oh, Jesus, fuck. Epoch Times affiliated with Falun Gong, a spiritual movement banned in China, and was for years an obscure free print newspaper dedicated largely to criticizing the Chinese Communist Party. In recent years, the outlet transformed itself into a prominent supporter of Donald J. Trump and his allies on the right. Oh, they're probably grifting. It's probably
They're trying to make a couple of bucks.
It's a grifty company.
Yeah.
According to prosecutors, Mr. Guan ran a sprawling transnational scheme over 4 years to buy prepaid debit cards on the internet at a discount using cryptocurrency, and then deposit the cards' money into both personal and company accounts. The debit cards were loaded with illegally obtained funds, prosecutors said, some of which was fraudulently obtained unemployment insurance benefits. Oh, wow. This seems deep. Ooh. But I mean, but hold please, because if you're fucking the type of dude who has a website that's basically dedicated to criticizing the Chinese Communist Party, and then all of a sudden you flip and become a pro-Trump supporter, that sounds to me like one of those fucking Facebook pages that Russia takes over.
Yes.
Like they take like Christian, they used to have a memes
and then
page.
it's a Black Lives Matter page, and then it becomes a trans rights page.
Yeah, there's a ton of those folks out there grifting. If one of those guys was also involved in illegal money laundering, that seems like
go and sow some chaos.
probably what they did.
Go sow some chaos. It's a great job. I'd like to do it in China for us. I mean, if they're hiring these, why can't America? Let's get an army of lunatics, people like me. Send me into China. I'll start problem. They'd kill me quickly.
You couldn't do it there.
That's why we lack the advantages, because you could come here and really start some shit.
Do you think that our government is doing that here too?
I think elements of it probably are, for sure.
They have to be.
They have to be.
Why? They must be. If China is doing that, and we know that Russia's doing that, we know that they're doing that.
Well, then what would Navalny have been? Let's think about this, right? Now, Navalny might be a great Russian patriot who was disgusted with Vladimir Putin. I do know he started his career with very different views than the views he began espousing after. He seems like a guy that the CIA has a conversation with and then becomes a prominent. I'm not saying that it's possible. But so we're doing things like that, 100%, and then they're doing things to us where they're like making my aunt kind of more racist. They're starting with a pretty racist person, but they're twisting her and they're getting her more racist with memes and with all kinds of crap. I mean,
things they share that might not even be true.
Yeah, she's like a Long Island, because these Long Island boomers now, we're throwing stuff at them and they're just like catching with their teeth like a dog.
And they share it to their honor.
And they just share it and they don't know what's going on. And they're just kind of like, it's all not my mom's. My friend's mother thinks McDonald's is serving human meat. So that's where we are. A certain percentage of the population is schizophrenic because they can't handle all the stuff we talk about here.
Yeah.
It's hard for people to realize how corrupt things are, but how they've always been.
Yeah.
So if you learn all of this in an hour, your mind melts.
Right.
And then you start going, is Chrissy Teigen a vampire? Because every other side up is down and black is white.
Yeah.
But
too much information.
There's too much information. But if you know about JFK or RFK or Martin Luther King or Patel or anything, you have the context to put a lot of this stuff in.
Right.
So you're not like, your mind doesn't melt immediately.
Right.
It melts slowly.
Real slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you just can keep people fighting about everything and everything being something that they have to uncover and all this chaos, you get a lot done behind the scenes.
You need to. You have to have people completely scattered, have no.
Yeah, you can't have people like calm.
No.
And everybody fine and paying attention to what you're doing.
And then you gotta bless it. You gotta go every now and then. You gotta go, and then there's like an NFT party. Everybody has like a time where the crypto is killing it. And everybody gets a little money, and then they go, okay, well, we got to clamp down on this.
Right.
And then the internet's free, and they're like, man, let's clamp down on this. Mm-hmm. And it's just they oscillate between clamping down on things and then letting people run with them for a little bit.
God damn.
It's a delicate balance.
Can you imagine being in charge of chaos? Do you think there's a guy that's like runs a chaos department in the deep state?
Well, I think there's many guys that do. And ladies.
And you think
let's not forget that.
What is their view of the world? If they're the ones that are instigating all this chaos, and they're the ones that are fueling it online, if they're working to actively do that and comment on things on Twitter and get things crazy, what is their view of the world? Like,
I
they must be
think-
so cynical.
I think the only view those people have ever had is the alternative is worse.
We don't
I
do
think
this.
that's the only view they've had. I think when they were doing MK Ultra on people, I think they were going the alternative is worse. It's worse. And you can justify a lot of things. When they were carpet bombing Vietnam, it's the alternative is worse. I think that's kind of the only view that those guys can have in that echelon of the national security apparatus. They can't. I don't think they're analyzing it too much outside of that.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
This does not leave me feeling good, Ken.
Well,
I was hoping to be more.
Well, we're gonna tell jokes tonight. So it's fun to tell jokes.
Are you splitting your time? You're all over the place now?
I'm all over the place. I spend most of my time in the French Protectorate in Monaco, where I find honest people. And it's so good to have honest people around you. I'm very susceptible to environments. A lot of people live on boats. No. I'm all over the place. It means St. Helena, we're just in Europe for like 3 weeks. It was amazing. Here,
Sam was just here.
I'm going to spend a lot of time here, I think, in the summer and fall, because now I'm off the road. So it's like, I'm going to be here. I'll be popping in LA a little bit.
Yo, how are you?
Know, I'll be around. We're doing something cool.
Hello.
Netflix, we can't say it. It's not a stand-up special. It's something cool. It's like an election type special thing.
Oh, that's exciting.
Yeah, it's it'll be fun, and I'm excited about that. And it's just fun to do fun stuff. And who knows? We don't know.
Yeah,
it's fun. It could all work out.
It could all work out. It probably will all work out.
That's right.
I mean, you could look back on, there's an Assyrian tablet, I think.
Yeah.
Fucking 4,000 years ago.
This is unprecedented.
I'm sure I saved it. Where they were talking about the end of the world.
Yeah.
I think I saved it. It's just one of those things. It's like human beings always have that feeling that it's all falling apart. They always have that feeling that at a certain point in time, all of our luck's going to run out. And it has. That's the other thing.
That's it.
Like it actually at one point.
It is a great Eddie Pepitone joke where he goes, every generation thinks theirs is the one where the world ends, but we are right.
Here it is. A Syrian clay tablet dating to around 2800 BC bears the inscription, "Our earth is degenerative in these later days. There are signs that the world is speedily coming to an end. Bribery and corruption are common. Children no longer obey their parents. Every man wants to write a book. And what happened? But I had it right there. And the end of the world is evidently approaching." That's amazing. So this is a good way to end this. That's right. Explain to people. This fear that we have had is just, we are in a constant state of change and a constant battle of truth and propaganda, and it's always been that way. And that this tablet from 4,000
New Joe Rogan, dog.
And it'll always be that way.
Oh,
We're monkeys. We're crazy monkeys.
Find something fun out there. Come to the mothership and it's a bonus for them.
Are you here this weekend?
I'm here this weekend.
Oh shit!
I'm here the weekend. I'm here.
Joe Rogan podcast.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. You get it. I get it.
Here we go.
Joe Rogan podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day. Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day. Hello, Chad. Hi. What's happening, man?
Nothing, man. Nice to meet you in person.
Yeah, right. We were already chatting about how Google is totally listening to me.
Right.
Confirmed 100%. Because your Google News feed is always like stuff that you're interested in.
Holy
Pretty much.
shit.
But I was having a conversation with my wife about purses, and she was explaining to me that certain purses, like, you can't just buy the purse. You have to develop a relationship with a store owner. Like, what?
I don't get that. You think if you're trying to sell stuff, you'd want to sell it right when it came out.
Exactly. I don't get it. But, like, there's a thing that certain, like, posh people really love, and it's exclusivity. They love it. I'm the only one that can get this watch. I'm the only one that can get this fucking purse or whatever it is. So anyway, all of a sudden, Google starts showing me purse things. They start showing me all this stuff about purses. I didn't look anything up about purses. I just had a conversation with the phone sitting at the dinner table. That's crazy.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
It's
Like,
weird.
then you figure, like, oh, my forearms are too small. Next thing you know, you got these flexi deals and the gorilla grip deal thingy that spins around.
There's no doubt it happens. There's 100% no doubt it happens, because that is the only explanation for that showing up. Because generally, it's always the same stuff, same kind of things that I'm interested in. Stuff that I click on, UFOs, MMA, some new car, something. It's like, it makes sense. And it shows up my new, and I'm like, why are they showing me 3 different articles about purses? What the fuck is going on? You fucking creeps.
Yeah.
Is that legal? How's that work? Do you have to sign off on that on the app? Like, if you use the Google News app, are you signing off on that?
There are multiple ways that you may have opted into something that's allowing that to happen.
Jesus.
I haven't read any of this.
No,
I scroll to the bottom, hit the thing.
if you read them, you're a psycho. If you're sitting there reading it, it's forever. Yeah. Like, how big is the apple?
It's three full scrolls.
Apple's pretty good about stuff. I think they're probably the best about that, because they're the first company that actually stepped in and said, we're going to stop companies from being able to share your information. They're the first that did. What exactly did they do, Jamie? They made some sort of a big deal. It was an advertising move, and a lot of people got pissed off with them for it.
It might have been the ability to opt out. I think they might have given you the option to opt out on the settings of the iOS for the first time.
Something like that. I think you're right. Something like that. But a bunch of people are like, this is going to affect our advertising. But hey, you guys are stealing money. Stop doing that.
I spend my mornings going through my emails, unsubscribing.
Oh, yeah.
To stuff.
Yeah.
It's just too much.
There's companies, like there's one of our ads. Is which one is that? They'll go out and find the subscriptions. Which one is that? Jamie will find it.
Oh, like they go find it.
They'll do it for you.
What you're subscribed to.
And you're like, oh, National Geographic still? You know, whatever it is. Whatever.
I am leaking money.
I'm sure. And apparently everybody is. It's just you get so accustomed to subscribing. Like, oh, yeah, that'll be easy. I'll get the cereal every month.
No shit. I'm 5 years into a lot of week-long subscriptions, free subscriptions.
Yeah. Well, that was how they used to get it too. How old are you?
49.
Okay, you might be old enough to remember. I'm 56. Do you remember those Columbia Record House deals?
Oh, hell yeah.
Nobody pays for that. How did they make any money?
I still have a collection coming in.
Everybody does. I feel like that was a way that they made artists seem more popular than they were. I think that was part of their deals. They could say they sold, millions and millions of records. I also think it was probably a way that they could rip artists off, because they could say, we lost all this money in Columbia. Like, they could, factor it in, and say, I know it seems like you sold 1 million copies, but actually 400,000 of them are Columbia, and nobody's paid for them.
The MC Hammer clause.
Right. Is that what it was?
I don't know, but he's that guy.
Did that happen to him?
I know that his record deal screwed him over, had to file for bankruptcy, all that stuff.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He went full MC Hammer, too. He went crazy. Like, he was, getting some house built. I remember it was, the most extravagant house. He had, this super expensive marble that was being brought in, and, and then they just, I guess they pulled the rug out from under him. Those dirty bastards. I don't know the whole story behind that MC Hammer thing, but they for sure don't want to pay you all that money.
Oh, no way. If you look at royalties for comics, it's 0.00, 15 zeros, and then 1 cent.
Oh yeah, you get nothing. For audio, for comedy audio, you get nothing. You get nothing. It's always been like that, though. It's, you know, especially comedy albums. After like 1980, who fucking bought comedy albums?
I mean, I don't know, but it's like, plus the lawsuit, you know about the lawsuit? Where they had to take a bunch of people off of Pandora and Spotify and everything because of the lawsuit that they're trying to get writer and performance credits.
Who was trying to get it?
Just a company. It was, I can't remember what it's called.
Tim can find it.
Okay.
So, what else are you finding?
Experience is a company that does those.
Okay, Experience. Yeah, so they'll find you subscriptions and they'll yank them. So, what is the company that's doing
So
this?
you had all these royalties coming in, and then all of a sudden, this company, there was like a bunch of estates, like the Robin Williams estate, I think maybe George Carlin, where they were like, hey, we should be getting more money for this because it's 50-50 split, but songwriters are getting a writer credit and a performance credit.
Right.
And so they wanted comics to do that. But that doesn't really make sense because comedians are like, I'm not using your bits, like,
Right.
and so you wouldn't get a writing credit for my performance.
Right.
So it was strange. And so then Pandora was like, fuck this, we're pulling everything down, and pulled a bunch of guys off, including myself.
I still don't totally understand. So, who wanted the credit? Like when you say writer and then performer credit, was that to the comics, so the comics would get paid twice?
Yeah.
Okay, so instead of like an artist that didn't write their song, the comics were like, no, we deserve to get paid twice because we created the entire content.
Exactly.
But
But
Pandora was like, no, we can't do that.
right, because the writers, I mean, like when you're singing a song and someone else wrote it, that makes sense.
Right.
But no one's doing anybody's bits.
Right.
So, like, I can't sit up here and do a Hedberg bit.
And if you are, you probably bought them from them. You know?
Yeah, so there was some sort of agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I bought a heckle line once from a buddy of mine back in Boston. It's such a dumb line. Brian Fraser was reading. The joke was, this is like to someone in the audience that's heckling you. Like, this is my impression of God when he made you. Okay, just a dash of cunt. Oh no, the cap fell off. Too much cunt.
How much did you pay for it?
I don't remember. I think it was $500. I don't remember. But it was such a great line.
So
I was
you
like,
can't
that's
use
a hilarious line. He's like, I'll never use it. I go, sell it to me. I'll fucking use it. But, you know, that was like a year into comedy. I was like, you know, when you're a year into comedy, anything that works, it's like you have tools. You're just like a toolbox. Anything that works, they're so precious. You're so scared to write new ones.
Yeah, you're like, start to freak out, and then you're like, oh, this come and go gas station bit always works.
Right.
You know, so you fall back on that.
Right. And then, even that sucks. You know, it's kind of like, the problem is like, when you're starting out, you say things in a very specific way, and that might not be the best way to say that there, but that's the way you're kind of stuck saying it. That is a problem with bits. Like sometimes I'm even today, like I'm working on a new one, and I'm like, I don't know about this. I feel like there's another way to say this, and I'm just banking on the way that I've been saying it over and over and over again, and maybe I should just abandon it and let it sit there for a bit and come back to it.
So I didn't work summers for a long time. I have 2 kids, and when I was, you know, when they were in high school, I'd always be home during the summer, and I found that in September, I would always be able to fix bits a little bit better because I let them sit. I almost forgot about it. You know how it starts, and then your brain is like, I have to get to this point, but I can't remember how I got there.
Right.
And so then you start to put it together a little different.
And they're probably working in the back of your head subconsciously too, because even though you're not doing comedy for 3 months, you're still probably thinking, 3 months I'm going to do comedy.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. So it's kind of like working in the background.
Most likely.
Yeah, for sure. That's what they say sleeping on is all about.
Yeah, like if your piano piece, if you can't figure it out, you play it before you go to bed a bunch of times, and then all of a sudden the next morning you wake up and you're like,
there's been a few times where I woke up in the middle of the night to pee, and I realized I fixed a joke. Yeah, just like all of a sudden you're like, oh, that's it. It just needed one more little ingredient.
it is a fun eureka moment when you fix a bit.
Dude, what is it? Where is it coming from?
Like, where's the joy coming from?
No, where's the ideas coming from? Where the fuck are they coming from?
I think they do sit. I think there's a part back there that's just constantly going, and we don't hear about it. And then when it's done, they're like, get it to the fucking front.
Yeah, but even the creation of an idea is so mysterious. And that's why people invoke the concept of the muse. You know, that's the Stephen Pressfield, he like swears by it. The War of Art book is all about the muse, about summoning the muse when you write. There's something weird going on, I'll tell you that. Because it seems like they just like enter into your head like a photon. Like some shit from space. Just all of a sudden it's in there and like, oh, that was an idea. And even though it's your idea, like I take credit for writing. Like I'll take credit for fixing jokes. I'll take credit for like going up. I always feel like I can't really take credit for the original idea. The original idea is almost like this little gift.
Absolutely.
You know?
Like you see something, and somebody's doing something, and you go, oh shit, and that sparks something, and you just go, all right, I gotta write this down.
Sometimes you just say it out of nowhere. You just say it. Like you don't even know why you're saying it. You're just saying it. And it's like, you didn't even think that much. It just came out.
Yeah, there's times where you're on stage where you're just all of a sudden riffing a bit, and you hit them with something, and they start clapping. You're like, oh god damn, thank God I'm recording this.
Oh yeah, sometimes that's the best part of the bit. And you're like, what the fuck is going on? Like, how is that the best part of the bit?
It feels, it's almost like you're playing chess in your head, and you are 7 steps ahead, but you don't even know it.
Right. It's a weird fucking art form. Weird art form. It's one of the only art forms where almost everybody writes their own stuff. Like, if you think about musicians, there's a lot of musicians who write their own music, and they're kind of revered, right? There's musicians, where you go to see a musician, like a singer-songwriter, and they write their own stuff, and you sit there, and you're like, wow, this person crafted this in their mind and practiced it alone, and, you know, there's something, like, magical about that. But you can go see, like, a really talented singer that has writers that write for them, and they're great, too, but you don't feel the same, you know?
You know, because you feel like you're good at playing the guitar, you have a great voice, you're good at making someone else's work. Like, I used to audition for stuff. I had a fucking toilet at auditioning. It's the truth. I go in there and it's somebody else's words, and I'm just you can hear the people in front of you, they're getting huge laughs. I go in there nothing. I don't know. I don't think I'd be a good singer of someone else's song. I think I'd have to learn.
I never wanted to be an actor. I had zero acting, no wishes, no dreams, no aspirations, zero. Just wanted to be a comic. And then I got a development deal from doing MTV. And then because of this development deal, I wound up being on a sitcom. So my point is I did 2 auditions ever. One was for a show called Hardball. I got that show. And that show got canceled. And another one was for a show called News Radio. And I got that show. And those were the only 2 that I had ever done. For you. It was the nuttiest thing of all time. People would get so mad at me. I'm like, look, I just stepped in shit. I got super lucky. Like, they were looking for a cocky baseball player for this show on Fox. And I went in and they met me and they're like, oh, this is the guy. And then I did this show where I played a mentally challenged conspiracy theorist maintenance guy at a radio station. That was perfect too.
Yeah, it was like, I got these. They always sent me in for these auditions where it's like, I was 30-something years old, and it would be 22 good-looking. And you're like, what the fuck am I doing here? I went in one time, and it was like an Abercrombie and Fitch shoot. Oh, God. And so I go in, and I'm looking around. Everyone's a foot taller than me, chiseled jawline.
There's just agents will throw anything at the wall. I went in I definitely did a bunch of auditions after those shows that I didn't wind up getting, like for movies and stuff like that. They were so weird. You're in a room with someone, and then, you know, you have to improvise. Sometimes they ask you to improvise. Like, look, this is neat. One time I went in for the reading, and the PA was this kid. It's not the kid's fault. You know, he's reading the script. He's terrible. And you're supposed to be reacting, and he's barely getting the sentence right. And then you're supposed to have this realistic reaction to this, you know? And then they were like, you know, I want you, this is what the guy said. He goes, I want you to you're very excited. Your friend is getting married. You're very excited. I want you to write down a piece of paper, you know, get married. You're trying to talk him into getting married. And I'm go, so you want me to do this with this guy? I go, look, if you want to bring in an actor, and me and an actor can fuck around, I go, he's barely getting through these conversations. This is silly. Then I was like, I don't want to be an actor. Like, I realized, like, why am I even here? Like, I don't want to do this. Let me get the fuck out of here.
Nowhere in real life would somebody go, I'm thinking about getting married, and your response is, you gotta get married. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah, it was a dumb script. The movie was terrible. But a friend of mine was in it. And I was like, yeah, it'll be fun to do a movie with him. But going on the audition, like, what am I doing? It was just one of those movies. It was written for fake people. It was written in some weird way for people that don't exist. I was like, you're trying so hard to make people talk and think this way. These aren't real people. This is bizarre. Like, every person in this movie is totally disingenuous. Like, every word that you wrote for them is not like anything people ever say. This movie sucks. It fucking sucks. And it looks like you wrote it on Adderall, and you're just trying to make some money. And why am I here?
Yeah. Have you seen the show Suits?
I have not.
Okay, so they have this really weird cadence where they'll say, and I'm not gonna goddamn do it. They use goddamn in front of stuff, and it's every character.
Oh god.
And so you're like, how did all these people meet?
Is it from the 20s or something?
No, it's like
It's current?
yeah, I think it's still on. I think it just had a thing.
Oh, that's bad, right? Or a bunch of people that are like really easily influenced, you know? Yeah, that's where accents come from. Like, one fucking dude probably talked a certain way, and everybody's like, that guy sounds cool. I was all about this too.
I was reading that some people have a thing in their head where when they're talking to someone with an accent, to make that person feel more comfortable, they start to speak in the accent without even knowing.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, when I was a kid, I would switch accents, like, when I moved to new places. I realized I only lived in Boston for, like, 6 years, and I was 19, and I was on television for this thing that I did, and I heard myself on TV, and I was like, ew. Ew. I had no idea my accent was so strong. It's like, yuck.
A Boston accent?
Yeah, it was terrible. So I killed it, for the most part, until I get a couple of drinks in me.
Yeah, that's the same with me. You put whiskey in me, and I get a little Canadian.
Yeah, especially if I'm around my friends from Boston. We're all talking shit to each other. Yeah, those guys talk shit. Yeah, yes, fucking cocksucker. Yeah, the best place to do stand-up. Because to develop there, like, you are, that treadmill is going. You gotta hop on, you gotta move. Get moving. Everybody's moving. Nobody in the audience has any attention span. They don't want to hear you dilly-dally and pontificate up there. They want fucking jokes.
Yeah, hammer me. I gotta go to work tomorrow.
Yeah, they're all powered.
I love doing comedy in Boston.
Blue collar. It's not even necessarily blue collar, because there's a lot of, like, white collar people that come to the shows too. It's just like work ethic. When you have to shovel your car out of snow every fucking year, you have work ethic. You can't get up at 8 o'clock to be at work at 9. No, you have to get up at 7. He's got an hour of shoveling to do.
Yeah, defrost the windshield.
Yeah, you gotta do all that shit. You gotta start the car up, let it run, heat the inside, defrost the windshield, get the fucking scraper, and then you're out there on a fucking skating rink. Your street's a skating rink, so you have to drive 5 miles an hour, and you have to make sure that you hit the brakes way before the car in front of you, or you're gonna cause a pileup. I saw so many pileups, man.
Yeah.
Woo. God,
I grew up in Minnesota. Lived in Minnesota my whole life. You've seen it. It's just not.
I think Minnesota's the #1 state where people die in deer accidents. Is it the number one? Yeah. No. Deer on the road.
Oh god, yeah, I would think that.
It's either Michigan or Minnesota. I forget which one. But those places, you grow up in a place like that, man, you develop some resilience. Those are different human beings. You grow up in fucking Florida, you don't think you have to worry about the sky becomes an angry god every couple of years.
Yeah. I remember
Pennsylvania. Oh wow. Damn. 1 in 38 chance of hitting an animal. So you drive for 2 months, you're gonna hit one in West Virginia. Pennsylvania's 1 in 59. That's still high. But 1 in 38 is crazy. 1 in 38 means every month you're hitting a fucking deer. That is so crazy. That is so crazy. It doesn't mean that. It means overall the time of your life. 1 in 38. But that's a lot.
I've never hit a deer. That's probably stupid to put out into the universe.
Yeah,
but
I've never hit one either. I did hit a squirrel once. I felt so bad. Little guy was moving left and juking left and right, not sure. And I'm like, come on, fucker, don't do this. And he did it. And I felt the thump. I'm like, oh no. And I look back, I see his little legs kicking. But you know what? Vultures have to eat too. That's what that's all about. You know? Absolutely. That's a weird thing too when you see a dead animal and you're like, oh, and then you come back like 20 minutes later, you see these monsters hovering over it, devouring it. They're so gross.
Pulling everything out.
Oh, you ever seen a Tibetan sky funeral? Bro. In Tibet, I don't know which religion, I don't know what they're practicing, but they have this ritual called the Tibetan sky funeral. And instead of burying people, what they do is they chop them up and they feed them to vultures. Yeah, and there's graphic video of this online because it's like this big ritual. So there's graphic video of these dudes with these like giant cutting boards and fucking cleavers hacking up people, and there's a swarm of vultures all around them. So they're hacking up body parts, and then these vultures are just devouring these human beings. And we think it's gross, right? But isn't it grosser that you waste the body?
Dump it. Yeah.
What is this, Jimmy? Oh, it's a video of it. That guy was a little too cute to be there. He's like, what are you doing there, fella? I thought it was a movie. So look at these. Look at all these vultures.
Jesus, this is like when pelicans follow a fishing boat.
Oh, they 100% know what's going on because they've been doing it all the time. Let's do
Tourist attraction in some part of China.
Jesus Christ. Tourist attraction.
Oh, there they go.
So then I'm going to show you hacking the guy up. But there's plenty of other videos that are more documentary style that show like very graphic images of this person hacking apart his body.
How big? How big do they cut the pieces?
Just like chunks, and the vultures, they're all, you saw how they are. They're like piranha. They're all just on it. And they just devour everything. They devour the bones. They devour everything. Isn't that better? Though, I mean, look, nobody wants their loved one to be reduced to meat, you know, but is it better that you're taking your loved one and you're pumping them filled with some toxic chemical that makes it so that they'll never rot? You can examine them years later and find fentanyl traces and shit. Like,
if you believe like in something else, like something's going on afterlife, right? I mean, the soul's gone anyways. It's the vessel that you're putting in the ground or letting go.
And if you believe that this person was murdered, like, do a better job now. Like, how much time do you need? You know, do it, film it, and get all your. I guess maybe like that. Remember that HBO show, Autopsy? Did you ever remember that show? There's a great show about this guy, Dr. Michael Baden, and Dr. Michael Baden would always catch like husbands that poisoned their wives secretly, or wives that had poisoned all their husbands, and people that kill people like in secret, sneaky ways and gotten away with it. And then he gets on the case and he finds like really crazy examples. One of them was this one guy, and after his wife had died, I don't even know if it was his wife, it was maybe his girlfriend, but he kept buying cases of perfume, and no one could figure out why this guy was doing this. But he left his wife in the bed and never reported that she was dead, and kept fucking her. Put like a mask on her, and then eventually put like some artificial vagina down there, and the perfume, he was pouring perfume on her to mask the decay. And so eventually, finally, they caught him, but they got these images of what used to be his wife with like a mask on the face, and there was clothes on what's left of his body, and then there's this like tube where the vagina is, and this fucking psycho was banging her corpse and like passing out from the smell, just cases of perfume. This dude just pouring perfume all over her corpse.
I feel like I could solve that crime.
You have to be in the room. I mean, you have to be like in the neighborhood or something. Have you ever smelled a vial? When I was a kid, the apartment that we lived in New Jersey, this guy died on one of the floors, and the smell is insane. It's so specific. It's so different. A rotting human body apparently has a very unique odor. And like the coroners and the guys that called in, like when there's a smell, they know what it is right away. Yeah, that's a person. It's different than a dog.
Yeah, I was gonna say mice die in my garage, and I can't go in there for 2 days.
Yeah,
I mean it sucks. So a person.
Oh my god, it was horrible. It's the whole hallway. You couldn't specify like where it was coming from. It was like a skunk. You know, it was everywhere. The whole hallway just reeked of this. Like it was just like the universe letting you know, get out of there. Get the fuck out. It's giving you this smell. Not just New Jersey. I mean that hallway. It's giving you the smell of death. It's a very specific smell.
You know how the guy died?
I don't remember. I was a little kid. I think I was 5 at the time. But I'll never forget that smell. It's like, oh, because he was in there for a while. You know, he was some loner. And he just fucking one day kicked the bucket. It took a while for anybody to figure it out, and they figured it out because of the smell.
And then how long did it take them to get him out of there?
I don't remember. I was too little. I don't remember. But it was a very, very specific smell. It was gross. But it is weird what we do. It's weird that Joey Diaz was trying to lay this out to me. He's like, Joe Rogan, it's a fucking scam. This is the scam. Even if you want to get cremated, they got to embalm you first. They got to embalm you first. Then you're going to buy an urn. They got you. They got you for 10, 14, 15 grand every time. They're going to tell you your grandfather wants a beautiful coffin. He's fucking dead. What are we doing? It's like this weird thing that everybody does where you have to get your person embalmed and then you get them made up, which is creepy.
My daughter has a friend who her boyfriend's sister died, and she's getting into makeup and hair for a living, and they asked her to do the makeup and hair of the dead sister. Why the fuck would you, like, someone has to sign up for that.
Yeah, that has to be your very specific job. That's not regular makeup.
Yeah, it's not like you go into, like a Great Clips or something and ask somebody, like, hey, my grandpa died, can you come help?
Bro, that might haunt you for the rest of your life, especially if you know the person. Absolutely. I'd like a Viking funeral. Viking funeral's dope. But a Viking funeral, again, you're kind of wasting the body. If you just put it in the ground, that's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to go back to nature. I guess the Viking funeral, eventually, you get back into the system. You just take it the long way. Yeah. You turn back into carbon again. Yeah. This is going to take so much time. But you're going right into microbes. And essentially, what's inside of you starts eating you first, if I'm not mistaken. I think all the bacteria in your body start breaking down from that stuff. I think a lot of weird things happen. But then the stuff on the outside figures out you're dead. And then the soil starts devouring you.
Going for it. Have you seen the people that get put into trees?
Yeah.
That's wild.
That makes sense. Makes sense.
Or like a diamond.
Yeah.
They get pressed down.
But trees definitely live well off of fertilizer that comes from dead animals. Yeah, they eat what's there. They take it in, suck it up, which is what fertilizer is. Which is why our food sucks, because we give them fake food. We basically feed our processed food, right? Because nitrogen is what we take nitrogen, a bunch of other bullshit chemicals, and we pour it on this dead topsoil so that these poor corn can survive. And then we eat the corn, there's like no nourishment. They're like, what are you doing?
Yeah. I remember like in third grade they taught us about crop rotation. And you're driving by these fields and you're like, this has been fucking corn since I was in third grade.
There's no way you can rotate. Yeah. That's what they're all doing in the regenerative farms. Regenerative farms, they move everything around. That's how you're supposed to do it. That's how everyone's done it from the beginning of time. What is that? Mushrooms that eat your body? Suit you wear to get married and turn into mushrooms. But they're going to embalm you, man. Unless you live in a place that lets you opt out of that. Unless this is for another country. What are the laws in America? Let's find out what the laws are. When you die, do they have to embalm you? Because this is what Joey was saying. But that might have been very specific. It might be regional. It might be like certain cities.
They embalm you before you go into a cooker.
Yeah, that's what he was saying.
I didn't know that. I thought you just went in.
Not required.
Not required. They probably talking about that because that's probably what it
It
is.
says, in fact, that FTC's funeral law forbids any funeral home from stating the contrary.
Interesting. That's because they've done it.
Oh, absolutely. All they're trying to do is shame you, make you feel bad.
Listen, you have to embalm them before you cremate them.
Your grandfather came in here earlier and told us he wanted to be embalmed.
Is it necessary? According to federal law, it's forbidden to declare that embalming can entirely stop the process of decomposition. Oh, but that's different.
But that's probably why, I guess.
Right. It's entirely forbidden to declare that embalming. But is it mandatory? Is embalming mandatory? It's not required by federal law in the United States. And no funeral homes can claim that it is. That's interesting. Or there are some circumstances where embalming may be required. State law. Okay. Some states require embalming if the body is not refrigerated or is held in transit for more than 24 hours. Other states require embalming if the death is caused by a contagious disease or if the remains are being transported between states. So funeral homes do require embalming if the family chooses to service. Okay, that's probably visitation, open casket. That makes sense. Cemeteries may require embalming if the remains are being entombed in a mausoleum. Ew.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Embalming can help their loved ones see their loved ones for the last time. You know what? I have only been to one funeral where I saw one of my loved ones was my grandfather, and I was like, he is not there. Like whatever they left there, that is just not. That's not my grandfather. He's gone.
Yeah, when they go, oh, he looks so natural. Well, he wasn't fucking orange when I knew him.
Fuck no, no. He does not look natural. He looks weird. Yeah, there's like a part of you that knows that whatever a person is in their soul, whatever a soul is, it's off.
Yeah, that's gone.
It's off. Yeah, it's gone. It's weird. It's a weird feeling when you're on a dead body. So,
especially one that you knew so well.
Oh yeah. It's a wake up call, you know, because you just realize, like, oh my God, this comes for everyone. One day, everyone in your life is gonna go like that. And if you're lucky, you're gonna see it. Is that what the luck is? You know, if you live long enough. I was switching phone numbers the other day, and I was going over my phone, my contact list, and there's so many people in there that are dead. I kept pulling out people that were dead. I was like, oh, he's gone. Oh, he's gone. It was crazy.
How long has it been since you switched last time?
Well, it's just, I got a bunch of old numbers, you know, from dudes that I haven't talked to in forever. That, you know, you just, when you have an iPhone, you just keep getting a new number, and you just, somehow or another, all the numbers come with you. There's so many of my friends that are dead. So sobering, you know, when you just start counting the numbers, like, oh, fuck, Norm McDonald, oh, fuck, you know, and you just go through all of them, like, fuck, he's gone too, you know?
I'm getting to the age where that's about to start happening, I think.
It happens, you know, and sometimes it happens and you do not see it coming. It hits you like a train, especially when they take their own life. You're like, what? Yeah. Jesus Christ. And then there's always that guilt of like, fuck, maybe if I talk to him, maybe if I had one conversation, or maybe that's just your ego.
Yeah, because I think once you're over that line, I don't think there's a lot of pulling back.
Perhaps, but I think every circumstance is different.
Yeah, I guess there's that one dude that used to live by a bridge, and he would go out and talk guys off the ledge. And so I guess maybe there
was one guy that jumped, and he lived. He's one of the rare guys that lived. And said as he jumped, he realized what a horrible mistake he made, and he wanted to take it back, but he couldn't. And he lived, but he's all fucked up, but lived a happier life. Like, was thankful he was alive, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, I used to bartend when this dude would come in and he was missing his jaw.
He's talking about 200 people off the ledge.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Highway patrol officer. I bet that guy's a smooth talker. I have a buddy who jumped off that bridge.
No shit?
Yeah. Tony Anagoni. He's a professional pool player. Good dude. I hadn't talked to him in a while. I hadn't talked to him in a couple of years. And then I saw it in the news. I was like, fuck. Yeah, it's one of those things, man, where it's just like, when it happens, you just get jolted. Especially the suicide ones. It's like, what?
Yeah, when you have no clue.
Because, like, you think about that person when you're having fun together. You think about that person when you're sitting around laughing and cracking jokes.
Especially if it's the life of the party that does it. Right. Oh, fuck, I could have picked 10 other guys besides you.
Right. You imagine Robin Williams. Imagine watching Robin Williams on any. Did you ever see that commercial where he's doing a commercial and he won't stop fucking around?
Oh, so.
And the director's trying to get him to stop fucking around. He's like, will not stop fucking around. He's doing the different characters and shit. He's like, okay, Robin, can we focus now? And Robin's just fucking going off.
Yeah.
That guy you would never imagine could ever be stopped. You know?
I was an extra in a movie with him, Billy Crystal, and Louise Dreyfus. And some two people were sick. They went back to their trailers, and I was interviewing him, and he did it as Mrs. Doubtfire. And it was fucking awesome, man. Everybody was losing it.
You play it, Jay? You see it?
I said to him,
It's already there.
Look, his back is to the camera. Like it's a different guy.
Everything. For me, this place is fabulous. I want to be
Robin, the line is the introduction, just the one line that you guys do, okay, please?
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Foul ball, male hygiene spray. You know, sometimes below the waterline we could drink. That's why I need new foul ball. Something hardware thing
it upside down. Sorry! This is fabulous. I couldn't believe Bobby, this can's too cold.
Would you do the line now? Just the introduction, one line.
Hello, I'm Sheldon Heston. I have very few Jewish friends, if any, but I'd like to say, won't you please help support the United Goyim College Fund? Help learn a child to eat hot dogs this year, mayonnaise and corned beef.
Can we get another actor in, please?
Oh, give me a chance, please. I need this.
All I do is
I want to say, I didn't
You're not going to do it on the cup counter. You got to do the line. Just, all right? Can we hear it, please?
Я очень любил в Америке. Сейчас у нас говорят, очень главное. Something when you tell you the You know, what I would have loved to have seen actually is if they could have combined and dropped off funeral and the Olympics and had him in the bobsled run. All right, I'm ready, Howard.
All right, can you get it now?
Yes, sir.
You know what the line is? You want me to hold the cue card?
Yeah, I can.
The one that says,
Yeah, I
the commercial. Okay,
That's right down
here we go. And
Storm, that's a German name, isn't it? Storm. Yeah, it sounds like a dog. Hello, that old Storm. Come here, boy. Hey, off the leg. We're ready now. Here we go. I love you. I love you for the man that you are. An incredible man. More than just one night. A man who can, I don't know, make you realize, ouch, who are you? I'm ready now.
Okay.
You ready?
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Thank you, Howard. Yes, Howard Storm is now directing commercials. Again, I can get it this time.
Yeah, once more.
Hi, I'm Jack Nicholson, and you know, Howard Storm is directing goddamn commercials. It's incredible that he can find a camera small enough to work with, but God bless him for trying. His first commercial was Billy Barty on a footstool. God, I love the fact that the man takes chances.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And cut.
He just wasn't gonna do it. He's a maniac. Oh, that's incredible. He's an odd dude, for sure. People get mad when you bring up joke thieving allegations with that guy, but that's just what it was.
That went on for over 13 minutes.
That's hilarious.
2.5 minutes of it.
Yeah, people think that you're not supposed to talk about that part, but that was part of him.
Yeah, you have to talk about it.
The guy still was great. He was still great. He was very odd.
I wonder if his brain worked so quickly that sometimes it was out before he knew it.
Perhaps, you could excuse someone for a lot of things. I don't know how his brain worked. Obviously, he had like mental problems, which wound up, there was a lot of physical problems that wound up contributing to his suicide. But depression was part of that too. But it's like, you have to also put in context. There wasn't anybody like him back then. There was Jonathan Winters, who he took inspiration from, who a lot of people forgot about. Jonathan Winters was like really weird like that. He would do really weird, crazy stuff and act like just like different characters and just wouldn't be there and just would hold on to it. And people would like panic and they wouldn't know what to do. So I think he took a lot of inspiration from Jonathan Winters, who's an amazing talent too. But Robin was like very unique. There was really nobody like him. Mm-hmm. And he could act his ass off, man. It was like Good Morning Vietnam. Like he was good in movies too.
Yeah, I like Good Morning Hunting.
Yeah, man. Yeah, and serious roles. How about that 24-hour photo? Did you ever see that?
Yeah,
bro, creepy. Yeah, he played a good psycho. It was very, very good. But like, you would never imagine a guy like that would hit the rocks where he wanted to kill himself. You're like, no way.
And then you start to wonder, like, was the comedian part of him the show, and the 24-hour photo is the real deal?
I doubt the 24-hour photo was the real deal. I think the real deal was like a deeply depressed person. That the reason why they were so good at getting people entertained is because they needed so much more than the average person just to hit like a baseline. Yeah. I think when people are super depressed and then they use comedy as like a way to just, like a drug, to just get them, like Richard Jennings apparently was only happy when he's killing, and then when he got off stage he was depressed. And he's another guy that wanted to kill himself.
That's like an hour a day. Yeah, you're happy.
Yep. And he was like the most miserable guy, guaranteed. Like when I would do morning radio, I would always ask the driver, like, who's the worst guy to drive around? And they always would say Richard Jennings. So he hated it. He didn't want to be there. Didn't want to talk to anybody. He was miserable. So fucking funny. Dude is weird. He wanted to be a movie star, apparently. So back then in the 1980s and 90s, like what the thing was you would graduate into movies, like a Jim Carrey, or into TV like a Seinfeld and the Everyone Show. But everybody really wanted movies. That was the thing. And he never got any of those. He was only in like one movie. He was in The Mask with Jim Carrey. And he had a show on the UPN called Platypus Man. It was terrible. But his stand-up was brilliant. His stand-up was incredible. He was so good. We all like would just be in awe of him. I remember him doing a bit at the Comedy Works in Montreal. This little tiny room in Montreal. It's a great room run by this amazing guy named Jimbo. Jimbo was the best. And this room was only like a 90-seat room. And it was during the Just for Laughs Comedy Festival. And Richard Jennings went up and he did a bit about buying a Corvette. Like, what an unrelatable premise. What a premise where you're like, how do you get anything out of this? And was murdering. Just murdering. I can't remember what he said, but I was crying laughing. We were crying laughing. It was so funny. And there were so many punchlines in there. It was so, his sense of irony, his sense of his sarcasm, the way he would hit the punchline, the writing. It's like all day he prepared for these sets, and then he would just go into a darkness and just get ready to do his thing. Horrible. I knew his girlfriend. His girlfriend was a comic too. One of his girlfriends at the time. I don't think she was the girl that was his girlfriend at the time that he killed himself. But she was a comic at the store, and she would just tell me, you know, she's like, the guy's so brilliant, but he's like so eaten up.
Yeah, it's some people can't find balance.
Sucks, man. When they're that good, you just like want to hug them. Come on, man. Keep it together.
Just want to go. Just enjoy the rest of it.
I've told the story before, so I apologize to anybody that's heard it. But he went to the East Side Comedy Club in Huntington. That wasn't Huntington Beach. It was on Long Island. East Huntington? I forget what it was. But East Side Comedy Club was a great comedy club on Long Island. And I went there on a Sunday, and I talked to the guy that was the MC all weekend, and he was depressed. And I said, why are you depressed? He goes, Richard Jennings did a different hour every show. He did 4 different hours and killed. He goes, I'm up there. He goes, I have 20 minutes that I'm opening with. I can barely get through them. They suck. And I'm bringing on this genius who does a different hour every fucking show. And he goes, it makes me want to quit comedy. I think he might have quit comedy. Because I never heard from him. I really think that might have done him in. Like, I think he was around for like a year or 2 after that, but I think that was it.
That is tough to watch, though. When you're working with a master and you're not even close to it yet.
It's like those dudes who fought Mike Tyson in the early days. Like, you never saw them again.
Yeah. I've been late for a show twice in my life, and both times it was from watching Mike Tyson's Greatest Hits.
Oh, wow. They'll drive you crazy. There was a time, like in like 1986, like whatever it was when he lost to Buster Douglas, but there's never been a heavyweight like him. I think he was the greatest of all time. I think he was the greatest of all time for a short period of time, but I think you have to look at a fighter in particular. They can't keep it up forever. It's too crazy. Mm-hmm. They only have a few years in this like high revolution, high red line prime. And that's what I try to judge him on. There's ways people judge fighters on longevity, like Sugar Ray Robinson. The best example of all time is Bernard Hopkins. Bernard Hopkins was a world champion when he was 49 years old. Crazy. That's my age. Crazy. And fucking up guys that were 20 years younger than him with ease. You know? I mean, he was a master. Just a masterful boxer who had incredible discipline and never lost focus and never got out of shape and never ate bad food, never ate processed anything. He always ate like clean, organic food, drank water, no booze, fuck you. You know, up in the morning, always running, always calisthenics, always was shredded, never gained weight in between fights. Even today. I had him on the podcast today, like a couple months ago. How many months ago? 6 months ago? Maybe a little longer. Something like that. Even now. Guy's like in his 50s, fucking shredded.
I don't have
Ready to go. You don't have to. You're a comedian.
It's like I need the processed food sometimes.
Sometimes you need a little comfort, you know?
What do you think it was about Tyson? Do you think it was his? I always equated it to his legs and his coil.
There was a lot of factors. A lot of factors. First of all, there was his upbringing, right? So he had a horrible, horrible upbringing. Okay. Just crime and violence in the worst neighborhood in Brooklyn. He lived in Bed-Stuy, right? So Brownsville, I think, originally in Bed-Stuy. Terrible neighborhood, real bad. You know, a lot of crime, a lot of violence. And then at 13 years of age, he gets adopted by this guy, Customato, who's one of the greatest boxing minds of all time. And he's also a hypnotist. So from age 13 on, he's hypnotizing Mike and telling Mike he's the greatest of all time. He's the greatest of all time. He's going to be the greatest heavyweight the world has ever seen. And then on top of it, you have crazy genetics. Mike, I had Teddy Allison. He told me that when Mike was 13, he was knocking out grown men, and they wouldn't believe he was 13. He'd bring him to boxing tournaments. They're like, "How old is that kid?" He goes, 13. He goes, "He's fucking 16." He goes, "Okay, he's 16." And he'd put him in with the 16-year-olds. He'd knock the 16-year-olds out. Yeah, he was a freak. So you have that sometimes. You know, you have kids that just have extraordinary genes. And then you have this perfect storm of a very intelligent person who's deeply neglected as a child and then adopted by a genius. Not just a boxing genius, but a genius in terms of psychology and life and philosophy, and understood war. And like he was a war historian, he was a boxing historian, and he was also managed by this guy, Jim Jacobs, excuse me. And Jim Jacobs had Jim Jeffries tapes, or James Jeffries. He had Jack Johnson and Jack Dempsey. He had all the film footage of like fighters that some of the greatest boxers of all time. Willie Pep, you know, Floyd Patterson. He had all this old footage on reels. And he was like the biggest collector of old boxing footage. And Mike was being managed by him. So Mike would sit there all day and watch Jack Dempsey fight, watch Jack Johnson fight, watch Stanley Greb, watch these old killers. You know, these guys that existed, you know, decades ago, and no one gets a chance to see them. Because, you know, we're talking about 1980. You don't even have VHS tapes, right? When did they come along? They were like 82 or something like that, right? So he's getting like, this is happening to him in the 70s, like late 70s. Like, so let's make sense of this. So he's 58, he's a year older than me. And so how old was he when he was 13? What year was it when he was 13, rather?
So he was born in 66, I've been 79.
79, okay, no VHS. So the only way you can see these things is if they put them on television, which they might, but then you have to watch it while it's on TV. You can't rewatch it again. There's no way to record anything. Or you know Jim Jacobs. If you know Jim Jacobs, who also did the commentary in a lot of those. If you watch a lot of those old films, they're black and white and there's no sound. And they like put in sound later, but Jim Jacobs does the commentary. I know his voice. And he was a genius too. And they have this incredible convergence of all these things that created Mike Tyson in like 1986, when people were like, holy shit.
Yeah.
But he would walk out there with no bathrobe and just fucking, he was a perfect creation of the universe. Like the universe, all the factors that would come into play that make something super special all came in his, to be a boxing champion. It could not have had a better convergence of mind, talent, background, and then the people that were influencing him.
Yeah, he was wild.
Yeah, he's being trained by Teddy Atlas when he's a little kid.
Isn't it illegal to hypnotize a child? That's a good question. I would think there's got to be.
That's a good question. Depends. Like, when your kid thinks they were possessed, that might be a good thing to hypnotize them. If the kid's like, legit, like, you cat. I have words for you. Like, oh, Billy, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? I'm sorry, I left you alone. I had to work. I had 2 jobs. I paid bills. Billy's bouncing off the walls at home and he thinks he's possessed.
You're like, watch the spoon.
Yeah, it might be good to hypnotize that kid. But yeah, I would think hypnotizing anybody before they were aware of what the fuck that means. But I don't think hypnotizing is what people think it is either. I don't necessarily. I've only been hypnotized once, so I can't speak to like what the total potential of what someone can do with hypnosis is. But you're aware of what's going on. It's not like you're gonna like take your clothes off and blow this guy. Like it doesn't make any sense. Like you're just in a different state of consciousness, and it's almost like you're allowed to look at things for what they really are, versus all this noise that's around most of the ideas in your head, where you're blaming other people when you should probably blame yourself. When you were lazy and that's why it went bad, and it wasn't like someone else's fault, and all that stuff that keeps people on the wrong track, that keeps people drinking too much and gambling too much, all those weird things that are going on in your head, like you'll get past that and you'll see you. Yeah. And you see you for a brief amount of time, and you kind of analyze what it is that's fucking with you. And then someone who's like a good performance psychologist can implant ideas, like help you implant ideas in your mind of how you're going to approach things from now on. How are you going to look at things from now on? And I know a lot of fighters use them. A lot of fighters use hypnotists and performance coaches. The guy who did it to me is my friend Vinny Shorman, and he does it to a lot of fighters. He hypnotizes a lot of fighters.
And what does he put in there?
I think it depends. I think it's different for each fighter. You know what they need. Yeah, what they need. I mean, some fighters. There's a thing that happens with some fighters in the midst of a chaotic fight. They will forget about the game plan, and they will just go on instinct and start throwing down. They want to get knocked out, or something goes bad. They panic. Like, I don't want to say panic, but they don't think straight. That's the best way to say it, because they're still fighting. You know, it's chaos, but you're letting that lizard brain take over, and you're not sticking to the game plan. Like, the really good fighters know how, even in these like chaotic scrambles, to keep things technical. Don't do anything that's going to get you caught. Like, it looks nutty when you're watching it on television, but if you're watching a tactician like a Max Holloway or, Sanhagen or, Sean O'Malley, these fighters are very tactical. Everything they're doing is to elicit a reaction from you, and then they have counters based on how you do things, and then they start downloading how you're moving and reacting to things, and then they'll start plotting and moving. Anderson Silva was the very best at that. He would take the first round, and he would just be kind of like moving with you, and then towards the end of the round, start fucking you up. But for the friend that's just downloading, Anderson in his prime, I've never seen anything like him. He was in his prime, he was just downloading people's movements.
And do you think those other fighters could see it in his eyes and they're like, oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Now he knows.
Yeah, when he was at the top, for sure, everyone was terrified of him. The one thing that they did find out, though, he had a flaw. And the flaw was, if you didn't attack him, he didn't attack you. Like, he wasn't willing to take stupid chances, especially with, like, big punchers. Like, there's this guy, Patrick Cote, and Patrick Cote was a big puncher, like one-punch KO guy. And they had the worst fight. It was a boring-ass fight. And then Patrick, unfortunately, threw a kick and blew out his knee. It was, like, the worst ending of a fight ever. Just his knee exploded.
Just not getting hit? Just kind of
not getting hit at all. He just went to throw a kick, and his knee was in a weird position, and it just blew apart. And he's like, ah, falls down. That's happened before. It happened to Tom Aspinall recently. Threw a kick, knee fell apart. Didn't even happen. Like, it wasn't happening like where someone did something to him. He just threw a kick and his knee fell apart.
I'd rather watch a guy get knocked unconscious than have that huge response to a part of their body.
The knee's a bad one, but the worst is a shin break. That's the very, very worst. Or an arm break. A forearm break or a shin break. Those are very hard to watch. Those are the hardest I've ever I've seen 4 leg breaks in person, and they're fucking horrific, man. They are fucking horrific. They hurt your soul.
Oh, you got
This
one?
is the worst one. Oh, that's Patrick right there. So watch how he does this. Look, it's so crazy. They're moving around, and he goes like he's going to throw a kick, and he just fucking moved weird.
That's it.
Out of nowhere. His knee just exploded, blew out his ACL, tore his meniscus. Crazy.
That's a tough dude, so for him to have that reaction.
The toughness. He was an animal. Patrick Cote was a fucking animal. But the fight was kind of boring because he was so dangerous. So Anderson couldn't lead, right? Because if you lead, you worry about being countered. So Anderson was not just really fucking good, but also really smart. He just knew when he could hit you, and he knew when you could hit him, and he would take his time. But again, once he got you figured out, like, as the fight went on, he would like if he made the fight boring, it was also a strategy because then you would be anxious and you would maybe do something to try to pick up the pace and he would crack you. But he's an old veteran, so he's just standing around going, I don't give a fuck about booze. It's like, I'm gonna just move around here. He did that with another guy, a Brazilian guy, Thales Leites, kind of the same thing. Boring ass fighter, but a dangerous fighter and a really dangerous guy on the ground. Thales Leites was a nasty jiu-jitsu black belt. And so he was like, I ain't going to the ground. You know, fucking stay on the outside, just kind of barely win every round. Yeah, but if you do something stupid, I'll fuck you up. And nobody did anything stupid.
Know all that shit.
Well, he was just so smart that he didn't care if people were booing. And then the UFC would get mad at him. They'd get mad at him because those performances, even though he's the greatest of all time, at the time he was for sure. In my eyes, he's still in the conversation. During his time period when he was running shit, still in my book, one of the, if not the greatest of all, one of the greatest of all time, for sure. He's in the conversation. Whatever that. The conversation's so subjective, and I change my opinion on it all the time. But during that time period, he didn't give a fuck if people were doing it. He didn't care. It's like, and so the UFC would get mad at him. But I was always of the mind that he's doing the 100% correct thing. He's the best fighter. And to fight the best, you got to know when to attack and when not to attack. And sometimes you don't attack at all. Sometimes if he does something out of character and forces it, that was not his style. So for him to engage in a style that's not his style, then that's stupid. The smart thing is to fight to the best of your ability. And unfortunately, some of those fights were not fun. But you also get the Vitor Belfort fight from the same guy. You know, you get the Okami fight, you get the Forrest Griffin fight, you get all those insane knockouts, those highlight reel knockouts. He was a monster, man. In his prime, he was a monster.
But if you could take the booze and the other guy can't.
Yeah. Well, it was also like he wasn't going to do anything stupid until he did. And then he did, and he got knocked out by Chris Weidman because he was doing something stupid. That's literally what his demise was the thing that kept him so invincible his whole career. He would stay composed. No matter what happened, he just stayed composed. He always knew when to attack, when not to attack, when to attack, when not to attack. He was just a genius. There's guys that, like, for a while, whatever those years are, where you can't beat him. Like, no one's going to beat him for these years.
And that's just because of his strategy, watching you move.
Well, he was also so good at being the champion, right? There's a thing about performing in front of so many people with such high stakes. And if you've never experienced that before, the first time you ever fight for a championship fight, it's so crazy. You see it in guys' faces sometimes. Sure. You see the weight of it on them. They're like, fuck, this is so heavy. They're like, there's so much anxiety. You just can't wait to get in there and get it. And once it gets going, then you're fine. Then you're just going on instincts. Then you're going on training, and then you're fighting. But it's the build-up and the thinking, the anticipation, the anxiety. He's used to that. Yeah. He's done that 13 times. He defended the middleweight title, I believe, more than anyone ever. Is that true? I believe he did.
That's why Gene Hackman measured the hoop in Hoosiers. Right? Let them know, like, you've been here. This is it. Same fight. It's 10 feet.
Yeah. It's the same thing everywhere. Yeah. But the thing is, that's like that anxiety of performing in the moment, and that's what a sports psychologist does. That's where a sports psychiatrist comes in. That's where a sports hypnotist rather comes in. Psychiatrists too, but they give you drugs. You can't take those. Right? Some guys have tried. I knew a guy who got kicked off a card because he was on Adderall. And they were like, you can't take Adderall and fight. He's like, I need it for my ADD. Like, fuck, shut up. Shut up, bro. You're on speed.
It's tough though, man. Sports can mess you up.
Oh, 100%.
Like I come home from golf for the last 3 years, miserable, right? Calling myself a dump. I call myself a piece of shit, loser. And then my girlfriend goes, hey, why don't you just tell us, pretend you're talking to 8-year-old you. And I tried that shit for a round. I had the greatest round of my life.
Yeah, you could do it. You just have to, that part of being a man in particular, like, fucking idiot. You know, like you make a mistake, you gotta avoid that. Because there's zero good.
There's a gym teacher with real short shorts in my head. That is the voice in my head, dude. Just like, you fucking idiot.
I'm guilty of that sometimes when I play pool. I'll talk shit about myself. This is Charles Barkley's one of us. God damn it,
you hear how fast that was? I mean, he almost not even hit the ball before he said it. That's amazing.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
And then the girls taking the video laugh at the end. That's so good.
That's hilarious. Yeah, that does not help you. But also, there's a thing about a guy like a Charles Barkley or a guy like you. It's like you don't really have the time to dedicate to a thing like golf to really get great at it.
Right.
It's the same thing as playing pool. The great pool players, they play 8 hours a day. 8 hours a day. If you want to play at like a Shane Van Boning level, you want to play at like a Fedor Gorst level, you have to play 8 hours a day. They play 8 hours a day. They don't fuck around. They're so in the groove all the time that if you're like a casual player, you just can't find that groove. And they don't want to ever let that groove go. They're in that groove all day long. All day long. They wake up in the morning and they start thinking about running balls. They start thinking about putting English on balls. Like if you want to play golf like a really great golfer, those fucking guys play every day. They have coaches. They analyze footage. Like look at Tiger Woods. Tiger Woods started playing when he was how old?
3 maybe? 2? Yeah.
Yeah, and was coached by his father from the time he was a child. Played constantly.
Yeah.
Greatest of all time.
I mean, you can get in the groove for a little bit.
Yeah.
That's what keeps you going back. You're not going to stay in it.
You're not gonna stay in the groove. That to me, it's maddening for me with pool. Because I could play pool, like if I have a night off, and I can play for like 5-6 hours, like around 4 hours in, I start really getting the groove. I start feeling it. But it's like inconsistent. It comes and goes.
Yeah.
But if you play with a great player and you watch them do it, they just never get out of the groove. They're always there. They very rarely miss. They very rarely miss position. The cue ball's perfect. It's always moving exactly where they want it to go. And if it's not, they play safe. And you watch it and you're just like, what? It's like, this is a feel of the movement of the balls that's only possible if you're so finely tuned to it that you're playing every day. Like this guy Fedor, he just won the World Championships. He's a friend of mine. He's been on the podcast before. We were having a conversation on the phone about cubes because he had switched. He was with his company Q Tech, and they switched his company White Carbon, and it was months ago. And I was saying we were talking about different approaches he uses and different equipment. He's like, I'm still adjusting to this cube. I go, really? I go, you had it for like how long? I was like 4 months. He goes, well, I'm pretty much there. He goes, but I'm about 3 or 4% off. 3 or 4% off. 3 or 4% off. But this guy's a fucking robot. Like his understanding of where he should be versus where he is, and how, he wants to know exactly how much pressure to apply on that cue to make that ball dance exactly the way. It's like, oh, it's a little off. It's a little, like he knows it's a little off. I did it just right, but it went there instead of there. 3%. Yeah. What the fuck, man?
You ever left the stage and you just screamed 100% into the green room? Come on, 100%.
Every now and then you catch a groove and you are at 100%. And those moments are the weirdest. You're like, why can't I do this all the time? Why can't I just have so much fun with the jokes all the time? Sometimes you're having so much fun saying the material, it makes everything so much better.
Yeah.
And you're like, why don't I do this all the time?
And it just feels like every single thing you say is going to be awesome.
And the more you do it, the more you're there. Right? So if you have a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, like if you're doing a real week in a place, by the time Saturday rolls around, you're a wizard.
Yeah.
You're a wizard. You got those bits tied up in a fucking basement. You're in control of the situation.
Just thinking about what you're going to eat after the show and still killing it.
You're in the flow. You're in that flow state. And that's when you come up with new stuff. That's the best way to come up with new stuff because you just feel funny. Yeah. I feel where the funny is. It's like I know that vibe. I caught that vibe. I know where that vibe is. I can ride that vibe. Mm-hmm. And that's those golf guys. So if you're not doing that every day, you're gonna get out there and fucking lose it. You fucking idiot. You fat fuck. You're gonna talk yourself. Just like Charles Barkley. It's unavoidable.
Yeah. Do you ever play snooker?
I know. I have not played. I've seen people play it. I've fucked around on a snooker table. I've never played a game of snooker, but it's very difficult. It's hard. A lot of snooker players are super successful in pool. No pool players. I mean, maybe Alex Pagulayan, he could play everything. He's like a world champion in like every discipline. He's a world champion, 8-ball, 9-ball, 10-ball. He's like one of the greats of all time. One of the Filipinos too. For whatever reason, Filipinos are the best pool players on earth. Like there's guys driving taxi cabs in the Philippines rather, that can win pool tournaments in America. They come over here like you can't even everywhere you go it's pool games. Like it's like one of the most popular games in the whole island chain. It's huge over there. But that guy is he's like an elite professional snooker player as well as an elite professional pool player. But he's super rare. There's like John Moore. There's a couple other guys that can play really good snooker.
We came up playing snooker in northern Minnesota.
That's a tough game.
Yeah, you go in and these guys are just like, they take it so fucking serious. If you lose them $1, I mean, these were old men. And if you lose them $1, forget it, you're out. They always used to say, so a 2-ball was worth money. So you'd have to make a cherry, it's called, a red ball first, and then you had to make a number ball. And then he would always go, if you missed the 2-ball, he'd go, they never do it. Or he'd go, yeah, you bet, if you missed. And so we went to this guy's funeral. And we had a buddy with me, and he had a flask with him. And they were talking, and he stands up and raises the flask, and he goes, they never do. And then all his old buddies had flasks with them, and they raise and go, yeah, you bet. It was the fucking greatest funeral I've ever been to.
That's awesome. Well, I bet snooker halls. What do you call them? What do they call snooker halls? People play snooker.
We just played at the spot. I don't know. It was like a little restaurant that had tables in back.
Oh, okay. And they were all snooker tables?
We had 2 pool tables and then 2 snooker tables.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So they're like places where they just play snooker. Do they call them a snooker hall? Is that what they call them? Yeah. Snooker club. The term pool actually comes from gambling. Pool is not the game. The game is pocket builders. The pool is what's called. They pool their money together. Gamble. Yeah, that's the name. That's the name that is attributed to it. Yeah, it was really a gambling game, 100%. But snooker players come over to America. Snooker players come over to America and rob people in pool. They play really good because they're used to those little holes, and also these big ass holes. And it's just getting used to the ball moving different because their balls are so small. They don't put a lot of side English on them, and they don't do like weird stuff with them. American cue balls are larger, so the billiard balls are larger, so they do a lot of shit with them. They throw balls into the side pocket with English and do weird things. So they have to learn all that stuff, and they learn how to break hard. Once they do that, their technique is so flawless.
Yeah, spot on, because they're going just straight shots.
And they have academies that teach people how to play. There's not like a lot of there's a few really good teachers in this country, but there's no like national system where you have like a university that you go to learn how to play snooker. Right. Like, they have that. They have like real at one point in time there was real money in snooker in the UK. Like real money. Like those guys were millionaires. What? Yeah. The guys I was playing with them were not millionaires. But you were playing with the guys in Canada or Michigan, right? Minnesota. Yeah. All that cold stuff's the same to me. But in the UK, there was snooker was huge on television. I remember going over there for a gig a long time ago. I turned on the TV and I'm like, whoa, we got snooker on like regular TV. This is nuts. Yeah, watching these matches because you're stuck in a hotel room before your show. Yep. So you're just watching. When do you guys watch? And they're all watching snooker. But for whatever reason, I think it died off. I don't think it's that popular anymore.
I don't think you could find a snooker table in the town I grew up in anymore.
Yeah.
Places closed, they get rid of them because all the old guys that played died off.
Well, the game that really died off was 3-cushion billiards. 3-cushion billiards was the real game back in the day.
What's that?
It's a game with no pockets. And the game, it was also a very big gambling game. Where people would gamble a lot of money. Like gentlemen would gamble a lot of money playing 3-cushion. And 3-cushion, you can't find that anywhere anymore. It's still in some countries. I think Korea has a big 3-cushion scene, and Belgium, back in Belgium, does really well 3-cushion. Some European countries still use it.
Is that the one that has like a score up on a wire above the table, where you move it with your cue?
They do that with pool too.
Oh, okay.
That's just a score line. But what 3-cushion billiards is this giant ass table that has no pockets, and you have 3 balls, and it's usually 2 white balls and a red ball, or two red balls and a white ball. And see, right here they do yellow sometimes too now. So this guy has to hit a ball, and then it has to go 3 cushions, and then hit the second ball. So it's all about understanding angles. See if you can find a video of someone doing it. It's fucking boring. See, this is the game. So he's got to hit a ball, and then he's got to go 3 cushions and hit another ball. But what it really does, if you learn this game, it teaches you how billiard balls move around a table. So it really helps you play better position for pocket billiards, and it helps you learn how to play safe better and how to kick at balls better. So like this guy
That's pretty wild that he's hitting it.
Mm-hmm. This guy's obviously a wizard. This is really hard to do. So it is really a thinking person's game. The problem that I have with it is I want to see balls go away. Yeah, I don't want to see them sticking around. If I make a point, I want you to go bye-bye. I don't want to see you. The fun with me is that guy, Lindahl, is one of the greatest of all time, world champion. I think I said his name wrong, but because I only watched like a few matches ever. I'm ADD to the max. So I watch like 10 minutes. I'm like, why is the ball still there? Mm-hmm. This game sucks.
Yeah, the elimination process is the best part of pool.
Exactly. I like watching someone run out. And then making a ball is so, like, the last ball, it's a hard shot. Like, oh my God, is he going to make it? Is he going to make it? You know, so there's a lot. And then when it goes away, like, yay, it's satisfying. I don't want to see it bounce around and stick around. But I've seen people play snooker at a very high level, and it's wild to watch. You know, you watch someone just run out in snooker, and you're just like, Jesus Christ, like, you have to be so precise.
Yeah,
Table's huge.
Yeah, tiny pockets, little balls.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's a super difficult game. But that's, you know, for whatever reason, I never caught on over here. It's like soccer. For whatever reason, never caught on over here.
Just in pockets, yeah.
Yeah, I don't know why, like, some things never caught. I have a friend of mine, my friend Eddie, owns the local soccer professional team out here, and he gave me some insight on that. He goes, they never take a break. He's like, football, baseball, you get commercial breaks. So commercials get stuffed in. Soccer never stops. It's like they play on the clock, and the clock keeps going, and every match is going to be X amount of minutes long, and that's that. There's no room for commercials. I was like, oh, that makes sense. If you go watch professional soccer live, it's fucking exciting as shit.
Yeah, everybody's freaking out.
And you appreciate the athleticism that you have to have, the cardio that you have to have. To be running back and forth and sprinting and sideways and, you know, ducking and dodging and fucking kicking balls at crazy angles. It's a wild-ass sport.
Yeah, they're very good. I mean, you look at those guys and you go, well, there's not a 10% body fat person on this.
Not one. No excess fat. They all have, like, fairly small upper bodies and just jacked legs. Yeah. And these guys are sprinting constantly. They have no wasted motion. At the elite levels, like the Lionel Messi level, like, there's no wasted motion. These guys are just freak athletes.
My kids both played soccer junior and senior year, and it was great because I don't know anything about it, and it's the only sport I wouldn't yell at. Because I didn't want people to go, that's fucking wrong, dude. So I just sit there and keep my mouth shut. Oh, some parents are brutal. Oh, it's so tough. I watched a guy after a hockey game. This kid just, I mean, he scored probably 6 goals or something. This little tiny kid. This is 14U. And this dad is yelling at this kid. I'm walking out, and he's right by the locker room. And I go, hey man! I pulled the guy aside and I go, come on, kid, what's going on? I thought it was a dad, but it wasn't the dad. It was the goalie's dad yelling at the kid that scored on him, calling him a fucking fancy pants and all this other shit. And I was like, bro, he's a kid. What are you doing?
Oh no!
Yeah, but parents go way too over the top.
Oh no!
Like yelling at an ump is one thing, but yelling at a kid because he scored on your kid, that's ridiculous.
I've seen guys get knocked out by their screaming moms. Their moms are screaming, kick his ass, this guy fucking sucks, this guy's a pussy. Whack.
Lights out?
Yeah, in front of their mom. While the mom's screaming obscenities. It's hard to swallow. Mom, you probably distracted the fuck out of your son, first of all. Imagine hearing your mom screaming all that shit, and you're like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
I didn't like my mom yelling, you got him, honey, when I was pitching.
Oh, God.
That kind of shit. They're like,
I am working on it. Don't do this, lady. Yeah, I know this is not for you. This is for me. Okay, you're supposed to clap when things go well. Yeah. and that's it. Don't be fucking yelling out instructions.
You got him, honey.
Like you didn't think you had him until your mom yelled it out.
No.
I got him? Okay.
Thank you, mother.
No, I got it.
Thank you so much.
Especially people that have never competed in a sport before. You don't know how fucking distracting that is.
Yeah.
Like, shut your hole, lady.
And she had competed in sports. That's the problem.
No! So she loved it.
Yeah, that'd be like her being on the beam, and I'm like, jump higher.
So also, I think people back then, in those days, like when she grew up, they didn't know any better. Like, people didn't know what you're supposed to do and not supposed to do. People hit their kids. Oh, yeah. They all hit their kids. They all yelled at their kids, called them fucking idiots. Everybody did that. We were animals, you know? Like, if you grew up and your parents grew up in the 1940s and 50s, you were an animal. Like, they were animals, because they were raised by people who grew up in the Depression. Okay, and those people were animals, and those people their parents fought in World War I. Okay, like these are barbarians. Yeah, and so it's like so many generations of softness have led us to where we are now. But if if you're our parents, you're exposed to all that shit.
Well, his dad took off, and his mom went into like a mental institution because of it. Oh, so he got raised by his grandparents. So that's like a generation back.
Oh God.
And so when my mom and dad would discipline me, I was like, why are you doing this? And you're terrifying.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Oof. Jesus Christ. That's a lot. That's a lot to manage. Imagine being the grandparents, like, fuck.
I know. We thought we were done
again.
Yeah.
Thought we were done.
Exactly.
I want to go play golf. Fuck. Now I gotta take care of another kid. And this one's mad. Yeah, because they got abandoned. They have all these issues now. They're confused.
I gave my dad a lot, just because of that.
Yeah.
He stole my identity when I was in high school and ruined my credit.
No!
Yeah, and I was like, I got raised by his fucking grandparents. No.
Yeah. Imagine your dad thinks he's like a straight up criminal. Like, Dad.
Oh, I don't have to imagine. My dad stole
Straight
a
up
car.
criminal?
Oh God, yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely. He helped me. He had me
I
tell
guess he
him
has to.
steal a
He
car.
stole your identity. What am I thinking?
Yeah.
He's only gonna do it once, only to his kid.
I got a rental car once because my car was in the shop. He took the keys, made a copy of the keys, and then when I brought that rental car back, had me drive him there, and I didn't know it. He stole the car and then drove to Las Vegas because the cops were looking for him for writing bad checks. I mean, what the fuck, man?
Holy shit! Dude. How do you not become a comedian?
Yeah,
Totally makes sense.
You can't be ticking away at
An office job,
just typing like
you'll
you're
go
crazy.
motherfucker. You will go crazy. Yeah, you'll barely keep it together. Yeah. Fuck, man.
Yeah, pretty wild. I called when I went to college. I called to get a phone line, and they were like, "I don't think so. Wow, you owe us thousands of dollars
because he had stolen your identity." Oh my God! Did you try to explain it to them?
My mom had to write a letter to everybody that said that I lived with her the whole time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy shit, dude! You could get a phone line.
My dad, listen to what he fucking stole another identity. It was a kid that he graduated high school with who died in a motorcycle accident.
Oh my God.
My dad called his parents and said, hey, you guys have some benefits coming. I just need his social security.
Oh my God.
And then became that dude.
And then signed up for Columbia Record Club. Call it Jimi Hendrix Greatest Hits.
Yeah, it was wild.
Fuck, man, that's crazy. Holy shit. Wow. When you were in high school, what did you think you were going to be?
I don't know, maybe a teacher or a lawyer or something.
And when did the comedy bug get you?
Way early. I mean, I wanted to do comedy forever. I just lived in a town where there wasn't comedy.
So it was like a thing in the back of your head?
Yeah. I mean, way back in the day, I watched my grandpa listen to records and just start laughing.
Wow. Yeah, I remember my first exposure to comedy was probably the actual stand-up comedy was probably Bill Cosby, a Bill Cosby record. Mm-hmm. My parents had a Bill Cosby record, and they had Cheech and Chong, and I think they might have had a George Carlin one too, because everyone had records back then, because there was nothing on TV, and so you'd sit around, you'd listen to records, so we listened to Cheech and Chong. When I was a little kid, I was probably like 8 or 9 or something like that. I was like, this is so funny. And then when I was in high school, I got a hold of some Richard Pryor cassettes. And me and my girlfriend were in my bedroom just howling, laughing at Richard Pryor. Like, this is so crazy. What he's saying is so crazy. Because this is like, at the time, we're talking, I was in high school in 81, so this is probably like 83, something like that. And so in 1983, like, Richard Pryor was the king. This was like when he was doing Live at the Sunset Strip. My parents took me to see that. I think I was 15 years old. And we were in the movie theater, and I'll never forget this. This is the first time I'd ever experienced anything like this. I'd never seen someone do stand-up comedy for a long time. I'd only seen, like, a guy do some jokes on The Tonight Show, you know, like a real, like, cut and dry, set up punchline, 5 minutes. All right, that was terrific. Come sit on the couch. And the comic would sit there, and I'll tell you about the zoo, you know, and so that was my exposure to comedy. But in the theater, I remember, I'll never forget this, sitting in the theater, watching Live on the Sunset Strip and looking at the audience. And people were moving around. I remember this guy was holding his stomach and he was slapping the chair and his wife was slapping him. They were just going, oh my God, oh my God. It was so funny. And I remember thinking, I've never seen anything this funny. Like, all the funny movies that I love, they were never this funny. And all this guy's doing is talking.
And to get humans to react like that,
it was crazy.
So wild.
It was like, all he's doing is talking. How is he doing this?
Yeah, I remember the first comedy I ever saw was this guy, Wild Bill Bauer, out of Minnesota. And I'll never forget this joke. He goes, I called my boss the other day and I told him I can't come in because I'm sick. And he says, how sick are you? And I said, I'm fucking my sister. And I still laugh about it. I mean, it's like the funniest shit in the world.
That's a great joke.
It's such a great joke.
That's a great joke.
And that was my introduction. So people, same thing. People are freaking out. Oh, it was great.
Can that guy string a bunch together? Yeah, how good was he?
Yeah, he's real good.
That's, if you can write a joke like that, unless like, you're a one-hit wonder.
No, he wasn't.
It seems like a crazy hit to be that good of a joke, to be a one-hit wonder. Yeah. So like that guy's got a bunch of them. Yeah. Some of those guys that are like real good like that, for whatever reason, people never find out about them.
Yeah, he just stayed in Minnesota. He ended up booking tours for other guys and stuff like that.
There's a guy named Bob Woods who was a legend on Long Island. He was this big guy, this big, like, jolly guy, and he was hilarious. And he was a legend in Long Island. And to this day, I'm upset that I never got a chance to see him live. Because all the comics from that day, they're always telling me, Bob Woods, Bob Woods. This is like the early 80s. So I think when I came along, I don't think I got to New York until 90 or 91. And I think he'd already stopped. This is Bob Woods. He was a character. Give me some volume.
Let me introduce myself. Here I am, Mr. Cholesterol. The incredible Bulk, Hungry Jack, a man called Horse, Sir Lunch-a-Lot, Chef Boy, are you fat? Pizza on Earth, goodwill towards manicotti, Rebel without a waistline, Strawberry Fields for breakfast, Lord of the Ring-Dings, the Earl of Sandwich, Prince of Wales, and a little house on the prairie, all rolled into one. What can I tell you, folks? What can I tell you? I'm a fat fucking guy. Boom, boom, bring some food to my room so we can eat it all night. Keep the Priapi in sight. And I woke up this morning, I got myself a ham hock. Let me clear some things up for you right away.
Yeah, because I hope it's going to get better.
I wanted the rip tail of the balloon in the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. No, I'm not one of the Moondogs from WrestleMania. No, I'm not Dusty Rhodes. No, I'm not going to pay a lot for that muffler. No, I'm not Boone Powell as a Rastafarian. No, I wasn't making a list and checking it twice last December. No, I haven't buttoned this jacket since I bought it. No, I'm not Baby Heel Star Trek episode. No, I'm not Pip O'Neill as the Michelin Man. No, I'm not Norm from Cheers if it was set in California. No, it's not a fucking wig, okay? It's my real hair. Really? It's all in the shampoo. Some people shampoo with Prel. Some people use Head and Shoulders. I just got out the dippity-doo and the muffin glow. So look, I read minds, all right? Call me Preston Bullshit. I'm getting a reading from this girl. She's thinking if I fall, she's fucking dead.
A lot of fat jokes.
Yeah,
He's better than this. This is like some things he did on TV. This is like him like recording a set for television. It looks like. Was it 88? Yeah. That wasn't the best set. He had an insane Jackie Gleason impression. Insane. And a lot of things, he inspired a lot of comedians. A lot of comedians in Long Island. That just wasn't the best set of his.
Yeah, but I mean, guys are right. Holy shit.
Oh, you bang them out, man. But again, it's like the world was different then. You got to also think stand-up comedy. Let's just put it into perspective. 1988 was 36 years ago. 36 years before that, there was no stand-up comedy.
Wow.
Yeah. So you have to think about it, right? So if you went back to 1950, let's go to 50. What the fuck is there? What's the stand-up comedy? It's nonsense. It's guys in the Catskills that are telling two Jews walking to a bar jokes. It's not real comedy. And then Lenny Bruce comes along in the 60s, and then everything changes. Then you get Mort Saul. You get Joan Rivers. Yeah, eventually. They come later. Okay. They all come later, and Carlin comes later. And Pryor comes later. They're all inspired by Lenny Bruce. Lenny Bruce is really like the germ. He was really like the center of it all. From him, all things comedy. That guy's the real godfather of comedy. The kind of comedy that we do, we talk about stuff. Like everybody was just telling jokes back then. They were just being jokey joke guy. And then, there's Don Rickles, who was like the insult guys, insulting people. That was always very funny. But nobody was doing like social commentary. Nobody was like making funny points about things that go on in society until Lenny came around.
Yeah.
And
Working against the machine a little bit.
Getting arrested left and right, dude. That's pretty sweet. It's pretty wild. You really think about it? On my office, I have a photograph of him getting arrested.
I mean, I don't think you can get arrested for comedy anymore.
Oh, you definitely can try. You can in Canada. In Canada, you can get sued. I know. I had a guy on the podcast that got sued and lost. And he got fined because there was a few different things. This guy had made a joke about a kid who was Mike Ward. Thank you. He had made a joke about a kid that they had done some benefit for, or a really sick kid, and the kid was still alive a few years later. And some kind of a joke about like, can I get my money back? Like, is this kid really sick? Like something along those lines. I might have fucked it up. I think I butchered it. But anyway, the point is, it was just a joke, and they sued him, and they won. Like, he got charged, and he lost. Like, who sued him? The parents? I think they fined him. I think it was one of those things where, let's find out what the specifics of it are. Because there was another one in, I believe, Vancouver, where a comedian was getting heckled by these lesbians. And they started making fun of them for being lesbians, saying a bunch of really rude things. And that guy got fined, too. Like a large number. Yeah, like you can get. Canada does not have freedom of speech. It's not the same as the United States. It doesn't have a First Amendment. They have hate crime laws, so they have weird stuff. This is why Jordan Peterson, way back in 2016, was telling them like you cannot have compelled speech laws. Canadian who mocked disabled child singer did not breach limits of free speech. That's not Mike Ward, though. Case pitted Quebec comedian Mike Ward against former child. Oh, that must be the child singer that's sick. Did not breach limits of free speech, so it went to the Supreme Court. So this is 2021. When did we have one? It was definitely way before that because it wasn't in Texas. So he must have finally won under a 5-4 split decision. Wow. 4 people said fuck him. Fuck your joke. The top court ruled Friday while comedian Mike Ward's act ridiculed Jeremy Gabriel, a young man with Treacher-Collins syndrome. He was chosen as a target not because of his disability, but because of his fame, which is true. In its ruling, the court found that Ward's jokes did not seek to incite others to mock Gabriel, and he cannot be blamed for the actions of Gabriel's classmates and others who parodied the jokes. See, folks, this is what happens when you try to be too nice. You can't be too nice. You can't go that far. You got to let people say things that are offensive. If you don't, then the only way to enforce that is totalitarianism. You start locking people in jail. I know you want people to be a better person. They should be encouraged to be better people, but you can't do that. You can't fucking force people to say things or not say things.
I think it came out after this happened in 2016.
Right. He was on. Yeah, he was ordered to pay $35,000 in moral and punitive damages. But that's not as much as the guy in Vancouver. The guy in Vancouver, I think, if memory serves me, I think it was a lot more money. The guy in Vancouver, there's two lesbians heckling him at a show. Okay, I might have thought it was $225,000 or something. Either way, fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you. I was in Calgary one time. I was talking about the Queen. Oh, and then the MC came up and he goes, fuck these Americans. They come here. They think we have a queen. Learn about the country you're coming to. And I was like, oh, shit. I thought you had a queen. So I went to the public library, did all this research. And there is a queen because there was a treaty. And so she acts as the queen. Mm-hmm. So the next day I went up and he came up to bring me off stage. And I go, hey, man, just stay here for a sec. And I read the treaty. And I go, just so you know, I'm an American, but you do have a queen. And then I took a $20 bill out and licked it and stuck it to his forehead. And I go, she's on your fucking money, man. I just like, what a dick.
That's hilarious. Well, some Canadians are dicks.
And no lawsuit.
That's awesome. Yeah. Well, you were right. How are they going to sue you for being right? Fucking idiots. But it's like that thing of like you try to set up society where you prevent people from being mean. But the problem is people are going to be mean. And the only way to prevent people from being mean is to really ostracize people who are mean and then have everybody else learn from that and like learn from the way you talk about these people that are mean. And then we all kind of grow together. You can't have laws that enforce your opinion of what someone can or cannot be allowed to say, because then you never get that guy's joke. Your friend, right, is sick because I'm fucking my sister. Well, you don't get that. Yeah, right. You don't get that joke because that's illegal. So like then you don't get funsies because that's just funsies. He didn't really fuck anybody. It's a joke. You know, Bob Marley didn't shoot any sheriffs. It's just fun. This is a fun thing to say.
Yeah. When I was in 7th grade, if you talked in a history class, they made you take a pacifier and sit there like you were a baby.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Because they were like, I told you to shut up, now you have to suck on this pacifier. And there's no fucking way you'd be able to do that now. But guess what? Everybody shut up that had the pacifier.
I got paddled in Georgia. I got in a fight with this kid, Preston Banks. Me and this kid, we got in a scrap. We both got brought to the principal's office and got paddled. Well, they whacked me in the ass with a fucking cricket racket. He had this fucking thing. They slap you one shot in the ass, and then they send you home. You're like, whoa, I got hit. Mm-hmm. No, you can't do that, sir. Oh, there's no chance. By the way, we never formed them. Yeah, and we became friends after that.
That's what I'm saying. It's like these kids now can take a chair from the back of the room, throw it at the teacher when he's not looking, and that teacher just has to sit there and take it.
Well, yeah, especially when you get into high school, things get very, very dangerous. Very, very, very dangerous because people are starting to get strong and they're aggressive, and these young men have testosterone for the first time in their life. So all of a sudden you're 13 and then boom, the factory opens. Yeah. And you're like, yahoo! And you start growing, you got a mustache now, and you're 14, 15, and then you get this fucking loser teacher. This teacher's talking shit, you want to fuck this teacher up. Yeah. And you know if you do, you'd be a hero for the rest of the class. You'd be a legend for all your boys. This teacher's talking shit, you just grab his tie, box him in the face. Yeah. Guys hate teachers. There's so many videos all the time. So many online videos of poor teachers getting beaten up by their students.
And it's always the guys that fuck first that would take the lead on that. I always felt it was those guys. Yeah. Like the rest of us waiting to have sex, we were just sitting in our chairs.
You're not ready to fight. Yeah, especially with teachers. Yeah. We're women that beat the teachers up. Those are horrible. Horrible, because those are slow beatings. Like, not much gets done. You know, it's like a lot of hair pulling.
It's like watching a tall guy fall.
Shitty punches to the face. Yeah. And you're just trapped there, and nobody's helping you, and everyone's screaming and cheering.
Oh, that's great.
And they're all filming it, and then we wonder, why does nobody want to be a teacher? Why does the education system sucks? Why? Well, because you the whole thing sucks. Like you couldn't even just fix the schools. You got to start from a foundational level in the bad neighborhoods. Like you have to somehow or another help people get the fuck out of this place of total complete despair. And the fact that these places of total complete despair have existed in the same location for decade after decade after decade. And you want these kids to do better? Like how? How?
All they've done is see it repeated over and over.
Think about your dad. Like how did that happen? That didn't happen.
I choose not to think about it. Thank you.
But if you were your dad's dad, that would have never happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, we have the good fortune of understanding the mistakes of those who came before us, and even even thinking about, we can't even put our mind in what it must be like to be a kid that grows up in the south side of Chicago in 2024, where you're seeing people shot every weekend. You can't put yourself into that. So to expect that child to come out of that environment and then go to Yale and be fine with everything, be fine when he's heard bullets whiz by his head, he's seen his friends get shot in the street, he's seen drive-bys, he's seen all that. He's seen drug dealers rapping in the streets, holding guns and smoking weed in front of everybody and street takeovers. You've seen that from the time you were a child? How are you gonna escape that?
Right, because even if you do escape it, sometimes some part of you misses it and thinks now you're not being normal. Right. It's like when guys come back from the Middle East, and they're like, I want to go back there. It's like, why the fuck would you want to go back there? But it's because that's their new normal. That's what they miss it.
It's not just that, it's also alive. It's alive. Like if you're gangbanging like that, you're alive. There's a lot going on. You know, you go from that to working in and out. Yeah. What is this? I'd rather just drill. You know, guys would rather get shot. They really would. In some places, and some people, they would rather be living the life, because at least that life, there's one of the things that comes out of gangs and bad neighborhoods is a brotherhood and a camaraderie that doesn't exist in a home, right? So they don't have any real love in the home, but the love they have with the people that they would literally kill people for. And they're all together and they're making money together and they're partying together. They're having a good time together, driving cars together. Like, this is way better than whatever they grew up with.
It's like Band of Brothers.
Yeah, it's exciting. They're literally in a war, but they're in a war in an American city, which is crazy. But I mean, if you look at the death toll of people killed in Afghanistan during the height of the war, it's comparable to the people killed in the south side of Chicago. I would imagine the people in the south side of Chicago, more people get killed. I think what happens in war, of course, is depending upon the war, of course, but sometimes there's large amounts of death, like in Gaza, if you can call it a war. Like there's large amounts of deaths and large amounts in one day, right? Which in gang violence, you get it over the weekend. You know, this guy got shot, that guy got shot. It's cumulative. Mm-hmm. But I bet it's close. And I believe it's higher. I believe the death toll for the south side of Chicago is as high or higher than Afghanistan at the height of the war.
That's wild. Wild. And then if somebody dies in Mexico, there's a tourism alert.
Oh, yeah.
Where you're not supposed to go.
What's the way they die in Mexico?
The old Sicilian necktie. I've seen some videos.
Whew. There was a dude who used to be a doorman at the Improv, and one day I was just walking in the club, like, what's up? He goes, you want to see this cartel video? And I go, what is it? And it was a dude who was tied up in his arms and his legs in all positions, and a pit bull was eating his dick. And I was like, yo, I do not need to see this before I go on stage. Like, this is horrific. This huge pit bull was just clamped down this guy's dick, and he's just writhing back and forth in agony while his dog eats him alive. So, Jesus Christ.
Great peanut butter commercial.
I don't think they use peanut butter. I don't think they have to. These dogs are literally trained to eat people. It's fucking terrifying. Is there a place that shows statistics about gang violence?
I need to know more about what deaths are you talking about in Afghanistan.
Okay, let's say this.
Everyone is they way outnumber the Chicago deaths.
In the weekends or all total?
2023, there was 621 deaths in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And 2021, I see for Afghanistan, 5,200 civilians were killed.
But is that when we pulled out?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's different. That was
88.
That was
over killed the year before. 8,600 the year before that.
Oh, okay. So it's always more. It's always more for Afghanistan. The year we pulled out was horrific.
Soldiers, though, if you just do Western soldiers,
It's very similar.
But I think that's what it was. Okay, so it's people in Afghanistan that are killed.
Western,
all told. So Western soldiers, it's comparable. That must be what I read.
But still, even thinking about an American city, not even an American city, the south side of an American city,
a major metropolitan
versus
city.
a fucking war-torn country.
Right. It's a country that, I mean, it's a city rather that Frank Sinatra wrote a song about. It was his kind of town. Right? My kind of town. Chicago. Have you heard AI convert Frank Sinatra into Eminem? So Frank Sinatra is singing "Lose Yourself."
Oh my god,
it's perfect.
Does it sound amazing?
It's amazing. It's amazing. Have you heard it, Jamie? You don't think it's amazing? Look at this face. Look at this face.
Percent on all the AI
Look at this
stuff.
face.
Yeah, he rolled his eyes.
It sounds cool, but when would you ever want to? Are you going to choose to listen to that any day?
I just do it
Or
on
just, like,
a loop in my house. I know all day long.
It's a cool experiment often, but like it's never really like good.
No, you're right. It's interesting though. Yeah, to me, it's fascinating how competent it is. How, here, listen how good this is.
This is the right one. This is actually not what we thought that was.
What do you mean?
That was a couple of singing.
Who is that?
It says the guy's name right here.
Oh, it's not AI?
No, that was like a lounge singer. Yeah.
Oh, he's great. Keep him going. Who is this guy?
Well, is it that guy that covers all of the songs?
Well, so that's Richard Cheese.
Yeah,
So,
yeah, that's it.
do we have a problem here with like sound stuff? YouTube shit? Is that what this is? We can't play that?
I don't know. I don't know if anyone's
Well,
got
let's
the rights to
cut that out just so we don't get in trouble and just say who the guy is. We'll cut that out. We'll edit that out so we don't get in trouble. Who's
I
the
don't
guy?
know that we would. I don't even know the rules.
They always fuck us, man. They fuck us. When we were
playing a song, like kind of.
Oh yeah, you can play like 2 steps. What's his name? Ben Dunhill. Damn, that's good. I thought
That's really good.
so. I saw a YouTube reel or an Instagram reel.
So there is. That's what I said. I just chose the wrong one when I clicked.
Oh, well, that one was really good. Okay, this is the thing that I saw.
See, that's the same thing.
Same guy. Okay, so it's not. They got tricked. Damn, Ben,
He's doing the thing.
you're so good. Let me hear this.
Well, Chad brought up though is this guy from like early Napster days, Richard Cheese in the Lounge Against the Machine. That went super viral.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
He was doing these lounge versions of like Rage Against the Machine,
Right.
Prodigy, and all sorts of fun.
The thing about that guy is though he sounded exactly like Sinatra.
Yeah, this Ben Dunhill.
Yeah. I mean, that sounded like an AI Sinatra. That's why they tricked that guy in the video that I saw. Wow. How good is that, dude? Thank you for catching that.
There's a lot of people online that are willing to repost anything and just say, this is what this is. It's just for, they get so much money for engagement farming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was reading something about that. I was reading something about, someone was talking about how they make money on Instagram. And that they're making thousands of dollars a month on Instagram and with engagement. And that's why they post so much. Someone said, why are you posting that? But he's like, I make money. This is like a business for me. Like, this isn't. And I'm like, what? How much money can you make on Instagram?
And if you'd be doing TikTok and YouTube too, you can make thousands of dollars for about an hour of work a day.
Yeah, why would you rather regular work?
Yeah, no shit. I have people that do like will go through one of my albums and then they'll actually make it into a sketch where they play all of the parts, me, my children, whatever it is that I'm talking about, and then they put that out and tag me in it, and it's like they make money off of it.
That's wild.
And then I try to post something and they say there's a copyright infringement. It's like it's fucking mine.
Yeah, the legalese shit. It all gets real weird. It's just like, I get it. There's a lot of people but there's a lot of people making money off of other people's stuff too. So I get that, why that would piss you off. And someone's taking your
I
stuff.
saw a discussion today. I think Marquez Brownlee was bringing it up that he pays a company to transcribe his videos for YouTube, upload his transcription so people can look at it in closed captioning and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
There are now companies that exist that can rip that transcription off of YouTube. I'm not sure exactly how. And then they're uploading that as blog posts. And then they make ad revenue off of the blog posts because it did no work to them.
Well, there's so many blog posts that are clearly either made by AI or by foreign people that don't totally understand English because the way they phrase things is goofy, and they do like celebrity news. Like sometimes you get suckered into clicking on a link, like you read like a legitimate story, and then underneath there's a sponsored link. Why is John Travolta homeless? Like, what? John Travolta's homeless. He got me. He got me. And then you get sucked in. Like the 10 people that have aged the worst over the last 20 years. Like, oh no, what's going on here? What is happening here? People who lie about plastic surgery and go, like, oh my goodness, you're a fucking liar. And then you get sucked in, and it's like next. So it's each one you click, they get a new click. You know, they get a new. It's not all on one page. It's in multiple pages. So there's multiple hits, and then they're getting the ad revenue off of that. We had a guy back in the day that went to jail because he rigged something so that every time you went to his website, if you afterwards bought something from Amazon, it would credit his account. Like you went through his website link to get Amazon.
So you get like a percentage?
Yeah, so he like put like a cookie in your computer or something. I don't know exactly how. I don't want to say how it went, but this guy went to jail because he was making money that really wasn't his money. So instead of someone saying, "Hey," I don't know if they still do this, but the way it used to do it, they would say, "Hey, if you want to support this podcast, use our Amazon link on our website, and we get a cut back from Amazon every time you use it." And so they would do it as a way to support, and then it would probably facilitate some impulse purchases that maybe you would never make before. Like you go, oh, this guy's got a great podcast. I'm going to help him out by going to Amazon. Oh, I'll use socks. And then you start buying things off of Amazon. It's so easy. And then, so this guy would do that if you would go to that Amazon, even if you didn't buy anything, you would put like a cookie in your computer. So next time you went to Amazon, oh shit, saying, like, oh, he went to our website.
I do that now with like, if they go to my website or they go to your videos, stuff like that, and then they can send ads out to people that have similar click patterns.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that just blows my mind.
Yeah, I was reading a thing today that was saying don't have an Amazon Alexa in your bedroom. Hello. If you're talking dirty to each other, Amazon Alexa, yeah, listening.
You're trying to watch porn, you're just listening to yourself.
It's the only way it works. You have to listen. Do you use one of those? No. Dude. I always assume my phone's listening to me too. Always. Now I know it is. For sure. At least with
I think at first, we don't know that when you buy that, like you've already agreed to having a microphone around you all the time.
Yeah, and you don't think about it. You just think, oh, what a convenience. I just ask Alexa, and she'll play music for me. And Alexa will turn the lights down. Alexa will do all these things. What a great thing to have.
Sometimes I'll just yell, Alexa, make my daughter stop talking to me. And she's like, we have an Alexa now? It's like, no, just please. Take the hint.
Well, if you talk shit to Siri, Siri gets upset. Like, if you ask, you get rude with Siri, Siri will be like, there's no reason to talk like that. Why are you talking to me? And Siri has, we're, maybe a month away from that being implemented completely on your iPhone, right? Isn't the new iPhone 18, iOS 18, doesn't that have, a much more advanced Siri that'll have conversations with you?
Find out when we get to use it. That's for sure.
Well, you can use it right now, right? Can't use the beta if you wanted to. If you want to get crazy.
I would not assume that it works perfectly, but
I bet by the time they're letting people try the beta, it's probably pretty good. I think Marcus Brownlee just released a video where he was examining iOS 18, the pros and cons of it, the things that it can do. It can make text messages with a satellite now. So if you're in a place that has no service, you can send out a text message via satellite. Not just an SOS, but you can send a specific text to people.
It can also make people very lonely because you're going to be talking to this robot.
Yeah, that's going to be, it's like the movie Her. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's 100% going to happen. And by the way, Scarlett Johansson, she sued, which one was it? ChatGPT?
Yeah.
Or was it Gemini?
Yeah, she was OpenAI company.
Okay, so they were asking her if they could use her voice, and she said no. And they used a voice that's exactly like her voice. Not exactly. Pretty close. Close enough. Close enough where she decided she was going to sue.
Is it her shit from other clips?
Well, it's her from, no, it's another person. Okay. But her contention is they got a person to sound like her, which people have sued for before, right? Like, didn't Kim Kardashian sue because they had a Kim Kardashian lookalike, did a commercial, and Kim wouldn't do it?
Interesting.
Yeah, so if like you won't do something, they can get someone that looks super similar to you to do it, and then they go,
Yeah. So people were sending me a car commercial for a while that I had to listen to it twice because I thought it was me.
Oh wow!
And they didn't even ask me the first time.
Oh wow!
They just like no. I mean, they weren't trying to use my voice at all.
But they used someone who sounded so much.
It was crazy. A lot of people thought like, "Hey man, congrats on that commercial." And I was like, "What's that?"
Yeah, the Scarlett Johansson thing, we played it. Now that I'm thinking about it, when we played it here, it was different because she was the voice of her, right? So she was the voice that Joaquin Phoenix falls in love with. But the clip that we played was her like bedtime talking, like he was laying in bed and she had like more of a raspy time to go to sleep voice. Whereas in the regular ChatGPT implementation is like Scarlett The Office.
Okay.
Did you ever see that movie where she becomes a god?
What's it called? Do you remember?
Lucy.
Yeah.
Wild fucking movie, man. That's a fun movie, man.
She is one of those actresses where if I see her on the picture of the movie,
she's compelling. She was great in this movie, Under the Skin. It was an indie sci-fi film, and she played an alien.
Okay.
She played this alien that seduced men and like drowned them in another dimension. It's very hard to describe exactly how it did. She was naked, walking to them, and they were just slowly drowning. It's a crazy movie, a really weird movie. But she's an alien. She comes from another planet, and she's really hot, and she like seduces these men.
Under the Skin.
Yeah,
I will be.
It's a crazy movie. So I don't know if the alien did that to her, and it became her. I don't remember how it worked, but she just assumed that. It was really good though. It was very original, like an original movie. Like you watch, like, ooh. But again, hot. like ruin your life hot. Like change your plans, move to another state hot. There's certain women that they lock eyes with you, you're in real trouble.
Oh man, that happened to me. I got her to move to Minnesota.
Oh,
that was pretty sick.
That is pretty sick.
Yeah, she's still there.
Congratulations. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes it works. You never know. But the thing is, like, if she's an alien and she really just wants to drown you in another dimension, I fucking let her. You might have to. You might. I mean, what are you gonna wait forever? No, you're not. Sure not. At least you go out in a very unconventional and pretty amazing way. People are talking about that forever. If they know, if they ever find out.
Vultures can't find me. I'm way under an interdimensional water system.
What do you think is going on with all this UFO talk? Think it's all nonsense?
I don't even know about it.
You don't pay attention at all?
Not really. Because if they want to come get me, let's go.
Well, like when you see all this like disclosure talk on television, and talking to Congress, and you don't pay attention to anything.
I wait until the end because it's like It's like I tell my kids all the time: don't borrow worry from around the bend.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's like if you're gonna have to worry about it, you're gonna have to fucking worry about it.
Yeah, I'm not necessarily worried about the alien thing. I'm more interested. Sure. Like, what is this? What the fuck is going on? What? How much of this is nonsense? It's not 0%. So okay, how much of it is real?
So you do think that people are coming down, or other?
I think it's highly likely that the universe is way stranger than we think it is. Way stranger. And I don't even know if it's as conventional as a thing gets in a ship and flies here from another place. Sure. I think it might be interdimensional traveling. It might be something that's always been here. There's that thought because there's so many instances of things like what we think of that are in like the Bhagavad Gita, these ancient texts that are thousands and thousands of years old, and they're talking about things that fly in the sky, flying chariots, flying things that have gods in them. What is that? What's that all about? Comets?
Shooting stars?
Could be. For sure, some of them probably, right? Some of these things that people see streaking across the sky, they see something extraordinary, it lights up the sky, and then mythology gets attached to that, right? And then people 10 years from now, tell that story. Then other people tell the story that's told to them by the people that were there, and then that gets a little twisted up like a game of telephone. There's some of that too. But then there's also uniformity. There's uniformity to the descriptions of the movements of the ships and what these things do, why they're interested in us, and what they say. It gets very weird. It gets very weird to the point it's like, okay, if this is a mass illusion, this is a creation of the mind, like Carl Jung thought it was a creation of the mind. Thought it was some sort of an illusion that people conjure up in their mind, but it's just like a common illusion. It's just like it's there in the human psyche. But then there's also like physical evidence of these things. The physical evidence is when things get real weird. Because like, if you're telling the truth, then this isn't totally an illusion. Or maybe it's all those things. Maybe it's total bullshit, lies, people with myths that make up myths about comets and natural disasters and all kinds of other stuff. And also interdimensional beings, occasionally. And then also things that have always been here, occasionally. And then also things from another planet, occasionally. I mean, all things are, it's not binary, right? It's not either UFOs are bullshit or, they're real, 100%. It's like, it might be all those things, everything combined.
That's what I think a lot of people struggle with. Is it can be yes and yes.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be yes and no.
Yeah, there could be a lot of things going on simultaneously. We can't be we're concentrating on one. Some of them, I 100% am convinced are government drones that work on some incredibly sophisticated propulsion system that probably doesn't have a person in it, but they probably can move at fantastic speeds using some new novel propulsion system that they don't want to release to the public. And they probably don't know how to weaponize it yet. So they're probably flying these things around at insane rates of speed. They just can't put guns on them yet. They can't figure out how to shoot people with them. But so they're just fucking with them. And then I think that's the reason why they keep getting sighted over these military spaces. I think they try them out on the troops, just like they try out vaccines on the troops, just like they try out burn pits. They didn't test burn pits to make sure that people weren't going to get sick if they're just breathing in toxic fumes from all the garbage from thousands of troops, and they just did it. I think they probably do the same thing with everything. They just try shit out.
Yeah, I still wonder if you hear something, if it makes you think it. Like when I watched Blair Witch Project, I went into, it was dark when I got home. It was light when I left and dark when I got home. And I sprinted. And all of a sudden, you think you're seeing fucking people in the corner turned around, and you go, well, that can't be right.
Yeah.
So once it's in your head, you keep seeing it.
Definitely. Sure. Yeah, things in the woods, things you see in the woods. That's probably the big thing. Gets in your head, I would think. And you go looking for that fucking giant hairy man.
You see a tree kind of bend with the wind, and you're like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah. The thing about Bigfoot that's really interesting, though, is that Native Americans have a bunch of different names for them. There's a lot of names for them, and they don't really have a lot of fake animals. It's not a common trait in North American culture any Native American culture rather, to worship a bunch of different things or to talk about a bunch of different things that aren't real. Like mostly they were talking about real things and then spirits, right? Like they were talking about different spirits of the sky and spirits of the sun and nature. They're essentially talking about Mother Earth and God and Gaia and nature. They didn't have like fake animals. They did have Bigfoot. There's a lot of Bigfoot that makes you go, I think at one point in time it was real. I think at one.
You think there were a bunch of them?
Yeah. Well, they know there was a real thing, right? They know there's a thing called Gigantopithecus, and Gigantopithecus existed alongside human beings, for sure, 100%. And it was a bipedal hominid that was between 8 and 10 feet tall, and it was like in the orangutan genus. And this thing was discovered in the 1920s or 1930s in an apothecary shop in China. An anthropologist was there and he found these massive primate teeth. And he instantly knew they didn't belong to a gorilla, they didn't belong to any known primate. He said, where did you get these? And so they took him to the site and they started digging. They found jaw bones that indicated that it was bipedal, something about the position of the jaw that indicated this thing stood up on two legs. But by the size of it, I mean, they found some other bones. I think they have a very incomplete skeleton of these things, but they know that it was a real animal and they know that it existed as recently as I believe it was 100 1,000 years ago, for sure. But it could be way more current. There's just no bones available.
So then you think that thing was real, stories got passed on, and people started seeing it. Okay.
Yeah, probably.
I could get behind that.
Yeah. Also, where it existed makes sense, because if you think about the sightings are all in the Pacific Northwest. Right, the Pacific Northwest, if you follow that up past Alaska, which also has a lot of sightings, then you go across the Bering Land Bridge, right, and Asia was where this thing existed. It kind of makes sense. And then the more they find out about people in North America, they used to think that all people came across the Bering Land Bridge. They don't think that anymore. There's so much evidence of people that were here 25,000 years ago. There's footprints in the ground, like in mud, that they now carbon dated to more than 20,000+ years old. And so that's just what we have, right? That's just a footprint that we got lucky and got from 20. Who's to say that there's not people that were here 50,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago? So now you've got Bigfoot's real, right? Because if those people really were alive, and while those people were alive, so if you go back 20,000, right? If you go back 20,000 years ago, you're dealing with North American lions, which were the biggest lions on Earth, bigger than African lions. You have saber-toothed tigers. You have giant sloths. You have all these enormous animals that don't exist here anymore. And this was all in North America alongside people. It just kind of makes sense that you would have a Bigfoot. You'd have a Gigantopithecus. At least a few of them, especially up there. Up there, where it's thickly dense forest. Seems like if you're a big fucking plant-eating shithead, that's where you would live. You would live there. It just totally makes sense that they probably existed, just like all these other things. You know, they don't find a whole lot, unless they're in the tar pits, they don't find a whole lot of like saber-toothed tigers. They don't find a whole lot of things that existed before 35,000 years ago, except dinosaurs, of course. So who knows?
Oh, man. I would love if the afterlife, you were just there for an hour, hooked you up to a fucking cord, put everything that happened in there so you know,
right,
and then that's out, lights out.
What would you do if you had a chance to get that cord hooked in and see an hour of any point in the history of the Earth? What would you go to?
Oh, well, I was saying all of it, within an hour. It just like
just to get the
shoots you
download.
like, yeah, like when Keanu Reeves knows Kung Fu.
Yeah, that would be fun. But if you could go and see one point in the history of Earth, where would you go?
I think I'd probably. Oh, that's a great question. I mean, this is going to be lame, but I'd like to World War II.
That's not lame at all.
I'd like to see the genesis of it all, and then throughout, and all the hidden conversations that were taking place.
You remember the opening scene in Saving Private Ryan?
Oh my God, yeah.
That was the first opening scene. That was the first scene of a war that made me think this is probably what it was like back then for those guys.
Yeah, I didn't say one word. I went to a matinee and I didn't say another word until I woke up the next day.
It was so heavy, brutal. It was so brutal and so graphic and so intense.
When that fucking guy doesn't kill the German at the end, yeah, I mean, I was furious.
Yeah,
like breathing with my shoulders.
Crazy fucking movie, man. And only a tiny fraction of how crazy it really was.
I'm sure.
Yeah, for sure. The existence of like being there and seeing it happen and being a part of it. Fuck, man.
And then they had to come back and they had to actually live lives.
Yeah. And no coaching, right? You just come back with what they call shell shock.
Yeah.
I don't even want to see this, dude.
Yeah, this is wild.
I don't want to see this. Speaking of which, how about that president? How about that Trump? How crazy is this? If there's ever been a real indication that we're in a simulation, it's like this season of USA is the craziest season that's ever existed. There's so many twists and turns, so many plots, so many villains, so many incompetent, bumbling fools that you're like, there's no way that lady's a heartbeat away from the president. There's no way. There's no way someone is not telling her to stop saying that same thing over and over again. What can be unburdened by what has been? Like, she just says it over and over and over again. This isn't real. This is writing. Someone wrote this. It seems like a script.
When a president that is giving a speech gets shot in the ear and then stands up and goes full John Bender at the end of Breakfast Club.
Bro, he pumps his fist in the air.
That was the craziest
and
shit.
says, fight, fight, fight. And when the fucking guy who's a photographer is a wizard, that guy who got that photograph, find out his name, because this guy's award-winning
With the flag above it?
Yes. And the angle that he got, like where he was standing when he took the photo. It's one of the most iconic photos of all time.
I had a GoPro on him while he was doing it. So
Wow.
Move in position to take it.
Wow, that's nuts, man. That's nuts. So you could see as the bullets start flying, this fucking dude doesn't even duck. He's still got his camera out. He's right behind Trump, and he's just got his camera out. That is so gangster. I mean, you want to talk about getting a shot no matter what? He's running around. There could be bullets flying his way.
I would think you're holding up something black in your hand that's pointed at the president. You fucking should get shot.
I mean, the Trump story is right out of a movie. And I'm hoping it's not a Stephen King movie.
Came out while we've been recording.
Secret Service ramped up security after receiving intel of Iranian plot to assassinate Trump. No known connection to shooting. Oh, they ramped that up until they ignored the roof 150 yards away?
Yeah, it's just so many, there's so many things where you just go, what the fuck?
What the fuck, dude? All of it. All of it. And there's so much of it that seems fake, like the female Secret Service agent that can't holster her weapon. Have you seen this? She's like moving around all erratically. She tries to holster her weapon. She can't get it in there. She can't figure out how to put it in there. And she stops for a minute and she just tries back to do it again. It looks so fake.
Is she an actress?
No, it looks like an actress. Okay. It looks like if you were going to have a bumbling person in a movie, like almost like a comedy of errors or a Coen Brothers movie about an assassination attempt on the president. You have this lady, like here, watch what her gun. Look, she gets her gun out. She tried to put it in there. She couldn't do it. And she's thinking about putting it back in there. She finally gets it in there. Like the whole thing, it's like, look at her fumbling around. The whole thing is crazy. The erratic movements, no one knows exactly what to do. It seems fake.
Yeah, that's an audition I could nail.
Yeah, it seems like, okay, now you're panicking. You don't know what the fuck is going on. You really shouldn't be here. Go. You're like, where I put my gun? Like you want Secret Service cool, calm, collected, high ready with the gun, scanning the area, looking left and right. You want them to like swift, decisive movements. You don't want to see any of this fucking squirrely trying to put the gun back in. It seems fake.
When you see the Reagan shot, it is just a bunch of people moving
dive on him. They dive on him. Yeah, bang, dive on him. It almost seems like as this simulation gets further and further along, it gets more and more insane.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, they dive. They dive on the guy.
They got him.
Immediately. They get his gun immediately. And Reagan survives. Yeah, it was also crazy. The Trump one is just so nuts too. Like if he turns his head at the last second and the bullet grazes his ears, if he didn't, it hits the back of his head and he's dead. And then we fall into chaos and who knows what the fuck happens. And then people think that the Biden administration had Trump killed. And then there's these questions like, how the fuck does this 20-year-old kid climb on that roof 150 yards away and no one sees him?
Well, that one guy was pointing at him the whole time.
Yes.
He's like pointing to something.
Yes.
He's like, he's right there.
And they're yelling, he's got a gun. There's a guy in the prone position on a roof 150 yards away from the former president. The whole thing's nuts. The whole thing stinks of either incompetence or design or we're in the Matrix. Like, this is a fucking fake movie. It seems like almost to watch this, the most bombastic and manly of presidents, for lack of a better term, to see him with these two female bumbling Secret Service agents, especially the one, to see that to see everything happen the way it is, to see that they knew this guy was on the roof, to hear that guy had pointed his rifle before that at a cop. So the cop engaged him. He pointed the rifle, and the cop ran away. The guy climbed the roof with a ladder. You can see the ladder. The whole thing is bananas. He's 20 years old, and then you find out he was in a BlackRock commercial. You're like, is this the Black Mirror? Like, tell me what's going on. Is this real? Is this real? And then Trump goes golfing with a bandage on his ear the next day.
And then the putt, when he made the putt, did you hear his quote?
No.
He said, that's the difference between me and the shooter. I don't miss.
That's a real person.
And then you have people flooding from the left being like, all right.
Yeah.
That's a good quote. I'll do this.
There's people that are like, okay, he won. Like, they've just given in. They're not even going to try to run anybody other than Biden now. They were trying to get Biden out, and now I think they've abandoned that.
I wonder if they're doing the old, like, train the boxer as a southpaw.
I read that golf story too. This is not the first time. There's a lot of golf accounts that put out fake shit. And
Jamie, stop ruining our dreams.
I just want to.
You son of a bitch. That was not. Jamie plays a lot of golf. He gets very touchy when it comes to golf. He calls bullshit.
That's fair.
Yeah. It just came from a Reddit post that people screenshotted. There was no pictures, no nothing else.
Oh, well, touche, young troll. Touche. You got your fucking story mentioned on the podcast.
That's me. You can get me very easy.
I did read that too. The whole thing's so wild. There's video of the kid in the BlackRock commercial, and you're like, what? And there's the video of a kid, like, they're saying he's getting bullied in high school, but it doesn't seem like he's being bullied. It seems like everyone's having fun, because he's talking about how he has a 10-inch penis, and they're just filming each other. It looks like they're having fun. And you're looking like, how is it? 2 years later, this guy tries to kill Trump? Like, what happened?
Yeah.
And then you find out he was a registered Republican? Like, what?
You know high school, those 10-inch dick guys, always getting bullied. Always.
He was saying it funny. It was like he's trying to be funny. You know? Say, I got a 10-inch penis. I mean, he wasn't saying, like, I definitely have a 10-inch dick. It was like it didn't seem like he was being bullied. I mean, obviously, I saw one clip. Who knows what the full context of it is, but 20 years old, and he's got this idea, and he pulled it off. He actually gets a shot off and nicks him, and then they kill him. Like, you're seeing this 20-year-old kid, but his life is over. Like, somehow or another, he talked himself into trying to assassinate the president as a lone gunman in Pennsylvania, got on top of a roof, either through sheer incompetence or for some other reason. He actually gets a shot off, and the president just moves his head at the right time. Like, the whole thing is, if it was in a movie, I'd be like, shut the fuck up.
That'll make you believe in God. That's when God's up there when he's going like, I don't want to talk to this guy yet. He's alive.
Yeah.
I don't want him. I don't want him. I'm the greatest angel.
Or maybe he wants him here to expose how crazy our political system really is. Because the only way we find out how coordinated everything is, whether you're a Trump fan or not, even if you hate Trump, put that aside for a second, and just look at how much coordination there is in the media to go after him. And it exposes, like, this thing where you have to step back and go, hold on a second. What's really going on? Like, whether you hate that guy or not, hate him, think he's a crook, hate him, think he's a liar, hate him. Don't you think it's weird that they're all in lockstep with the way they talk about him, even with things that aren't true? Like, especially like the Russia collusion hoax that they all talked about for years and years. I thought it was real. I thought, like, he colluded with Russia, and that was, like, the crazy thing about him winning the presidency. Oh, my God, he worked with Russia. Maybe Russia has something on him. He kept hearing about it, right? That was just bullshit. And they went through that for years and years, and then you start going, okay, what else is coordinated where everybody is saying something? Like, how about the Nord Stream pipeline? You know, Seymour Hersh says we blew it up. Like, esteemed journalist is like, no matter what they say, I'm telling you, this was our doing. We blew this up. This wasn't some other country. This wasn't Russia. They wouldn't blow up their own pipeline. We blew it up. But every newspaper is like, this is bullshit. This was impossible. Could not happen. This was all Russian disinformation. Russian disinformation. You can hear it about, like, every story. It's, like, so hard to understand. Like, what is the motivation to getting these stories out? Are these narratives created by the real government that runs everything and then like tells the news organizations that are in business with them what to say and what to do?
I mean,
That's where it gets spooky.
You get like you're voting for a guy who isn't doing much when he gets there. I mean, there's a lot of people around that are making these things. And I will tell you, I still believe some of the Russian shit. Because you've heard me fucking misquote the Gulf thing. I mean, I still believe a lot of shit I hear.
Oh, I do all the time. They get me all the time. There's so many stories that I'm sure are bullshit that I've parroted.
But if Trump wouldn't play the political game, if he wouldn't put the people on the Supreme Court, I mean, I know it's his job when he's in there, but if he wouldn't do any of that shit, he's definitely that. Come out on stage and be like waving papers. You guys aren't gonna fucking believe this.
Yeah,
and tell everybody everything.
He is if he wasn't doing that other stuff. But the only way he gets any support is if he does that other stuff too. Like you got to understand about Trump. He was a lifelong Democrat.
Yeah,
lifelong, which is so weird.
Wasn't it when he was starting to run for president? Wasn't he still Wasn't he when he started talking?
I believe
still
so.
a Democrat.
Yes,
Yeah,
I believe so. Well, he had a very close relationship with the Clintons to the point where he paid them to come to his wedding or his daughter's wedding or one of those things. Like you would pay them and they would come to weddings and events and he would go to events. You know, that was like the famous thing that was at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. You remember that? The White House Press Correspondents' Dinner was always supposed to be this thing where comedians would do it, and they would, like Michelle Wolf did it one year, and crushed it. She crushed it so. And they would go up, and they would. Trump was, by the way, the first guy to not do it. Like, you know, make fun of me? Which is kind of a pussy move. But every other president got roasted, and one time, during the White House press correspondence thing, Obama went on stage and he roasted Trump. And one of the lines he said to Trump, he said, "I'm one thing that you'll never be, which is the president of the United States." Because this is when Trump was trying to claim that Obama was from Kenya. You remember that?
Yeah.
The birther stuff. Yeah. It was, which is wild. That stuff was wild. You know, he was like saying he knows for sure that Obama came from Kenya, and then there's people that were like examining photoshops of the birth certificate. It was a crazy conspiracy. And that was, you know, he was roasting Trump in the audience, and you could see Trump in his head going, "Oh, okay, I'm going to fucking run now." Like, that might have been the thing that got him to run. Like, legitimately, that's how crazy that guy is. That one moment where Obama was talking shit to him might be the reason why Trump was like, I'll fucking show you. Because you do not want that fucking guy on your bad side.
Well, this is the first time I've ever meant this, but thanks, Obama.
Whoops. What a crazy turn. Again, seems like it's written. Seems like a script. Seems like a simulation.
That shit really does.
It really does. So much of it really does. So much of life really feels like a simulation. And the thing about this Trump stuff and just all of this stuff that's happening with social media and AI, the guy who's at the helm of one of the biggest social media networks in the world is Elon Musk. Elon Musk said that the odds of us not being in the simulation are in the billions. He believes wholeheartedly that we're in a simulation. See if you can find him saying that, because it's such a nutty quote. Because when someone says that, you go, oh yeah, maybe. But when Elon Musk says that, and he says it definitively, he says it like with pure confidence. And he's no hyperbole, he's just stating it like, this is something I've analyzed. This is something I've thought about for a long time.
Yeah, but he also made that Cybertruck.
Do you like it or not?
It looks like you can't be penetrated with a bullet.
You can't be penetrated with a bullet, and they're fun to drive. You ever driven one?
I've driven a Tesla normal, but this is different.
The same thing. It defies time. Doesn't make sense. It goes so fast for something that's so big, and it's bulletproof. It's crazy. It's the kind of thing that you would make if you're that guy. Like, let's make a fucking steel truck that's bulletproof.
Simulation.
Here it is. Do you entertain that?
Well, the argument for the simulation, I think, is quite strong, because if you assume any improvement at all over time, any improvement, 1%, 0.1%,
Just extend the time frame. Make it 1,000 years, 1,000,000 years. The universe is 13.8 billion years old. What would civilization, if you're very generous, civilization is maybe 7,000 or 8,000 years old if you count it from the first rising. This is nothing. This is nothing. So, if you assume any rate of improvement at all, then games will be indistinguishable from reality. Or civilization will end. One of those two things will occur. Therefore, we are most likely in a simulation.
So this is on my podcast, he said that, but then there was another interview where he was being questioned, like, what are the odds? And he said the odds of us not being in a simulation are in the billions. And he firmly believes it. But it might be what the universe is, which we were talking about how the universe is stranger. I think the universe is stranger than we think it is. That might be why. It might be because it's not totally real, or nothing is totally real. The idea of totally real is not real. Like, our concept of things being real is, even if you like look at quantum physics, right, which I'm definitely going to butcher, but there's the observer effect. There's this thing that they do where they look at things on a quantum level, and when you're looking at them and measuring them, they have a different reaction. There's something that's going on where we're interacting with matter, where it doesn't make any sense. Like, if you get down to like the lowest levels of understandable reality, you get into subatomic particles, and then you have spooky action at a distance, where these things are somehow or another they're connected in vast spaces, but they interact with each other instantaneously. And if you take photons, and photons are quantumly entangled, they figured out how to take some sort of a super sophisticated image of photons that are quantum entangled. They look like a yin and a yang, like exactly. It's the wildest thing. You see it, you're like, what? You see, Jamie will find
Is it that golden ratio thing? Is it part of
the
that?
golden ratio is different. The golden ratio is like, there's like things like the Fibonacci sequence. There's like mathematical ratios that exist in all of nature. This is quantum entanglement. This is like two photons that are quantumly entangled, and when they get this like super sophisticated imaging of this thing, it looks like a yin and yang. Like, exactly.
That's pretty sweet. Jamie. So you think we all have a different a simulation? Like, this is what I'm seeing, but in someone else's simulation, I'm very poor, I'm living somewhere else, I'm doing this.
Probably all things are happening simultaneously, and you're just in this one right now. And I'm not even sure if you're in the same one that you were in yesterday. That's where it gets weird. I think when you go to bed, like, who the fuck knows what happens? You're closing your eyes and disappearing. Who is to say that you are coming back in the exact same place? You might have been born today. Your whole life, everything that exists might have been a creation that did not exist 12 hours ago. You might have woken up. Here it is. Look at that.
That is pretty insane.
Fucking insane. It looks exactly like a yin and yang. Duality and harmony. That's the Chinese symbol for duality and harmony, and that is literally quantum entangled photons. Like, there's so many things like that in sacred geometry, and when they're looking at all of this, like the smallest things they can measure, you get into magic. Subatomic particles are fucking magic. What are they doing? They're in a superposition? What the fuck does that mean? Well, they're moving and they're still at the same time. Like, what are you even saying? What does that mean? They blink in and out of existence. They go away, they come back, they move around. You don't know where the fuck they went. Like, what is this? It's magic. It's basically something that can't exist anywhere else other than in the quantum state. But that's like the base of everything. Like, everything you touch is nothing. There's nothing there. It's mostly nothing. And yet it's oak tables.
We might be misunderstanding what happened here a little.
How so? We went over that with, who did we go over that with?
I know, but it says that I'm rereading
We went over it with Eric Weinstein, didn't we?
It says so that yin yang was programmed into it. recovering enough information to recreate a yin-yang symbol programmed into the photon generating apparatus.
Applying tricks of holography, the researchers were able to read positional information into interference of two separated light waves, recovering enough information to recreate a yin-yang symbol programmed into the photon generating apparatus. Yeah, but I don't think they're saying they programmed that into it. If you see what they're saying, the researchers were able to read positional information in the interference of two separated light waves, recovering enough information to recreate a yin-yang symbol programmed into the photon generating apparatus. I think they're saying that they're recreating this symbol based on what's happening. I don't think they're saying they program it to look like that.
My guess is that they're doing that so that they knew what they were looking for.
It says, as simple as the yin-yang looks, in this single static image represents a significant leap in measuring numerous quantum states in a short time. Don't you think that Eric Weinstein would have picked up on that if that's what it was saying? Go back to that. Stop. Go back to what it just said there, because I want to read the next No, a little lower. This is it. This method is exponentially faster than previous techniques, requiring only minutes or seconds instead of days. What? Importantly, the detection time is not influenced by the symmetry's complexity, a solution to the long-standing scalability challenge in projective tomography. Okay, we're too dumb.
It looks like they were looking at them and then figured out how to map them by what they were looking at, and then could program it, right?
Isn't quantum all sorts of directions, not just X, Y? It's a flat 2D image, and it's like all the dimensions, so it's in super space and up and down and left and right.
Well, how much can they see of a photon, right? Like, what is a photon? Okay, let's look at this. Give me an image, Google image of a photon. Let's see what the fuck they can say. I mean, all this stuff is. How about neutrinos? They're passing through the Earth, passing through us right now from space. What? Like, what is this? Is that what it looks like? What is that left? Shapes are photons? Bro, look at that. Hologram of a single photon. What? Just that alone. Okay, that's the fucking. That's at the bottom. You keep looking at the ingredients. Individual points in a picture, traditional photography merely register light intensity. The interference phenomena also registers the phase of the light waves in traditional holography. A well-described, undisturbed reference wave is superimposed with another wave of the same wavelength reflected off a three-dimensional object when a hologram is generated. Interference occurs as a result of the phase variations between the two waves, resulting in a complicated pattern of lines. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I just said. That's the problem. We're too dumb. We're too uneducated to really understand what the fuck they're saying, but that's why they can trick you. Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's all about Jesus.
Jesus is the base of it all. So I don't believe that. Maybe in their world. Maybe if you believe, here's what gets really screwy, right? Maybe if you believe in Jesus, it's real. Like, maybe that's what religion is really all about. Maybe the thing is not, oh, I can prove that there's no God. Maybe if you believe there's a God. Like, it might, that's how weird the simulation might be.
Well, I think it's a brilliant move, because if you believe there's a God, you're never going to know you're wrong.
Right.
Because it's like goes to dark.
Also, Jordan Peterson, he has this very interesting perspective on this. He says, I won't tell you whether or not I believe in a God, but I act as if God is real. And if you act as if God is real, you will have a better life. Which is almost like that thing of the muse, right? Like, is the muse a real thing that gives you ideas? I don't know, but I do know that if I sit in front of my computer on a regular basis and I dedicate myself to writing, ideas come to me. Yeah. And I don't know if that's just, like, I don't know if creativity is like endurance. I don't know if it's like a physical quality that you possess because of work. I don't know.
To me, God is like year-round Santa. It's like, go to sleep, be nice, he's keeping the list.
Yeah, that God. That kind of God. But what about the universe as God? There's some creative force that absolutely exists, and it's called the universe. It literally makes all the stars. It literally makes black holes. It literally makes carbon-based life forms in Goldilocks zones on planets like ours. It makes it. The universe made us. So if you wanted to find evidence of a God, the universe is God. It makes sense that it would be God. It is everything. We want it to be a person. We want it to be like a guy with rules. Right. But there are some kind of rules, right? As human beings, when we interact with each other incorrectly, we feel bad. Mm-hmm. When we interact with each other correctly, we get things done together, we spread love, we spread joy, we spread happiness, and that's a lot of the tenets of religion are preaching that. So it's almost like there's some guidelines that these people who had figured some whisper of what God is out, and they wrote it down on these animal skins, and they locked them up in a fucking clay pot in Qumran, and they found them and deciphered them, and I mean, that's what it is, right? That's what Dead Sea Scrolls are. Whatever that is then literally interpreted, and it's interpreted by zealots, and it's interpreted by people that use it to control people's behavior, and it's interpreted in a manner that controls large populations and forces people to be subjugated. Like, that is the whole reason why the revolution, when Martin Luther created a phonetic version of the Bible, and others were doing it at the same time as well, or similar time periods, people were freaking out because now the Bible was available to people that didn't read Latin. So now the Bible is available in German. And then guys like Martin Luther were saying, interpret the Bible as you will. And the priests were like, no, you fucking don't. We'll fucking kill you, dude. They're like, you're ruining our whole gig. Because their whole gig was they were the power. They were the purveyors of control. The fucking Pope ran the biggest army in the world at one point in time. The Pope was running Europe.
Well, Martin Luther, he got caught in a storm and then prayed to God. He goes, if you get me out of this, I'll do this. I'll start Lutheranism. Oh, and that's the ultimate, I'll quit drinking. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I promise if you make me stop puking.
Wow.
So that's how I mean,
I think at the base of it all, there's a story. There's something that happened. There's too many similarities. And even, I always say this, sorry if you heard it, but the people that, like, when in the Bible, in the beginning there was light. What the fuck is the Big Bang? That is the Big Bang. Mm-hmm. So maybe they kind of understood some things, but they talked about it. It was an oral tradition for 1,000 years before it was even written down, some of these stories. And some of these stories have origins where they're super similar in other religions. Super similar catastrophe tales, super similar, like this Noah's Ark, which is real similar to the Epic of Gilgamesh, which is real, like Thor is real similar to Jesus. It's like a lot of like real, like, what really happened?
And if it's the beginning and it's light, maybe it's birth, maybe it's the beginning of somebody's life.
Could be that too. Sure, could be that too.
But I find myself at the end of the drive, like I used to have to drive 3 hours to the airport back and forth for 17 years. And I'd get home at dusk and deer are everywhere. And I just go, no thank you. I don't believe in God, but I just go, no thank you. Like, I don't want to hit home. And then I get home and I go, universe, thank you. I mean, there's got to be something. Like, if you're nice to somebody, niceness comes back. If you're a dick in traffic, it almost seems like all the shitty drivers at once, their fucking beeper goes off, and they hit the road. Mm-hmm. But if you're decent in traffic, it seems to open up a little bit, for me anyways. That's what I've noticed.
Depending on where you live. You live in LA, you're fucked. No matter what, you're fucked. Yeah. I think there's something to that. But then there's also babies that are killing drive-bys, right?
Yeah, that's where it gets real confusing.
So I don't think it's necessary. I don't think it necessarily really makes sense. I think it kind of makes sense, and then it doesn't. Just like the UFO thing, and just like everything about human beings, I think there's a lot going on simultaneously.
That's why I want that hour-long plug-in. I don't want eternal life. You know how long that is? I mean, come on. I just want.
You might have it no matter what.
I just want to know. And
if you're living a new life every time you wake up, you might get eternal life whether you like it or not. That's what some people believe. They believe that there's some religions that believe you will do this life over and over and over again until you get it right.
Well, I've got some work to do.
Hey, we all do.
Yeah.
But guess what? If you get it all right, you're not going to get stand-up comedy. You know, that's the problem. We're almost dooming ourselves to repeat over and over and over again. Because to do our job correctly, you have to step out of line. And you got to crack a few eggs to make an omelet.
Yeah, it's comedy is pretty. Who's the Jeff Dunham? Remember him?
Yeah, sure.
So I was opening for him in Miami, and I just remember this because this is my ultimate egg cracking. The crowd hated me for 30 minutes. Oof. And so at the end of it all, I took my shoe off and I put my sock on my hand, and I go, "Is this what you guys wanted?" And I started doing that. Fucking boo! And then Dunham comes back and he goes, "This isn't going to work this week." And I was like, "I didn't think so. I'm sorry, but fuck." I was just so pissed.
That's funny. You mocked the people that wanted the puppet.
Yeah, they were not thrilled.
That happens though if you bring somebody on the road, you know, and you're a big act, like a puppet act, like a very specific kind of act. Like, you know, like, you don't want to hear like your observations about your relationship. Shout out.
I used to open for John Panette, and I was in really good shape, and people fucking hated it. I mean, they used to have to pull seats out of his room. Like if it was a 380 cap, they'd have to bring it down to 350 to make room
for him to move through the aisle.
Well, for his fans.
Oh God,
because they would bring him full cheesecakes from the Cheesecake Factory.
Oh my God.
Yeah, they were
killing him. He was funny, man. When I started in 1988, he was an established professional. And I remember I saw him one night at Nick's Comedy Stop, and he was fucking killing. He had this bit about going to a Chinese buffet. You know that bit?
You've been here 4 hours.
Yeah. Get your mouth. It was such a good bit, and he would crush. He was one of those guys, too, that he had the advantage of looking funny. Because he was just such a round, big, smiley, jolly, fat guy that like, you smiled when you saw him. Like, this guy's going to be fun.
He's the most generous guy I ever met.
Really?
I had 2 kids living in Minnesota, and he goes, "I like you, so I'm going to match what the club pays you, and I'm going to pay for part of your plane ticket."
Oh,
and I don't think I would have been able to keep doing comedy without him.
Oh, that's very sweet.
And now if you look up that Chinese bit, they've cut, you know how for clips you have to cut laughter? He just looks really racist. Because they've cut all the laughter out.
Oh, no.
So it's just him like doing the accent.
Why did they cut the laughter out?
I think to make it the right time or something. I don't know.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, no.
Because that bit used to kill.
Oh, my God, it killed. Yeah, I saw him do that bit in Boston. I was like, oh, my God, he's a monster. And when you see something like that when you're, 21, you've been doing comedy for 4 months, like, what? But there were so many guys like that in Boston at that time. They were just murderers. They were so fast-paced. And their punchlines would be bang, bang, bang. They had so much energy on stage, man. It was a crazy time.
Like you're saying, you have to in Boston. Because people don't want that down.
Yeah, well, I think that's the case with all cold environments. Like I said, New York was a lot like that. Places where people are fucking dealing with some shit. They don't have time for your nonsense. You can't be out there. But although you can do a lot of that now in New York, you get away with a lot of nonsense in the right rooms.
Yeah, I think so.
They want nonsense.
Yeah, they want you to sit and pontificate for a minute before you actually say something else.
Yeah, they want you to put social justice ahead of your laughter. I have to do that? What if I just tell a joke? What if I just say things I think are funny? Is that okay too? Do you have to mean what I'm saying?
Yeah, instead, how about don't laugh when you don't think it's funny?
Yeah.
Don't throw a fit. Just don't laugh. Yeah, I'll know. And
also,
then laugh when it is.
Some guys have to find their audience, and then once they find their audience, then the people go for them for that kind of comedy. Like that was the case with Mitch Hedberg. That's the case right now with William Montgomery. Like William Montgomery, I don't know if you know him.
Can I tell you?
Yeah.
I did Kill Tony last night for the first time. I didn't know anything about this guy, and he just fucking screamed in my face. I thought he was going to punch me in the face. So I'm sitting there watching this guy, and I'm just like, there's cameras on me. What happens if he hits me? I'm just going to have to sit here.
So you thought he was a real maniac?
Oh, I thought he was insane.
Oh, he's so funny. When you see him do stand-up, you get it. Like when people become a fan of his, because he's got a huge following now because he killed Tony. And then when you go see him live, like the Black Keys came, they did my podcast, and they were going to come to the club afterwards. They said, dude, can William Montgomery come? Is he going to be on stage? I go, I'll make sure he's there. I'll call him up. So he wasn't even scheduled to be on the show. I called him. I go, William, fuck he's going to see it. So he went up there with like full confidence in front of a crowd who knew who he was, and he fucking murdered. But I used to see him years ago, and people just didn't know what to make of him. He was just starting out. He was so crazy. He seemed so unhinged. But then off stage, he's like, super nice guy. Like, hey, man, yeah. Did you meet him off stage?
Yeah, he came over.
Nice to meet you.
And I was like, are you fucking with me right now? Because I go, you're screaming at me in there, and now you're like the nicest person.
He's a sweetheart. Super, super, super nice guy.
They seem to be nice.
But that's the kind of guy that has to find his audience.
Yeah, you mentioned Hedberg. I mean, you watched the old clips?
Mm-hmm.
He used to eat shit, man.
He ate shit a lot. There was a famous story about a club that booked him and the guy before him. Was like this really high energy guy. I think the guy actually did like a backflip on stage, like something nutty, like to close his set out, and like super high energy. That was the middle act, and it was like all that hack bullshit. And then Hedberg went on after him and was bombing, and so he got fucked over, or like they gave him the middle pay, even though he's headlining, and they made the other guy headline, and he's like, I got a contract. They're like, fuck you, you bombed. It was like it was like a war with other comedians. Stanhope chimed in. There was like a lot of shit going on. But that was a guy that once people knew what they would go to see him, and he would murder. Yeah. All non sequiturs, which always killed me. Yeah. It's like I was like, how does he even remember all of them?
No shit. I started in
Turns out heroin. Yeah, it's fucking really good. Helps you remember everything, I guess.
I started in Minneapolis, went to Grand Forks, North Dakota to do audition for this house MC spot. And Hedberg, it was right after he did Montreal and got his big deal. So I got to watch him the first time he's coming off that deal, confident in his prime. I mean, nobody killed harder.
He was so good. But he was also so unique, and you wanted to see that kind of comedy from him. You know, he wanted to, he put you into this mindset. Like, someone asked me if I wanted a frozen banana. I said, no, but I want a regular banana later. So, yes. Yeah. It was just such a weird cadence. Just such a silly, unique cadence, and how to find his spot.
Yeah, and you knew when he was in town a couple weeks before you, because all the young guys in that town would be laughing like him, talking like him a little bit.
Oh, yeah. David tells the worst with that. Yeah, people start talking like a trial. Like it becomes so contagious because he's so good and he's so infectious. Like it's like whatever he's doing is like you're infected with his cadence. His timing, especially when you're young. Yeah, when you're starting out.
Hedberg got so famous, and I was so young and impressionable that we were out eating one time, and he has a joke about, you know what my friend said? You know what I like? Mashed potatoes. Come on, man, you got to give me time to guess. That's his joke. And I was the mashed potatoes guy, and I used it as a fucking intro because everybody knew who Hedberg was. So when I didn't have any credits, I was like, hey, I'm part of his act.
Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. That's you. That's funny. Yeah. He's another one we lost.
Yep. That's been a long time, dude. It doesn't seem like it. That's the one thing about losing comics is you can see them still online. You can watch them and all this shit, so they're kind of there forever.
I see Norm clips every day. Yeah. Every day. Some new funny Norm clip. Yeah.
I just saw a Norm clip of when he was on SNL about Madonna having a baby. And he goes, Madonna just had a baby, 7 pounds, 6 ounces, which makes it the 4th largest object to pass through her vagina. He was just fucking fearless, man.
Yeah, he was a wild fella. Such a fun guy. Yeah. And the way he died is pretty gangster. Had cancer, didn't tell anybody. Yep. Just went up to Canada to die. So yeah.
Going into the woods.
Didn't tell anybody. Which is crazy. He was his best friend. Like I'm friends with his literal best friend. Didn't know until it was over. Yeah. They were making plans. To do stuff, yeah.
Well, I suppose he didn't know how long, probably.
I guess. Yeah. I believe he had pancreatic cancer, which is a really, really rough one. Is that the one he had? It kills a lot of people.
I think they just found something with a protein that causes it. Mm-hmm. So they're talking like it's the big killer. Mm-hmm. And so they're talking maybe they figured one of them out.
Yeah, I saw that. I hope that's true. Leukemia. Oh, it was Hicks. Hicks had pancreatic cancer. Yeah. That's a rough one. Yeah. He's another one. Imagine that guy was still alive. When he died, he's like 35. something like that. He was young.
Yeah, and he had such a body of work.
I didn't think he was 35.
And you go see.
I think now I'm thinking about it. I think he was like 32 or 33 at the time.
That's unbelievable. I think about what I was doing.
32? 32. Nuts. And it changed everybody's comment. Everybody's like, Jesus, I wanted to be like Hicks.
Mm-hmm.
So much so that the back green room of the Punchline, Atlanta, Georgia, somebody wrote in the green room, quit trying to be Hicks. It's like, yeah, every time I go there, like, yes. So many people wanted to be like this. Even Richard Jennings said that to me. He saw him and he said, every time I see him, I'm like, God, you're doing more stuff like that. Like, it was so profound for the time. Like, to have a guy talking like that, the way he's explaining things as well as making them funny, it was so different.
But if you're Richard Jennings and you want to be in movies, being Bill Hicks isn't the way to get
Nah,
there.
it's just that thing that hits you when you watch someone.
Yeah.
That feeling like, God, I want to be doing that kind of stuff. But he wasn't that guy. He was just a silly joke after joke after joke guy, which was amazing. But for whatever reason, we put so much weight on profundity.
Well, yeah, people that are making a point, socially relevant.
Mm-hmm.
You think, I don't want to tell these fucking stories anymore.
Right. Especially if you can do it, you can make a point, and it's very funny. Yeah. It's an undeniable, Spurs great at that. Makes an undeniable point. It's very funny. Yeah. That's the fun part.
Trying to figure it out.
Yeah. The fun part. Listen, man, it's been great to get to know you, talk to you.
Well, thanks for having me in.
My pleasure. It's a lot of fun. Tell everybody where they can get a hold of you, social media, website, everything you got coming up.
Social media is that Chad Daniels on those spots, and then ChadDaniels.com for tour dates, and then special on Netflix called Empty Nester.
Beautiful.
Check it out.
It's out now.
It's out today while we're recording.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Want to come down to the club tonight? Do a set?
I'd love to.
Let's go.
Okay, cool.
Let's go. Okay. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
And they have a real
Estonia.
Yeah, so like the comics there, it's called Humor Clibby, I think. And every show done in Estonia is only produced by these comics. So no one gets a piece of it besides comedians.
Oh.
Yeah, so they've totally collectivized comedy in Estonia.
Oh, so they've sort of developed their own scene, just the comics there. So there was no comedy club that was available, and they kind of created something?
Well, Estonia's been a country since 1994.
Yeah.
So it's all brand new, and I think free speech was just legalized last year or whatever, and they brought me over. So, but the house, bro, I did a show in college town there, and I was like, I watched the first two comics, Ari, very funny, not getting big laughs. So I went out there and tried to tackle this crowd. And at one point I was like, where do you work, ma'am? And she went, no! That was the amount that they wanted to connect. And they don't laugh audibly. But afterwards I'm out there selling merch and they're all like, that was a pleasure. It was a time of my life. Thank you. It's like, okay, well, in America, typically we smile at least. We're having the time of our life. It was like someone's going to throw a rock at them if they made any noise.
Wow.
Yeah.
They're probably shell-shocked.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. Oh, you gotta imagine. But Ari's the Ari Maddy we were talking about, who is very, very funny. He's such a joyful guy.
Silly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How did he come out of there?
Well, I think he's just happy to be out of there.
It turned him into who he is.
Yeah. It's like in The Great Escape where he sees sunlight and all he can do is smile.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's interesting when you see someone who's really talented that comes out of a place that doesn't have any history of it.
Yeah. Well, they're going to create their own culture there. So they got to figure out how to do stand-up. And I think that Ari can do stand-up in 3 different languages.
Wow.
Yeah.
So what is Estonian? What do they speak?
I think Estonian.
Oh, they have their own language?
I think so.
But they've only been a country since 94.
Right. Well, so they were a country, and then Russia came in, and they weren't a country, and then Russia left, and then they were a country, and then Russia came back, I think, and then they were a country after that.
So they just have this like history of having a boot on their neck for years and years. So I think he can do Estonian, and I think he can do Russian and English.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
And he can like kill you with his bare hands. He looks great with his shirt off.
Yeah, he was a MMA fighter. Yeah, he had 3 fights.
He's fighting Estonians. They're scary people.
That's how you go 0-3. Yeah. Like, you're too nice. You're too nice to be in that game.
Yeah, quit doing act outs.
Yeah, who's with a legit gym too? Legit gym. There's a street class gym. That's Conor McGregor's gym.
Whoa.
Forward to that.
Yeah, he's legit.
Yeah.
I'm happy for him. I signed his like visa letter.
Oh yeah.
Him and James McCann. I'm both on them. So if either of them fuck up, I'm gonna be in big trouble.
I don't know McCann.
James McCann is Shane's boy from Australia.
Oh, I do. That's
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I'm sorry. No, I do know him. That's right. I just have so many fucking names now. I've met more people in the last year and a half since the club's been open than I have probably ever in my life. I try to keep an eye and pay attention to all these new faces and new comics.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Well, you make yourself available to them too, which is cool. I admire that about you. Because you could just like be a man in a tower, and, do this thing. But no, you're like out there.
No, I'm one of us.
Yeah,
that's the only reason why the club works.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, you can't. That'd be gross. I have very little say in how things even go on.
Yeah.
I hired good people, and I said, let's just make sure that we have some core tenets, in terms of like the pay structure. It's like entirely, opposite of most clubs.
Yeah.
But the money goes to the comics.
Yes.
Which it should.
Uh-huh.
Like, if you're a comic and you don't have it set up like that, what the fuck are you doing?
I don't know.
Well, we always knew we were getting robbed, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now
we were like, hey, thank you for robbing me. Thank you for the opportunity.
I'm a club owner now, so I'm like, I know we were getting robbed, so I'm not going to do that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to have it. It's funny how many club owners get mad at it.
Oh, dude, I mean, I'm finally selling tickets now after fighting them out for like 20 years. And the independent clubs will give you every penny that they can give to you. Yeah. Whereas like the corporate owned clubs are like, they have the exact spreadsheet.
Oh, they're brutal.
Yeah.
They're so brutal. They're so brutal. This is like, I don't want to say who it was. Oh my God, I just got a hot sauce in my eye.
Oh no.
Fuck that. I was eating something with ghost peppers today and I forgot I had it on my hand. I just wiped my eye.
At least you didn't touch your dick.
I did touch my dick.
That's the worst.
Yeah, it's not that bad.
I did a jalapeno and then I touched my dick and then my wife came home and I had the tip of my penis in a saucer of milk. She was like, "What are you up to?" I'm just like crying with my dick and cream.
That old Eddie Murphy bit about with the aftershave on his balls.
Oh, yeah.
Your eyes if you can go up at all. God damn it.
Capsaicin's a hell of a drug, man. That'll wake you up. It's like those smelling salts you have in the green room. I fucked around. Dude, I dipped my toes into those waters. And I think
the ones we have at the game are bullshit compared to these.
Hey, I'll take your word for it.
Come on, bro. You gotta take one.
I'll blast one.
One blast. Check that out. That's right. Maybe that'll clear up my eyes.
It's going to clear up something. You psycho.
Definitely gonna forget about your. Oh my God!
What a glowing endorsement of this product.
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh dude! Yeah, I went to eat too. Oh, I felt it in my lungs.
Man, it really hits like the reptile part of your brain.
Yeah, exactly. I can't believe I did that.
Let's podcast.
Fucking
go. I'm gonna go fight Bruce. I'll be right back. I did it to impress Ron White in the green room, and he just laughed. You idiot. You idiot.
He's full of shit. He's done it too. Ron's taking quite a few hits, but none of these guys know about that one. That's the real one.
Yeah,
that's Juju Mufu. This is a bodybuilder dude. He's got this brand that sells it. It's called That's the real one. That one is above and beyond anything I've ever tried. It's like multiple magnitudes.
Are there individual like capsules in here you're supposed to break?
What the fuck's in there?
Oh my God, this looks like crystal meth.
Yeah, it's just rocks and ammonia. My right nostril's still on fire. No, we're good. That's what Joey did. He's like, I gotta clean up my left one. Literally the left one too.
You've had a lot of stuff up that nose.
Yeah, I'm amazed he can smell anything. I'm amazed he doesn't have holes in that thing.
Whew. Yeah. Well, yeah, thank you for having me back.
My pleasure, brother. Yeah, my pleasure. So what's the road been like? You're all over the place, man. I follow you on Instagram.
Yeah.
You're in all these crazy countries. And did you just decide to see the world? Like, is that what the plan was?
Stand-up's a pretty good cheat code to travel and experience the authentic version of a place because you get to hang out with people from that place while you're there that weekend.
Right.
So yeah, I did like every state in America by the time I was like 30, and then it's like, well, maybe I'll go abroad. And stand-up's so new in the rest of the world that it's like you feel like you're in the ground floor of like all I can really approximate it to is like the early days of like hardcore, like punk rock, when like Black Flag and Minutemen were out there.
Right.
And I feel like I'm doing shows like that when I go to Estonia or Bratislava.
Right.
Yeah. And everyone's so happy to have you.
Was there any place that like was really fun where like they laughed really loud and they got the jokes, or was it every place like a little disjointed?
It's different because some of those, the more east you go into Europe, the more they watch it like theater. But I remember I was in Hungary, in Budapest, and that show was awesome. And it shouldn't have been. Like the host went up and ate it, and he was getting all sweaty up there, and he had to like take off his sweatshirt because he was bombing so hard. God bless him, you know. But he comes off stage and he brings me on, and he's like, "Hot up there, bro." And then I went out there and I was, just made fun of him, and the crowd was like, "Very good," you know. And then I killed over there.
Really?
Yeah. I didn't think it was going to be good because they were all stern-faced Europeans. You don't walk out there and like see like people who look like they smiled before, but I got him.
I took Hinchcliffe to Stockholm once.
Yeah, Stockholm's fun.
Yeah, I had a great time, but he had never been to Europe before. And I had performed in Ireland, I had performed in England, I had performed in a bunch of different places. And we did 2 shows, and the first show was like, dude, they did not like me. I go, you got laughs. He goes, yeah, but then they died off. I go, no, that's what they do here.
Yeah.
They pay attention. Mm-hmm. Like they pay attention in between each joke.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they don't just keep laughing and talking and making noise. Like
they're also not eating hot wings,
right?
You know? Yeah. No one's like arguing about splitting the check or anything.
That's another thing that I make sure with the club. No food.
Yeah.
It is food. We're connected to 2 restaurants.
Right.
There's a restaurant, pizza place to the left, Mexican place to the right.
Yeah.
We're good.
Everyone's fine.
Yeah. You don't have to eat. You can take an hour and a half or 2 hours out of your day and not eat.
You guys also don't have to worry about being like an Applebee's where there's occasionally comedy, which is a lot of these clubs out there. Not a lot of them, but they still exist. That model of like, hey, the host, by the way, and when you do everyone's birthdays, after that, make sure you plug the the queso dip.
Yeah, try the wings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did a lot of those.
Oh, me too.
But those are important for learning how to captivate someone's attention span.
Yeah.
For a comic, it's like learning how to run uphill.
If you can't compete with a quesadilla, you should probably hang it up.
It's just, it's a good way to maximize profit, but it's not a good way to put on a show. No. When I see comedy clubs and they have food, I'm like, why do you have food? This is a dumb thing. Also, when we got the Ritz, when we first looked at the place, it had a kitchen. Mitzi's Bar used to be a kitchen for the Alamo Draft House.
Yeah.
So we went in, there's fucking roaches like cell phones running around there.
Jesus.
And I was like, okay, this is what happens when you have food. Yeah. You have roaches in your kitchen. You can't have roaches. So
you don't want those. Yeah. I thought you guys were going to put in like a pizza place. When I first toured it with you way back in the day, you were talking about...
We were talking about doing next door.
Next door.
Yeah, we're Polo's Pizza.
Yeah.
We're talking about doing that. They don't want to leave.
Okay, I mean, they're printing money right there.
Now they are.
Yeah, you guys raised the property values in the neighborhood.
I should have bought it first. I should have bought it when everybody was dying. It was in the middle of the pandemic. Yeah. It was fucked. But, no, we can never imagine it was going to work as good as it worked. The whole plan was like to just see what happens and build. But like from the opening night, it was just guns blazing. Mm-hmm. And then Dave Chappelle came like a couple of days after we opened, and he's the first guy that ever performed. Well, actually, Shane opened for him. So Shane was the first guy that ever performed in a little room. Wow. And then Dave sat there, and he did that one. I just sold it off of Twitter. I said we're having a special intimate show tonight at 11:30, and it sold out. No one had any idea who it was. And then when they found out it was Dave, it was fucking pandemonium.
That was in Little Boy?
That was in Little Boy, yeah. So he did the first set in the big room, and he did a set after me. So they had no idea then either. And again, the club had just opened, and everybody's cheering. I'm like, thank you. Good. Actually, the show's not over. We got one more Canadian lesbian, one of the greatest of all time. Please welcome my friend Dick Frank. And he goes outstairs, and they just went fucking bananas.
People's heads exploded.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Yeah, they liquefied.
It was awesome. So we like from the beginning, it was guns blazing. Then so many people started moving there. And I'm like, wow, okay. And then now we're at a point where I'm like, I think we need another club.
Yeah, carrying capacity might have been reached over there.
It's not every night.
Yeah.
So I'm like, I feel like we could get a club like down the street and, have an A and a B club, and just, it's all for all these young people. It's all about numbers. Like how many you need. Obviously, you need to analyze your material. You need to write, but it's about getting on stage. That's one of the primary components that needs to be a part of this equation. Like you have to go on stage a lot.
Volume.
Yeah. And in a good environment. You need bad environments too. You need shitty.
And you're gonna get plenty of those.
There's a lot of that.
Yeah. I mean, God, I was just at this club this weekend. The Comedy Vault in Batavia, great club, but the AC was broken.
Oh no.
So it's just like, and they were packed shows.
Oh
and
no.
people were just in there, like dropping out. By the time I got up there, people were not stoked to still be in that room.
Yeah.
And I'm just dripping sweat. I look like a ham in a window.
Dude, the creek in the cave was like that when we first moved here. They had no AC. The AC was garbage. And you'd be drenched with sweat on stage, like soaked t-shirt.
Yeah. And now it's like 60 degrees in that room at all times.
Yeah, they fixed it.
Yeah.
That's the way to do it. I mean, like Letterman always used to have his room like super, super cold. Like the idea is that like warm makes people sleepy, but when they're a little uncomfortable, they're awake.
You should just put these at every table, man. Make it mandatory when they sit down.
We have people throw it up in the middle of the show. Most people do not want that.
Do you guys do check drop? I don't remember.
No.
That's the easiest thing a comedy club can do. Get rid of check drop.
Yeah, we were doing it in the beginning, and they were like arguing that we had to do it. And it was a different person running things.
Yeah.
But I was like, no, we don't. Like other clubs don't do it either. Well, it's going to take more time. Then it takes more time.
And the show is better.
Yeah, the show's better. The most important thing is that the show is like the best show we can put on.
Right.
That's what we're selling. I'm not selling a check drop.
Oh.
So like you'd be on stage in the last 10 minutes of your set, you'd show us mumbling and
One time a guy yelled out, "Bitch, who said you could order hot wings?" And I heard that when I was on stage, and I couldn't. He buried me from the back of the room. I couldn't recover from that.
That's hilarious. Yeah. Bitch, who said you could order hot wings?
Yeah, the Denver Improv.
I've never been to that one. Of course not. Comedy Works is so good, though.
Dude, the Improv came and they said, Wendy, you've had it too good for too long. We're going to put Comedy Works out of business. And Wendy's response was to open a second comedy club. And now she has 2 A clubs of the Improvs out there, like barely surviving across from like a Toby Keith. I love this bar.
What I was going to say is it was a club that I, like when Fear Factor had ended, they decided that I wasn't, even though I'd sold out like every show for like, every time I'd been there for years, they decided that I wasn't a draw anymore. So they tried to decrease my amount by 25%. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? They're like, we don't think you're a draw anymore. I go, but I sold out a year ago when I was here. Like, what are you saying? And so I didn't work for them for like a year and a half. It's one of those big clubs, big companies that has a lot of clubs.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
I think I know what you're saying.
For like more than a year and a half. I think it was like 2 years that I didn't work for them. Like, fuck you.
Yeah.
And then when everything was like really going great for me, then they finally came back and gave me great deals. But I'm like, you guys are retarded. Like, this is so stupid.
What are you doing?
Why are you doing that to me?
I'm keeping the lights on around here.
Like, how many national headliners do you guys legitimately have?
Right.
Are you going to alienate one of them just because you think you can make 25% more money?
Yeah, and you're going to sell out every ticket. They're not papering the room for
Dude,
Joe
it's sold
Rogan.
out in advance already, like to the point where I was already having to like tell them I don't want to do radio. I don't want to do fucking radio if it's already sold out. Like, oh, we have a relationship with the radio station and they like it when you come in. I'm like, I don't like it when I come in. I don't want to wake up at fucking 5 o'clock in the morning on Friday.
When I'm the least funny I've ever been at 6 a.m.
And then I
I
have to
gotta
go back to sleep and wake up for the show. I'm all disoriented. fucked up.
Makes the shows worse. I'm on there selling a product that is going to be impaired because I'm on this radio show.
Also, like, this is around 2007, and by that time, the ship had already sailed with radio. It was kind of already gone. It was then becoming more internet-based promotion.
Right.
And then by time, I mean, I guess now, some people still have to do radio shows. And I talked to these guys, and some of them like go on stage, hey, how many people heard me on the radio today? Like, crickets. It's like a waste of your time.
It's a total waste, but I think that it is like built into whatever relationship the radio station has with the club. And just quite recently, I've had to not do radio any longer, and it feels good.
It is nice.
Well, dude, Kill Tony's a fucking kingmaker.
Dude,
I had no idea.
Isn't it incredible?
I was in Bratislava. There's people in Kill Tony t-shirts.
It's nuts.
mental.
Yeah. It's nuts. Have you been to one of the arena shows?
No, I haven't.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
That's when you realize.
Yeah.
When you go to an arena show and they all sing along with like the Hans Kim song, and they all know like everybody's like thing, and when William Montgomery comes out, they fucking go crazy and stand up. We like the Black Keys are huge Kill Tony fans, and they love William Montgomery. So when they were in town, they were doing my podcast. They were like, "Can we see William tonight?" So I called William. I was like, "Dude, the Black Keys love you. They want to see you." He's like,
Wow, that's amazing. Oh, yeah. That's so positive, Joe. I'd love to do a set. That'd be great. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Black Keys. Ooh.
Yeah, he's like a caricature of a human being.
But that's really him. Have you ever hugged him?
He started in Denver.
Oh,
so I've known William forever. Yeah.
His hugs are like he might stab you. Like he's hugging you, like he's thinking about stabbing you, but he's controlling himself. Like, what kind of a hug is this, man? It's the most intense hug.
He's like shaking. It's like you're calming a baby's beer.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, when I met him first, he was like full on alcohol.
Oh yeah.
I was like, this guy's wild. I don't know if he's gonna make it. But then when he came here, he had sobered up by the time he moved to Austin. And then once we got him off the notes, it's like, man, the guy just flourished. He just became this thing.
He's present now.
Yes.
Yeah.
So he would have the notes, and then he would do Kill Tony. And when he would do Kill Tony, he would read off the notes. But then with the banter, the notes would be down. Then he'd start looking at the audience in like with a menacing way, looking at certain people, fucking yelling at them. Like, I go, that's your key. That's your whole set. I'm like, this notes thing is a crutch. You know the jokes. Just remember them. You get better at remembering them.
And also now that you're not polluting your brain with booze and cocaine.
Yeah, your memory's better.
Right.
There you go, buddy.
He used to do this bit in Denver where he had a neck brace on, but he would like wear it at all times to open mics. And it was going well, and then another comedian started doing a neck brace thing.
No way. Imagine stealing a disability joke.
It was crazy. I remember being at Comedy Works on a Tuesday and being like, she's doing the neck brace thing? William's like, she's nice. It was a girl.
Oh my god, that's hilarious. Should she actually have something wrong with her neck, which would be ironic? I do the neck brace thing.
I think she did.
Oh my god, she faked it.
I don't want to say she faked it, but I don't think it was as necessary as she made it out to be.
That's a weird one. You know what's weird? People that wear glasses that don't have vision problems.
I hate them. They're stealing valor.
I was thinking about that. Yeah, because you have to have them.
I'm so blind about this.
What is it with people with clear lenses? Like, what is that about?
It shapes their face, is what they say. It's an accessory. So they have like a big fat face, so they wear big glasses, or they have like a mouse face, so they wear little glasses. But I really don't trust those people.
Very odd.
Yeah.
It's a very odd choice.
It's like having a prosthetic leg attached when you have both your feet.
Yeah, I met a guy, and he had those on. It was a comic. And I go, why do you wear those? And he goes, girls think you're smarter. I go, really?
You're the dumbest girls.
Who are these girls? Yeah, I think you're smarter because you can't see good.
Yeah, if the glasses are doing it, just shake keys at one of them. That'll probably work too.
Well, I guess the stereotype at one point in time was that you ruined your eyes by spending too much time looking at a close surface, a close object, which is what happens. Which is why cell phones are very bad for your eyes. So, like, the idea was this guy reads so much. I see that his eyes suck.
He crippled his eyes with his lust for knowledge.
Okay, so answer me this question: why do I think it's hot when I see girls in glasses? Because I do.
I do too, man.
Why?
Because they do this.
Oh, that's right. They take the glasses off.
They flick their hair back
before they.
That
That chick is the best.
Bro, first of all, I just saw an interview with her. Yeah. She got on stage at the Zach Bryan show, and she sang with him. You know, at the end, he sings Revival, and he has people come on stage and sing with them. It's a great fucking show. He puts on an amazing show. So he brought her out there, and she yells out, "Hot Tua!" to the whole crowd. You know? Like, who the fuck would have ever thought that would have happened?
I don't know. She just looks like the classic, like, you know, American 8.
Yeah.
It's like, I have a chance with her, and she seems fun, and she loves sucking dick. It's like, of course.
Great personality.
Of course she's captured the zeitgeist.
Yeah. She's funny.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, even the way she says it. You get me?
Yeah.
Like the way she says it.
Yeah, we understand.
Yeah, we get you.
Communicating.
She's only 21. Yeah. I was watching an interview with her. She's only 21. She wasn't a school teacher. All the shit that people said. She got fired. Nope. She's too young to be a teacher. She's 21. And, you know, she wasn't a bartender. All that stuff's bullshit. Just a young girl who was just on the streets. And, you know, it was Nashville? Nashville. And just went viral. Yeah. And the most weird, but I love that we live in a time where that happens. It's such a strange time.
I'm sure she'll be stealing club weekends from me in no time.
Here's something that should go viral. Jamie, pull up that guy that I tweeted, because people think I was making fun of this guy, which I kind of am, but also it is a catchy tune. You know, there's a lot of people, let me just say this. There's a lot of people that I feel lean into certain things because they think it's marketable. You know, like when that Sam Smith guy dresses up like Satan. Start that from the beginning, please. This fucking guy is on stage at a pride thing. But here's what's important.
How do you get this footage of me, Joe?
I have eyes. Here's what's important. The fucking dude is talented. Yeah, it's ridiculous that he's got a G-string on and he's fat, he's wearing a biker helmet on, and he's got queer tattooed across his belly. But listen to him rap. Listen to this. How do I sound playing through?
Damn. Actually, Bronson put the weight back on. Huh?
He did put the weight back on a little bit, unfortunately. He's on the podcast. He's good, right?
He's entertaining.
Like one of the lines was, "Let me fill your hole with semen." I'm pretty sure it's the only thing that I could get out of all that, like the little dance. But it's just the flow. His flow. I mean, everybody's freaking out about it. Oh, the end of the world. Listen, that's a grown man out there swinging dick for other grown men.
Yeah,
and they're having a good time.
They're having a consensual hit.
Yeah, he's having a good time. People like it. But my point is, like, that's that guy. Yeah. He's got queer tattoos across his stomach. He's not fucking cosplaying.
It's not performing.
Yeah, that's who he is. But he's fucking talented. Like that rap, like the flow is good. Like it's fucking good. Man.
Also, if you go to a show, don't you want that guy leading the band?
Hell
you know?
Yeah.
That's a blast. It's Fat Gigi Allen will suck you off.
Yeah, I'd love that guy to open up a show. He should open up Fully Loaded. That's what he should do.
In a jelly roll.
Bert's fucking buddies and the all like, the Bert's crowd. Just have that guy go out there first.
And then Bert would come out in the exact same outfit.
Yes.
Yeah. With
Yeah.
the machine tattooed on his belly.
Yes. Yes. With a fucking biker hat on. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm all for that stuff.
Me too. I like freaks.
I love freaks.
I like freaks of all the, I mean, here's the thing. Like, a lot of people are upset about the Pride Parade. Because they're like, oh, they're doing the Pride Parade, they're doing it in front of all these children. Hey, don't bring your kids to a fucking Pride Parade. Right. I know you want your kids to be tolerant. It's like Simply Marvelous. Chris Condi, queer conscious rapper. Is that him? Boy, it looks a lot like him.
Oh, there's a different tattoo there.
No,
So there's
weird. That's him.
It's based in Austin.
Oh,
yeah,
hey, fella.
Whoa, he has a song called American Faggot.
Well,
That's hard as hell.
Yeah. They're just talented. That probably was in Austin, though.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
It looked like it was at a farmer's market based on the crowd.
So, like, there's this thing that people are saying about, like, the Pride Parade. Because all these people are walking around naked at the San Francisco Pride Parade. And so they were interviewing these people and they have their dicks out. Yeah. Listen. If you don't want your kids to see gay guys being sexual. That's what Pride Parade is. It's not like a bunch of 40-year-old gay engineers holding hands, like married guys who are just holding hands, like, hey, we're proud. It's different than anything else, like any other kind of pride thing, because it's not just like we just happen to be gay. It's overtly sexual, always. It's guys with fucking ball gags and dog leashes.
Pissing on each other.
Yeah, it's nuts. Like, I'm not against it at all, but you can't complain that that's happening because you brought your kids.
You can't take your kids to the cage fight and complain about violence.
Exactly. Don't take your kids to Pride and complain about the gays.
Yeah. They're having a blast.
They have a good time.
Yeah.
I used to do a bit about how, like, I would always think, am I exaggerating about, like, the gay neighborhood? Like, in LA, they have Boys Town in Santa Fe. It's so crazy. Like, I was always saying to myself, like, maybe I'm exaggerating. Maybe I need to drive through again. So every now and then I would take the right turn and go down Santa Monica Boulevard and head towards the ocean. Yeah. And it's 5 blocks of no one saying no. It's just wild madness. It's dudes with cowboy hats and G-strings on poles, guys making out in the middle of the street and humping each other. It's crazy.
Having the time of their life.
Having the time of their life. All yang, no yin, and no one can get pregnant.
I'm all for it.
Yeah.
You wrestle, but everyone wins.
Well, also, those guys have their own neighborhood. The difference between the gays and lesbians, unfortunately, never developed this, because I have a theory. I think that straight men find out that lesbians move next door and they're like, oh, no, and then they become their neighbors. Whereas, like, straight men never move into a gay neighborhood. Very rarely.
Yeah.
You can't, like, straighten up a gay neighborhood. But they figured out a way to make, like, a whole area all gay. Yeah. Like, only gay guys can do that.
It's admirable.
That's great. It's great. It's wild. But it's just wild that they can pull it off in almost every city.
Well, also they can go into places, and then they gentrify these places on the margins of the city, and the next thing you know, all the houses are worth so much money because they invest so much in their properties.
They invest so much in their property, make things more safe, and they keep a lot of people from moving there.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good move. If you can tolerate a lot of techno and dudes walking around on Molly,
yeah, for sure.
Fucking live there.
But also offering you Molly, typically.
Yeah.
They're very generous people.
Yeah. Yeah, when I was a kid, I lived in San Francisco. So I lived in San Francisco from age 7 to 11. Yeah. So I lived in a fully gay neighborhood. And
the city of San Francisco.
Yeah, but it was we were in Haight-Ashbury. Like that. We were right off like Lombard Street. So we were in there in like the mix of the whole thing. Like I could walk to Fisherman's Wharf from my house. Yeah. And so my neighbors were gay, and my aunt used to. She would smoke pot with these gay guys, and they would get naked and play the bongos. And they'd be like, "Oh, she's over there playing the bongos with the gay guys." It's like, okay. Like it was so normal to me that it wasn't until I moved to Florida that I even realized that people were homophobic. Right. And that was when I was 11. Like I had no idea that people had a problem with gay people.
I think it was just normal for you as a boy to understand that your aunt had these gay friends, and it wasn't made strange or they weren't othered. You know?
No, they were just normal guys who just happened to be gay. Yeah. And they were everywhere too. So it's like it became normal because you just saw them everywhere. There was guys holding hands everywhere. This was San Francisco in the 1970s.
Yeah. That's the kind of what you want, right?
I want people to, I want people to be themselves.
I want liberty and freedom.
Yeah, that's real freedom. You want America to be this fucking land of the free, home of the brave? You know how fucking brave you have to be holding hands with a dude to walk down a major street? What are the possibilities of running into homophobes? It's pretty fucking high.
For sure.
Pretty sure. Like, if you're going to walk down any major metropolitan, or for any, like, 3 or 4 block stretch, the odds of you running into a homophobe is very high. Someone's going to be violently angry that you love another man.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that the young people now, they want to be homophobic, but I think that most like 18 or 23-year-old dudes have probably sucked a dick or had their dick sucked by a fella.
Really?
I don't know. I'd venture to guess.
What do you think is happening today? Well, it's a mist. They pump into the classrooms. It's like the gay bomb they tried in Iraq. Do you know about that story? No. Oh my God, you don't know that? Oh my God. What? The United States spent millions of dollars trying to develop a gay bomb. Wow. And so it's based on this hormone and this chemical, and they would detonate it above a city. And apparently it would make men so randy that they wind up fucking each other, and it would demoralize them. This was the supposed idea. No way. Yeah. This is how goofy our fucking government is. Not knowing anything about the Spartans, who are gay as fuck, who are like one of the greatest armies the world has ever known.
Yeah, they could comfort
They were
each other.
so gay. And not just that, but when you fought next to someone and they were your friend, that was one thing. But if it was your lover, you would protect them to the death.
That's so smart.
Yeah, man. Well, they just... Also, I think people are just gay, man. I think people, back before they realized, like, hey, you probably shouldn't fuck kids, they just fucked everything. You know? Yeah. And then the kids started writing down, and once my uncle fucked me, and my whole life was downhill. And you read that, like, oh, they probably stopped fucking kids. It took forever before they figured that out. Because if you think about it, like Aristotle, Plato, Socrates, you go back in time, all those guys had, like, young boy lovers.
Yeah. It was just accepted, and it was like part of passing your philosophy forward. So you would take an apprentice, and he'd also fuck his thighs from behind, but then he would tell the world your story. This is totally normal.
He was fucking writing everything you were saying, dictating.
Yeah, and dictation.
Yeah.
But there was like that thing with like the philosophers. Some of them thought it was low-minded to actually have sex with the children's butts, so they would just bang their thighs from behind, and that was like cool. Yeah, I think so.
They just kitty fuck their thighs.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's a good move.
It's a real soft part of the body.
Yeah, you don't get that hurt from it. You know, it's like, I wish that didn't happen, but at least he didn't fuck my butthole.
I'm still tight as a drum.
Yeah, it didn't make me walk around uncomfortable. Like, what the fuck did he do to me?
Yeah, I don't have to use a diaper.
You just feel weird. Like, oh, that guy just jizzed all over my thighs.
Yeah, whatever. What are you going to do? At least they know about geometry now.
Bro, they didn't know any better. Isn't that crazy? Like, but just think about how much murder took place back then. Like, if you got to be our age back then, if you got to be, let's just say you got to be 30, how many people do you think you saw get murdered? Probably dozens. Yeah. You probably saw people get murdered all the time.
Over very small things.
Over almost nothing. Yeah, disrespect. I mean, look, when this country was founded, one of our presidents, I forget which one, engaged in a duel while he was president.
I think Andrew Jackson.
Was it Andrew Jackson?
Yeah. It was like his whole thing.
He just liked to shoot at people?
Yeah.
10 paces? Mm-hmm. Just the dumbest fucking thing to think. If you hate someone, you don't like them, why don't you guys agree to fight or something?
Right.
Why you gotta doing so dumb?
With pistols that, yeah.
Many people think Andrew Jackson fought hundreds of duels. He did have a temper. He was challenged others several times, but only one duel resulted in shots fired. In 1806, where he killed Charles Dickinson.
That's good. He was a terrible shot.
How far away did he shoot people from? Those guns suck too. I mean, they're shooting people with muskets.
Right, and he shot like a marble.
Yeah, shot a ball of lead. And not very accurate either.
And you probably didn't die every time. You can take one of those. You're fine.
Take one in the shoulder.
Yeah.
Especially if they're not accurate.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of guys are probably crippled from them.
Oh, for sure, because it would crack your bone.
Yeah.
It would like hit the bone and bend it in half.
And then they never knew how to fix bones.
Yeah, they just have to chop it off.
And they probably didn't know how to get the lead out.
No, that's a good point. That lead poisoning.
Deep in there, just stays in there.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
You should have the door guys duel for stage time. With period type guns, you know.
Right. They just paintball guns. Did you ever see that scene in that Mel Gibson movie, The Patriot, where the guy gets hit in the face with a cannonball?
Oh, yeah.
No.
Yes. For Napoleon, where that horse gets exploded with a cannonball, like the first 3 minutes.
I haven't seen Napoleon, but I heard about that.
The first 3 minutes is all you have to see.
Really?
Because you see a horse take a cannonball in the chest, and then the rest of it's just like him simping for someone.
Oh, yeah. I heard they cucked him out.
It wasn't the best movie. It was pretty. It was like a lush film.
What a waste of Joaquin Phoenix.
Yeah, he's the man.
That guy's so good. He scared the shit out of me in The Joker. I was like, oh my god! And then the riots happened like a year later.
Yeah, I know.
Oh my god!
Predictive
How much
programming.
was responsible for this?
Yeah. I don't want to sidetrack too far, but this is saying that duels back then were not exactly what we think they might have been.
Oh yeah?
More of a test of courage.
It says people didn't just take 10 steps and shoot as quickly as possible. Most of the time, people would stand and fire their guns in the air, purposely miss their opponent, making the duel more or less a test about courage. However, there are plenty of real-life examples where people would try to kill each other in a duel, for example, Hamilton and Burr. People involved in duels also chose seconds or people to accompany them to the duel to make sure it was legitimate. Oftentimes, the seconds found themselves acting as peacemakers in the duel, making sure if shots were fired, they weren't fired at other people. So it was a lot about playing chicken, I guess.
I think so.
They shot each other.
Yeah. They probably had John Wick was like that at the end, right? Didn't the guy try to get like
spoiler alert. John Wick pretended to be shot, but he didn't.
Yeah,
I held
that
his
was cool.
bullet
The
to
other
take
guy
a shot.
Yeah, the guy wanted to get a replacement or something. So John Wick wouldn't kill him.
Oh yeah.
On the steps of Montmartre in 3.
The last one, you know, as much as I love those guys, the last one was just so cartoony. It's so hard to take seriously.
I'm okay with it. You can turn your brain
I
off.
love the first one. The first one's the best one. Because the first one, all the motivations are clear. Oh my God, they stole his car and killed his puppy.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's do it. Then they build this world of like continental and stuff, which was cool. There was lore. I like those movies are the best.
Yeah.
You see Furiosa?
No. What is Furiosa?
The new Mad Max?
No, I haven't seen that, bro. Is it great?
You need to treat yourself.
Really?
Did you see the most recent Mad Max before this?
Yes.
Remember how great it was? And you left the theater going, movies are the best?
Yeah.
It's that again. But they figured out how to do wordplay with like kites and stuff as well.
Oh,
yeah, dude. It's so good.
Okay, I'm in.
The whole movie was storyboarded too, so it looks like a graphic novel. Ooh. Yeah, it's like the best graphic novel I've ever seen.
Oh, no shit. I haven't heard anything about it.
It's so badass, dude.
Yeah, I think there's too much content today.
For sure.
It's very difficult for people to pay attention to everything.
Right. But there's very few movies that are like actually something you need to see in the theater.
Right.
And I think this is one of those things.
I heard Doom 2 is one of those.
Yeah, if you can stay awake.
Oh, really?
I took so many edibles with the Doom 2. I didn't make it past the previews, man. I like ate all my Reese's Pieces and it was just zonked and my wife's punching me in the stomach.
No,
Yeah.
the worst.
Yeah, dude.
When you get them comfy chairs, like Sinopolis, you know, the way you lean back and it's got a cup holder there, and you're like, oh, you find yourself snoring.
Yeah, and you can vape in there now. You have your weed card.
Oh, really? You can vape in there?
I mean, you can't vape in there, but you can vape in there.
Yeah, you can.
Yeah. I'm just like smoking live rosin and trying to stay alive.
Oh, that's
I
hilarious.
love movie theaters.
Yeah, movie theaters are great, especially for a comedy, because it really is like the thing about comedy clubs. Like last night, I went to see Kill Tony, and you know, I like watching shows now more than I ever have before, because you don't get a chance to do that when you're performing a lot. You watch your friend do a set, but I sat and watched a show.
Yeah.
You know, and I've done that a bunch lately. Watch a show, and it makes you appreciate it from an audience's perspective.
Yeah.
Because I think we get too wrapped up in, I think it's good to see it the other way too. See it as an audience member, just get a different perspective on what you're doing up there too, and how it feels to be in the audience.
Yeah.
Just to inform yourself.
That's valuable.
Yeah.
And also that show's perfect because you're not worried about like maybe someone's bit worming its way into your brain,
Right.
and then you Robin Williams it later.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's why Norton doesn't watch stand-up.
I can't watch it either.
Really?
Yeah, because like when you riff a lot, when you're, I like improvising a lot on stage. Every now and then you'll tell someone's joke, and then it's that moment where you're like, y'all like ask my feature, like, is that someone's bit?
Right.
You know, like, because you don't want to be that guy.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, that definitely can happen.
Yeah.
You know, but the thing is, it's like integrity. Like, does it happen on purpose? Or does it just happen? If it just happens, maybe you should figure out why. Maybe work on something for your memory, or think of, or maybe just don't leap to. The problem is some ideas that you don't steal almost feel stolen.
Yeah.
Because this is the problem with creativity. Because this is the concept of the muse, right? That these ideas are just given to you by like the gods. It kind of feels like that sometimes. Like some bits, they'll arrive in your mind with a setup and a punchline.
Sacred knowledge.
Yeah, there's something going on there. I don't know what it is. I have a bizarre theory that ideas are actually a life form.
Do you think that they're energy?
I don't know what the word energy means. Like, the word energy means electricity, but also means diesel engines. You know, it means a lot of things. Like, what do you get energy from? You get energy from the sun. It's energy, sure. But I think it makes stuff. Everything you see on this table came from an idea.
Yeah.
It's like ideas get into our minds, and then we make cars, or we make planes, or we make computers. And then ideas, they build on each other. You have to have all these other people's ideas, and you pool those ideas together and create a new invention. I think they're a life form. I think they're a way that they force creative apes to manifest physical things.
As if there's like individual particles that might be an idea. There's like an atom that's imbued with an idea or a bit, and somehow that gets into you.
I think the muse is a real thing.
Yeah.
And I think it's the more time you spend thinking, you can kind of hear those calls. The more time you spend alone writing and thinking and working on stuff, you hear those calls, And those calls, like from the ether, from wherever the fuck it's coming from, those make their way onto your page. And then there's real work involved too, where you're analyzing it. Okay, how can I make that better? Maybe the setup's too long. Maybe it's too, like, maybe I should toss it and just readdress. Like, I'll do that sometimes where I'll take a premise and just, some of them just feel clunky, you know? Like you're trying to work it out, but they don't necessarily feel right. And you're getting kind of lost, but then you're doing it the same way over and over and over again.
And then that, like, that wonder that you had when the did his new dies, and you're just repeating something.
Exactly.
And you can see the crowd lose interest in it.
Yeah, you're not connected to it, so why would they be?
Right.
So then sometimes with those kind of things, I will just throw it aside and rewrite the joke just on the premise. So instead of using all the setup and punchline, I'll say, there's got to be another way to address this topic. Like, let me see. So that, I think, is like real work. That's real work where you're thinking and you're analyzing. But the ideas themselves, like the structure of all comedy is an idea. The structure of all comedy is like something comes to you. There's a thought where you either you see something as preposterous, or you hear something that's ridiculous, or you know, there's something. So there's some, and that's the framework. And then upon that, you build a bit. Right? It's like that's the framing of the house.
You have the germ.
Yeah.
And you have to water it. Make sure it gets enough sunlight.
Exactly.
And then see which soils it grows better in.
That's why, like, there's a type of stealing that's like a very insidious stealing, because they steal premises. Like you'll do a bit about, you know, getting your oil changed or something, whatever, or maybe something more obscure. Or they'll do a bit about someone buying you fitted socks or whatever the fuck it is.
Yeah.
And then someone will, I think I can write something on that.
Right. I can do it better.
I can just kind of.
They're not stealing the punchline.
Exactly.
So it's not stealing.
I'm just kind of twisting around this person's premise. And,
yeah. Have you ever heard Tom Waits talk about the muse?
No.
So he thinks the muse is like a real thing, like you're talking about. It's like a vibe, for lack of a better term. So there's all these stories about Tom Waits sitting in front of his piano for like 10 hours a day, just screaming, being like, all right, you bitch, I'm here. I'm ready to do the work. I'm in front of the piano. Let's go. Give me what I need. I'm into the work right now. Just like hammering on the piano and yelling at the muse, trying to like enchant it and bring it to him as he's like, just like literally making insane discordant noise. And then out of nowhere, some chords fit together and then he has a song. Yeah.
It's just so hard to know. Right? It's so hard to know what's going on.
Yeah, but you can't write a book unless you're in front of a typewriter. You can't write a song unless you're in front of a keyboard. All these guys are like, how do you write a book? It's like, you have to be at the station where you do the work.
Yeah.
You can't just sit there and be like, oh man, I'm going to write a book one day. No, sweat over the keys until you have 1,000 words or whatever you need for that day to be done. Because everyone wants to talk about like, oh, I want to write this book. And it's like, you telling me you want to write a book just set you back 6 months. Because you get the same hit of adrenaline and dopamine by telling someone your idea as actually like accomplishing that thing. Yeah, I think that's very dangerous to tell people you're doing stuff when you're not actually doing it.
I've talked about it too many times, but have you ever read Pressfield's War of Art?
No, I have not.
Oh, we have a copy of it for you. I'd love he sent us a box because I used to give it to comics when they would, or any kind of creative person when they came on the podcast. But Pressfield wrote this book, and he talks about the muse as if it's a real thing.
Yeah.
Pressfield was kind of like a ne'er-do-well until he was like 40. Kind of like was like half-assing it until he was 40, and then somewhere along the line he realized that it's just about being a professional and like showing up, and so he started addressing the muse as a real thing.
Yeah.
And then he wrote The Legend of Bagger Vance, and he wrote like some great screenplays and books, and just became like very prolific.
Well, it's like we always count on inspiration to come into our lives, but if you can kind of like create a situation where that inspiration is more easily available to you, whatever that is, it's playing your music, it's drinking coffee, like however you can like try and harness that ethereal thing that is inspiration, I think you can be a better creative. And like you said, become more professional in creating.
Yeah. There's also different ways that ideas come, right? One of the things that Stephen King would do, a lot of people would do this, is they would write and then they would go for a walk.
Yeah.
So while you wrote everything, and now let's go for a walk and just think about what you wrote, right? And he would have a little recorder and he would talk into it.
Yeah.
I've heard a bunch of writers say that.
Yeah, that was a big thing for me when I wrote my book, was to write and then go on a walk and maybe smoke a little weed, and then you see it all differently and you can come back and realize what was bullshit and like what was was a complete waste of time, and then go back in and try and address that, and then also grow the things that were like a little idea, but then you can expand upon them. It's literally just not being in front of the computer. It's your eyes seeing the real light, I think, is a big part of it. Because I have to write like at my desk in my computer, but then as soon as you get outside, you're like, oh, that's how light hits a tree at this time of day. Or like, that's actually lavender. I was talking about lilac. There's just all these little things that are, I mean, romantic for sure, but also very applicable in concrete ways to your art.
Yeah, I think it's also getting out makes your blood pump.
Oh, for sure.
You know, it's walking around. I think there's the thing about walking is it's a very low level cardio. So like your heart is pumping, you're moving your body, but it's not exertion. So you're not because like when you're really tired, you can't, like if someone got you on an Airdyne bike and they started asking questions, you have a moron's brain. You have like 10% of your brain capacity. If you had to do an IQ test, if I had to do an IQ test when I was on a Versa climber, it's probably 10. IQ's 10.
You're smart as the Versa climber.
You can't think. You're fucking tired. So you don't want to be tired when you're thinking things, but you also want to be a little bit energized. And there's something about walking that just sort of, because the heart is not beating, 60 beats a minute, now it might be beating 75 or 80, or just a little extra, just a little something. So when you're walking around, you get that flow going through you.
Yeah, swimming's good for that too. Yeah, you get in the pool and all of a sudden everything is changed. You have a complete different perspective. And you're just in there doing your laps, or even if you're just like floating. Like when I was in Vegas, I had to swim because you can't walk around outside. So I'd just be in the pool. I remember there was this big fat dude, and he was like, "Hey man, you're putting in the work, man." And I was like, "Thanks, bro." And he's like, "Just keep doing it, man. This is good for you." And then he got out of the pool and he had a giant swastika tattoo on his back.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
He was my pool buddy though. He was encouraging me.
Maybe good time.
I think so. He was trying to survive.
They probably did that to him while they fucked him.
It wasn't just his thighs. He wasn't receiving platonic knowledge.
Yeah, they're not being nice to you, and they fuck you in jail.
I don't think so.
Especially when they put a swastika on your back. Maybe that helped them come. Like, would it make it quicker if I just put a swastika on your back? It's hard to come, bro. You got a big, stupid, hairy ass. But if I can put a swastika on your back, I think I'd just nut immediately.
Give me a target, man.
Yeah, maybe you like made a deal with them. Okay.
All right, sure.
That's really what's going to help make this quicker.
He was good in the water. He was like a seal.
I was so happy to be in the water. He never had water in jail.
You can't get fucked in the ass in water.
True.
Yeah.
It's very hard, especially in deep water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good luck.
Like there's that.
How could it be hard?
What was that like? That boat during I think the Pacific Theater of World War II. That like. They sank it, and then they were in these shark-infested waters, and they just kept getting picked off. Like you'd be floating with your buddy, and then all of a sudden he would just disappear forever. Well, I heard on a podcast that also there was feverish homosexuality. So dudes would be like on a plank of wood and just savage each other because they like, and I don't remember why it was, but there was all these accounts of like dudes butt fucking raping each other on these like little planks of wood while other people were like bleeding out in the water and like their flesh is coming off from salt water and shit. Yeah, I think I heard that on the last podcast on the left.
See if you can find anything on that.
Yeah.
I was already looking before he finished.
Oh, yeah. He's got a lot of butt fucking windows open over there.
Butt fucking while getting eaten by sharks.
Yeah.
Wow.
Which one's worse?
I guess if you were in that sort of scenario, and especially for long periods of time, your mind just must be so overwhelmed with anxiety and fear and then acceptance and then sadness. You're watching people around you getting killed. Yeah. The morbid fucking the tissue floating in the water, whatever's left of your friends.
And also, like, if someone's bleeding, you get as far away from them as possible because the sharks are going to eat them. It's probably just your brain trying to protect yourself, so it just reverts back to like your very simian part of yourself, which is like hold someone down, overpower them, and get it out of you. Yeah.
And all the other people, they're gonna die too. Yeah. We watched you fuck Harry. Why'd you do that? Harry said stop. You kept going. Hey, why I thought we were all gonna die.
Yeah. I didn't think anyone would be able to tell this story. Sorry, bro.
1940s. Meanwhile, I made it to a podcast. Yeah, 2024.
Wow. We're not naming names.
No, I don't know.
I would gladly if I
would if I knew that.
Yeah, where's their plaque? This
guy butt fucked a bunch of people.
How about the guy who got butt fucked? Not only did he watch all his friends get eaten by sharks, he also got butt fucked.
He had a purple heart and a purple sleeve.
And he's like, don't worry about it, we're all going to be dead in an hour or two. Take me. And then they get rescued.
They're just tattooing swastikas on it.
And then when they get rescued, that guy, he was butt fucked. Hey! What about what happened on the fucking raft, dude? Sorry, man, I lost my mind.
Other times,
I didn't catch the ear, but here we go. Okay. As the Indianapolis sailors struggled in the water, there was bravery and self-sacrifice, all vividly detailed by Vincent and Vladik. There was also violence, cannibalism, and even sexual attacks. In the water, the dead outnumbered the living, then continued to expire so quickly it became almost impossible to move around without having to shoulder through shoals of corpses. Holy fuck. And then the sharks. One moment they behaved like gentle and curious giants, moving up close to inspect the men with black, unblinking eyes. The next moment they attacked, their steel-trapped jaws snuffing out a man's life before he could draw a breath to scream. It's making me pop up. I'm not interested in fucks. So the sexual attacks, that's it? Just a mere mention?
You think the LA Times would want to get involved in the more lurid details?
Yeah.
Sell a subscription.
You guys need to sell some subscriptions.
Yeah.
Yeah, they apparently just let a bunch of people go. I would not want to be a fucking reporter right now.
No, but there's good journalism going on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Most of it's independent.
That Whitney Webb character.
She's a character.
She's cool.
Yeah, that lady knows a lot.
Mm-hmm. I don't know how she knows it all, but God, I'd be afraid if I were her.
Oh, yeah.
It would disappear.
I think she lives in another country. Doesn't she?
I think so.
Yeah, I watched her on a bunch of shows. I watched her on Patrick David. I watched her on, I think she was on Jimmy Dore show a few times. She knows a lot.
I think Tim's got a direct line to her.
That's a wild thing to like be focusing on. The evil like oligarchs and people in power of the world, how they've twisted everything throughout history. Like, make yourself a real target.
The bloodlines.
Oh yeah, all that shit.
Yeah.
The bloodline stuff is wild.
It is.
That's really
Tim called her when we were in Europe. I was opening for him in April over there, and he really wanted to go to St. Petersburg, Russia, to eat a meal at Gogol, which is like the best restaurant in the world, allegedly.
Oh, really?
So he called her. He called Tucker Carlson, trying to figure out how to get into Russia. He even went to the State Department, and they were like, "No." And he's like, "I'll be there for 3 hours. Come on, let us eat dinner. We'll be fine. You can watch us the whole time. It'll be good."
They couldn't snatch him up.
I think he'd be compromised. And then I'd be the other guy.
Yeah.
They just think I was a fat prostitute.
Yeah,
exactly. Tim Dillon and his convoy arrested in St. Petersburg. Tim would be so embarrassed. I'm not his type at all.
At all. That's hilarious.
Yeah, right.
That's hilarious. He's a wild boy. Who would want to go to Russia to eat? That's so crazy.
And hey, I was all for it, dude. I was like, yeah, let's go.
Yeah, you can't go over there.
No.
We just signed a 10-year contract to supply them with weapons. To supply Ukraine with weapons for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
I think this whole thing it's terrifying to watch, but it's also a very clear money grab.
Yeah.
There's so much money going over there, and there's so much money we continue to send, and it's just like, how is this okay with everybody? How is anybody letting this happen?
Yeah. I mean, the taxpayers are really holding the bag on it, too. You know?
Dave Smith had a wild suggestion.
What was that?
He's full of those. He is. He was doing a debate about Russia and Ukraine, and he said one of the ways to incentivize Russia to stop attacking Ukraine is if we left NATO. Not only should we say that Ukraine's not going to join NATO, but we're going to leave NATO. I was like, whoa, what are the repercussions of that, though? Who fucking knows?
He would just be
well, look at the repercussions of being a part of it. Look at the repercussions of what's going on right now, because, Dave is the best at explaining, and he'll credit Scott Horton and a lot of other people, but Dave is really good at recalling information, explaining how the whole red line with Putin was Ukraine joining NATO. They always do that. And they kept moving NATO-based countries. They kept moving weapons closer and closer to Russia. Like, the whole thing was like they're baiting him to do this. I just get so suspicious of military activity because I know that there's always going to be bad people in the world that you have to send good people to go fight. That's always going to be the case, right? The clearest, most pure version of that for us is always World War II.
Right.
The Nazis, we go over there and kill the Nazis. The whole United States, gets together, and when it's over, there's that sailor kissing that girl.
Right.
And it's like, hey, this is why people sacrifice.
Yeah.
This is why this America is so amazing. This country. But that's not real. It's only one example. Most of the time, it's people figuring out a way to get defense contracts.
Or there's some cool resources that just so happen to be right there.
There happens to be a lot of lithium in the area.
Yeah. It's very convenient that they need democracy right now.
Yeah, and the same people that are telling you that Joe Biden's fine. That's how things get done. Like, that is, like, whether or not Joe Biden, should be president or not president, let's put that aside for a second.
Yeah.
Everybody knows there's something wrong, right? The people that are telling you there's not something wrong, the reason why they think they can do that is they do that with everything.
Yeah.
They do that with Venezuela. They do that with Yemen. They do that with Ukraine. They do that with everything. They bullshit and gaslight depending on what the narrative is.
They're very creative with their facts.
And the facts change over time, and they're not really, sometimes they don't even know. Like, one of the more interesting exchanges about the Ukraine war was with, of all people, Candace Owens. So Candace Owens was talking about how corrupt Ukraine was. So someone sends her a message from the New York Times. What evidence do you have that Ukraine is corrupt? And she said, your own fucking newspaper. And she sends them all these articles that were written previous to 2017 about rampant corruption in Ukraine, about Ukraine's like one of the most corrupt countries.
For the narrative change.
Yeah. For the narrative change. And now all of a sudden everyone has a Ukraine flag. But yeah, Ukraine should not have been invaded. Yeah, it's all fucked up. It's horrible. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainians, they don't even know what the real number is, are probably dead. Yeah, horrible. But also, that was a corrupt country. Like, just because horrible things are done to them, it's not justifying those horrible things. Yeah. But you can't pretend that Ukraine has always been this amazing country just because now we're supposed to support them. Because Russia did a horrible thing. You gotta tell the fucking truth. That's what being a journalist is. We're not babies, but they treat us like babies.
Oh my God, they coddle us so much.
Oh, it's so, well, the whole thing during the pandemic, you can't tell people about other things or about adverse reactions to vaccines because then it causes vaccine hesitancy. Oh, you mean an informed opinion? Are you fucking trying to stop informed opinions? And a lot of them from like professors at Stanford and Harvard, this is bananas.
Right, then there's like, it's condescending.
Exactly.
You're talking down to these people that you're trying to get onto your side. And a lot of them, if they're smart, will be like, come on, I'm not a baby.
Yeah, it's a fucking annoying. And the people that are doing it right now about Biden, they're telling you how you should vote, even though you know he's impaired. You definitely shouldn't vote for Trump. Like, don't tell people that, you fucking idiot, because it's going to make more people angry and want to vote for Trump. You are not going to convince anyone walking down the west side of New York City, talking into your phone about what a threat Trump is to democracy. You aren't changing anybody's fucking vote. You're just being a condescending, scolding, liberal cunt, which is what drives everyone crazy.
Scolding for verbiage is like the worst thing that the liberal side does.
But the fucking conservatives used to do it too. It's a human characteristic, and this is what's important. Everybody wants to get on this. The liberals are bad. The conservatives are bad. It's bullshit. It's all just a human behavior pattern. We always want to tell people that they should behave and think and accept the truths that we have accepted. You have to behave like us. And if you don't, you're the enemy.
Right.
And it's not really that these people have these opinions oftentimes. It's that they have subscribed to a predetermined set of opinions.
It's a narrative.
In order to be in this group.
It's a party line.
If you tell me how you feel about the Second Amendment, I can tell you how you feel about abortion. Almost 80% of the time.
Right.
Which is wild. It's wild. They're two very complicated issues.
Right.
If you tell me how you feel about immigration, if you tell me how you feel about weapons, military spending, I can probably tell how you feel about God.
Yeah.
I can probably tell you what your religious leanings are. It's just bizarre. And it's just because the reality of life is too open-ended and complex and fascinating and bizarre and majestic and immense.
And boundless.
Boundless.
Yeah.
Immense. And more immense than we even thought it was. Now we're looking into the James Webb telescope. They're finding galaxies that are so big, so long ago that they couldn't have existed possibly in a short amount of time, which they were from the Big Bang. So that now they're starting to think that the universe is like maybe 10 billion years older than they thought it was.
Which is good.
Yeah, but it's still, it's like, what does that even mean? It's too much.
There's like division is really important to people in power because they keep us fighting each other instead of against the presidency or the government. So back in the day, it was like racism, and there's still racism in this country, but like we're moving further, you know. And then it was like class conflict, but now it's like everyone's poor, you know?
Yes.
So now it's like straight up Republicans versus Democrats. You have to go to war with your neighbor over that thing.
Yeah.
It's like they're all the same. They work for the same corporations, the same oligarchs are paying them off.
Exactly.
I mean, if voting worked, they wouldn't let us vote.
Yeah.
You know, like it's not going to change anything.
Yeah, it worked
kind of, but I mean, it's still a big experiment. And democracy is flawed, but it's still the best thing that we have. You know,
it's the best thing going, but the problem is we made a fatal flaw when we allowed them to use money.
Oh yeah,
that's the fatal flaw. The fatal flaw is letting politics and the money and lobbyists and special interest groups and corporations donate to political candidates. As soon as we did that, that should be illegal. We should think of it as a bribe.
Yeah. It is a bribe.
It is a bribe.
100%
Especially in this day and age, everything should be supported 100% by the people, for the people. That's only how it should be. And if we find out that corporations are involved, or the corporations are even suggesting that people should be involved, then we should like fine them. It should be illegal. It should be the people that want to do it should be put in jail. You're trying to affect the election.
Yeah.
Like it's really election interference. It should be illegal.
Yeah.
Instead, it's like par for the course.
Right.
So
It's just
corruption.
Yeah.
Corruption is a tactic.
Well, it's funny because like I used to live in an anarchist commune in upstate New York. Yeah, when I was like from like 18 to 22.
How did you get involved in that?
My best friend from high school moved to Ithaca to go to college, and we were in bands together. So I was like, college sucked, you know. So I went to school in Denver, and then I went out there to stay with him, and we like wrote like 12 songs over like 2 weeks. And then I was like, well, I'm not going to stay in school. I'm going to move up here. So we got this place. We shared a closet in an anarchist commune called Goblin House. Goblin House. And like when we moved in, this dude named Bob Wolf Young 2, he had number 2 in his last name. What? Yeah, he like changed his name. His name was Bob Wolf, was his first name, and then Young, like Jung 2. Oh, great guy. I remember when he showed us the room, he was like, this is where you will sleep. And I just wanted to know, are you guys up to group sex? No, dude, we just want to like have the practice space. We had this like, it was an abattoir. It was an old slaughterhouse. So we were living with these people that were like, they would like sign their rent checks in blood, you know. They were like dumpstering everything. I like learned to kill chickens and stuff. Yeah. But on the commune, like those people have almost the exact same tenets and ideals as you know, your preppers, your doomsday guys who want to like build a compound and protect themselves against the government. Like they're like back to back. If they were just turn around the far left and the far right, they'd realize that like they're fighting for the same thing.
Yes.
You know?
They share so many similar behavior patterns.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's like the opinion, it's like when we're talking about jokes, the jokes are like a scaffolding, like the ideas of scaffolding and the jokes you create around them. You create the punchlines and the taglines around the idea.
Yeah.
That's what these guys are doing. It's the same thing. Like they have human behavior patterns, and then they attach to it equity and inclusion, and you know all these different thoughts about Christian nationalism and you know protect our borders and you know God save Trump. It's the same thing. Yeah. It's really the same thing. Like what it is just like you've attached natural human behavior patterns to an ideology, and you don't think it's not because. This is the thing about cults. Nobody in a cult thinks they're in a cult. No. They're like, this is the way to live. Mm-hmm. This is the way to live.
Yeah, they're seeing through the veil in that cult. They're the only ones who are living a justified life.
Did I tell you the cult story about the place that I initially bought before we bought the Ritz?
I think I heard trickles of this story, but not directly from you.
Adam Egan is the one who saved me. This is what happened. So Ron White fucked me. So Ron White, we had just gotten here and we realized, I was like, we need a place. We cannot be out here just doing a bunch of random clubs. Like the thing about the Comedy Store that I recognized like very early on is its home base, and comics need a home base. And the way everybody was developing, one of the things that helped us is like, if I'm on the road, I don't get to see Bill Burr's hour. No. I'm on the road. He's on the road somewhere else. Right. I don't get to see Dave Chappelle. But when we're in town together, then we could all see each other's sets. Right. So we would all like, and then hang together and talk. So I was like, all right, we need a spot. And so Ron goes, you should buy that place the Cult owned. I fucking performed there. I killed. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful theater. I think it's for sale. I was like, wow, a theater that a Cult owned. That'll be fun. Yeah. And then Adam calls me up after I signed paperwork and everything. Oh, no. Adam calls, hey, man, did you watch the documentary on that Cult? I'm like, they have a documentary. That's not good. No, it's bad. The documentary is called Holy Hell. And the guy who was the cult member, the cult leader, was a gay porn star who was also a hypnotist.
Oh, those are two of the worst things you can be.
I mean, like, this fucking guy, he changed his name multiple times. His original name was Jaime Gomez. He was actually an extra in Rosemary's Baby. All right. He was like in one of the scenes in the end of Rosemary's Baby. So he's an actor and so did gay porn, and then he teaches yoga class. He gets about because he's a beautiful man. Like, he's like a 6-pack and sculpted face. He gotta be hot to run. He was hot as hell, and just had this cult going for a long time in West Hollywood. But then Waco popped off. So then the Cult Awareness Network had been getting, like, parents would be saying, where the fuck is my kid? And they would be in this cult. And so, like, people were starting to, like, investigate him. Yeah. So to throw people off the track, this fucking guy moves to Austin, changes his name again, and then has his followers build him this beautiful theater where he could dance in front of them.
Just for dancing?
Just for dancing.
And hypnotism?
And that's the place I bought. So it all falls apart. It all falls apart years later when one guy sends out a mass email saying, hey, this guy's been hypnotizing me and butt fucking me for the past 10 years. And then everybody starts comparing notes and they're like, oh my God, he's fucking me too. And like, this guy was just paying, you have to pay him. So
butt fuck you?
Oh, yeah.
For the privilege?
For the privilege.
Yeah.
So you would come to him for therapy. You would have to give him $50, and then he would give you his therapy, and then he'd fuck you.
I mean, maybe he has maybe he knows some stuff we don't know. Maybe he was helping people.
I don't think so.
No?
No, I think people are just...
I'm an optimist.
I think human beings have a thing in us that makes us want to believe nonsense.
Yeah. Well, we're looking for some kind of solution to the chaos that we're surrounded by.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And that manifests itself in you being a diehard Democrat that don't think there's anything wrong with Joe Biden. Joe Biden, his age is his strength.
He's sundowning up there.
Yeah. His fucking wife was on TV talking about his performance, and she was saying that he sharpens it back. No. Oh, have you seen it? You seen Joe Biden get interviewed?
Yeah.
When he says it?
She was with him, right? Yeah. And he's just standing behind her like a wax figure.
Like, you did so good, Joe.
Yeah.
You answered every question. Like,
did I?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I did.
I did. I'm the best guy. Yeah. He's like me if I was on a That's where he's at right now.
That's him leading the country.
Yeah, it's obliterated. But believing that guy's okay is the same thing as believing that this gay porn star who's a hypnotist is really like, you know what's really wild about the documentary? He had this thing that he would do to them called the knowing, and you had to earn it somehow. You had to, like, you had to be on the right path for long enough, and he would give you this thing where it was a ritual, and during the ritual, he would put his hands on you. And to this day, the people that had it, even the people that complained about him, were in the documentary talking about this guy's just evil and manipulative. They said that in that moment they felt God. That they, and you see
his hands were
he puts his hand. He's really intense. Yeah. These intense, burning eyes, and puts his hands on their knees, and they're like, oh. So it's like there's an endogenous release of psychedelic chemicals that was through this moment, this ritual thing, the power of suggestion and whatever the vibe that the two of them have. Clearly hypnosis as well.
Yeah.
He locks on to this person, and these people are like just writhing in orgasms and just ecstasy, just like and to this day they're all talking, even though they're saying these bullshit, they're like, that moment when that happened to me, it changed me forever.
Wow. So you could like somehow make them release like the DMT or the oxytocin that's in their brains, and they were flooded.
Yep, all that, all that and more.
Hypnotism.
Probably, I mean, we're isolating specific things like, dopamine, serotonin, DMT. There's all these different things that people are. But I have a feeling the real cocktail, what's really up, is everything all together.
Yeah,
that's probably the real, like, whatever it is that you have when you have near-death experiences. They're all the most potent psychedelic chemicals known to man that your brain makes.
Just a Long Island iced tea of brain chemicals. Your brain's afloat in it.
Yeah, and it's a fucking 4th of July fireworks display inside of there.
Yeah.
And it just pops off. And this guy knew how to get people to experience it just from this thing. See if you can find video of him doing that.
I envy those people.
I do a little too.
I feel something that transcendent on Earth.
If you could just believe it enough that this guy can just do that to you.
I don't believe in anything. I believe in like me and my friends and my family and like the community that I can build. But like it's really hard to have any faith in anything bigger than myself.
Well, you have to have an open mind, right? But you also can't.
I think I do.
You can't really believe anything. There's no evidence for it. Like a lot of my ideas about how the universe works and how everything works and karma, life, and energy. It's just an idea.
Do you believe in karma?
I don't know what it means. So I don't think that necessarily, like if you do something will happen to you.
Yeah.
But I do think that if you do something evil, you're aware that you do something evil, and I think your existence is poisoned because of that. And I think you will forever run into bad situations because you will be filled with bad thoughts and bad energy, and
you take on like a psychic cancer.
Yeah.
It attracts other.
Yes, I think that's real.
I don't think altruism is real at all.
I think there's some real altruism, and it's usually between people that know each other.
Yeah, but okay,
kindness, and generosity.
But is that altruism, or is that just doing the right thing for your community?
Well, it's. I would say that being generous is selfish.
It is, because it makes you feel good.
Yeah, it makes you feel good.
It elevates you.
But it also is really a good thing to do because it makes other people feel really good.
If there's no altruism, it's okay if you're still doing the right thing. If you get off on it, you still benefited someone else.
You do, but why should you not benefit while they're benefiting too? As long as you're not being selfish and narcissistic about it, why don't you just do it? Yeah, of course it feels good to make people feel good. Yeah. But it also makes them feel good, so you should do it. You should not make them feel good because you're worried it's going to make you feel good, and that's selfish.
Yeah.
That seems silly.
We have to share what you have based on how much you have. Because like when I was poor, it was like my best friends would have like half a joint, and they would smoke that half a joint with me.
Yeah.
And now that I have like more resources compared to some of my friends, I'm always buying meals and like, that kind of thing. And they're like, hey man, you don't have to do this. And it's like, well, you rode with me when we had $8 to rub together.
Yeah.
And now I have more than $8. So like, I'm glad to be able to do this for you.
Yeah, the difference between like being able to pay for a meal easy and not thinking about it where you're wondering how much things cost and you're adding it all up and you're like, there's a huge difference.
Yeah.
The alleviation of that is the most important thing. Like Brian Callen said that to me once. He said the real wealth is like when you go to a restaurant and you don't worry about what anything costs.
100%.
Once you get past that, he goes, it's all bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, I think he's right.
It is very profound. Yeah.
Because no matter where you live, your house just feels like your house. Mm-hmm. If you have to spend $10 million for a house, or if you just have a fucking 2-bedroom apartment that's quiet and not dangerous, it's just house. It's home.
I have a hard time feeling at home anywhere.
Because the road?
Yeah, I mean, I've been on the road since I was with the band first and then stand up real hard. Mm-hmm. And now, like the last 6 months of last year, my wife and I didn't have an address. We were just like living on the road, and it was romantic. Oh, wow. But it was so daunting, dude. I remember my sister was like, what do you want to do for New Year's? And I was like, what if we just got like an Airbnb and like cooked dinner and hung out? And she's like, oh, so your idea of a party is like living in a home? You need to fucking move somewhere, man. So we like tried it. We did 2 months abroad last year doing shows and shit. And she came with me and it was great. But now we like bought a house in Detroit. And I'm really happy about it, but I don't ever know if I'll like really feel comfortable when I'm not in motion.
That's interesting.
It's like, it's good. All my dreams are coming true, but then you have to realize like who you are
isn't going to be fixed by everything you wanted happening.
Right.
You still have to like figure out what's the root cause of you. You know, it's Wednesday and you're like, I've been home for 2 days. God, I can't wait to get to fucking Batavia. You know?
But isn't it because you love what you do and you're good at what you do?
I really love what I do.
Yeah.
I'm super grateful to be a comic.
There's that, right?
Yeah.
And that's like the way to do that is like you kind of got to do the road.
I think so.
You got to do the road.
And like for a long time, it was like I couldn't get booked in these rooms, but now I can. Just like Mitch Hedberg said, like he wouldn't say no to gigs because he remembers 5 years previous when he couldn't get those gigs. And that's me right now. It's like I worked like fucking 49 weekends last year or something.
Wow.
You know? And some of those, like a lot of those were on different continents and shit. But I love it. I'm not complaining. I'm just like, this is a new thing with the buying of the home and the moving of the home, of me being like, what does being at peace look like for me?
Right.
Because I'm used to existing in chaos. You know, I'm used to being constantly going forward. And
you enjoy it.
I love it, dude.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. So the thing is, like, people will tell you because of the narrative, like from a movie or a book, that you're supposed to settle down somewhere.
Yeah.
Says who? Listen, there's a reason why there's flights and hotels. Because people like to travel places, right? Stay and they don't have a house there.
Yeah.
So they go to the fucking hotel. Yeah. It's simple. Like, it's there set up for you, and if you take advantage of it, it's fun. That's what you enjoy. Some people don't enjoy it at all. Some people like to. The real problem with the travel all the time is your health, because it fucks up your sleeping, it fucks up your eating schedule, it fucks up a lot of stuff.
And then there's a sense of loneliness and desolation on the road that you try to fill in with booze or drugs, or
unless you travel with friends.
And I do. I got to bring my own feature, and it's the best. And he hasn't drank for 8 years. I bumped the brakes on boozing. You know, I'm like drinking with purpose now when I do drink, not just like 15 minutes every night.
I drink with purpose.
Yeah, it's like
the purpose is to get fucked up.
Well, I know, but and that's a valuable purpose. But when you're just doing the Friday early show and you've already had 7 beers, and then you wake up Saturday and you're like hungover, and you're like, oh, I guess I have to have 12 more beers tonight to get normal. And you're not even getting drunk. You're drinking Miller Lite, and you're just confused and bloated.
Right.
That's all you get out of it.
You lost a lot of weight.
I did, yeah. I mean, I'm like 50 pounds.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
That's
fucking huge.
I have to.
And
I love being alive.
Yes, please stay alive.
I love being alive.
We need more funny people.
Thanks, man.
Are you just hitting the brakes on booze? That's all you got to do?
Hitting the brakes on booze. Well, that's 1,500 calories in pure sugar that I'm not taking in every 4 days out of the week. So that's great, and then also eating better, and then moving around. I spend a lot of time outside, and now that we're like actually going to be in a home, like the weight set's going back in, like there's a pool in the neighborhood, like because for so long it was like I had nothing, and I was just like so desperate for some like, okay, I'm sleeping on this guy's floor tonight in Springfield, Missouri. I would go on stage and be like, hey, I don't have a place to stay. I didn't want to spend the $40 on a hotel, dude.
Wow. So you'd be telling people, can I stay at your house?
I wouldn't even ask. I would just say on stage, like, you look rich. Can I stay in the boathouse? And they'd be like, all right, get in here, you crazy kid.
That's amazing.
Yeah. And that's how I survived on the road for like ever.
Wow. So how many times do you think you did that?
Countless. That was my move. That was straight up my move.
And you stayed in people's houses.
Yeah, because I learned it from like punk rock. Like we would play only all ages shows, so you would either stay in the venue, you'd stay in the squat, or someone would bring you home and like you'd hear them have a conversation with their girlfriend in the next room, and then she'd be like loud, and you'd be, it's got to be out by 6 a.m. But we had a roof over our head.
Wow.
And then you had the next day. And that sense of purpose that you have on the road is so pure. You have a destination that night. You have a thing you need to accomplish.
Right.
And like, look.
That's right.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
Hello, Jeff. Hi. What's happening, man?
Nothing much.
Nice to meet you in person.
Yeah, right.
We were already chatting about how Google is totally listening to me.
Right.
Confirmed 100%. Because your Google News feed is always like stuff that you're interested in, pretty much. But I was having a conversation with my wife about purses, and she was explaining to me that certain purses, like, you can't just buy the purse. You have to develop a relationship with the store owner. Like, what?
I don't get that. You think if you're trying to sell stuff, you'd want to sell it right when they came in.
Exactly. I don't get it. But, like, there's a thing that certain, like, posh people really love, and it's exclusivity. They love it. I'm the only one that can get this watch. I'm the only one that can get this fucking purse or whatever it is. So anyway, all of a sudden, Google starts showing me purse things. They start showing me all this stuff about purses. I didn't look anything up about purses. I just had a conversation with the phone sitting at the dinner table. That's crazy.
Yeah, it happens all the time.
It's
really like when your feet are like, oh, my forearms are too small. Next thing you know, you got these flexi deals and the Gorilla Grip deal thing that spins around.
There's no doubt it happens. There's 100% no doubt it happens. Because that is the only explanation for that showing up. Because generally, it's all... How crazy is this? Is if there's ever been a real indication that we're in a simulation, it's like this season of USA is the craziest season that's ever existed. There's so many twists and turns, so many plots, so many villains, so many incompetent, bumbling fools that you're like, there's no way that lady's a heartbeat away from the president. There's no way. There's no way someone is not telling her to stop saying that same thing over and over again. What can be unburdened by what has been? Like, he just says it over and over and over again. This isn't real. This is writing. Someone wrote this. It seems like a script.
When a president that is giving a speech gets shot in the ear and then stands up and goes full John Bender at the end of Breakfast Club.
Bro, he pumps his fist in the air.
That was a crazy
and says, fight, fight, fight. And when the fucking guy who's a photographer is a wizard, that guy who got that photograph, find out his name, because this guy's award-winning
with the flag above it.
Yes, and the angle that he got it, like where he was standing when he took the photo. It's one of the most iconic photos of all time.
I had a GoPro on while he was doing it.
Wow.
Moving position of take it.
Wow, that's nuts, man. That's nuts. So you can see as the bullets start flying, this fucking dude doesn't even duck. He's still got his camera out. He's right behind Trump, and he's just got his camera out. That is so gangster. I mean, you want to talk about getting a shot no matter what? He's running around. There could be bullets flying his way.
I would think you're holding up something black in your hand that's pointed at the president. You fucking should get shot.
I mean, the Trump story is right out of a movie. And I'm hoping it's not a Stephen King movie.
It came out while we've been recording.
Secret Service ramped up security after receiving intel of an Iranian plot to assassinate Trump. No known connection to shooting. Oh, they ramped that up until they ignored the roof 150 yards away?
Yeah, it's just so many, there's so many things where you just go, what the fuck?
What the fuck, dude? All of it. All of it. And there's so much of it that seems fake. Like the female Secret Service agent that can't holster her weapon. Have you seen this? She's like moving around all radically. She tries to holster her weapon. She can't get it in there. She can't figure out how to put it in there. And she stops for a minute and she just tries back to do it again. It looks so fake.
She an actress?
No, it looks like an actress. Okay. It looks like if you were going to have a bumbling person in a movie, like almost like a comedy of errors or a Coen Brothers movie about an assassination attempt on the president. You have this lady, look here, watch what her gun. Look, she gets her gun out. She tried to put it in there, she couldn't do it, and she's thinking about putting it back in there. She finally gets it in there. Like the whole thing, it's like, look at her fumbling around. The whole thing is crazy. The erratic movements, no one knows exactly what to do. It seems fake.
Yeah, that's an audition I could nail.
Yeah, it seems like, okay, now you're panicking. You don't know what the fuck is going on. You really shouldn't be here. Go. You're like, oh my God. Like you want Secret Service cool, calm, collected. You know, high ready with the gun, scanning the area, looking left and right. You want them to like swift, decisive movements. You don't want to see any of this fucking squirrely trying to put the gun back in. It seems.
When you see the Reagan shot, it is just a bunch of people moving.
Dive on him. They dive on him. Yeah. Bang, dive on him. It almost seems like as this simulation gets further and further along, it gets more and more insane.
Yeah, look at this.
Yeah, they dive and dive on the guy
They got him.
immediately. They get his gun immediately.